Hawaiian Mythology. By Martha Warren Beckwith. Preface. This guide to the native mythology of Hawaii has grown out of a childhood and youth spent within sound of the hula drum at the foot of the dome-like House of the Sun on the windy island of Maui. There, wandering along its rocky coast and sandy beaches, exploring its windward gorges, riding above the cliffs by moonlight when the surf was high or into the deep forests at midday. We were aware always of a life just out of reach of us latecomers but lived intensely by the kindly, generous race who had chanced so many centuries ago upon its shores. Not before 1914 did the actual shaping of the work begin. The study covers, as any old Hawaiian will discover, less than half the story. But it may serve to start specific answers to the problems here raised and to distinguish the molding forces which have entered into the recasting of such traditional storytelling as has survived the first 100 years of foreign contact. To the general student of mythology, the number and length of proper names in an unfamiliar tongue may seem confusing. Hawaiian proper names are rarely made up of a single word but rather form a series of words recalling some incident or referring to some characteristic significant of the person or place designated. To a personal name an epithet may be affixed, such as, O Kalani, which means literally, of the heavens, but is translated by Hawaiians by the term, heavenly, as a title of endearment or adoration. The name of the parent is often added with the causal possessive, a, meaning, child of, as in Liloa, which may be read, Umi, child of Liloa. In many cases the definite article, ka, becomes a part of the name and hence the preponderance in Hawaiian of names beginning with this syllable. Since recognition of its composition is essential to its proper accent, in cases where this is known with a good degree of probability through native informants, the name has been hyphenated upon its first appearance and occasionally throughout. With the analysis of the name in mind, the pronunciation offers little difficulty. There are no silent letters. Theoretically at least, each vowel represents a distinct sound, each consonant is voiced as a distinct syllable ending in a vowel sound. Words written alike but different in meaning are to be distinguished, however, only by their spoken accent, as Kaiu, the breast, which names a district on Hawaii, and Kau for the summer season. A third form, Kau, for the possessive pronoun of the first person singular, pronounced with a glottal stop, is written with the inverted apostrophe called a hamza, indicative of a lost consonant sound in the K range. Besides the 5 vowel sounds, pronounced as in Italian, only 7 consonants were recognized in the reduction of the language to writing by the early American missionaries, and these do not differ from the same signs in English. The shifting of L to R, K to T, P to F, and W to V characteristic of various Polynesian dialects and recognized in the oral speech of Old Hawaiians is hence ignored in the written form. The effect upon Hawaiian speech of this melodious heaping up of sound without articulation is altogether pleasing and lends itself easily to the chanting of long poetical recitations such as Hawaiians of the old days delighted in. As in the shorter and more varied poetry of dance and celebration. My thanks are here rendered to the trustees, director, and staff of the Bishop Museum in Honolulu for their aid and cooperation. To the president, trustees, and faculty of Vassar College for their interest in and recognition of the work of the Folklore Foundation under which, since 1920, this work has been carried on. And to Professors Franz Boas and William Withrow Lawrence of Columbia University, whose encouragement and advice have been so often and so generously given. There are also many names to be recalled with grateful remembrance of those who have contributed directly toward the making of this book: Joseph Emerson, Stephen Desha, Mary Pukue, and her mother Mrs. Wiggin, Emma Olmsted, Laura Green, Pokini Robinson, Ernest and Pearl Beaglehole, Kenneth Emery, Catherine Luomala, Frank Stimson, David Malo Kupahi, Peter Buck, Edward Handy, Margaret Titcomb, Thomas Wahiako, Daniel Ho'olapa, Hattie Safri Reinhardt, Emma Taylor, Rachel Kekala Kaiwaya, Jonah Kaiwaya, Kilanahi Kaleo, William Pogue, Hezekiah Ikoa, Lyle Dickey, Ethel Damon, Marie Neal, Lahilahi Webb. Finally, thanks are especially due for the unstinting care of the publishers under whose expert hands the laborious task of setting up so composite a mass of material in convenient form for reference has been successfully achieved. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. Part 1, The Gods. 1. Coming of the Gods. How traditional narrative art develops orally among a nature-worshipping people like the Polynesians can be best illustrated by surveying the whole body of such art among a single isolated group like the Hawaiian with reference to the historical background reflected in the stories and to similar traditions among allied groups in the South Seas. Something of the slant of thought upon which society is regulated must be realized as it is brought out in particular instances. For this purpose a division of the subject into stories of gods and ghosts, of ancestors as they appear in the genealogies of chiefs, and of fiction in the form of legend and romance has been here adopted, although one form often overlaps another. Hawaiians use the term ka'au for a fictional story or one in which fancy plays an important part, that of mo'olelo for a narrative about a historical figure, one which is supposed to follow historical events. Stories of the gods are mo'olelo. They are distinguished from secular narrative not by name, but by the manner of telling. Sacred stories are told only by day and the listeners must not move in front of the speaker, to do so would be highly disrespectful to the gods. Folktale in the form of anecdote, local legend, or family story is also classed under mo'olelo. It is by far the most popular form of storytelling surviving today and offers a rich field for further investigation, but since no systematic collecting has been done in this most difficult of forms for the foreign transcriber, it is represented here only incidentally when a type tale has become standardized in folklore. Nor can the distinction between ka'au as fiction and mo'olelo as fact be pressed too closely. It is rather in the intention than in the fact. Many a so-called mo'olelo which a foreigner would reject as fantastic nevertheless corresponds with the Hawaiian view of the relation between nature and man. A ka'au, although often making adroit use of traditional and amusing episodes, may also proceed quite naturally, the distinction being that it is consciously composed to tickle the fancy rather than to inform the mind as to supposed events. The Hawaiians worshipped nature gods and these gods entered to a greater or less extent into all the affairs of daily life, played a dominant part in legendary history, and furnished a rich imaginative background for the development of fictional narrative. Hence the whole range of storytelling is included in the term mythology. Among Hawaiians the word for god, akua, is of indeterminate usage. Thus any object of nature may be a god. So may a dead body or a living person or a made image, if worshipped as a god. Every form of nature has its class god, who may become aumakua or guardian god of a family into which an offspring of the god is born, provided the family worships such an offspring with prayer and offerings. The name kupua is given to such a child of a god when it is born into the family as a human being. The power of a kupua is limited to the district to which he belongs. In story he may be recognized by a transformation body in the form of animal or plant or other natural object belonging to him through his divine origin, and by more than natural powers through control over forms of nature which serve him because of family descent. As a human being he is preternaturally strong and beautiful or ugly and terrible. The name comes from the word kupu as applied to a plant that sprouts from a parent stock, as in the word kupuna for an ancestor. So the word ohana, used to designate a family group, refers to the shoots, oha, which grow up about a rootstock. The terms akua, aumakua, and kupua are as a matter of fact interchangeable, their use depending upon the attitude of the worshipper. An akua may become an aumakua of a particular family. A person may be represented in story as a kupua during his life and an aumakua if worshipped after death. A ghost, lapu, is called an akua lapu to designate those tricky spirits who frighten persons at night. Non-human spirits who dwell in the myriad forms of nature are the little gods, akua liai, regularly invoked in prayers for protection. Little gods who made not heaven and earth, they were called in contempt, after the introduction of Christianity had brought the scientific viewpoint to the contemplation of the forms and forces of nature. An animistic philosophy thus conditions the Hawaiian's whole conception of nature and of life. Much that seems to us wildest fancy in Hawaiian story is to him a sober statement of fact as he interprets it through the interrelations of gods with nature and with man. Another philosophic concept comes out in his way of accommodating himself as an individual to the physical universe in which he finds himself placed. He arrives at an organized conception of form through the pairing of opposites, one depending upon the other to complete the whole. So ideas of night and day, light and darkness, male and female, land and water, rising and setting, of the sun, small and large, little and big, hard and light, of force, upright and prostrate, of position, upward and downward, toward and away from, the speaker, appear paired in repeated reiteration as a stylistic element in composition of chants, and function also in everyday language. Where one of a pair lies implicit whenever its opposite is used in reference to the speaker. It determines the order of emergence in the so-called chant of creation. Where from lower forms of life emerge offspring on a higher scale and water forms of life are paired with land forms until the period of the gods, is past and the birth of the great gods and of mankind ushers in the era of light, Ao. It appears in the recitation by rote of genealogies in which husbands and wives are paired through literally hundreds of generations. It is notable that in similar genealogies such as the Hebrew, in which, as introduced by the missionaries, Hawaiians showed extraordinary interest, males alone are recorded. Gods are represented in Hawaiian story as chiefs dwelling in far lands or in the heavens and coming as visitors or immigrants to some special locality in the group sacred to their worship. Of the great gods worshipped throughout Polynesia, Ku, Kane, Lono, and Kanaloa were named to the early missionaries. They are invoked together in chant, as in the lines. A distant place lying in quietness. For Ku, for Lono, for Kane and Kanaloa. They are recognized by the appearance of whatever natural phenomena have been associated with their worship by tradition or ritual custom, as color, scent, cloud or rainbow forms, storm signs, and the notes of birds. Each had a place in family worship. The first three, at all events, had, by the time of Captain Cook's landing, been drawn into the national temple worship. Subordinate gods attached to the families of the great gods were invoked by those who hoped to gain through them special skills or success in some particular form of activity. Even thieves had their patron god. Some of the names of these departmental gods as recorded in Hawaii are to be found attached to South Sea deities, others are of native origin. The elaborate cycle of story centering about the family of the fire goddess Pele of the volcano bears every mark of such local development. The original character of these great gods is hard to determine. Buck thinks they were of human origin, chiefs whose superior ability in life or the mystery which surrounded them on earth led to their deification after their death or disappearance. I believe that they were at first conceived as nature deities of universal significance, like Pele, and their identification with a particular human being, perhaps as an incarnation of the god, came later. So Captain Cook was worshipped as Lono because the people thought the god, or possibly the chief who impersonated the god, had returned to them in the form of this impressive stranger. Worshippers of a god were sometimes identified with the god after their death. It also happened that a man acquired the name of an ancestor during life as a sobriquet. A certain Hawaiian chief was called Wakea because he had a child by his own daughter, a departure from custom like that narrated in the myth of the first parent. An episode told in the life of Lono the god seems to have become mixed up with the quarrel of the chief Lono Aikanaka-Kaha with his wife Kaikalani. Thus confusion arises through the habit of doubling names and we are unable to say in particular instances whether the god or his namesake, or which namesake in the historical sequence, is alluded to. But divinity is thought of in Polynesia as lying dormant in the idea and manifesting itself in form only when it becomes active, an activity represented among a people obsessed by the social importance of genealogical descent as a succession of births. It seems to me therefore probable that different immigrant families brought with them the gods and ritual familiar to them in the South, and developed local or personal gods in competition with a rival's claim to sources of aid from the spirit world. The particular form such a god took depended upon some dream or incident which suggested that a god had thus manifested himself to them. Hawaiian mythology recognizes a pre-human period before mankind was born when spirits alone peopled first the sea and then the land, which was born of the gods and thrust up out of the sea. In Hawaii, myths about this pre-human period are rare. No story is told of the long incubation of thought which finally becomes active and generates the material universe and mankind. The creation story in Hawaii begins at the active stage and conforms as closely as possible to the biblical account. No story is told of the rending apart of earth and heaven, after the birth of the gods. No family of gods is represented, no struggle of the son against the primeval father, no story of the ascent to the heaven of the gods after esoteric wisdom, no myth of Tiki in the first woman, or one so obscured as to remain doubtful. Even Wakea and Papa, whose figures play a dominating part in Hawaiian myth and story, are represented as parents upon the genealogical line, not as the sky and earth deities their names imply. Thus the imagination, which in Polynesian groups in the South Seas plays with cosmic forces, in Hawaii is limited to human action on earth, magnified by incarnations out of a divine ancestry. Cosmic myths are either absent or told in terms of human society. The comparison of Hawaiian stories with versions from the Southern Pacific offers an important link in tracing roots of intercourse during the period of migration of related Polynesian groups. When the peopling of Hawaii took place cannot be clearly demonstrated. It was probably some centuries after the Christian era and perhaps first by way of Micronesia, from whence the earliest Polynesian voyagers may have spread out fanwise over the eastern Pacific. The first comers to the Hawaiian group may have chanced upon these uninhabited islands. They may have followed flights of migrating birds or observed currents which brought strange pieces of wreckage to their shores. There is no archaeological evidence to show that any people of a different culture had lived here before them. Later migrations certainly took off from Tahiti, as is distinctly recorded in old chants and legends and further proved by linguistic identities and corresponding forms of culture between the two areas. Thus Hawaii, although for many centuries finally cut off from contact with the parent group, retained a considerable body of common tradition and still kept the memory of the ancestral bonds with Kahiki as the rootstock, Kumu, of the family line. All were branches, Lala, from the parent stock. The plot of many Hawaiian romances and hero tales turns upon such a claim to relationship with a chief in Tahiti through whom the child of the humbler parent lays claim to divine lineage. Hawaii was a large and fertile land. After the hardships and struggles of early colonization the social order became stabilized, long voyages ceased, chiefs settled down to a life of leisure, and aristocratic arts and amusements flourished. Even in the humblest family, storytelling furnished entertainment for long evenings. In the courts of chiefs it was a popular amusement on the occasion of a journey or a visit. Genealogies and local legends were carefully preserved. Traditional hero tales and romances were spun out long into the night by means of song and dialogue, one detail following another according to a fixed pattern, or an episode being introduced from another legend to prolong the tale. A contemporary incident might be adroitly narrated in terms of some legendary episode, an old tale localized or moved forward into the cycle told of a contemporary chief, a story of gods made over into one of human exploit. But a tale once composed retained its general form, even much of its detail. Since the habit of memorizing does not easily die out, a comparatively large body of such traditional story has been preserved, for the most part from oral recitation. Hawaiians today readily distinguish stories invented on a foreign pattern, of which, after the coming of the whites, they were prolific composers. It was through the introduction of the new art of letters that the missionaries won their most spectacular success over the minds of the leaders of the nation. Very soon after their arrival, the reduction of the language to writing was followed by the setting up of the first printing press west of the Rockies. The missionaries specialized in biblical knowledge, but free versions of foreign tales from Persian epic, the Arabian Nights, Shakespeare, Walter Scott, and lesser romancers of the day fill the pages of Hawaiian newspapers after the 60s. Wild romances were composed upon the foreign model with a setting of passion and mystery borrowed from other than native sources. The popular romance of Lenaala is said to have been inspired by the love passages in the Song of Solomon, and the magic employed is distinctly other than Hawaiian or even Polynesian. Happily, however, some Hawaiian editors believed that the old stories handed down from their forefathers through oral recitation had equal claim to the interest of their readers. A call was sent out for such transcriptions and, from the period of the 60s, many such legends were committed to writing and printed as continued stories in the weekly journals. A single tale might run on for years, as happened in the case of one whose translation I had attempted, only to find that the transcriber had died without bringing the story to a conclusion. Luckily, the mother of my interpreter was able to furnish the gist of the ending from her familiarity with the legend as told in the section of the country from which she came. Through the picture given in these recitals, the background of old Hawaiian culture may be actually realized. It is that of a people divided into strict classes as chiefs, priests, commoners, and slaves, holding prerogatives according to inherited rank down to their minutest subdivisions, and of land similarly subdivided, parceled out by each district chief to his followers during his own lifetime and returned to his successor for redistribution after his death. Each such ruling chief represented a family group, ohana, claiming a divine ancestor of whom he was the oldest male of pure blood in direct descent, or lacking such, the female of highest rank, and through whom he inherited the land rights for his district, commanded the services of his relatives and hangers-on, and appointed his heir at death. From time to time this orderly system of inherited descent was broken by the usurpation of a popular leader, inferior in blood but ambitious for land and power and encouraged by a discontented faction within the following or by a powerful relative from a neighboring district. Many of the legends turn upon such a conflict with the old order, in which an adventurer of a younger branch leads a popular revolt. It was under such an astute and powerful leader that the Kamehameha line was rising to power at the time of Cook's discovery of the islands in 1778. The complete success of the first Kamehameha and his final domination over the group was due not only to unusual strength of character but also to his readiness in adopting foreign ways of warfare and in following the advice of white men salvaged from the crews of looted foreign vessels, by which qualities he proved himself a capable dictator. The express commands of the dying chief, loyal to the old gods under whom he had won victory, were nevertheless powerless to prevent the final overthrow of the old religious system upon which had depended the stability of the social order. General demoralization had followed the economic changes which took place as a result of the conquest. Land was redistributed to the victors, old families were dispossessed and their holdings given to warring adventurers. Moreover, for 40 years the presence of white strangers in contact with other countries had weakened respect for the old system by which law had been regulated upon religious tabus. Young Hawaiians visiting America on whaling ships around the Horn asked for teachers for their people. Almost immediately upon the death of the old chief in 1819 the rejection of the eating tabus between men and women took place. In 1820 the first missionaries sent out from Boston by the American Board of Missions were allowed to land and to take up their mission of teaching a new faith and imposing the standards of a foreign civilization. Within a few years after this event the whole nation followed their chiefs in repudiating the national worship and adopting the Christian religion. Social and political changes took Western patterns. The uniting of the nation under a single ruler, moi, as in European countries, was followed by the setting up of a constitutional form of government after the American model, the dividing up of lands for individual ownership, and the abolition of the class system. Chiefs and slaves were alike under the new law of Christian democracy. Destructive war ceased, however political intrigue might continue. Foreign contacts of this period must certainly have influenced storytelling, especially those traditional narratives which are comparable with Bible incidents like the creation, flood, and fall of man. Or episodes also which would have seemed indecent to the foreign listener. Borrowings from southern groups must have occurred, too, after interrelations were again established with neighbors of their own blood. Hawaiians joined whaling expeditions in very early days, and had intercourse with China and the northwest coast. Mexican cowboys were introduced into Hawaii to help in the development of cattle ranches and may have contributed some episodes from their own stock of racy storytelling. Modern interpolations certainly occurred and are to be recognized in tales collected direct from more than one native narrator and recorded in Hawaiian text. It is likely too that the long novelistic passages which occur in romances published for Hawaiian readers, as well as the handling of dialogue and incident to create a picture of life, are imitated from English models. It is highly probable that the almost complete absence of cosmic imagination already noticed is due to suppression under the influence of the hard-headed incredulity of the literal-minded English and Americans who became their mentors. But those tales which Hawaiians themselves accept as genuine are easily to be distinguished from the spurious. The strangeness of the concepts to our own culture and their consistency with Polynesian thought prove a minimum of foreign influence. Many episodes or whole histories correspond with Southern types. Only in certain cases is this correspondence so close as to prove a late borrowing. In every case, however recently remodeled, the story is firmly based on native tradition and remains true in detail to native Hawaiian culture. Despite the breakdown of classes, Hawaiians of chief stock take pride today in preserving family genealogies, possibly at times distorted by a desire to aggrandize their claim to rank. Blue blood is still to be recognized in some fine old Hawaiians who do honor, in the dignity of their lives, to their inherited tradition. Many old Hawaiian chiefs during the first 100 years of foreign contact remained on their holdings in the back country, conducting their lives much according to the old pattern. Retelling their family tales or those belonging to their own locality, repeating their family chants and genealogies, treasuring their family gods or setting up new gods for immediate protection against want or sorcery. In everything relating to the past the family bond remained sacred. The old pride of rank did not easily lose its hold upon the imagination. About the places where the old gods walked, where the forefathers dwelt, lingered still their active influence for good or evil, wahipana, storied places, they are called. Even today a mere child of the district will point them out. Local entertainers may always be found ready to tell the legend, embellished by a chant at emotional moments to break the monotony of recital. On the edge of the royal fish ponds below Kalihi, in a house built for King Kalakaua, lives David Malo Kapahi, holding among his kindred, who have settled close about him. A position corresponding in humble fashion to the old patriarchal dignity of the past. Beyond the soft fringe of overhanging caches shimmer the surfaces of the ponds outlined in enduring stone. And there are dusty exhalations from neighboring dump heaps to which the once royal area has been consigned as the creeping population of the city seeks to build up firm land upon the bordering marshes. Their kapahi rules alike over fish ponds and dump heaps. As tradesmen come and go it is to Papa that they appeal for adjudication. Descended from a long line of sorcery priests of Molokai in the high chief class, educated in the best English-speaking schools of Honolulu side by side with the children of the newcomers. Inheriting from his fathers the office of guardian of the royal fish ponds, he keeps his love for the old learning taught by the elders of his own blood, and takes an even emotional interest in discussion with those who show a willingness to learn. According to Kapahi the great gods came at different times to Hawaii. Ku and Hina, male and female, were the earliest gods of his people. Kane and Kanaloa came to Hawaii about the time of Maui. Lono seems to have come last and his role to have been principally confined to the celebration of games. At one time he was driven out, according to Kapahi, but he returned later. Kane, although still thought of as the great god of the Hawaiian people, is no longer worshipped, but Ku and Hina are still prayed to by fishermen. And perhaps Kanaloa Kapahi repeating to me softly the prayer with which he himself invoked the god of fishes. Of the coming of the gods he had explicit evidence to offer. Ku and Hina were the first gods of our people. They were the gods who ruled the ancient people before Kane. On the island of Lanai was the god's landing, at the place called Kumoku. That is the tradition of our people. Kane and Kanaloa arrived there, but not Lono. Some claim that Lono came to Maui. It is said that at the time Kamehameha quartered his men at Kaunakake on Molokai before the invasion of Oahu, he went to Lanai to celebrate the Makahiki, New Year, festival, and on that occasion he said, "We come to commemorate the spot where our ancestors first set foot on Hawaiian soil. So it seems as if it must be true that the first gods who ruled our people came to Lanai. 2. Ku gods. Ku and Hina, male or husband, Kane, and female or wife, Wahine, are invoked as great ancestral gods of heaven and earth who have general control over the fruitfulness of earth and the generations of mankind. Ku means rising upright, Hina means leaning down. The sun at its rising is referred to Ku, at its setting to Hina, hence the morning belongs to Ku, the afternoon to Hina. Prayer is addressed to Ku toward the east, to Hina toward the west. Together the two include the whole earth and the heavens from east to west. In a symbol also they include the generations of mankind, both those who are to come and those already born. Some kahunists teach a prayer for sickness addressing Ku and Hina, others address Kahikina-Okala, the rising of the sun, and Komohana-Okala, entering in of the sun. Still others call upon the spirits of descendants and ancestors, praying toward the east to Hina-Kwa, back, as mother of those who are to come, and toward the west to Hina-Alo, front, for those already born. The prayer to Ku and Hina of those who pluck herbs for medicine emphasizes family relationship as the claim to protection. All are children from a single stock, which is Ku. Ku, or Hina, listen. I have come to gather for, naming the sick person, this, naming the plant, which was rooted in Kahiki, spread its rootlets in Kahiki, produced stalk in Kahiki, branched in Kahiki, leafed in Kahiki, budded in Kahiki, blossomed in Kahiki. Bore fruit in Kahiki. Life is from you, O God, until he, or she, crawls feebly and totters in extreme old age, until the blossoming time at the end. Amama, it is freed. Ku is therefore the expression of the male generating power of the first parent by means of which the race is made fertile and reproduces from a single stock. Hina is the expression of female fecundity and the power of growth and production. Through the woman must all pass into life in this world. The two, Ku and Hina, are hence invoked as inclusive of the whole ancestral line, past and to come. Ku is said to preside over all male spirits, gods, Hina over the female. They are national gods, for the whole people lay claim to their protection as children descended from a single stock in the ancient homeland of Kahiki. The idea of Ku and Hina as an expression of common parentage has had an influence upon fiction, where hero or heroine is likely to be represented as child of Ku and Hina, implying a claim to high birth much like that of the prince and princess of our own fairy tales. It enters into folk conceptions. A slab-shaped or pointed stone, pohaku, which stands upright is called male, pohaku o Kane. A flat, papa, or rounded stone is called female, papa o Hina or pohaku o Hina, and the two are believed to produce stone children. So the upright breadfruit, ulu, tree is male and is called uluku. The low, spreading tree whose branches lean over is uluhapapa and is regarded as female. These distinctions arise from analogy, in the shape of the breadfruit blossom and of the rock forms, with the sexual organs. An analogy from which Hawaiian symbolism largely derives and the male expression of which is doubtless to be recognized in the conception of the creator god, Kane. The universal character of Ku as a god worship to produce good crops, good fishing, long life, and family and national prosperity for a whole people is illustrated in a prayer quoted by J.S. Emerson as one commonly used to secure a prosperous year. O Ku, O Li. Soften your land that it may bring forth. Bring forth where? Bring forth in the sea, naming the fishing ground, squid, ulua fish. Encourage your land to bring forth. Bring forth where? Bring forth, on land, potatoes, taro, gourds, coconuts, bananas, calabashes. Encourage your land to bring forth. Bring forth what? Bring forth men, women, children, pigs, fowl, food, land. Encourage your land to bring forth. Bring forth what? Bring forth chiefs, commoners, pleasant living, bring about goodwill, ward off ill will. Here again, in the antithesis between sea and land, is another illustration like that between male and female of the practical nature of prayer, which sought to omit no fraction of the field covered lest some virtue be lost. The habit of antithesis thus became a stylistic element in all Hawaiian poetic thought. Imagination played with such mythical conceptions of earth and heaven as Papa and Wakea, Wakea, literally midday. Night, was the period of the gods, day, Ao, was that of mankind. Direction was indicated as toward the mountain or the sea, movement as away from or toward the speaker, upward or downward in relation to him. And an innumerable set of trivial pairings like large and small, heavy and soft, gave to the characteristically balanced structure of chant an antithetical turn. The contrast between upland and lowland, products of the forest and products of the sea, and the economic needs dependent upon each, shows itself as a strong emotional factor in all Hawaiian composition. It was recognized economically in the distribution of land, each family receiving a strip at the shore and a patch in the uplands. It was recognized in the division of the calendar into days, months, and seasons, when those at the shore watched for indications of the ripening season in the uplands and those living inland marked the time for fishing and surfing at the shore. It modified the habits of whole families of colonizers, some of whom made their settled homes in the uplands and in the forested mountain gorges. It determined the worship of functional gods of forest or sea, upon whom depended success in some special craft. A great number of these early gods of the sea and the forest are given ku names and are hence to be regarded as subordinate gods under whose name special families worship the god Ku, who is to be thought of as presiding over them all. As god of the forest and of rain Ku may be invoked as Kumokuhalii, Ku spreading over the land. Kupulupulu, Ku of the undergrowth. Kualono, Ku of the deep forest. Kuholoholo, Ku sliding down steeps. Kupipioloa and Poko, big and small-eared Ku. Kupaei Kui, adzing out the canoe. Kumauna, Ku of the mountain. Kukauhialaka, Ku of the Ohialihua tree. Kuka'ai, Ku of the wild pandanus vine. As god of husbandry he is prayed to as Kukao, Ku of the digging stick. Kukulia, Ku of dry farming. Kukialowalu, Ku of wet farming. As god of fishing he may be worshipped as Kuula or Kuulakai, Ku of the abundance of the sea. As god of war as Kunuiakea, Ku the supreme one. Kukailimoku, Ku snatcher of land. Kukialoa, Ku the supporter. Kuhowaninayu, Ku pulling together the earth. As god of sorcery as Kuwahailo, Ku of the maggot-dropping mouth. These are only a few of the Ku gods who play a part in Hawaiian mythology. The Ku gods of the forest were worshipped not by the chiefs but by those whose professions took them into the forest or who went there to gather wild food in time of scarcity. Kumauna and Kukauhialaka were locally worshipped as rain gods. Canoe builders prayed to the canoe-building gods for aid in their special capacities, Kumokuhalii their chief. Kupaei Kui, Kaikupiki, Kupeki, explained as adds, Kupa, which eats, Ai, the superfluous parts, Kui, and worshipped as inventor of the bevel adze for hollowing out the canoe, Kupulupulu Aikanahele, called the chipmaker. Kuholoholo Hoaholopali, who steadies the canoe when it is carried down steep places, Kupipioloa and Poko, the long dash and short-eared gods of the seat braces by which the canoe is carried. They prayed also to the female deities, Lia, Leah, who appeared in the body of a flycatcher, Ele Pio, and tapped the trunk to show if it was hollow. And Kapuoalakai, Kapua, who presided over the knot, Pu or Pua, by which the guiding ropes, Alakai, were held to the canoe. Goddesses identified in some legends with Hinoluohia, woman of the Ohia growth, and Hinapukia, woman from whom fishes are born, wives respectively of the gods of fishing and of upland cultivation, Kuulakai and Kuluka. And sisters of the first three canoe builders gods named above. Some equate Kupulupulu with the male Laka, called ancestor of the Menehune people, and hence with Kukauhialaka, god of the hula dance. When the people of Kaiu district hear for the first time the sound of the keek drum and flute, as Laimaikahiki passes their coast on one of his visits from the south, they say, it is the canoe of the god Kupulupulu, and they offer sacrifices. Kukauhialaka is worshipped by canoe builders in the body of the Ohia Lehua, the principal hardwood tree of the upland forest. His image in the form of a feather god is also worshipped in the heiau with Kunuiakea, Lono, Kane, and Kanaloa. He is the male laka worshipped in the hula dance. That is why the altar in the dance hall is not complete without a branch of red lehua blossoms. In Tahiti, Rarotonga, and New Zealand, Rata is the name of the ohia tree. In the cave of this god in Olae on Hawaii grows an ohia lehua which is looked upon in that district as the body of the forefather, Laka. It bears only 2 blossoms at a time. If a branch is broken, blood will flow. The story of its origin is as follows. Kukauhia Kalaka and his sister Kaiuekwahewa, the rain on the ridges, come from Kahiki to Hawaii and live, Ku with his wife at Keau and Koa with her husband in the uplands of Olae. When the sister brings vegetable food from her garden to her brother at the sea, her stingy sister-in-law pretends that they have no fish and gives her nothing but seaweed to take home as a relish. In despair at this treatment, Koa transforms her husband and children into rats and herself into a spring of water. Her spirit comes to her brother and tells him of her fate. He visits the uplands, recognizes the spot as she has directed in the dream, and, plunging into the spring, is himself transformed into the lehua tree which we see today. Hinoluohia, Hina the growing ohia tree, is the female goddess of the ohia lehua forest. In the genealogies, legends, and romances she appears as mother of Kaulu, the voyager, and wife of Kukauhialaka. Kailua on the northern side of Oahu is their home. As wife of Kahai she is mother of Wahieloa and grandmother of Laka at Kawiki in Hana district of Maui. In the shape of an ohia tree she protects Haiaila, child of Wakea and Kaholo, and Laukaiie the daughter of Pakahi. To both god and goddess the flowering ohia is sacred and no one on a visit to the volcano will venture to break the red flowers for a wreath or pluck leaves or branches on the way thither. Only on the return, with proper invocations, may the flowers be gathered. A rainstorm is the least of the unpleasant results that may follow tampering with the sacred lehua blossoms. Ku Mauna, Ku of the mountain, is one of the forest gods banished by Pele for refusing to destroy Lohaio at her bidding. He is said to have lived as a banana planter in the valley above Hialeah in Kaiu district on Hawaii which bears his name. There he incurred the wrath of Pele and was overwhelmed in her fire. Today the huge boulder of lava which retains his shape in the bed of the valley is worshipped as a rain god. As late as 1914 a keeper escorted visitors to the sacred valley to see that the god was properly respected and his influence upon the weather restrained within bounds for the benefit of the district. The legend runs as follows. A tall foreigner comes from Kahiki and cultivates bananas of the Iholena variety in a marshy spot of the valley. Pele comes to him in the shape of an old woman and he refuses to share his bananas with her. She first sends cold, then, as he sits doubled up with his hands pressed against his face trying to keep warm, she overwhelms him with a stream of molten lava. In this shape he is to be seen today encrusted in lava. Sick people are sometimes brought to a cave near the place where stands Kamana and left there overnight for healing. In case of drought an opelu fish is brought from the sea and struck against the rock in order to call the rain god's attention to the needs of his worshippers. In case a fish of the proper variety is lacking, a rare plant growing in the vicinity, which has leaves mottled like the sides of the opelu, may be used as a substitute. But all this must be done with the greatest reverence. Visitors to the valley are warned to be quiet and respectful lest a violent rainstorm mar their trip to the mountains. The story told of Johnny Searle has become a legend of the valley and a warning to irreverent foreigners. About the year 1896, while Johnny Searle was manager of Hialeah Sugar Plantation, there occurred a prolonged drought and one evening as he was riding home down the valley with a party of Hawaiian goat hunters he raised his gun and shot at the Kamana boulder, exclaiming, "There, Kamana! Show your power!" The shot broke off a piece from a projecting elbow, which some say he took home and threw into the fire. His companions fled. That night, as the story runs, a cloudburst rushed down the valley and flung great stones all over the backyard of the plantation house, where they may be seen today as proof of the truth of Kamona's power. Rain heiau were still to be found in early days on Hawaii. A famous healing kahuna of Kaiu nicknamed Kalakalo, who worshipped his god the sun in Hanakane Gulch, is said to have been constantly appealed to by the white planter to invoke rain or sunshine. In the Chatham Islands an old Moriori could raise a favorable wind for fishing by tapping on the trunk of a special kopi tree. Other trees or rocks sent a deluge of rain in response to tapping. In Samoa 2 spirits, Fogue and Tofa, have charge of the rain. When a company go out after doves, offerings are made to them of taro and fish in order to ensure fair weather. But if someone follows and strikes the stone which is dedicated to the 2 spirits, a thunderstorm will fall. In Nanduailo in the Lau Islands a small rock below high water mark brings a tidal wave if anyone strikes it or breaks off a piece. A fisherman might choose any one of various fishing gods to worship, and the tapus which he kept depended upon the fish god worshipped. Ku'ulakai, Ku of abundance in the sea, was one of these gods, some say the one who had control over all the gods of the sea. Reddish things were sacred to him. The fisherman's heiau set up at a fishing beach is called after him a kula. The god lived as a man on earth on East Maui in the land called Aliamai at a place called Lehoula, Red Kauri, on the side of the hill Kaiwio Pele, the bones of Pele. There he built the first fish pond. And when he died he gave to his son Ai the 4 magic objects with which he controlled the fish and taught him how to address the gods in prayer and how to set up fish altars. The objects were a decoy stick called Pahiaka Kahui, a kauri called Lehoula, a hook called Manaya Kalani, and a stone called Kula which, if dropped into a pool, had the power to draw the fish thither. His son Ai, following his instructions, traveled about the islands establishing fishing stations, Koa, at fishing grounds, Koa Aina, where fish were accustomed to feed and setting up altars, Kula, upon which to lay. As offerings to the fishing gods, 2 fish from the first catch, one for the male, the other for the female Aumakua. Some accounts give Ai a son named Puniaiki who is a fish kupua and trickster and helps his father set up fishing stations. In this story the god Ku'ulakai who supplies reproductive energy to all things of the sea is represented by his human worshipper. The man Kula who served the ruling chief of East Maui as head fisherman has a place on the genealogical line stemming from Wakea. The fish pond over which he presided, the place where his house stood, the bones of the great eel he slew. The stone of victory, Pohaku o Lanakila, set up by his son at the famous surfing beach of Makaiaikalua to commemorate his triumphal are pointed out today by natives of the locality in verification of the story. At the stone Makakiloa, Eyes of the Fish Watchman, placed by Ai on the summit of Kawiki, fishermen still keep a lookout to watch for akule fish entering the bay. A haul of 28,000 were drawn up there only a few years ago. It is the old fishing technique still practiced, both in its practical and its religious aspect, which is referred to Kula's teaching. All the places named in the legend of Ai remain as authentic fishing grounds and stations for fishermen in island waters. Nor is the old practice of offering fish from the first catch to the god upon the fish altar entirely forgotten. Story of Kula. Wahiako version. While Kamohoaliai, the shark chief, is ruling chief over Hana, the god Kula is living in human form at Lehoula by the sea with his wife Hinapukuai, Hinapupuke, while his brother Kulauka, sacred one of the uplands, god of cultivators, is living in the hills with Hina's sister Hinauluohia, Leah, as his wife. The chief finds the food supply diminishing and his people in want. He appoints Kulakai head fisherman and Kulauka head cultivator for the whole island. Kulakai builds a fish pond with walls 20 feet thick and 10 feet high and an inlet for the fish to go in and out at. The pond is always full of fish because of Kula's power, and men crowd to see the wonder he has made. Finally appears an enemy who breaks down the walls of the fish pond. At Wailau on Molokai lives a handsome chief named Kikuna who has kupua power and can turn himself into an eel 300 feet long. He sees the fish pond swarming with fish and slips in through the inlet, but when he is fed well he cannot get out without breaking down the wall. He goes away and hides in a deep hole about 700 feet beyond Alau Island called Hole of the Ona, because it is a feeding place for ulua fish. The chief's kahuna points out the enemy and his hiding place. Kula fishes for the eel with the famous hook maniakalani baited with roasted coconut meat and attached to two stout ropes held by men standing on opposite sides of the bay. These draw the hooked eel to shore. Kula kills him with a stone, and there his body lies turned to stone with one jaw smashed and the other gaping. The dog Poki is set to watch him and may be seen also turned to stone looking off to Molokai where the friends of the chief are bewailing him. Often one hears a shrill sound like mourning and the bubbles that push up into the rock pools are the tears of those who mourn. The dead chief's favorite determines to revenge himself upon Kula. He gets himself appointed Kamohualiai's messenger to the fish pond and one day when the chief has sent him for a fish and Kula has given him instructions how to prepare it by cutting off its head, baking it in the oven, slicing, and salting it. He throws away the fish and pretends that Kula's words were directed toward the chief's own body. The chief orders Kula to be burned in his house with all his family. Because he is a god, Kula knows of the order and prepares to save himself, his wife, and son. He bequeaths to his son Ai his magic objects and his power of drawing the fish, instructs him about setting up fishing stations, and bids him escape with the smoke when it turns to the west. Then he and his wife escape into the sea, carrying with them all the things for the people's good. Ai escapes with his calabash from the house when the smoke turns to the west, and hides in a hole in the cliff. 3 gourds pop in the fire and all believe that the 3 inmates of the house are consumed. A storm arises and all those who have taken part in the burning are killed. Meanwhile the fish have followed Kula and Hina and the pond is empty. The chief threatens the people with death if no fish is brought him. Ai is befriended by a little boy named Pele Hawawa and to save the family of his friend he drops the Kula stone into a pool and the fish swarm into the pool. The first fish that the chief eats slips down his throat hole and chokes him to death. Legend of Ai. The first fishing ground marked out by Ai is that of the Hole of the Ulua where the great eel hid. A second lies between Haumea and Hanu in Hana, where fish are caught by letting down baskets into the sea. A third is Ko'uli in the deep sea. A fourth is the famous Akule fishing ground at Wanaula mentioned above. At Onamiel he places 3 pebbles and they form a ridge where awio fish gather. At Waiohu he sets up on a rocky islet the stone paka to attract fish. From the cliff of Puhiai he directs the luring of the great octopus from its hole off Wailua Nui by means of the magic kauri shell and the monster is still to be seen turned to stone with one arm missing, broken off in the struggle. Leaving Hana, he establishes fishing stations and altars along the coast all around the island as far as Kipahulu. At the famous fishing ground, Koe Nui, in the Sea of Maulili he meets the fisherman Kane Mekua and presents him with the fish he has just caught and gives him charge of the grounds. Bidding him establish the custom of giving the first fish caught to any stranger passing by canoe. Another famous station and altar is at Kahikiula. At Heikioawa on Kaholawe he establishes a square-walled kula like a heiau, set on a bluff looking off to sea. On Lanai he fishes for a ku at Cape Kaunolu and there, some say, finds kanipua fishing. At Cape Kaina a stone which he has marked turns into a turtle and this is how turtles came to Hawaiian waters and why they come to the beach to lay their eggs, and this is the reason for the name Polihua for the beach near Paumai. On Molokai he lands at Puniku, kicks mullet spawn ashore with his foot at Kaunakake, and at Wailau where Kuna lived and where he finds the people neglecting to preserve the young fish. He causes all the shrimps to disappear and then reveals their retreat to a lad to whom he takes a fancy. This is a rocky ledge called Koki and hence the saying, Koki of Wailau is the ladder to the shrimps. Kalaupapa is still a famous fishing ground because of the stone Ai left there. A good place for fishing with hook and line on Molokai is between Cape of the Dog and Cape of the Tree. On Oahu, Aiai lands at Makapu'u and makes the stone male the fish stone for the uhu fish of that place. Other stones are set up at grounds for different kinds of fish. The uhu is the common fish as far as Hanauma. At Kaluahole the Aholi fish run. The fish still spawn about a round sandstone, called Panahakion, which Aiai placed outside Kauai. It is Aiai's son Punia who, instructed by Aiai, sets up the ko stone for Honolulu in Kamakapili, the kula at Kapuhu, a stone at Hanapuli in Ava, and the kula awina at Waipio. The fishing ground outside Kawailoa is named Hanio. Grounds for Waianae are Kwa and Manalahailahai, for Waimea, Camelino, for Leamalu, Kaihukuna. The two, father and son, visit Kauai and Niihau and finally Hawaii, where the most noted fishing grounds are Pue, Kahaka, and Ololomoana in Kona. Kalai in Kau, Kapakia in Puna, Ian Hilo. Story of Puniaikai. A. From version. At Kaka'ako, Aiai lives with a friendly man named Apua. The chief ko is a skillful aku fisher at his grounds from Mamala to Monolua. At Hanakaialama lives Puiwa and she seeks Aiai for a husband and they have a son Puniaki. One day while she is busy gathering Oopu no Pai the child cries and when he asks his wife to attend to it she answers him saucily. Aiai prays and a storm raises a freshet which carries away fish and child downstream. He sees Kiki Hale, daughter of Ko, pick up a large oopu from the stream and recognizes his child transformed into a fish. The chiefess makes a pet of it and feeds it on sea moss. One day she is amazed to find a man-child in its place. She determines to have the child reared to become her husband, and this comes to pass. When she reproaches him for doing nothing but sleep, he sends her to ask for fish hooks from her father, but burns as useless the innumerable hooks which Ko sends him. In a vision Aiai appears to him at Kamakapili where is the famous lure Kauai which he had from his father Kola. With this in hand, Punia fills the canoe with aku, which fairly leap into the canoe after the lure. B. Fornander version. Kola and Hina live at Nialopa, Nuuanu, and are famous for their luck in fishing. This comes from a pearl fishhook named Kahui, which is guarded by the bird Kamanuai at Kaumakapailai. When it is let down into the water the fish jump after it into the canoe. Kipapalalu, ruling chief of Honolulu, steals the hook. Hina bears the child Aiai and throws him into the Nuuanu stream. He is borne downstream to the bathing place of Kipapalalu's daughter Kaulemamo near the rock Nahakaipwami, pointed out today in the Nuuanu stream. The chiefess brings up the beautiful child and takes him for her husband. When about to bear a child she craves aku fish and Aiai bids her ask her father for his pearl fishhook and a big canoe for fishing. He makes a great haul of fish, which he brings to his wife, but the hook he returns to the care of the bird, which has been ailing since the loss but which now recovers strength. Story of Puniakaya. Puniakaya, hankering after fish, the handsome son of high chiefs of the northern districts of Oahu named Nuupia and Hailko, who live at Kaneohe, nurses the fish Uhumakaikai, parent of all the fishes. And his pet drives fish into his nets. He marries a pretty, well-behaved woman named Ka'alaya, to whom he and his father and mother bring gifts according to custom. She gives herself alone by coming to him and placing herself in his lap. He goes to live with her family but they insult him for doing nothing but sleep and he goes away to Kauai, takes a high chiefess to wife, and lays a wager to bring in a great catch of fish. His pet fish in the pool at Nuupia, apprised by his mother of the wager, sends him fish enough to win the whole island of Kauai. He gives these away to the men who have taken him across to Kauai and returns to Oahu with his new wife. The theme of the stolen luck-bringing fishhook is common in the South Seas. It occurs again in Hawaii in the story of Iwa the Master Thief, which appears in a later chapter. New Zealand. Tautini, son of Tari's sister Hainaitaitai, recovers the fishhook which Are Kuru, brother-in-law of Tari, stole from Rari. Tokalau. Kalakalookala, child of the sun in Whakaofa, starts up a tree to visit his father in order to get a lucky fish hook as a bridal present for his wife. Directed by an old blind woman whose 8 taro sprouts he has broken off and whose sight he has restored, he passes stinging insects, then crabs, goes through a spinning door, and finds his father. He is given a bundle and told not to open it, but does so and is swallowed by a shark because the sun is angry. The hook falls into the sea and is taken by the Fiji chief and shaped into a lucky spoon bait. Hina's husband tries it and is so pleased with it that he carries it away with him. The whole wedding party except Hina are in consequence drowned. Hina returns to her father and her child Taini gets possession of the shell and is successful in bonito fishing until he loses the hook. Samoa. Alo Alo is sent to heaven after the lucky fishhook in order to satisfy his wife's pregnancy craving for fish. He disobeys the tapu and falls into the sea near Fiji and the hook he has obtained is lost. Tonga. An old man's daughter is taken to the sky. A man crawls up the fish line leading to the sky and she bears twins. The twins are sent to their grandfather for the hook for pulling up land. The old man tells them to select a bright hook, but they take the dull one and it turns out to be the lucky hook. Maui Kisikisi comes to Manue after a lucky fishhook, meets the fisherman's wife Tavatava Imanuka, and wins from her the secret that the dull-looking hook is the one he must take. Tavatava Imanuka has become the saying for one who has betrayed a secret. At the time of Cook's discovery of the Hawaiian group, priests of the strictest religious order followed the ku ritual. According to the ku worship, any public calamity which threatened the whole people, like prolonged drought, was to be averted by the erection of a special form of heiau, luakini, in which was observed a prolonged ritual involving the whole people as participants and demanding exorbitant offerings to the gods in the shape of pigs, coconuts, redfish, white cloth, and human victims. This was especially the practice in time of war. The ruling chief alone could erect such a heiau, but subject to the advice of the priests, who picked out a favorable site and decided whether an old heiau was to be repaired or a new one set up. Tradition was consulted to determine the plans of heiau whose erection had been followed by success in battle. Variations in plan might occur, but all must include the essential parts laid down at the time of the building of the first heiau by the gods at Waolani on Oahu, and it was to the national god Kunuiakea that such a heiau was erected. Kunuiakea was represented in the heiau by a block of ohia wood freshly cut under strict ritual ceremonies. A human sacrifice was offered as payment for the tree both at the spot where it was cut down and at the post hole where the image was set up. In the forest the gods of the growing tree were invoked in a prayer which seems, with its reiterative phrasing, a very old one. Ku of the forest, Kulono, strike gently. Kupalupulu, Kumokuhaliai, strike gently. Cut a pathway, strike gently. Cut a pathway above, strike gently. Cut a pathway below, strike gently. Hew down the ohia kumekua, strike gently. Hew down the ohia of the forest, strike gently. Hew down the ohia of the moist forest, strike gently. Hew down the ohia of the koa forest, strike gently. The public ceremonies at the heiau covered 10 days, or might be extended if the auspices were unfavorable. They have not been studied in detail, but the accounts include a circuit run about the images in the heiau carrying the portable gods and led by a naked man impersonating Kahualiai. Recitation of sacred, binding prayers, during a period of complete silence, called an aha, assembly, dedication of the mana, sacred, sanctuary where the priests assembled for 2 days to chant prayers. Another aha ceremony followed by a symbolic, binding of the heavenly to the earthly realm, by means of a rope of sinnit run around the inside of the sacred house. The offering to ku of a human victim or of an ulua fish whose eye was plucked out for Kahualiai. The cutting of the god's navel string, represented by a girdle of coconut leaves, in a ceremony corresponding to that for a chief's son, and the girding of the god and of each of the other images with a loincloth. The dressing with white tapa of the 3-tiered prayer tower, into which the priest then entered. A visit to the mountains by priests and people carrying the portable war gods of the chiefs and returning with shouts and singing, bearing branches of koa trees to make a temporary booth. The sacrifice of a pig and its entire consumption, each man in the group sharing the feast, a ceremonial bath in the sea from which each returned with a piece of coral in his hand and piled it upon a heap outside the temple. And finally the presentation by the female chiefs of the ruling family of a great loincloth for ku. The occasion of the offering of human sacrifices brought together only those of rank and those who had prepared themselves under careful discipline. It followed, according to Kamapua, a strict period of prayer during which the audience all sat firmly on their buttocks, the left leg crossed over the right leg in the position called Nepu and the left hand crossed over the right. At the command of the priest everyone held up the right hand pointing toward heaven, kept this position while the group prayed in unison, and then went back to the first position, all exactly at the same time and without moving the body. A mistake meant death to the awkward or careless. If the body to be offered was that of a chief slain in battle, the ruling chief took hold of the hook Manaikalani, the famous hook that drew up land, which hung from a cord, and hooked it into the mouth of the victim. At the same time reciting the prayer which condemned the traitor, and the body was laid on the altar with each arm embracing the body of a hog laid on either side of the dead man. After a war there might be many such victims. For feather war gods were worshipped in the heiau in the time of Kamehameha as visible forms of the god Kunuiakea under the Peo priesthood. These gods are described by Kamapua as sticks of wood below, draped in folds of tapa, and at the head a very fine feather hung dangling so as to cover the head. When the god was consulted to know the truth, the feather stood straight up, whirling about like a waterspout as if full of electricity, and flew from its place and rested on the head of a person and trembled on his head, his arm, or shoulder. This was a sign that the god would help and bless him in war and give him prosperity. Impotent gods who remained obstinately passive were rejected by war leaders or the battle was called off. Kawelo, the story says, smashed the god Kulanihahu with a club and called it a coward because it showed not even a flutter of feathers when consulted about the success of his expedition to Kauai. Kukulimoku is the most famous of the Ku gods of battle owned by Kamehameha. Kalakaua describes the image as a small wooden figure, roughly carved, with a headdress of yellow feathers. This god was said to utter cries during a battle which could be heard above the sounds of the fight. It was supposed to represent the god Kaili of Liloa, which was given to Umi at the time when the rule over the land was given to Hakau, to have been carefully preserved and worshipped by Umi. And to have descended to Kiwinui Umi and from him to his son Lono Aikamaka-Kahiki. Kalaniopuu gave it to Kamehameha. This was not, however, the original Kaili god, according to some old Hawaiians. The original god, Akua, was a stone, or gourd, about the size of 2 fists, bound about with sen knit, and having at the top 2 feathers from the mythical bird called Hiva-oe, which were secured by prayer. When Kamehameha conquered all the islands, the saying was "E ku Kaili moku," that is, Kaili has risen over the islands. This expression became attached to the image. After the abolition of the tapu by the chiefs after Kamehameha's death, the keeper of Kaili in Kohala made a canoe and placed the god in it, together with food, awa, and tapa cloth. He wept over the god, saying, "O Kaili, here is your canoe, here is food, here is awa, here is tapa, go back to Kahiki." Then he set the god adrift on the ocean and by the mana of the god the canoe sailed onward to Kahiki and was never seen again. All of these war gods were ultimately regarded as gods of sorcery. It was for this reason that Kamehameha was careful to secure the gods of the islands over which he had gained rule. Kuho'oninuyu was the god of the Pakaka temple at Ko, Honolulu, and the principal god of Oahu ruling chiefs. Kukuoloeva was worshipped on Maui and became a god of Kamehameha when he gained possession of that island. Kukelimoku was the most powerful sorcery god of Hawaii until the rise of the famous sorcery god of Molokai, Kalaipahoa, whose story will be told later. Kuwahailo, Ku Maggot Mouth, was by tradition a man-eater and the god responsible for the introduction of human sacrifice. Ellis's story is that, after Umi's victory over his elder half-brother Hakau, the voice of Kwahiro his god, was heard demanding more men for the sacrifice, until 80 of the enemy had been offered. The legend runs that when the body of Hakau himself was laid on the altar, the god came down from heaven in a pillar of floating clouds with thunder and lightning and dark clouds, and the tongue of the god wagged above the altar. In fiction, the place of this god is in the heavens. He pours death-dealing bolts in the Aukele legend. In the Anai-like romance, his coming is preceded by earthquake and heavy winds, then by a tongue carrying victims in its hollow, followed by the body. In the Hinakalo romance, he is a man-eater with terrible bodies such as a whirlwind, an earthquake, caterpillars, a stream of blood, moo body with flashing eyes and thrusting tongue. All these manifestations are among the bodies of the Pele family of gods, and Kuwahailo's name is one of those given for the husband of Haumea and father of Pele. Male chiefs worshipped him as a god of sorcery under the name of Kuwahailoa-Kapuni. In the legend of Hawaiiloa, he is the god worshipped by the man-eaters of the South Seas, because of whom Hawaiiloa forbids further intercourse with southern groups. In a Hawaiian newspaper, he is invoked as Ku with the maggot-dropping mouth, Ku big eyes, Ku little eyes, Ku long eyes, Ku short eyes, Ku rolling eyes, Ku strolling about in the rain, Ku like a seabird, Ku the parent, Ku of the uplands, Ku of the ohia tree, Ku of the low-lying islands, Ku mountain ward, Ku seaward, Ku with a mouthful of maggots. Return. Return. 3. The god Lono. Henry thinks that the Hawaiian Lono as Great Lono dwelling in the waters, Lono nui no Hawaii Kawai, is the Tahitian god Ro'o, messenger of the gods and especially of Tane, who sets himself in the cloud and feeds upon it. Is born and matured there, and travels on with it. Lono in Hawaii is associated with cloud signs and the phenomena of storms. According to some old Hawaiians, the god, with head hidden in the dark clouds above, Po'ohuna'ai Ku'eo Lewa, is primarily Lono. In the address of the priest to the returning Lono at the Makahiki, he is associated with the clouds. Your bodies, O Lono, are in the heavens. A long cloud, a short cloud. A watchful cloud. An overlooking cloud. In the heavens, it is. From Uliuli, from Mele Mele. From Palapala, from Haihai. From Omaukululu. From the land that gave birth to Lono. Behold, Lono places the stars. That sail resplendent through the heavens. High resplendent is the great image of Lono. The stem of Lono links our dynasties with Kahiki, has lifted them up. Purified them in the ether of Lono. In prayers to Lono, the signs of the god are named as thunder, lightning, earthquake, the dark cloud, the rainbow, rain and wind, whirlwinds that sweep the earth. Rocks washed down ravines by the red mountain streams, stained with red earth, rushing to the sea, waterspouts, the clustering clouds of heaven, gushing springs on the mountains. Lono the rolling thunder. The heaven that rumbles. The disturbed sea. Says the chant. The Lono order of priests in the days of Kamehameha set up heiaus to pray for rain, abundant crops, or escape from sickness and trouble. A prayer to Lono, recorded in the Fornander collection under Thrum, shows how, after the coming of Kane and Kanaloa and the establishment of the ancestral line through Kumahonua and Lalahonua, and it spread over the island through Wakea and Papa, from whom were born the chiefs, there came Lono also from the ancestral birthplace, to whom were offered the redfish, the black coconut, the whitefish, and the growing awa. To Kane and Kanaloa were made sacred the red fowl, the pig, and awa. Ku, Kane, and Kanaloa are supreme in Kahiki. The coming of Lono is heralded by cloud signs in the heavens, and finally, Lono and Kikialani. Living together, fructifying the earth. Observing the tapu of women. Clouds bow down over the sea. The earthquake sounds. Within the earth. Tumbling down there. Below Malama. Kia in the chant is the goddess Wakea. Wakea, descended from Moik of Oahu, lived on earth as a prophetess and became the wife of Kealoewa, ruling chief of Molokai and son of Kamapua. Her name is coupled with Lono's in the ceremony for weaning a boy child, in which the symbolic gourd of Lono plays an important part. The common people remembered the fructifying powers of Lono in the shape of a symbolic food gourd, which, like the stone of Cain, was used for family prayers only. Each householder kept in his house of worship, called the mua, a food gourd, hiololo, called kwahu, altar, or ipu, gourd, of Lono, covered with wickerwork and hung by strings to a notched stick. Inside the gourd were kept food, fish, and awa, and a little piece of awa was tied to the handle outside. Morning and evening the pious man took down the gourd, laid it at the door of the house, and, facing outward, prayed for the chiefs, commoners, and for the good of his own family, then ate the food from the gourd and sucked the awa. The gourd prayer quoted by Malo for the ceremony at the weaning of a male child invokes both Lono and Noa, Kia, the goddess who provides milk for the nursing mother and is now petitioned to stop the supply. Both god and goddess are called upon to eat the food provided, Kia to see to the child's prosperity, Lono to send propitious cloud omens, and both to guard against the malice of sorcery. After this ceremony the child is transferred to the men's house and eats no more with the women. The chant runs. My vine branch this, and this the fruit on my vine branch. Thick set with fruit are the shooting branches, a plantation of gourds. How many seeds from this gourd, pray, have been planted in this land cleared by fire? Have been planted and flowered out in Hawaii. Planted is this seed. It grows, it leaves, it flowers, lo. It fruits this gourd vine. The gourd is placed in position, a shapely gourd it is. Plucked is the gourd, it is cut open. The core within is cut up and emptied out. The gourd is this great world, it's covered the heavens of Kuakini. Thrust it into the netting. Attach to it the rainbow for a handle. Lono as god of fertility was celebrated in the Makahiki festival held during the rainy season of the year, covering a period of 4 months from about October to February. During this time the regular tapu days were suspended, the people left off their ordinary occupations and practiced athletic games. Meanwhile ritual ceremonies took place and a procession moved through each district collecting offerings out of the abundance provided by the god in response to the prayers and offerings of the preceding year. Lono Mekua, Father Lono, was the name given to the material form which represented the god at this time. It was a straight wooden post or mast about 10 inches in circumference and 10 to 15 feet long, with joints carved at intervals, says Malo, and a figure at the upper end which Alexander identifies as a bird. Near the top was tied a crosspiece about 16 feet long to which were hung feather wreaths, imitations of the skeleton of the kopu bird, and at each end long streamers of white tapa cloth which hung down longer than the pole. This was the so-called long god of the Makahiki. Before the long god was brought out, fires were lighted on the beach and the people bathed ceremonially in the sea and put on fresh garments. This bathing festival was called Haiuai, water splashing. For 5 days thereafter the high priest was kept blindfolded and, merrymaking, boastful demonstrations of prowess, and boxing were the occupations of the day. Offerings to the god were collected from each district. The long god was borne along the seacoast, the procession moving clockwise, with the land side to the right. A little god was in the meantime borne along through the uplands in the opposite direction, followed by the people, who gathered huge packs of edible fern as they went, and returned that same evening to the point of departure. It might take 20 days for the long god to make the circuit. At each chief's place the carriers were fed, the chief's wife hung a fresh tapa cloth girdle about the god, and the chief clasped an ivory tooth ornament upon it. "Hail to Lono!" cried the people while the priest prayed to the god and pointed out the clouds from Tahiti which were the signs of his coming. Meanwhile the keepers of each god hung bundles of roasted taro tops on the sides of their houses to break the tapu on labor. Fires were lighted on the night of Cain, and if they burned brightly and there was no rain the bandage was removed from the eyes of the high priest and the next day all could go fishing and eat the fish caught. When the long god returned, the ruling chief sailed out in a boat to meet the god, and on his return he was met by a company of spearmen. One of these threw a spear which he or his attendant parried, and another touched him with a spear. A mock battle followed, and that night the ruling chief offered a pig in sacrifice at the heiau. A naked impersonator of Kahualiai spent the following night in a temporary booth, and the next day all the people feasted on roast pig. A large meshed net, the net of Meolaha, filled with vegetable food was shaken out, and if none clung to the net it was a sign of a prosperous year. A structure of wickerwork was sent out to sea to take Lono back to Kahiki, and an unpainted canoe coursed back and forth in the sea. Finally, to free the pork tapu it was necessary for the ruling chief to spend a night in each of 4 booths in succession. And to free the fishing tapu on the aku fish, which alternated for 6 months with that for the opelu, the Kaholiai impersonator ate an eye of an aku fish and one of a man killed in sacrifice. Now began the new year, concludes Malo. During the passage of the long god from district to district, offerings for the god were collected in the form of vegetable food, live animals, dried fish, bark cloth garments, ornaments, and other valuable property. If the offering was considered too small, the god remained overnight until more could be gathered, and the land overseer was likely to be dispossessed. In Kamehameha's day a kind of game was made of such an event. The pole was let down, and the whole following were at liberty to raid the district and take what property they pleased, but if anyone took anything after the pole was set straight again, he was subject to the owner's retaliation. A comparison of harvest festivals reported from other South Sea groups shows that the idea is common. But the form each takes and the god to whom the occasion is dedicated must be regarded as dependent upon the special social system and special religious setup locally developed within the group. In Tahiti, a first fruit festival is celebrated called the Parare Matahiti, beginning in December or early January and invoking Romatane, god of paradise. In the Marquesas, harvest festivals are celebrated in the autumn at the seasons of Ahua and Mataiki. In Fiji, the Lord from Hades comes to the Tailevu coast in December and pushes the young yam shoots through the soil. Silence is imposed during this moon. At the end a great shout is raised and the news is carried from village to village that pleasure and labor are again free for all. In Tonga, at the time of presentation of the first fruits, the sports of wrestling, club fighting, and boxing are indulged in. In San Cristobal, at the time of first fruits, the priest offers sacrifice as the news is sent forward from village to village and the people go forth, the men bearing weapons and sham fighting as they go. The women carrying a fire stick for the sacrifice. They chant a song and set up symbols at a sacred tree in order that the creepers may be strong for climbing, the cooking successful, the adzes sharp, the craftsmen skillful at house building, the mat making prosperous. They burn sacrifices of puddings made from the first crops. Then they send on word to the next village, where a similar ceremony is performed. The legend given by Henry Lyman of the way in which Lono came to institute the Makahiki Games is as follows. Legend of the Makahiki. Lono sends out 2 of his brothers as messengers to find him a wife on earth. They travel from island to island and finally in the Waipio Valley on Hawaii beside the falls of Haialoa they find the beautiful Kaikilani dwelling in a breadfruit grove companioned by birds. Lono descends on a rainbow and makes her his wife and she becomes a goddess under the name of Kaikitanialiaiopuna. They live at Kualakuakua and delight in the sport of surfing. A chief of earth makes love to her and Lono hears him singing a wooing song. He is angry and beats her to death, but not before she has assured him of her innocence and her love for him. Lono then institutes the Makahiki Games in her honor and travels about the island like a madman challenging every man he meets to a wrestling match. He builds a canoe such as mortal eyes have never seen since, with a mast of ohia wood and a sail woven of niihau matting and cordage twisted from the coconuts of Keauho. The people bring heaps of provisions and pile them up before him. 40 men bear the canoe to the launching place, but Lono sails forth alone. His words of promise to the people are that he will return to them, not by canoe but on an island shaded by trees, covered over by coconuts, swarming with fowl and swine. The story opens much like the version given by Ellis of the institution of the Arioi Society by the god Oro, in the person of Oro Tedifa as Molman thinks, whom he takes to be the earthly Oro and perhaps a historical person. Legend of Oro. A. Ellis and Molman versions. Oro desires a wife of the daughters of Taata, the first man. He sends his 2 brothers, Tufarapai and Tufarapai to seek for such a wife. They visit island after island and finally at Muatahataharua, Red-Ridged Mountain, on Bora Bora they find the beautiful Vairamati. Oro makes of the rainbow a pathway to earth. He finds the girl bathing at Ovea at Vaitape on Bora Bora and makes her his wife. Hoatabuaitarai is the child born to him. His younger brothers come in search of him, Oro Tedifa and Uru Tedifa. Finding the wife and having no suitable gift to present to her, one turns himself into a pig and a bunch of red feathers and the other makes the offering. To reward his brothers, Oro deifies them and makes them leaders of the Arioi Society. B. Morinhout version. Oro himself descends to earth on the island of Bora Bora and with his 2 sisters, the goddesses Tiuri and Oa, attends all the festivals where women are gathered. At Vaitape he finds a girl of rare beauty bathing in the pool Ovea, Veramati by name. The sisters approach her on his behalf and she consents to have an affair with him provided he is young, handsome, and a chief. Each night he descends on a rainbow to his bride. His brothers come to seek him and, finding him with the girl and having with them no presents to offer, one takes the body of a pig, the other of a bunch of red feathers and, retaining also their human bodies, they present their gifts. That night the pig bears 7 little ones which are dedicated to the Arioi, which a man named Mahi now initiates at Oro's request. Oro quits Veramati in a column of flame after bidding her name the child Oetabuti, sacred friend of the gods. This child becomes a great chief and rules well. At his death he ascends to the heavens where his father and mother dwell. The likeness between this late Hawaiian Lono story and that collected early in Tahiti as the origin of the Arioi Society under the patronage of Oro does not argue for an original identity of Lono with the Tahitian god Oro, whose worship at the Great Temple at Raiatea probably arose later than the migration period to Hawaii. The theme of the descent of a god from heaven to a beautiful woman of earth is a stock theme in Polynesian mythology and recurs repeatedly in Hawaiian chant and story. Further investigation is needed to prove that it originally belonged to the Lono myth, tempting as is the hypothesis. Its application to the figure of this new god who is said to have been introduced late from Maui into the orders of priesthood and who was worshipped without human sacrifice as a god of peace and of fructification of the earth. In contrast to the severe coup ritual directed toward the preservation of the ruling chief in time of war or danger from sorcery and the enforcement of the tapu system upon which a chief's rank and power depended would explain some mythical allusions which are now obscure. But the theme uniformly connected with the Lono myth and his institution of the Makahiki games is the jealousy motive, and this does not appear in the Tahitian Oro myth, although it bears some resemblance to an episode in the life of the navigator hero. It gets mixed up in Hawaii with the late history of a grandson of Omi named Lono Aikamakaahiki, to which it does not belong. A song of the god Lono in an epic form unusual in Hawaiian poetry is quoted in translation in the notes taken on the visit to Honolulu of HMS Blonde in 1825. The allusion in the 4th couplet is to the play of pieces in the game of checkers, konane, in which Lono and his wife are engaged, but its secret meaning, divined by the chief, suggests getting rid of the lady's present lover in favor of the one who sends the message. Song of Lono. Rono, Lono, Itua, Akua or God, of Hawaii, in ancient times, resided with his wife at Karakakua, Kealakekua or Path of the Gods. The name of the goddess, his love, was Kaikarani Ariopuna, Kaikalani Aliiopuna. They dwelt beneath the steep rock. A man ascended to the summit, and from the height thus addressed the spouse of Rono. O Kaikarani Ariopuna, your lover salutes you, keep this, remove that, one will still remain. Rono, overhearing this artful speech, killed his wife with a hasty stroke. Sorry for this rash deed, he carried to a morai the lifeless body of his wife, and made great wail over it. He traveled through Hawaii in a state of frenzy, boxing with every man he met. The people astonished said, "Is Rono entirely mad?" He replied, "I am frantic on her account, I am frantic with my great love." Having instituted games to commemorate her death, he embarked in a triangular boat, Piama Lau, and sailed to a foreign land. Ere he departed he prophesied, "I will return in after times, on an island bearing coconut trees, and swine, and dogs." A second question of relation with the Oro figure in Tahiti arises in connection with the Arioi society, of which Oro was the patron god. The dramatic dances whose performance was an important part of the program of this society correspond to the schools of dancing in Hawaii organized under expert leaders and dedicated to gods of the hula, whose elaborate performances on the island of Hawaii were witnessed by Vancouver in the latter part of the 18th century. That these were connected with the Makahiki festival and hence must have been on this island under the patronage of the god Lono is proved by the fact that Kamehameha and his queen were obliged at this time to withdraw before the dance, as they are prohibited by law from attending such amusements. Except on the festival of the New Year, that is, the Makahiki festival, and that the performance itself on that day was contrary to the established rules of the island and only permitted out of compliment to the foreign visitors. The hula dance in Hawaii is developed in connection with the Pele deities, and these deities are invoked together with Lono in the prayers offered to Kane in the heiau. Laka is the male god named as patron of the hula dance. He is represented in the ohia lehua tree, whose red blossoms were used for decoration of the altar in the religious ceremonies of the dance. Emerson identifies Lono with Laka, and there is some ground for the association in the fact that in the ku ritual Lono is invoked with ku in prayers connected with the setting up of the ku image cut from an ohia lehua tree of the forest. Lona Mekua, the name given to the long god of the Makahiki festival, is also the name of Pele's fire keeper as represented in the fire sticks, symbol of fertilization. Laka as a form of Lono, god of fertility, would give a further objective idealization, in the fiery red flowers of the lehua which grows native on the mountainside about the volcano, to the symbolic association between fire and fertilization. Lightning is also an attribute of storm clouds as well as the rolling thunder. The word Lono belongs not only to the idea of sound but also to that of hurling, as a spear. On the Kumuhonua genealogy Laka is named as the son of Kumuhonua, birth foundation, and Lalohonua, birth below, 36 generations earlier than Wakea and Papa, the first parents of the Kane people. It is tempting to think that this Laka, god of the wildwood, son of Kumuhonua, the ancestral god of the first Hawaiian immigrants through union with a woman from below, came to be replaced after the rise of the Kane gods by the great god Lono dwelling in the heavens. The relation of the god Lono to the Kamaunui family of Maui, from whom Kamapua the hog man is descended and with whom the Kamauaua family of Molokai seem by their name to be connected, will be discussed in connection with the legend of the hog kupua. It would seem likely that Lono was the god worshipped by this family. Lono names are common in the Kamapua story and appear on the genealogical line of ruling chiefs of the island of Maui. The close relation felt between a god and his offspring or his worshipper on earth makes it increasingly difficult to disentangle the threads of myth from those of accumulated legend and to identify figures in story or in ritual worship which have branched off from the main source through the storyteller's instinct for fresh combinations out of an old stock of tradition, or the worshippers for dreaming such a recombination. 4. The Kane Worship. Kane was the leading god among the great gods named by the Hawaiians at the time of the arrival of the missionaries in the islands. He represented the god of procreation and was worshipped as ancestor of chiefs and commoners. According to the possibly late edition of the Kumuhonua legend, he formed the three worlds, the upper heaven of the gods, the lower heaven above the earth, and the earth itself as a garden for mankind. The latter he furnished with sea creatures, plants, and animals, and fashioned man and woman to inhabit it. An account of the creation of the world which appears in the genealogical legend of Kumuhonua, the first man fashioned by the gods, represents Kane as playing a dominant role as creator, but assisted by Ku and Lono. A trilogy called Lahui Akua, Union of Gods, or Hipapa Kane, Kane class, said to be worshipped under the name of Kukwakahi. The worship of Tain, Kane, Ro'o, Lono, and Ku, by the Menehune in Tahiti, to whose mythology belong the Polynesian figures also of Adia, Wakea, Ti, Kiai or Tiki, and Maui, is closely comparable with the Hawaiian Kane worship. Legend of Creation. A. Fornander version, 1. In the first era Kane dwells alone in continual darkness, Aikapaloa, there is neither heaven nor earth. In the second era light is created and the gods Ku and Lono, with Kane, fashion the earth and the things on the earth. In the third era they create man and woman, Kumuhonua, earth beginning, and Lalohonua, earth below. In the fourth era Kane, who has lived on earth with man, goes up to heaven to live and the man, having broken Kane's law, is made subject to death. B. Fornander version, 2. The three gods Kane, Ku, Lono come out of the night, and create three heavens to dwell in, the uppermost for Kane, the next below for Ku, and the lowest for Lono, a heaven for the parent, Mekua, a heaven for Ku, a heaven for Lono. Next they make the earth to rest their feet upon and call it, the great earth of Kane, Kahonuanuia Kane. Kane then makes sun, moon, and stars, and places them in the empty space between heaven and earth. He makes the ocean salt, in imitation of which the priests purify with salt water. Next an image of man is formed out of earth, the head out of white clay brought from the seas of the north, south, east, and west, the body out of red earth, Apoula, mixed with spittle, why now? The right side of the head is made of clay brought from the north and east, the left side is made of clay from the south and west. Man is formed after the image of Kane with Ku as the workman, Lono as general assistant. Kane and Ku spit, or breathe, into the nostrils, Lono into the mouth, and the image becomes a living being. I have shaped this dirt, Lepo, I am going to make it live, says Kane. Live. Live, respond Ku and Lono. The man rises and kneels. They name him Kaliaku Honua, the chief Ku, Mu, Honua, or Honuaula because made out of red earth. They give him a delightful garden to live in called Kalanai Haola, but later Paliuli, situated in the land of Kahiki Honua Kele, the land that moved off. And fashion a wife for him out of his right side and call her Kolaku Honua, or Lalohana. Great Hawaii of the greenback and mottled seas, this land is called. A law is given him but he breaks the law and is then known as Kainlae-Ka Huli, a god who fell because of the law. In the original garden of Kumuhonua and Lalohana his wife, are to be found the pig, dogs of various varieties, moo of many sorts. A tapu tree, sacred apples which cause death if eaten by strangers, and tapu bark cloth forbidden to all but the high chiefs are spoken of. Some think that the laau, law or tree, which caused the expulsion of the pair from the garden refers to these things. The garden, which is very sacred, goes by a multiplicity of names. It is the great white albatross of Kane that drove them out of the garden, Ka-Aainukeanuia Kane. Kumuhono-Makupuni is the land to the eastward to which Kumuhono retreats after he has broken the law, and he returns to Kapakapiuea Kane and is buried in a place called Kumuhonua Piuyu, which was afterwards called Kapiuyu Pokanaka, the hill of human heads. See, Kepalino version. Kane as a triad, Kane, Kana, Ku, Lono, exists alone in the deep intense night which he has created, and brings about, first light, then the heavens, then the earth and the ocean, then sun, moon, and stars. Kane existing alone chants. Here am I on the peak of day, on the peak of night. The spaces of air. The blue sky I will make, a heaven. A heaven for Ku, for Lono. A heaven for me, for Kane. 3 heavens, a heaven. Behold the heavens. There is the heaven. The great heaven. Here am I in heaven, the heaven is mine. During the first 5 periods the heavens and earth are created and the sun, moon, and stars, and plants to clothe the earth. In the sixth period man is formed. Kane, Ku, Lono, conceived as a single godhead, mold Kumohonua, the first man, out of wet soil and he becomes living soil. They make him a chief to rule over the whole world and place him with his wife Lalohonua in Kainanui o Kane, the great land of Kane. Where they live happily until Lalohonua meets the great seabird with white beak that stands fishing, Aainuinuke Kulawaya, and is seduced to eat the sacred apples of Kane. She goes mad and becomes a seabird. The seabird carries them both away into the jungle, the trees part and make a path for them, but the trees return to their places and the path is lost, hence the name, Hidden Land of Kane, for this first garden home. Death is the penalty for Kumohonua because he did not keep the command of the god. He gains the name Kane Laiuli and is jeered at by the people as he goes weeping and lamenting along the highway. For countless years he dwells as a refugee on the hill called Puyuohonua, then he returns to Kahikihonua Kele and is buried on a mountain called Waihan, Kumohonua. There his descendants also are buried and the place is called the Heaping Place of Bones, O Kuahanaiwi. D. Kamapua version. Kane, assisted by Ku and Lono and opposed by Kanaloa, makes the heaven and the earth. All is chaotic. Nothing exists but the upper regions and the spirit gods. Kane excels among the gods in wisdom and power. The triad of gods unite in forming the world. They begin on the 26th day of the month, the day dedicated to Kane, and in 6 days, including the days of Kane, Lono, Maui, Moku, Hilo, Hoaka, form the heavens and the earth. The Sabbath or holy day of Ku is established on the 7th day. On Oahu between Kualoa and Kaneohe lies the first land planned by the gods. On the eastern flank of Mololani, a crater hill on Mokapu, at a place where fine red earth is mixed with bluish and blackish soil, the first man is formed by the 3 gods Kane, Ku, Lono. Kane draws a likeness of the gods with head, body, hands, and legs like themselves. Then he makes the image live and it becomes the first man. The gods place him in a house of ko wood and name him Hulihonua because he is made out of earth. The first man notices that his shadow always clings to him. While he sleeps the god makes a good-looking woman and when he awakes she lies by his side. He calls her Koekee Hulilani, the shadow from the heavens. E. Westervelt version. On the island-like peninsula of Mokapu on Oahu is the crater hill Mololani. On the east side near the sea red earth lies beside black soil. Kane makes an image of a man out of earth. Ku and Lono catch a spirit of the air and give Kane's figure life. They name him Wela-Ahilani Nui. The man notices his shadow, aka, and wonders what it is. The woman is torn out of the man's body by the god Kane, Ku and Lono heal the body. When the man sees her he names her Koekee Hulilani after his own shadow. The similarities here to biblical stories have made readers suspicious of the stories of the forming of man out of earth and of the fall of man and his being driven out of a sacred garden. It is, however, much more likely that familiarity with the biblical stories has lent a coloring and an emphasis to traditions which were genuinely native than that the Hawaiians have invented these stories in direct imitation of Bible accounts. In the southern groups, Kane makes a woman out of sand. In Tahiti, although Taaroa, Kanaloa, is the great first mover, Kane is the god of beauty who adorns the earth and Ku is the builder. The worship paid to Kane was of a simple character, without human sacrifice or laborious ritual. Life is sacred to Kane, Ue Kapu Ko'ola na Kane, was the saying. Kane worshippers were called Hipapalae, a consecrated class, as distinguished from image worshippers. The heiau to Kane at first contained no images until image worship became popular, when they were introduced into all heiau. Ellis found the name Kainuia attached to a stone image from Kauai brought to the heiau of Kauai Kahaloa at Puapua in Kona, Hawaii. And with it 2 wooden gods called Kane Ruruhonua, Kane shaking the earth, and Roramakaehe, probably Lono with flashing eyes, and a feather god called Kukwaiamanu, the bird-eating god. A family altar called Pohakuo Kane, Stone of Kane, was set up to Kane in the shape of a single conical stone from a foot to 8 feet in height, plain or with slight carving, and planted about with ti plant. Where members of a family went to pray to their aumakua and ask forgiveness for the broken tapu to which they ascribed any trouble that had come upon them. Here they sought protection from their family god with offerings and prayer. They came early in the morning, chewed awa while a pig was baking, and, when all was ready, ate under tapu, leaving no remnants and clearing away all rubbish. The place for setting up the stone and the offering to be made were revealed in a dream to the kahuna they consulted. The stone itself was sprinkled with water or with coconut oil and covered with a piece of bark cloth during the ceremony. It is possible, since the cane stone is generally regarded as an emblem of the male organ of generation, that this covering is similar to the reported practice, before worshipping an image in which sex organs were displayed, of covering those parts with tapa cloth. Each family worshipped Kane under the name of its own family Kane god, or aumakua, but invoked also all other Kane gods whose aid it desired. Kamapua lists 30 such aumakua and adds, with his customary love for exaggeration, there were thousands and thousands of names to fit the work done, but all referring to one god. There was one altar and only one place to offer food, the Stone of Kane, and among all inspired by a Kane god, one keeper should not despise another. They should all eat the sacrifices and offerings together. The difference lay in the law of each god and the things dedicated to each. The prayer to the aumakua must hence be inclusive. It enumerates first the male aumakua, then the female, and begins, stoop down, heaven. Listen, earth. Hearken, pillars of earth, aumakua at the rising and the setting of the sun, from that tapu point to this tapu point. Here is the offering and the sacrifice, a sacrifice to the god because we are in trouble, and concludes, after enumerating the gods of the heavens, to all male aumakua and to all the chiefly ancestral aumakua, to you I appeal. Brush aside the darkness, brush aside death, brush aside trouble. It is I, name of suppliant, chief one of your children in this life. Return, that we may have mana, sacred power. The same invocation is repeated to the female aumakua and their names are listed. An example of Kane worship in the name of one of these lesser deities is illustrated in the description given by Kamapua of the place held by Kane Hakili, Kane in the thunder, as an aumakua on the island of Maui. Kane Hakili as god of thunder is associated with Kane Wahieloa-Laka, Kane breaking through heaven, Kaulanui Makakaha Kalani, lightning flashing in the heavens, Kahoaliai. And other gods whose names suggest the lively phenomena of a thunderstorm. Humpbacked forms may be seen driving through the air at such times, led by Nakoloailani, or by the humpbacked brothers of Pele. During such a storm all containers should be turned bottom side up. All persons should lie face downward and make no outcry. Silence is the law, tapu, of Kane Hakili. 2 stones in the cave of Kuana at Kahuku on Oahu are said to be the bodies of 2 boys who disobeyed their mother's injunction to keep silence during a thunderstorm. Kane Hakili is the god worshipped by those who claim an aumakua in the thunder. Thunder is the divine form of the god. When he comes to his worshippers in a dream, he is seen in his human form with his feet standing on earth and his head touching the clouds, one side of his body black and the other side white. Such a mark on the body is hence the sign of one given to Kane Hakili. Anyone born with a birthmark on the right side is said to be so given. Yuliam Hai, the friend of Kamehameha and governor of Maui after the setting up of the kingdom, was one who had this sign. Kahekili, the last ruling chief of Maui, was tattooed on one side of his body to show that he belonged to the family of the thunder god. A kahuna named Kahekili who at one time kept the heiau of Pakanaloa, erected back of Keanai on Maui at a place where violent thunderstorms occur, came to be regarded as possessed by the spirit of Kane Hakili. He was feared as a sorcerer, but any plot against his life seemed invariably to be checked by a violent thunderstorm. When he died, his brother-in-law sought his body inside the heiau and carried away the head to Lanai and worshipped it as a god. Parts of the body were distributed, and men became known as worshippers of Eyes of Kahekili or Mouth of Kahekili. Chiefs who count their genealogy direct from Kane, whether on the Ulu or Nanalo line, rank among the Hoaliai or high tapu chiefs as distinguished from the lower grades of chiefs with a less distinguished family genealogy. Descent is therefore of vital importance, and the privileges enjoyed by Kane worshippers are on the basis of such rank, which gives them command of tapus comparable to those of the gods. They are in fact gods, Akua, in name as in effect, with power over life and death because of the awful sacredness with which their presence is regarded. They are chiefs with the tapus of gods, Na Liai Kapu Akua, as compared with the tapus enjoyed by the lesser chiefs, Na Liai Noa. They are chiefs of the Ikupa, as compared with chiefs of the Ikunayu, who share the right to temporal power alone and the ordinary tapus of chiefs. The name of Kahoaliai is given to a mythical ancestor worshipped as a god, deity of the walled heiau at Kawapapa, Papae, Kauai, and said to be the possessor of the two famous axes of old times from the gods Haumapu and Alapu, with which he cut asunder the government, Apuni, so that it fell. It was with these axes that the kahuna must touch the ohia tree selected for the building of a luakini heiau before the tree was felled and brought down from the forest. On various ceremonial occasions the god was impersonated as a dark man, completely naked, with stripes or patches of white on the inner sides of his thighs. At the Makahiki festival he occupied a booth of llama wood during the period of the freeing of the various food tapus, and at the close of the period, when the aku fish were freed. The eyeball of a fish and that of a human victim were given him to swallow. At the building of a luakini heiau he was again impersonated by a naked man who led the running. At the dedication ceremony of a heiau for the circumcision of a young chief, a night was given up to this god during which none dared come outside lest he die. The priests passed about praying the people to come out, and the official who sought human sacrifices, called the mu, tried to entice out the unwary in order to secure a victim. The law, tapu, of this god was called Puyukoamakaia, hard eyeball of a fish, with reference to the human eyeball which was the offering he demanded. Kamakaua asserts that a chief possessed by the spirit of Kahoaliai might invoke this law at any time when the followers of the chief were assembled. All must then look steadfastly at the chief thus possessed, and anyone might be selected as victim and his eyes gouged out and swallowed in a cup of awa. Maui, when he recovers his wife from bat, has to be appeased with the eyes of the abductor offered to him in a cup of awa before his injured feelings are pacified. Kuaialua, god of the art of bone-breaking, Lua, demands of his pupils that they eat an eyeball of a victim after finishing their course of training. The drinking of a victim's eye with the kava as an offering to deity is reported from other groups. In Tahiti, when human victims were sacrificed, says Ellis, the eye was given to the king. In the Marquesas, the spirit of the brother-in-law of Tiki is caught up to the sky and sacrificed, and the eyes are consumed with the kava. In New Zealand, eyes are scooped out and swallowed in order to obtain the spirit of the owner, says Taylor. In myth, Kahoaliai or an equivalent is represented as a god of the underworld, who occupied the subterranean region through which the sun passes each night from west to east. In the legend of Kana, Kahoalei, or Liai, vexed by Nihu, withholds the sun and leaves the people in darkness until Kana visits the land to the far east, blackens his hands to resemble those of the god, and gets handed up to him the sun, the stars, and the cock that signals the dawn. So in the legend of Aukele, that hero secures the water of life in the same manner from the servants of the underworld deity Kamohoaliai at the pit of the far eastern edge of the world where the sun comes up. Kane himself is said to have come to Hawaii from the east, and old Hawaiians make the front door face the east as a sign of Kane worship and turn toward the sun when they offer their morning prayer. Chanted prayers to the gods were an important part, perhaps the important part, of temple worship. The most sacred of these were uttered by the high priest, and for this ritual a scaffolding was erected within the temple area called the Lananuamameo because built in 3 stages, called Nuyu, earth, Lani, heavens, and Mamau, far off but not beyond hearing. This last and most sacred stage was entered by the high priest and ruling chief alone. The whole structure was covered with white bark cloth, oloa. On the floor of the temple platform surrounding the structure stood the images, the chief image directly in front of the staging. On each side of the tower were sometimes placed arches of bent saplings, 3 on a side, and these were supposed to bend if the offering, or prayer, was acceptable. This oracular response of the gods may be compared with the drum placed over a high chief's threshold, whose sounding or silence indicated the rank of the one entering. Or the cord similarly hung across the entrance which fell to the ground of itself before a high chief, but under which one of lower rank must stoop. Prayers were offered at each step of the scaffolding. Some were offered at the altar before ascending the tower. A series of prayers used in the Kane worship and recited by an old Hawaiian from Kauai named Robert Luahua to Mr. Theodore Kelsey are here given as translated by Miss Laura Green in order to show the highly exalted religious feeling with which the high gods were approached by the priest who uttered the prayer. The audience meanwhile sitting motionless in perfect stillness until, at the word Noah, the tapu was freed, and they might resume their customary liberty of movement. The word amama with which the prayer concludes is pre-Christian and not connected with the Christian Amen. The first prayer is little more than an enumeration of the names of Kane as the subordinate forms by which the one God who embraces them all is worshipped. It is the prayer, given by Kane when he began to offer prayer in the heiau of Kuikahi, at Hanapepe, Kauai, near the stream of Manawaopuna, and is calling on the lesser Kanes to do their duty and aid him. The second prayer is one offered by Kane to the assembly, Papa, of gods from the steps of the oracle. It is significant that the female gods of growth, Laka and Hayaka, are invoked with Kane, and that the plants used for temple decoration are included among the names of Kane, the fragrant myrtle, male, the Iei vine or climbing pandanus. The sacred lehua and dracaena trees out of which images were carved. Pele, Kapo, and the male and female ku gods are also invoked. The enchanted stone Kapolei, formerly belonging to Kauai, is mentioned. The third prayer is offered at the altar. Lono of the heavens, Hayaka, and Laka are invoked with red cane. At the fourth prayer the priest is within the 6 arches and upon the steps of the scaffold. Here the reciter breaks off. The most sacred prayers, those uttered from the prayer tower, are not reported. The same reciter gives a 5th prayer offered and gathering plants in the mountains for temple decoration. The guardian spirits are invoked to return and possess the plants. Produce sacredness, produce freedom, freedom for me, a man, prays the gatherer, and then begins to pluck the leaves with prayer. The address to Kainai-Kapahue, Kane the thruster, is said to be to Kane in the guise of an owl, who thrusts with wings and talons at the enemies of his worshippers in time of battle and turns aside their weapons. The word may also mean dancer. Kainai-Kapahue is Kane with a calabash of water, which he pours out upon the earth below. 1. The prayer of Kane Kanaloa. O Kane of the great lightning flashes in the heavens. O Kane the render of heaven. O Kane the rolling stone. O Kane of the whirlwind. O Kane of the rainbow. O Kane of the atmosphere. O Kane of the rain. O Kane of the heavenly cloud. O Kane standing before the pointed clouds. O Kane standing before the heavenly clouds. O Kane in the cloud above. O Kane in the cloud floating low. O Kane in the cloud resting on the summit. O Kane in the cloud over the low hills. O Kane of the heavenly star. O Kane of the dawn. O Kane of the clouds on the horizon. O Kane of the red rainbow. O Kane of the great wind. O Kane of the little wind. O Kane of the zephyrs. O Kane of the peaceful breeze. O Kane of the strong thrust. O Kane of the great water source. O Kane of the little water source. O Kane traveling mountainward. O Kane traveling seaward. 1. Ka Pula Kane Kanaloa. E Kane Kaulanui Makihai Kailani. E Kane Kawawahilani. E Kane Kopoha, Ku, Kae. E Kane Kapua Hio Hio. E Kane Koanuenue. E Kane Kopailai. E Kane Kayue. E Kane Kaolani. E Kane Kamako Kaopua. Aikanaka-Kaolani. Aikanaka-Luna. Aikanaka-Lewalalo. Aikanaka-Paliluna. Aikanaka-Palilalo. Aikanaka-Hokulani. Aikanaka-Ao. Aikanaka-Opua. Aikanaka-Punohula. Aikanaka-Makani Nui. Aikanaka-Makani Iki. Aikanaka-Hahemalie. Aikanaka-Pakolonahe. Aikanaka-Pahuenui. Aikanaka-Pahuainui. Aikanaka-Pahuaiki. Aikanaka-Holo-Holouka. Aikanaka-Holo-Holokai. O Kane dwelling in the mountain. O Kane dwelling by the sea. O Kane dwelling by the upper precipice. O Kane dwelling by the lower precipice. O Kane gazing upward. O Kane gazing downward. O Kane glancing at the upper spaces. O Kane glancing at the lower spaces. Sleeping Kane. Kane sleeping in the great light. Kane of the coral. Kane of the long coral. Kane of the quaking coral. Kane of the steadfast coral. Kane of the sharp-pointed coral. Kane of wafted coral. Kane the swift runner. Kane the slow runner. Kane. Kane. Lono. I will live through all of you, my gods. Point 2. The prayer of Kane to the assembly of gods. O Kane of the great lightning. O Kane of the great proclaiming voice. O Kane of the small proclaiming voice. Kane no Houka. Kane no Hokai. Kane no Hopaliluna. Kane no Hopalilalo. Kane Haloluna. Kane Halolalo. Kane Halolewaluna. Kane Halolewalalo. Kane Mo. Kane Moa Wakea. Kane Kokala. Kane Kokala Loa. Kane Kokala Luhonua. Kane Kokala Kuhonua. Kane Kokala Ikukiu. Kane Kokala Ikuahe. Kane Kahalo Nui. Kane Kahalo Iki. O Kane. O Kane. O Lono. Ola no Oia Buku a Pau Ou Mau Acua. Point 2. Ka Pula Kane Ika Papa Pule Hahoa Loco O Ka Papa O Ke Kwahu Kane Kaula Nui. Kane Leolono Nui. Kane Leolono Iki. Silently listening in the mountains. In the great mountains. In the low mountains. O Kane of the thunder. O Kane of pale flowers, or guardian of innocent children. O Kane of the male. O Kane of the fern. O Kane of the ginger. O Kane of the ee. O Kane of the lehua blossom. O Kane of the yellow blossom. O Kane of the scattering seed. O Kane in the flash, of lightning. O Kane of the intense heat. O Kane of the halapepe. O Kane of the big fern. O Kane of the small fern. O Kane of the sharp point. O Kane of the fire. O Kane of the mist. O Kane of the fog. O Kane of the big smoke. O Kane of the little smoke. O Kane in the shadow. O Kane in the shadow of Kapolei. O turning Kane. O Kane turning completely. O Kane turning completely to Kahiki. To Kahiki east, to Kahiki west. Arise, O Pele. Arise, O Hiaka in the bosom of Pele. Hulono ana oi I kukuahiwi. I kukuahiwi nui. I kukuahiwi iki. Kane hekili. Kane hopwekia. Kane ikamail. Kane ikapalai. Kane ikaiwapuhi. Kane ikai. Kane ikapualihua. Kane ikapualina. Kane ikapualalawa. Kane ikaulapa. Kane ikahawa. Kane ikahalapepe. Kane ikapalainui. Kane ikapalaiki. Kane ikukiu. Kane ikoahi. Kane ikaohu. Kane ikano. Kane ikawahinui. Kane ikawahiiki. Kane ikoekea. Kane ikoekeokapole. Kane huli. Kane Hulihia. Kane Hulihia Aikahiki. Aikahiki ku, Aikahiki mo. Ala oe Pele. Ala oe Hiakai Kapolio Pele. Arise, O woman in green. Arise, O red capo. O capo, return nen. A petitioning voice to you all, my guardians. The male Aumakua. The female Aumakua. Turn all of you. Guardians of the night and of the day. I am your offspring. To me, the man, grant life. 3. The prayer at the altar spread out the showers that all may be cleared. That the heavens may be cleared of the lightning. Great are the crashing peals. On the highest pinnacle great Lono of Kane will hear. O Hiaka, hear me. I only am swaying a prayer. Help me to sway my petition, O Kane. In the great assembly he understands. And gives freedom to me, O Kane of Lono. O Kane of the great red voice. O Kane of the blazing voice. O Kane of the smoking voice. O red-voiced Kane in the mist. O Laka, hear me. O Laka of the beautiful forest. Ala oe Wahinioma. Ala oe Kapoula. Kapo, Hoiaa. He Leo Lono no ia Bukua Pau, Ou Maukiai. Na ku Kane. Na ku Wahini. Huli mai Ukua Pau. Na Amakua o Kapa Amaka ao. O wow nei la ka ukupulapula nei. Iau, Ikukanaka, Ola no aa, 3. Ka pul ana ike kuahu pahala ka ua kala I mahiki. Mahiki ka lani a ka uila nui. Nui na kalo kani wina. Lohe o lono nui a kane I ka poha kau. E hi Hawaii. O wow whale no kuhina nei. Hina pu ae no koa, kane e. I ka ha nui o ia, ua ike no a. Ua noa no iau, kanolono, kane leola nui. Kane leola koahi. Kane leola kawahi. Kane leola kano, Laka Laka Hawaii. Laka I ka ulu wihewi. O Kane, inspire me with hope. Granting me knowledge. Granting me power. Granting me skill. Granting me great wisdom. That I may receive knowledge, skill, power from you all. Ye guardians of the night and of the day. The prayer is ended, it is free. 4. The prayer on the steps near the Altero Kane of the proclaiming voice. O Kane of the great proclaiming voice. O Kane of the small proclaiming voice. You are listening on the pinnacle. You are listening to the ocean. You are listening to the rain. You are listening to the great wind. You are listening to the rumbling. You are listening to the murmuring sound. O Kane, give heed to me. O Kane, behold. Turn and look at me. Thy offspring, Ku. I am Ku above. I am Ku below. I am Ku of Kahiki. Ho'olu my ana oe iaune Kane. Ho mai hi Ike. Ho mai hi mana. Ho mai hi akamai. Ho mai hi Ike nui. Iloa iau ka Ike, ku akamai. Ka mana, my ia buku. Ina amakua o kapa, amiku ao. Amama, ua noa. 4. He pule ia ika papa kwahu kane leolono kane leolono nui kane leolono iki hulono ana oe I kawe kiu. Hulono ana oe I kukai. Hulono ana oe I ka ua. Hulono ana oe I ka makani nui. Hulono ana oe I ka hauyalu. Hulono ana oe I ka oe iki. Kane Hawaii. Kane Hawaii. Huli mai oi anana iauni. I kau pulapula nei o ku. O wow nei la o kualuna. O wow nei la o kualalo. O wow nei la o kuai kahiki. I am Ku of great Kahiki. I am Ku of sleeping Kahiki. Recumbent and listening. Unto the copious rain that cleanses all. Cleansing the heavens of Kane. The eyes of Kane flashing upward. The eyes of Kane flashing downward. Descending, standing and stepping on the foundation below. This is holy I, from head to foot. And do not fail to recognize me. As a man, a descendant from a mother of many. A mother of few. Give me life. Produce sacredness, produce freedom, freedom for me. The prayer is finished, it is free. 5. A chanted prayer for the Pele Kane, Kanaloa. Kane of the flashing lightning of the heavens. Kane render of heaven. Kane of the rolling stone. Kane of the surface stone. Kane of the whirlwind. Kane of the rainbow. Kane of the atmosphere. Kane of the rain. O wow nei la o kuai kahiki nui. O wow nei la o kuai kahiki mo. Mo ana a hulono ana. Apala ka ua kala I mahiki. Mahiki ka lani a Kane. Owa ka maka o Kanaluna. Owa ka maka o Kanilalo e. Ilalo noa a ku a hihi I ka papa o lalo. O wow o koa no kia, my luna a lalo. A my huahua my oeiau. I ku kanaka, I ku kumulo loa. I ku kumulo iki. Ola no e. Eli kapu, Eli noa. Noa no iaunei. Amama, ua noa. 5. Pule oli iknhle Kane, Kanaloa. Kane kaula nui makiha I ka lani. Kane kawahilani. Kane kapohaka. Kane kapohaka. Kane kapua hio hio. Kane ka nui nue. Kane kupailai. Kane kayue. Kane of the cloud of heaven. Kane of the horizon cloud. Kane of the heavenly star. Kane of the horizon cloud. Kane of the floating cloud. Kane of the wind. Kane of the sun. Kane of the star. Kane of the owl. Kane of the drum. Kane of the water source. Kane traveling mountainward. Kane traveling seaward. Kane traveling the upper precipice. Kane traveling the lower precipice. Kane sleeping at midday. Kane of the coral. Kane of the long coral. Kane of the short coral. Kane of the upper coral. Kane of the lower coral. Kane of the northwest wind. Kane of the zephyr. Kane running. Kane the swift runner. Kane the slow runner. Kane of long lono. Kane of short lono. Kane of lono, oh. You are listening to the murmuring waters. Produce sacredness, produce freedom. Kane Kaolani. Kane Kamako Kaupua. Kane Kahokulani. Kane Kaupua. Kane Koeo. Kane Kamakani. Kane Kala. Kane Kahoku. Kane Kapahua. Kane Kapahu. Kane Kapahue. Kane Kaholo-Holouka. Kane Kaholo-Holokai. Kane Kaholo-Holopaliluna. Kane Kaholo-Holopalilalo. Kane Kamoa-Wakea. Kane Kukokala. Kane Kukokalaloa. Kane Kukokalaiki. Kane Kukikaleuka. Kane Kukokalaikai. Kane Kukiu, Makani. Kane Kuahe. Kane Kahalo. Kane Kahalo Nui. Kane Kahalo Iki. Kane Lono Nui. Kane Lono Iki. Kane Lono E. Hulono Ana Oe E Kane I Ka Ye. Eli Kapu, Eli Noa. 5. Kane and Kanaloa. In his character as a culture god, the name of Kane is generally coupled with that of Kanaloa. About Kanaloa as a god apart from Kane there is very little information. He is god of the squid, called in the Kumalipo Kahi Haunawela, the evil-smelling squid. A prayer quoted by Emerson invokes Kanaloa in this character to heal one under the influence of sorcery. Kanaloa, god of the squid. Here is your sick man. And ends with an excellent objective description of squid catching. In the Kumalipo genealogical chant there appear, during the 8th era which ushers in the period of human life, Ao, as distinguished from the period of the gods, Pa, the woman Lailai and the 3 males, Kane, a god, Kiai, a man, and Kanaloa, the great octopus. Fishermen still solicit his protection, but on the whole the squid is today looked upon with distrust as an aumakua. This attitude is reflected in a tendency by Hawaiian antiquarians to equate Kanaloa with the Christian devil. His name is associated with various legends of strife against Kane in which Kanaloa and his spirits rebel and are sent down to the underworld. In the legend of Hawaiiloa belonging to the Kumuhonua epic account of the Kane tradition, Kanaloa is the leader of the first company of spirits placed on earth after earth was separated from heaven. These spirits are spit out by the gods. They rebel, led by Kanaloa, because they are not allowed to drink awa, but are defeated and cast down to the underworld, where Kanaloa, otherwise known as Milu, becomes ruler of the dead. The legend places Kane and Kanaloa in opposition as the good and evil wishers of mankind. When Kane draws the figure of a man in the earth, Kanaloa makes one also, Kane's lives but Kanaloa's remains stone. Kanaloa is angry and curses man to die. He makes all kinds of poisonous things. It is he who seduces the wife of the first man in this version. Kanaloa of the great white albatross of Kane is the name given to him as responsible for driving the first man and the first woman out of the garden spot the gods have provided for them. In similar stories of opposing creators reported by Codrington from New Hebrides, Tagoro is the good, Sook the evil wisher of mankind. In Aurora, Tagoro makes things and tosses them in the air. What he catches is good for mankind, what Sook catches is evil. On Whitsuntide Island, whatever Tagoro did or made was right, Sook was always wrong. On Leper's Island Sook shares the creation with Tagoro, but makes things wrong. In the Banks Islands the same stories are told of Cat and Marawa the spider. Cat and Marawa, spider, each makes a man. Cat makes his live after 6 days, but Marawa, after bringing his to life, buries him again and he rots, and this is the origin of death. Kanaloa, like Kaholiai, is also associated with the underworld, as in the chant in which Hawaii is spoken of as fished up from the very depths of Kanaloa. Tangaroa is god of the ocean in the South Seas, Tane of land and of plant and animal life. The use of salt water for purification is, however, ascribed to Kane in Hawaii, and such water is called tapu water of Kane, Waitapua Kane, the particle a instead of o denoting direct handiwork rather than simple possession. To Kane is ascribed the bringing of food plants to Hawaii. The heiau of Kamaueai, the heap of vegetable food, at Keauho, Kona, dedicated to Kane, is said to be the site of the introduction of cultivated food plants. Pigs, coconuts, breadfruit, awa, and the Wakea plant from which bark cloth is made are sacred to Kane. In these culture activities, however, Kane is generally coupled with Kanaloa, and there exists a vast amount of popular and mythical lore in which the two gods are named together. Both are invoked by canoe men, Kane for the canoe building, Kanaloa for its sailing. In a chant consecrating a new canoe in which Kanaloa the awa drinker is specified, both gods are invoked as active, he miki oi. Both are deities of the heiau of the Pokanaka class called Haola at Hoea, Waiawa, on Kauai. They are worshipped as gods at Kohala and a temple is built for them. The east is spoken of as the high road traveled by Kane or the red road of Kane, the west as the resting place of Kane, or the much-traveled road of Kanaloa. The northern limit of the sun in the celestial ecliptic is called the black shining road of Kane, and the southern limit on the celestial ecliptic that of Kanaloa. The celestial equator is the road to the navel of Wakea, ala I ka piko o Wakea, and red road of the spider, Alaula-Kukuakayu. Prayers accompanying the bringing of offerings couple the names of the gods, O Kane, O Kanaloa, here is the taro, the bananas, here is the sugar cane, the awa. See, we are eating it now. Or, here is food, O gods, Kane and Kanaloa. Here is food for us. Give life to us and our family. Life for the parents feeble with age. Life for all in the household. When digging and planting our land, life for us. Kane and Kanaloa are described in legend as cultivators, awa drinkers, and water finders, who migrated from Kahiki and traveled about the islands. One account says that they lived at Alakahi in Waipio Valley on Hawaii with some of the lesser gods, Maliu, Kiki, Oli, Uli, where they cultivated bananas and led a simple life. Kanaloa was tall and fair, Kane was dark, with curly hair and thick lips. According to Lions, Kane and Kanaloa were from Kahiki, foreign gods. They came traveling on the surface of the sea and first caused plants for the food of man to grow. Kamapua says that they came from Kahiki in the shape of human beings, were sighted off Kea, landed on Maui. The time was that of Wakalana, father of the Maui brothers. Their coming was coincident with that of Haumea, and she gave birth to strange noisy creatures, perhaps with reference to the introduction of pigs to Hawaii, an animal sacred to the Kane worship. The two are also connected with fish ponds. Kuawanui and Kuawaiki who live at Mokapu Point are visited by Kane and Kanaloa, and they build the Pauhua fish pond. There is a famine on Lanai. A fisher boy comes daily to a little hut he has erected for his god and lays a bit of fish there, saying, O God, here is a bit of fish for you. Kane and Kanaloa are so pleased with his piety that they bring the famine to an end. They are said to have been followed from Kahiki by the Amama fish, mullet, and when an old Hawaiian visited the mainland a few years ago and found mullet there, she was convinced that Kane and Kanaloa must have traveled in that country. Fish altars are set up to Kane Koa along streams to increase the catch of oopu fish. Kane and Kanaloa are said to have been worshipped with awa and whitefish, ahoho, on their arrival from Kahiki. It is as awa drinkers that the water-finding activities of these gods are employed in some stories, because awa is their principal food and they must have water with which to mix it. Awaiku are said to be beneficent spirits that act as messengers for Kane to ward off the evil influences of the mu spirits and manage the winds, rains, and other things useful to man. An old hula song danced today alludes to this awa drinking propensity of the god. Ue meona a Kane I ka awa. Ue kau ku kaha I ka luna. Kuhiolani a la I ka mona. Kipu I ku kappa a ka no. Kane has drunk awa. He has placed his head on a pillow. And fallen asleep on a mat. Wrapped in a blanket of mist. Fragmentary legends point to a struggle among the gods for the privileges of awa drinking. Both Maui and Kaulu robbed the garden patch of the gods. Local legends abound in which the gods Kane and Kanaloa are represented as traveling about the country establishing springs of water and seeing that they are kept clear for drinking purposes or for uses of the chiefs. Here, Kanaloa acts as the urge, Kane as the executor. Legends of Kane and Kanaloa as water finders. Kane and Kanaloa go into the precipitous mountains back of Keanai on Maui and lack water. They discuss whether it can be obtained at this height. Oiana, let it be seen, says Kanaloa, so Kane thrusts in his staff made of heavy, close-grained kaula wood, Alphatonia excelsa, and water gushes forth. They open the fish pond of Kanaloa at Lualailua and possess the water of Ko at Kaupo. They kill the kahuna koino at Kiko'o in Kipahulu because he is guilty of defilement at mealtime. They cause sweet waters to flow at Waihe-Kahakuloa, and at Waikane on Lanai, Puniku on Molokai, Kawaihoa on Oahu. On Kauai they leave few springs because they are not recognized as gods. The impress of their forms as they slept is left on the rock above the pool of Mahili in the Waikomo stream in Koloa district where, on the cliff below, are two pointed rocks named Waihano and Kailaloa-Kahawau. Two holes are pointed out just below the road across Ohia Gulch beyond Keanai on Maui where Kane dug his spear first into one hole and then into the other with the words, "This is for you, that for me." The water gushing from these apertures is called the water of Kane and Kanaloa. The gods land at Haumea on Oahu and springs flow at various places where the two mix awa on their way to Waolani in Nuana Valley. In Manoa Valley they see a pretty girl and both gods try to seize her. The attendant changes into a great rock in their path, a spring of water trickles where the girl stood, and over it lean two ohia trees, symbols of the gods. This is the spring called Water of the Gods, which was sacred to Kamehameha. It was at the time of the migration of Kane and Kanaloa from Kahiki that the stones of Kane were set up and the waters of Kane were brought forth from hills, cliffs, and rocks. Emerson quotes from Kauai a hula song composed in the popular question-and-answer repetitive form, beginning. A query, a question. I put to you. Where is the water of Kane? At the eastern gate. Where the sun comes in at Haihai, easternmost point of Hawaii. There is the water of Kane. The stories of the spring-finding activities of the gods are not to be interpreted as alluding to the skill with which irrigation was applied to taro plantings in upland or in wet taro cultivation. The legends make no mention of such uses for the water springs which the gods caused to gush out of rocks. They simply express the mystery which even to an old Hawaiian today belongs to such a phenomenon. The native who accompanied us to the outlet of a tunnel just put through in the back country of Kaiu district on Hawaii to bring water from the upper valleys showed an excitement which scarcely a Niagara or a Boulder Dam could arouse in our own country. Such places are celebrated as sacred spots, wahipana. It is said that the heiau of Kamapua, thy red eyes, built by the chief Kamahaika after the flood of Kahina was repaired by the Kahuna Kahonu for the young chief Kekuo Kalani and a house erected for him at Maliko where he was reared. At the waters of Kane and of Kanaloa in the Punaluyu division of the Kololoa district on Oahu. The strange thing about the heiau was that the eyes of all the pigs in the district turned red as the tapu nights approached. And during the tapu nights of Kane and of Kanaloa the sound of piping and whistling and drumming could be heard at the heiau. The man-fishing net of Lono. The braided net of Kamahaika. Runs the chant, with reference, Thrum says, to the fish sacrificed at the Makahiki, and the division of the heiau area called the net, Upina, where the victim was snared. Kane as the spear thruster and god of gushing waters has phallic symbolism. The thruster is the male, the spring of water, which Hawaiians think of as the source of life, is the female in the generative process. Hence Kane's aspect as, Kane of the water of life. 6. Mythical lands of the gods. In myth Kane and Kanaloa are represented as gods living in the bodies of men in an earthly paradise situated in a floating cloudland or other sacred and remote spot where they drink awa and are fed from a garden patch of never-failing growth. Often this land is located upon one of the 12 sacred islands under the control of Kane believed to lie off the Hawaiian group, within easy reach of and having frequent intercourse with it. These islands are frequently mentioned in ancient chants and stories before the last Peo migration from Tahiti. Today they are called the Lost Islands, or islands hidden by the gods. At sunrise or sunset they may still be seen on the distant horizon, sometimes touched with a reddish light. They may lie under the sea or upon its surface, approach close to land or be raised and float in the air according to the will of the gods. They are sacred and must not be pointed at. The land of Kane Hunamoku, hidden land of Kane, is one of these islands. Here live Kane and Kanaloa with other spirits who are Kane's direct descendants. Such as, Kane of the thunder, Kane of the water of life, Kane who shakes the earth, 20 of whom are listed by Rice. It is a middle land between heaven and earth where spirits enjoy all the delights of earth without labor and without death, and, in extreme old age return to earth either in the bodies of men or as spirits or become gods and live in the clouds. Kepolino calls it the land where the first man was made. Here he lived until Kumuhonua transgressed the law of Kane and was driven from this good land. There is no land to be compared to it in excellence. Hawaiians today say that this land had its birth from Nyoaroehiki, a land belonging to Hawaii but which does not approach these islands, and that those who have kept the tapus may go there after death. Kane Hunamoku is still worshipped as an aumakua or guardian spirit, who will bear away his worshipper in the body at death. Some 30 years ago a family who worshipped Kane Hunamoku, living at Hana on the island of Maui, fixed upon a certain day when the island would pass by and take them away in the flesh. When the day came there were strange shapes in the clouds and excitement ran high. There are also stories of those who have caught sight of the hidden island. Mrs. Pukue relates, from the account given her by her grandmother when she was a child in Kaiu on Hawaii, that when Kane Hunamoku passes by one can hear cocks crowing, pigs grunting. See flickering of lights and waving of sugar cane and persons moving about the island. An old woman is its guardian. She holds an implement of destruction for anyone who lands without invitation. On the island is a pool of water called Kawaiola Kane which keeps people young and heals all manner of diseases. In myth Kane Hunamoku appears off Wailua on Kauai and carries off Kwakahialiai, who thus disappears forever. Wahanui and his voyagers pass it on their way to tread on the breasts of Kane and Kanaloa and see men on the island gathering coral for food. 2 fishermen from Puuloa were blown off to this island and brought back breadfruit to Hawaii. The old Hawaiian saying is, here the breadfruit grew and was eaten, ulu no kaulu, ai no. In the chant of Kumalipo, when birds are born, they cover the land of Kanehinamoku. Of 2 important Hawaiian myths of the hidden island of Kane and Kanaloa, one is a secular story which tells of a pious worshipper who is allowed to visit the land and taste its delights before returning to his ordinary life on earth. The other an esoteric myth purporting to relate the establishment of the land and the life of its ruler. Of the first, Rice's version is by far the fullest, but concludes with an Arabian Nights touch which can hardly belong to a native original. Legend of Makwakamana. A. Rice version. Mekua Kaumana is a pious worshipper of Kane and Kanaloa who lives in North Oahu at Kaluanui with his only son, whose mother died at his birth, and cultivates daily his garden patch, being careful always to call upon his gods in so doing. The 2 gods visit him in the disguise of strangers, note his piety and his hospitality to strangers, and give him a digging stick and a carrying pole to relieve his labor. They come again disguised as old men and teach him how to pray, offer sacrifices, and keep the tapus for Kane Hulihonua, giver of land, and Kane Puae, god of rich crops. For Hina Pukuae, goddess of vegetable food, and Hina Pukuae, who gives abundance of fish. A 3rd time they come dressed like chiefs and bring a red loincloth, malo pukwai, and a colored bedspread, kuina kapapapayu. To test Mekua's steadfastness they complain that his son has broken the eating tapu of the gods. Mekua would have slain his son, but the gods stay his hand. They send a great fish and when Mekua goes to dive from its back, they cause the fish to swallow him and bear him away to the hidden land of Kanehinamoku where he may live with Kane and Kanaloa in the deathless land of beautiful people. It is, however, forbidden to weep in this land and the gods prepare an illusion in which he sees his son forced into the sea by his wife and a shark devouring him. Mekua cannot restrain his tears. He is accordingly borne back to his old home and cast upon the beach, where his son rejoices over him but his friends reproach him for losing the joys of that good land. He lives to a good old age and is buried on Oahu. B. Green version. A certain pious man calls so constantly upon his gods that they weary of attending to him upon so trivial occasions. They carry him to their paradise underseas, where they appear to him in human bodies and chide him gently for his simplicity before returning him to his mourning friends. C. Westervelt version. At Kaipapa near Haula, North Oahu, lives an old kahuna who has Kane and Kanaloa as his gods. They come to visit him, rest and drink awa with him, and for his piety give him ulua fish, never known before in those waters. They forbid him to go down to the beach, whatever noise of shouting he may hear. A great fish comes inshore near a place called Cape of the Whale and the people use its back to leap from. The kahuna cannot resist joining the sport. The fish swallows him and carries him away to Tahiti. Kohala version. A whale gets stranded on the coast of Kohala and men begin cutting it up. Hamumu comes along with Taro, gets on the head of the whale, begins to cut, and is carried away to Kahiki. There he learns temple building and other arts. He returns inside a coconut shell whose contents have been cleaned out through the eye and the shell sealed up with gum. This is the origin of the building of the Mookini Temple of Kohala, to which belongs the hula hula ritual. Lanai version. In time of famine a fisherman builds a hut by the sea and comes daily with the fish he has caught to lay a morsel before the god, although this god he does not know by name. One day two men appear, to whom he gives what he has. The next morning they inform him that they are Kane and Kanaloa who have heard his prayers. A time of plenty follows, and a terraced heiau is built on the spot. The story probably belongs to the popular South Sea myth of Longapoa and the Tree of Plenty discussed under Haumea. Closely corresponding concepts are contained in the myth of the hidden island, Kane Hunamoku, the conclusion of which is discussed under that of the Mu and Menehune people. Thrum does not say where he obtained the story. Myth of Kanehinamoku. Kane and Kanaloa are lords over the children of the gods who peopled the earth in early days. Kane Hunamoku, Kane's hidden island, is their son. When he is born, thunder crashes and lightning flashes. From the union of Manoaiku, Kiu, Lani, male head of the clouds in the blue sky, and of Hihikalani, female head of the rolling clouds, arose a mist out of which blood-tinted pyramidal clouds separated. Kane Hunamoku is therefore descended from these two. When he becomes a man he desecrates the flower garden of Kaunohi, whose pool is called Manawai, and is banished with Kaunohi to a floating land where their people are to be dwarfs who build upon rocky soil. He comes to himself in this land and questions where he is. He sees an abundant growth of trees and fruits, drinks of a spring, but cries, "Where am I, living in the shadow of night, below, below?" A mysterious voice bids him to continue, over the blue ocean, the deep sea, the Red Sea, because of his pride, and upon its asking him what he desires, he asks for a wife who shall be Keanohila. The voice answers from the budding ti plant. Thunder and lightning play. Many white chicks come running toward him. The voice tells him that his land is sacred and shall not be seen in the light of day. It shall be seen only at certain tapu periods in July and August. When it hovers near Hina, Kauai, then he shall be near, on the floating land of Keanohila. This land is a beautiful floating cloud of Kane and Kanaloa. Kaunohiula is his companion there. Bowling is to be their favorite sport. The children of Kane Hunamoku and Kaanohaila in this land are Moo, Moonanea, a dog, Pele Moo, a caterpillar, Hauilokoa, a beautiful girl with supernatural powers, Halalamanu, a girl of fire, Quilioa. Iomoa, endowed with sacredness, upholding family purity, and an ordinary child, Kaanui. The land of Kane Hunamoku is composed of three strata, the outer called Kane Hunamoku after himself, the second called Kwaihalani where live his wife and children and the dwarf people, the inner called Uluhaimalama where fragrant flowers grow. Ahaweo and Uhaleoa are overseers of this garden and they lead the migration of the people of Kane Hunamoku toward vegetable growth. Kauhai is the one who sets in motion the island, which is driven through space by the wind, but only at night is it in motion. Kueohina is the one who makes possible the equilibrium of Kane Hunamoku in the night of Mohalu, 12th night of the moon as it begins to round and first of the Kane nights, as it revolves in space. As also during the periodical visits of Kane and Kanaloa on the night of Akua, full moon. Rice gives Ulukoa, barren breadfruit, as an alternative name for Kane Hunamoku. Ulukoa is named by Kamapua as one of the unknown Aumakua worlds of the dead by the upright walls of Kane, to which the dead are conducted by Kane Hunamoku. Some say it belongs to Samoa. In the story of Ainlike it is called Ulukae, Ualakae. It is an island of women reached by a young swimmer who teaches the use of cooked food and weds its chiefess, as in the South Sea story of Kai, and which rolls, Kae, up to the shore to bring wife or son to the husband and father. The most famous of these floating islands is Paliuli, as it has come to be called regularly, although Paliula with reference to the twilight or mirage, Liula, as in Westervelt's story of Kueomele, would seem to be a more natural original. Fealula is the bright house in the ninth heaven in the Samoan creation story. Paliuli is pictured as an earthly paradise of the gods, supposed to float above the clouds or to rest upon the earth at the will of its keeper, and also identified, like Kane Hunamoku and Ulukoa, with the original paradise where the first two human beings were made and where they first dwelt, as in the chant. O Paliuli, hidden land of Kane. Land in Kalanai Haola. In Kahikiku, in Kapakapaa of Kane. Land with springs of water. Fat and moist. Land greatly enjoyed by the god. In ancient story it is to be reached deep under the seas. In the Pele legend the seeker after the water of life wings his way, straight toward the rising sun, and then descends a pit to reach the place where it is guarded. In the Kumalipo the lines run. Surely it must be dismal, that unknown deep. 'Tis a sea of coral from the depth of Paliuli. Today the fertile land of Paliuli is definitely localized in the uplands of Olae in the forest between Hilo and Puna districts on Hawaii, west of Panaeva and a little east of the house of the Reverend Desha, at a place known as 13 miles. Nahi of Hilo is said once to have chanced upon this enchanted spot, but in an attempt to prove his boast and guide a friend to the spot he looked for the path again in vain, the gods had hidden it. It is here that romance places the ever-fruitful garden of the gods, described as a land, flat, fertile, and well filled with many things desired by man, where the sugar cane grew until it fell over and rose again, the bananas fell scattering. The hog grew until the tusks were long, the chickens until the spurs were long and sharp, and the dogs until their backs were broadened out. The three mythical lands already named are to be found, in the myth of Kalanai Haola, as appellations for the earthly paradise situated in the first land made by the gods. And as the place where the gods placed the first man and the first woman they had made. Kalanai Haola is in Kahiki Honua Kele, Kahiki the land that moved off, or in Mololani, root of heaven, or in Hawaii Nui Kuaoli Kaio, green-backed Hawaii of spotted seas, in Kahikiku. It has a multitude of names all belonging to Kane and referring to the nature of the land. As, spirit land, sacred land, dark land, tapu land, hidden land, or to the traditional bark cloth, mountain apple, breadfruit, which the god has placed in that land. And it contains also the water of the gods of Kane, Waiakua Kane, and the water of life, Waiola, of Kane. Kane as preserver is invoked as Kane of the water of life. This water of life is described as a spring beautifully transparent and clear. Its banks are splendid. It had 3 outlets, one for Ku, one for Kane, and one for Lono, and through these outlets the fish entered the pond. If the fish of this pond were thrown on the ground or on the fire, they did not die, and if a man had been killed and was afterward sprinkled over with this water, he did soon come to life again. In Maori tradition Tarangai Haola, Kalanai Haola, is the place where the first members of mankind were created. Tiki, the creative being, comes from Tarana, the place of creation. How, or why, Ora is the name of the third heaven, the place where the spirit of man comes to him at birth. To Hoora or Te Waiora Tane comes the spirit of the child about to be born, and from this heaven the soul is sent to the newborn child. When the body of the dead is burned, when all is consumed but the buttocks, the person conducting the operation pokes them up with a stick, causing sparks to fly upward, and this is said to take the spirit to the Waiora Tane. Some Maori say that the moon is concerned with the giving of life to the child. The moon is the real husband of all women. According to the knowledge of our ancestors and elders, the marriage of man and woman is of no moment. The moon is the true husband. The moon, when it is wasted away, bathes in the lake of Iwa, in the living water, Waiora, of Tane and renews its life. In Tahiti, Vaiora Tane, the Milky Way, is above in the highest heaven. It is called the water for the gods to lap up into their mouths. At a royal child's first bath he is said to be bathed in the Vaiora Tane. In Tonga, in Bulotu where the gods live is the spring viola near the talking tree under whose shadow the gods sit down to drink kava, the tree acting as master of ceremonies and calling out the name of him to whom the bowl shall be carried. It is when the gods sail away from water of life, people the earth, and lose the way back to Bulotu that they become mortal. In San Cristobal life-giving power is attributed to water, which even causes conception. In the rite of the child's first bath the water is charmed to take away sickness and give life. Similar stories of wandering islands are told in the Tuamotus. Upuru and Hawaii are two ancestral lands said to be visible to those on a ship halfway between. An ancient homeland called Ho'oho'omeidu is described as sinking beneath the waves. In a romance from Anae, Berea goes to meet Hinoru in the wondrously beautiful land of Hikua which rises from the sea and to which no man has ever come before. In the legend of Tane and Kihotumu, when Tane visits the older god, Kihotumu tests him by sending him to pursue the swiftly flying island Nukatir, where he has deposited his sacred diadem. If Tane succeeds in this quest his power will equal that of Kihotumu. The chant runs. Here is the sailing island, the swiftly fleeing land. Poised to depart on the long voyage to the far shore of Havanui. Great land of darkness. Flocking birds, wheeling above the clouds, trail their fleeting shadows on the land. The vanishing isle is as a migratory bird flashing in undeviating flight, now launched upon the wind. The legend played a real part in South Sea Island life. Marquesans know the hidden islands of the gods where the priests say food abounds and which may be seen on the horizon at sunset. They frequently leave home to go in search of them. More than 800 are known to have set out for these lands and only one canoe was ever heard from. Faison describes Tongan efforts to reach the lands hidden by the gods. South Sea descriptions of an earthly paradise where the spirits of the dead are sent to enjoy the delights of earth without the fear of death differ only in detail from the Hawaiian myth. Rohutu Noa Noa, fragrant Rohutu, is the earthly paradise of the Arioi society in Tahiti, situated in the air above the mountain of Tamahani-Inauna in the northwest of Raiatea, and invisible to human eyes. It is ruled by Romatane. Souls are directed thither by the god Tutaharoa. There they enjoy all the delights of life without labor and are immune from death. In Samoa, Bulotu is the paradise dominion of Savasolio, human above and fish below, with a house whose pillars are made of the bones of dead chiefs. Here the spirit bathes in the water of life and becomes strong again. In Aitutaki, to avoid baking in Miru's oven, a piece of coconut and one of sugar cane are placed over the stomach of the dead. The soul will then go to Iva, where souls feast at ease under the guardianship of Takaitoa. In Rarotonga warriors may go to a paradise called Tiki's Reed House. In Niue there is a bright land of Shiva in the sky to which some dead go. Among the Dian Trekistrix a few warriors go to the sky, where life is one great feast. Some Andaman Islanders say that souls go to live in the sky with a mythical being named Tomo, the first ancestor, where they have plenty of pork and dancing. On San Cristobal souls, after living in Rodamana where they join their friends, swim on to the island of Maraba where is a paradise of souls, feasting and dancing, and a river of living water, called Totomanu where the soul bathes and, if it is that of a devout man, is absorbed into Onua and becomes immortal without losing personality. The Fiji Elysium is an island to the northwest of Vitalivu called Burotu or Morotu. Here lives Hikuleo, the tailed god, beside the water of life and the speaking tree that calls out the order of precedence at the feast. About 1885 a new religion spread in Fiji called the Tuka religion. Life immortal in Burota Kula, Red Paradise, was the teaching of this religion. It told of a fountain of life, a house of sleep and pleasant dreams, interwoven with poetry and romance. It was said to be allied to a religion invented in New Zealand by a mad prophet, called Kuti, and it centered in the region of the mountain Kavandra, on Viti Levu, shrine of the snake god Ndengi. Such hopes of an earthly paradise where the religious may enjoy the delights which are the perquisite of the gods whom they worship are common to many if not all priest-guided religions. In ancient Japan, Tokoyo no Kuni is the eternal land, the retreat of gods and spirits not to be reached by common man. The Indian poet Somadeva tells of the heavenly abode of Shiva, untouched by the calamities of old age, death and sickness. Home of unalloyed happiness. Wonderful are the magic splendors of the Vidyadharas, since they possess such a garden in which enjoyments present themselves unlooked for, in which the servants are birds, and the nymphs of heaven keep up a perpetual concert. The Kane Aumakua worship in Hawaii is today plainly concerned with the fate of the spirit after death. The symbolism of the hidden islands in the original Kane worship seems rather to center in the birth of the child descended from high chiefs and his care before reaching maturity. The term ulupae to designate a girl before her first period of menstruation and a boy before hair develops on his body, would perhaps explain the persistence of the breadfruit, ulu, in the symbolism. The picture of the earthly paradise corresponds with the care taken of such a young chief who is brought up under tapu. It is significant that in the romances, as soon as a marriage is arranged for the young person so cared for, the place is shut up and activities are carried on elsewhere. The connection between this land and that in which the first man and the first woman are made argues still further that the underlying idea is of the period of maturing of the reproductive energy, both in man and in nature, during which the god Kane repeats the process by which he first produced man. The esoteric symbolism involving the sexual life, the period of chastity to which highborn children were subjected under tapu, the selected marriage, are very well illustrated in the romances as they will appear later. It looks as if an ancient teaching connected with Kane worship, its phallic symbolism, and its interest in reproduction, had been adapted to the biblical account of Adam and Eve in Eden in a kind of harmonizing between the old teaching and the new Christian mythology. Other mythical lands mentioned in the Kane myth and occurring constantly in chant, legend, and romance seem to be without the particular machinery of the hidden land. Although pictured as lands inhabited by the ancestral gods and closed after the migration of their descendants. Kwahilani, supporting heaven, is the name of the cloudland adjoining earth and is the land most commonly named in visits to the heavens or to lands distant from Hawaii. In the legend of Kaulu it is the place where Kane and Kanaloa drink awa with the spirits, called also Lewanuyu and Lewalani. It is the chant name for the land from which Alapana came and which Kila visits. The land in which Pele was born, or to which she goes after leaving Palapala, the land from which came the grandparents of Kamapua. The legendary land, in which Moanania cares for the gods and where the children of Ku and Hina are born and the parents live until all migrate to join Kane and Kanaloa on Oahu. When it is shut up by the Moo guardians and indeed called the hidden land of Kane. The land in which Kinaini is born and where he lives and from which he departs for the underworld, and that from which Kuahailo comes to woo the grandmother of Kinaini in the Pukue version. The land in Kahiki to which Kapua Kauheloai is banished by her parents and which is her mother's ancestral home, the home of Lakiamanu's father in Kahiki, to which she travels on a banana shoot, home of the Iku family to which Aukele belongs. The land visited by Kualanakila, keeper of Mokulihua. In the myth of Kane it is described as constituting the second stratum of the floating land, created by Kane and Kanaloa for their son, and the home of his wife and children, inhabited by the Menehune and the Mueaimaya or banana eaters. In the dirge to Kahahana it is the land of the deified dead. Aia I Kwaihilani ka Heleanai. O ka onohi ula o kaulani ko inoa. There in Kwaihilani you have gone. The rainbow of the heaven is your name. It lies to the west, for two chiefesses who travel thence voyage eastward to Hawaii. After a voyage of 40 days the sweet smell of kiele flowers hails their approach to its shores. It is called in chant The divine homeland. The wonderful land of the setting sun. Going down into the deep blue sea. And a migration from Kwaihalani is described as the Ali'i, chiefs, thronging in crowds from Kwaihalani. On the shoulders of Moanaliha, ocean. Above Kwaihalani lies Niume'a, Meha, Lani, sacred raised place of the Heavenly One, the land in the clouds to which Haumea retires in anger with all her retainers when the birdman carries off her favorite grandchild. And whence she releases the hot season to parch the land. The place to which she returns to dwell with the gods after the tree blossoms which she has received from Alapana in payment for his daughter's painless delivery. The land above, to which Namako-Kahai pursues the Pele Sisters to spy out their movements, the land to which Papa retires after her quarrel with Wakea. The land above Kolohilani to which the guardian of that land flies up when he discovers the arrival of Kahalaomapuana and her carrier, in order to bring back with him his magician brother. The land in the highest place in the heavens, in which the Moo guardian builds, out of clouds, in Kolohilani a house, turning like the ever-moving clouds, for Kueomelemele, the child of Ku and Hina. The inner third stratum of the floating land created as a home for Kane Hunamoku and his family and surrounded by a garden of fragrant flowers. In all these cases it is thought of as a land in the heavens situated above Kwaihalani or its equivalent. Fragrance, brightness, elevation, and a special sacredness are the attributes of this mythical land. According to Emerson, Nuumialani is the Aumakua of clouds. Accustomed as they are to dividing up the universe according to rank, Hawaiians easily think in terms of above and below, drawing an invisible line in space between Kwaihalani and Nuumialani, between Lewalani. That region of air which lies next to the heavens of the gods, and Lewanuyu which lies below, next to the treetops. Here spirits may live in the bodies of human beings and enjoy the delights of earth. We say of men who live on a scale beyond that enjoyed by most that they live like gods. The Polynesians say of their gods that they live like men in the enjoyment of earthly abundance. 7. Lesser gods. The great gods each had his own form of worship, his priests and heiaus, his own special symbols of ritual distinction. Ku by fives is the old saying. Conquering chiefs took pains to recognize in their worship the gods of the lands they took over. Nothing is more characteristic of Hawaiian religion than the constantly increasing multiplicity of gods and the diversity of forms which their worship took. Even of the heiau Thrum says there was no one alike. Besides the great gods there were an infinite number of subordinate gods descended upon the family line of one or another of the major deities and worshipped by particular families or those who pursued special occupations. Says Malo, each man worshipped the Akua that presided over the occupation or profession he followed, because it was generally believed that the Akua could prosper any man in his calling. Says another, below the four great gods were 50 lesser gods, some say 40, others an indeterminate number, each named after some attribute of the god appropriate to the special department over which he presided. 50 Kane gods, 50 Lono gods, and also subordinate gods. Over these the great gods presided. These in turn ruled 50 lesser Kane, Ku, Lono, and Kanaloa, deities, and so on, the whole system comparable to a tree with trunks, branches, twigs. Some worshipped their gods in the form of images. There were many of them, about 40 or twice 40 of feather idols, says one describing the ceremonial of a royal sacrifice. Others worshipped without any concrete form. Kepalino distinguishes between the way in which were regarded the gods who were worshipped by the forefathers, the gods who made heaven and earth, and the spirits, uhane, a numberless body, millions upon millions. Whom he divides into the bodiless spirits of the air, uhane lewa, created by Kane to serve the gods, and the bodiless spirits of the dead who have become guardian spirits, amakua, for their descendants on earth. In order not to omit any one of the host of lesser deities formed out of the spittle of the god when he was shaping the earth, it was customary to add to or open an invocation with the formula, invoke we now the 40,000 gods, the 400,000 gods. The 4,000 gods, e houlu ana aikini o kuakua, ka lehu o kuakua, Kamano o Kuakua, and to add to these ritual numbers expressive of an innumerable multitude such identifications as, the ranging of the gods by rank, the circle of the gods, the coming together by twos, the coming together by threes, the murmur of the gods, with reference to, that countless rout of little gods, whose shouts, Ikawa, were at times distinctly to be heard. All forms of nature were thus thought of as bodily manifestations of spirit forces. The hierarchies of the gods corresponded to the social system, which recognized a minute classification of society into ranks according to blood inheritance. National worship of the great gods, conducted by ruling chiefs, was an expression of descent from a common stock. The slave class who bore no such relationship were hence outcasts. They lived apart and were forbidden intermarriage or even association, except of a limited sort, with the freeborn. Worship of a god as special guardian or aumakua of a particular family was also an expression of kinship and commanded the service of whatever nature spirits belonged, either by descent or by adoption, to the family of the god. Even the great gods Ku, Kane, Lono, Kanaloa might be addressed in prayer as aumakua. Romances and hero tales are rich with implications of this relationship in which nature shares in the signs and acclamations which attend the footsteps of a divine offspring. Says a Fornander story. At sight of Kila the crowd began to shout, admiring his beauty. Even the ants were heard to sing in his praise. The birds sang, the pebbles rumbled, the shells cried, the grass withered, the smoke hung low, the rainbow appeared, the thunder was heard, the dead came to life, the hairless dogs were seen and countless spirits of all kinds. All these things mentioned were the people of Moika, who, upon the arrival of Kila his son, caused themselves to be seen in testimony of Kila's high rank. And again, at the appearance of another divine chief. The woods rejoiced, the winds, the earth, the rocks, rainbows appeared, colored rainclouds moved, dry thunder pealed, lightnings flashed. Kaunohiokala, eyeball of the sun, who lives in the sun, when he puts off his divine nature and comes to earth in a human body thus announces his approach. When the rain falls and floods the land, I am still here. When the ocean billows swell and the surf throws white sand on the shore, I am still here. When the wind whips the air and for 10 days lies calm, when thunder peals without rain, then I am at the border of the heavens. When the thunder peals again, then ceases, I have left the taboo house at the borders of Kahiki, my divine body is laid aside, only the nature of a taboo chief remains and I am become a human being like you. Compare the ascent to heaven of Tawaki in Maori legend, who divests himself on the top of a mountain of his earthly garment and clothes himself with lightning. And the journey of Palaiola's brother to Hawaii in his divine form of lightning in the romance of Kueomelemele. Or the account from Tahiti of Tawhai's apotheosis. In Mangaya. Birds, fish, reptiles, insects, and specially inspired priests, were reverenced as incarnations, mouthpieces, or messengers of the gods. The earth is not made, but is a thing dragged up from the shades, and is but the gross outward form of an invisible essence still in the underworld. Many of their gods were originally men whose spirits were supposed to enter into various birds, fish, reptiles, and insects, and into inanimate objects, such as the triton shell, particular trees, sinnet, sandstone, bits of basalt. American Indian peoples far removed from the South Seas cherish a similar attitude toward animate nature. When a warrior of the Omaha takes a new name it is necessary to announce it to the thunder, rocks, hills, trees, worms, animals, and birds. Riggs is quoted as saying of the Dakota Sioux, they pray to the sun, earth, moon. To any object, artificial as well as natural, for they suppose that every object, artificial as well as natural, has a spirit which may hurt or help, and so is a proper object of worship. Of Siwash, god of earth of a California tribe, the story says. So he took some of the people and of them he made high mountains, and of some smaller mountains. Of some he made rivers and creeks and lakes and waterfalls, and of others, coyotes, foxes, deer, antelopes, bears, squirrels, porcupine, and all other animals. Then he made out of the other people all the different kinds of snakes and reptiles and insects and birds and fishes. Then he wanted trees and plants and flowers, and he turned some of the people into these things. Of every man or woman that he seized he made something according to its value. Specifically comparable with the Hawaiian concept is the American Indian assertion that each class of animals or objects of a like kind possesses a peculiar guardian divinity, which is the mother archetype. It is this class god who is worshipped as an aumakua through the particular member of the species recognized as a child of the god. Nor are natural objects alone thus regarded. A sledge introduced early from the northwest coast was worshipped, says Ellis, under the name of Opaikauarii, crab for a chief to rest on. Worshippers of Nuyu, guardian of excrement, were forbidden to allow fire to touch their excrement. Some saw their old gods in printed words, palapala. They say that, in ancient times the gods came to Hawaii from overseas with their families and followers and peopled the group. Up to that time only spirits dwelt here. For a long time they lived with their people as visible, personal gods, but when they became disgusted with their evil ways they left them and went elsewhere. But they left a promise that someday they would return in diminutive size and speaking strange tongues so that the people would not recognize them. When the white men came with their strange language and their art of printing, the tradition was recalled to the minds of some. I hoai mai ana miko mai ka ena I mai, I alolo ana I na alolo malihini, a loko o na huamakaliai. I ho hua no kekahi o oku I keo oku akua, we shall return from a foreign country speaking a strange language and in little forms, and some of you will not recognize your gods. The Hawaiians hence felt that their gods had returned in the Bible. The size of the type used in its printing caused them to think that their gods had come in that shape. Star lore has yet to be recorded from Hawaii. Stars were named and were associated with gods and chiefs, but no star incarnations or apotheoses are related in Hawaiian story. Sun and moon are represented in myth, either as habitations of gods who descend and live on earth in human form, or as divine bodies of gods who are worshipped as aumakua by their descendants. At noon when the body casts no shadow the full strength of the sun passes into its worshipper. Ka la I ka lolo, the hour of triumph, or, literally, the sun on the brain, it is called. The very small part played even in ritual story by so striking a natural object as the sun, which we know had its worshippers, leads one to suspect a suppression of myth which was phallic in nature or else was so tied up in sorcery as to invite secrecy. First perhaps Ku and then Kane were looked upon as the male procreative gods into whose family on earth the whole Wakea genealogy is drawn. Maui with, in some groups, his dazzling phallus may be regarded in the same light. The wind god, or goddess, Laiameomo causes the wind and storm to arise, but in story the action is altogether concerned with the human means of attaining control over these powers. Laiameomo himself is worked into the migration legend of Moika as a helpful companion who stops off at God Lono in Kaluakoi on Molokai, a cave on the north coast near Kalaupapa, or at Waipio, as the party coasts along the islands. Maui is said to have obtained the gourd of constant winds, Ipumakania Kamaumau, from the Kahuna Kalaialu in Waipio Valley to fly his kite by. The famous tale of Paka'e, which belongs to a period rather late in the history of the ruling chiefs of Hawaii but is probably put together out of much older material, also shows the wind god well under the influence of his human worshippers through their knowledge of the chants which enumerate his attributive names, and their possession of the bones of his keeper, Kahu. Legend of Pka. Rice version. Paka'e is the son of the head steward of Kiwanayomi and of Laimaomo, daughter of a chief at Kapa'e on Kauai, note the play on the name, whom the steward marries incognito and leaves with child upon return to his master. Without revealing to the family his high rank but bestowing upon the mother the customary tokens of his paternity. The fatherless boy is despised by the mother's family. He invents the use of a sail and wins a racing contest. The mother gives him a finely polished calabash containing the bones of his grandmother Loa, who in her life had controlled the winds of every district from Hawaii on the east to Kaula on the west of the group. and teaches him how to open the calabash and call the name of whatever wind he desires, and she then sends him to seek his father. The boy is recognized by the tokens and at his father's death succeeds to his father's offices of chief counselor, diviner, treasurer, and navigator for the chief. Jealous enemies conspire against him and the office of navigator is taken from him. He leaves the ruler in anger and hides himself on a remote coast of Molokai, at a spot where the foundation of his house is pointed out today, and there takes a wife and engages in agriculture against the coming of his chief. To his son Kwapakae he teaches all his own lore of the winds and rains, some hundreds of which are quoted in the Fornander version. When Kili comes seeking his favorite, he conceals himself, but the boy calls up a storm and brings the party ashore, where the chief is entertained in the old style and becomes even more wistful over the loss of his old friend and servant. Until finally the navigators who have usurped his place are drowned in a storm and the chief himself is constrained to put to death the others who have plotted against him. The account makes no claim for Pakae as a personified wind god and it is only through material possession of the ancestral bones and the no less important oral recitation of the sacred names that godlike power becomes his. All this is in line with definite priestly training and has nothing to do with allegory. Wind imprisonment by noted magicians occurs in other South Sea areas. Cloud shapes, rainbows, and other such appearances are, like the stars, definitely connected with chief families and their comings and goings. There is no attempt to dramatize the phenomena themselves save in relation to the human action in which they play a part in the service of the family to which they belong. Stories in which nature spirits are the actors represent them as marrying, fighting, giving birth, exactly like human beings, but colored with the attributes of the forms they represent. Poliahu, goddess of the snow-covered mountain, who vamps the lovers of the Lady of Paliuli, wears a white mantle and cold is her attribute. It is often to secure the powers obviously belonging to the object, or to some other object, generally analogous in name or attribute, whose nature it is believed to share, that natural objects are worshipped as gods. For this reason stones in general have a potential power. Kane Poha, Ku, Kae, Rolling Stone Kane, is the subordinate Kane god who presides over stones. He was never represented by an image but came to his worshippers in dreams in human form with a head of stone. He was invoked by warriors to bless their weapons and make them strong as rocks, and by farmers to bless their fields. The saying is, He ola ka pohaku a he make ka pohaku, that is, there is life in the stone and death in the stone, because stones are used as missiles to kill and as ovens in cooking. Stone working was a chiefly art, and an elaborate differentiation of stones suitable for working was known to the adept. Malo lists 58 varieties and believes there are many other stones that have failed of mention. To secure a god to preside over games, large stones were selected and wrapped in tapa, and ceremonies were performed over such a stone in the heiau. If the owner of the god was unsuccessful more than once or twice, the stone god was thrown away. Rocks have sex, the solid rock, columnar in shape, is male, the porous rock, loaf-shaped or split by a hollow, is female. Chiefs and priests worshipped these rocks and poured awa over them as representatives of the god. If a stone of each sex was selected, a small pebble would be found beside them which increased in size and was finally taken to the heiau to be made a god. Ili Ili Hanao Koloa, birth pebble of Koloa, is the mother of rocks for Kau district, referring to the porous pebbles found especially at the beach of Koloa, Kau district, on Hawaii. Such stones were supposed to grow from a tiny pebble to a good-sized rock and to reproduce themselves if watered once a week. Care had to be taken lest they be stepped upon or otherwise treated with disrespect. Hence they were carefully wrapped in tapa and laid away on a high rafter of the house. At a child's naming day or on other special occasions such as marriages, wars, and fishing expeditions they were taken down and arranged on ti leaves, together with awa root, upon a mat or table and their wisdom and blessing invoked. Afterward some member of the family would have a dream favorable or unfavorable to the project in hand and this was regarded as sent from the god. A similar idea is found in Tonga, where black volcanic pebbles and white pebbles of coral, buried together, are believed to increase. According to Fornander, a priest consulted by a person who wished to steal the property of another would divine the result of the undertaking by a process of odd or even, with a pile of some 50 pebbles. If the would-be thief chose a pile containing an odd number of stones and the pile left over for the owner was even, the expedition would be lucky, if the reverse, unlucky. An odd number or an even number for both sides was bad. Pebbles used in the game of kimo, jackstones, and in the game of konane, a kind of checkers, are regarded with that sanctity which surrounds the objects sacred to the use of chiefs. Special stones are regarded as sacred because of a traditional connection with old ancestors. They are gods, akua, and it is bad luck to disturb them. According to Mrs. Pukue, near the old Hawaiian hotel at Waikiki is a row of rocks called Peikiai, to which it was the custom in old days to take strangers caught along the coast and suspected of a war trip or a search for a human victim for their gods, and hold their heads under water until they were drowned. This method of putting to death was called kai-hii kai. An old Hawaiian who was asked to point them out refused lest our lives should pay the forfeit. Petroglyphs abound about the islands, some as pictographs, a good many representing crude outlines of the human figure. The most interesting are in the form of cup markings surrounded by 1 or 2 rings. Those which occur on the boundaries of a Puki land division in Puna are used by the old Puna people as depositories for the child's navel cord. The subject has been studied by Baker, Stokes, Ellis, and mentioned by Dibble. Stones, as shown in the story of Kola, are often worshipped as fish gods. Stories of fish gods and fish transformations are common, since, as a Fornander informant somewhat enigmatically remarks, some of the beings who inhabited this world were gods and some were fishes, and this fact remains to this day. Fish altars were built to a number of fishing gods besides Kuula, the great god of the fishing stations, to Kaimekua, Kinilau, multitude, Kamohoaliai, shark god of the Pele family, Kane Koa, Kane Kokala, and others. Birds are notably potential gods or spirit beings. In the machinery of romance, migratory birds or those which nest in high cliffs are messengers for the high chiefs in the story. Thus plover, kolea, wandering tattler, ulili, tropic bird, koai, turnstone, akekeke, akikihio, are sent by the divine chiefs of the story, generally in pairs, to act as scouts or to carry messages from island to island. The plover, accompanied by the tattler, remains in Hawaii or flies on south from August until the following May or June, when it migrates to Alaska for nesting, leaving behind immature birds and cripples. Cartwright reports watching flights of these birds for 2 or 3 days at a time from the deck of an ocean steamer going south to Samoa. According to a Tongan story, Hama followed the tropic bird to sea to find out where it got its food and discovered the island of Atta. In New Zealand, thousands of birds assemble on Spirits Bay, where the spirits of the dead take their departure for the Reina, heavens, and leave New Zealand for northern Siberia. A Maori song runs. Whilst the fleet of canoes o'er the ocean are paddled, the flocks of gods are above in the heavens flying. The godwit, Quaka, arrives in October and leaves in March by way of Norfolk, New Hebrides, Solomon Islands, New Guinea, Timor, Celebes, Japan, China, to Siberia. Who can tell of the nests of the Quaka, is a Maori proverb. On Ellis Island, frigate birds are used by native pastors to send messages. Formerly a native sent pearl fishhooks in this way from island to island. The birds are kept on perches and fed fish. When they see another similar perch they alight upon it. In Samoa the plover, Tuli, is the messenger of Tangaloa Lagi. In a Marquesan legend the tropic bird, Kodi, and the swallow, Kopia, are sent to secure songs. In Hawaiian story subordinate deities and even the great gods appear in bird bodies. The spirits of relatives serve their descendants in this form. In Haleol's romance the chiefess of Paliuli is served by birds and rests upon their wings. Her house is thatched with royal yellow feathers. The notes of birds mark her progress. The story reads, when rings the note of the oo bird I am not in that sound, or the alala, I am not in that sound, when rings the note of the ele paio then am I making ready to descend. When the note of the apapane sounds, then I am without the door of my house. If you hear the note of the iwapalina, then I am without your ward's house. Seek me, you too, and find me without. The Elepaio bird, Chasiempes sandwichensis, or flycatcher, is a goddess worshipped by canoe makers. When a canoe was to be built, a priest would go to the forest, select a tree, and pray to the gods of the woods to bless it, then wait for an Elepaio bird to alight on the trunk. If it merely ran up and down, the trunk was sound. But where it stopped to pick at the bark, that spot was sure to be found rotten, and the builder would run a risk in making use of the trunk. Mythical birds called Hauilu, Kiwae, Iwa appear in the stories as bearers overseas or to the heavens. The Kiwae is said to be the pilot bird which conducts the navigator into the canoe shed at the landing place. Hauilu in the Akalenui legend is the man-eating bird from Kahiki who can also take human form. The heiau of Hauilu at Kaunolu on Lanai was the most important on that island. Of the reference in the Kumalipo, this is the landing place of the bird Hauilu. Hawaiians say that the name was given to a chief, also called Ho'olulu, brought here from foreign lands, who landed at Kona on Hawaii and from whose line Beckley's grandmother stems. The feathers that rise and fall on the heads of images in answer to a kahuna's petition are said to come from the mythical birds Hauilu and Kiwae. Wonderful feathers, says Kamapua, made out of particles of water from the dazzling orb of the sun. By Malo they are said, more prosaically, to come from the Iwa or man-of-war bird, Fragata aquila, found on the small islands off Kauai, Kaula, and Nihoa. Individuals of this species are worshipped under particular names. The bird Ka-Iwa Kalamiha is a great bird ancestress with dwelling places in all the islands and in Kahiki. Kihahaka-Iwa Napali is a great bird sent by Lanapil to vomit over the canoe of Peo and sink it in the waves. A fourth seabird known in myth as the Aainukeanuia Kane, great white albatross of Kane, also written with the termination Ekulawaya, standing fishing, is the white albatross, Diomedia immutabilis, which used to be seen commonly along the island coasts and was called Kane's bird. So in Tahiti the common albatross is spoken of as the shadow of Taroa. Species of birds which are habitants of the islands hence appear in myth as kindred and servants of gods who are worshipped as family guardians. Or the god himself may manifest himself on earth in bird form and be worshipped under the name of his particular manifestation. Vegetable growth is regarded by Hawaiians with more religious awe than animal life because it is not so intimately associated with man. All life other than human springs from the gods since it is out of control of man. It is therefore alive with spirit force. Plants are thought of as transformation bodies of gods and as such take their place in myth. In folk belief the wind god Makani Keoe, Makani Kau, one of the many gods of love named in Hawaiian lore, has control over plants and can himself take the form of a tree or cause plants to grow. A branch from his transformation form will serve as a love charm, but only a brave person can secure such an amulet because of the voices and visions which will pursue him. The sisters of Makani Keoe are Lauka'iai, who owns the Kauri shell Lehoula, and Laukie Leula, who becomes wife of Moanalihai Kawaokele, one of the remote ancestors of the Kane line and father of the male sisters in the romance of Laiaikawai. One turns into the sacred pandanus vine called Iei, the other into the sacred sweet-scented Kiele blossom of the uplands. A folktale from Kau district on Hawaii tells how Makani Kau takes pity on a young husband turned out of the house by his wife's family because of his indolence, and reconciles the couple by conjuring up food for his protege when all the land suffers from famine. Today in Kau when there is a family quarrel folk say, Makani Keoe is gone from home, or has come back, when the quarrel is patched up. Hawaiians are extravagantly fond of perfume, and fragrant plants are invariably associated with deity. Color is also indicative of divine rank, yellow and red being the colors sacred to chiefs. Yellow seems to be primarily the Kane color. The use of flower wreaths and decorations of woodland plants for a dance hall carries with it a sense of divinity which strengthens the emotional satisfaction with which such things are regarded. Certain red flowers are sacred to the gods and those whom they love. Like the red iiwi bird, so is the red iiwi blossom of the vine sacred. No one not beloved of the gods will dare to pick and wear it lest he be haunted by a headless woman carrying her head under one arm. Awa drink from the shrub of the pepper family, Piper methisticum, is invariably used in sacrifice to cane gods. Different varieties are distinguished by their color and markings and by the size of the root sections. Babies were given the juice of the nene variety as a soothing syrup. This is a fretful, waning, child and must be given the awa nene, is the saying. Only the most common variety could be used by the commoner, the rarer kinds were reserved for the chiefs. For the gods and on ceremonial occasions the moi, royal, haiwa, black, and papa, recumbent, were used, the papa, from which the moi was often an offshoot, being specially offered to female deities. The most highly prized was that which sprouted upon trees so that the roots to be gathered grew exposed on the tree. It was called awa, resting on trees, kau laau, or, planted by the birds, a kamanu. Awa offered to a god was either poured or sprinkled over the image, or, if there was no image, the kahuna sprinkled it in the air and drank the remainder in the cup. The cups used were always made of polished coconut shells cut lengthwise in the shape called kanoa. The cups were never placed on the floor itself but on a piece of bark cloth spread before the priest or server, and never where they might be stepped over or otherwise desecrated. As soon as the ceremony was over, they were washed, placed in a net, cocoa, and hung from the rafters. The strainer was also carefully washed and hung in a tree to dry. The order of serving also was important. At the entertainment of a guest, it was considered an insult to the host if the guest refused the cup or passed the cup handed to him, as guest of honor, to an inferior chief. Before a war especially all chiefs drank together a cup of awa, which passed from hand to hand in order of rank. In passing the cup to a chief it was customary to utter some appropriate remark or sing a chant, but no particular form was fixed by tradition. The preparation of the awa did not differ from the methods described for other groups. The young boys and girls who chewed the chief's awa were especially selected from the chief class for their perfect teeth. The peculiar sense of sacredness which associated the awa with the body of a god because of its narcotic effect was still further strengthened by this ceremonial restraint and the exclusiveness put upon its use. Coconut groves are among those things on earth which are worshipped. The grove at Kalapana was in old days tapu to all but the descendants of a certain family of chiefs of whom the following story is told. Legend of the recumbent coconuts of Kalapana. Long ago 2 young chiefs of Puna named Hinawail and Aulahi, Wahi, who were cousins and intimates stole away incognito to tour the island. Returning after several months they joined a group of men who were testing their strength by attempting to bend to earth 2 full-grown coconut trees. Unrecognized they waited until all had failed, then they too made the attempt. Hinawail grasped one tree, Aulahi the other, and with a strong downward pull laid them low. The people shouted applause. Upon discovering that the men were their own chiefs their joy knew no bounds. The mother of Mrs. Pukue, who tells the tale, is descended from one of these 2 chiefs. Visitors to the coconut grove today are shown Naniamoa Kalapana, the recumbent coconut trees of Kalapana, still flourishing as of old, although it is said that the 2 original trees have been since replaced. The story is told of Queen Emma that when she found the trees dead and asked her men to bend 2 more to take their place none could do so until the queen herself held a leaf of each, when they were easily bent. A San Cristobal account of the passage to the land of the dead tells how, at Haueheha, the souls are supposed to bend down the fronds of a coconut called Nyotarau, coconut of crossing. Although not so stated, the task is probably a test of chief rank. The play of words in the Hawaiian is upon the word mo, which denotes the rank of a high tapu chief and also refers to the position of the growing trunks as they lie as if sleeping, mo, along the ground. A good deal of lore centers about the origin of food plants or other plants useful in the economic life. Stories are told to explain certain tapus upon them or customs connected with them which are observed in particular families. A common folktale is that of the relief of famine out of the body of a god who is living on earth in human form and takes pity upon his starving family. Sometimes he provides an oven of food out of his own body, himself emerging unhurt. Sometimes a plant springs from his body at death, which is his spirit body. Myth of the oven of food from the body of a god. A. Emerson version, told to J. S. Emerson in 1883 at Kaupulehu, Kona, Hawaii. A stranger comes to the land and takes a wife. The people have no food. He builds and heats an imu, oven, lies down in it and is covered with earth. When it is uncovered after a period suitable for cooking, the oven yields all sorts of cooked food, while the man himself, perfectly untouched, is seen approaching from the sea. A stream of fresh water called Waikawili, mingling waters, is found welling up at the sea where he has emerged after digging his way half a mile from the oven into which he entered. B. Pukue version, told to her when she was a child by an old lady of Hilo named Kanui Kaikaina. Hina Aikuahi, Hina in the fire, is a Kupua woman who lives at Hilo, Hawaii, with her sister Hina Aikawai, Hina in the water. During a famine Hina in the fire builds and heats an imu. After naming the various foods to be cooked therein and bidding the family uncover it when they see a cloud shaped like a woman resting over it, she lies down in it and is covered with earth. When they uncover the oven, the food named is found within and Hina herself approaches from the sea wreathed with brown seaweed and goes out swimming with Woman of the Coral, one of the wives of the god Ku. Her sister is jealous and attempts to duplicate the feat, but nothing is found in the oven but her ashes because she has not the same kupua gift as her sister. C. Westervelt version. Hina, mother of Maui the demigod, has 4 kupua daughters, Hina Koahi, Hina Kukai, Hina Mahuia, Hina Kalua, Kalaiva. The first has power over fire, the second over the sea, the last over the rain, Ua. Hina Mahuia is the fire goddess of southern Polynesia, Mafui. After Hina has prepared the oven and is covered over, she journeys underground and emerges first at a still pool of fresh water called Mowae. Then from a great spring of water which bubbles up at the very shore, such as old Hawaiians used for a freshwater bath after swimming, Auaui. She commands them to open the oven and enough food is found within to last until the famine is ended. Her sister Kuluyue repeats the experiment but lacks the power. Her body is burnt to ashes but her spirit escapes and appears as a cloud over the peaks in sign of rain. In some versions Maui is represented as seeking his sister's destruction. Stories of the introduction of the breadfruit tree take either a rational or a mythical turn. The rational legend is that Kaha, son of Ho'okamalei and grandson of Moika, brought the breadfruit from Upolu to Hawaii and planted it at Puuloa, Kohala. In the Fornander story of Namako Kapeu, Hawaiian-born son of Kauluokahi, breadfruit of Kahai, a great chief in Kahikipapa-Elewa, faraway land in space. A gourd containing the tokens his father has left for him the son deposits at the foot of the breadfruit impersonation of his father, at Kualakai, which tree is standing to this day. An early schoolboy composition by W. S. Lakai says that 2 men who were out fishing were blown to the land of Kanehunamoku, inhabited only by gods, and brought thence the breadfruit, which they planted at Puuloa. Haumea came there to inspect it and spread it to other lands. The mythical tale is as follows. Origin myth of the breadfruit. A. Lakai version. The breadfruit tree grew up from the testes of a man who died for his family at Kauloa in Kona, Hawaii. The 40,000 and the 4,000 gods first tried the fruit green, then cooked, and found it palatable, but when they heard where it came from they began to vomit and so spread the tree all the way between Kona and their home at Waipio. B. Pukue version. The god Ku loves a woman of earth and the 2 live happily until there comes a famine. Bidding farewell to his wife, Ku stands on his head and disappears into the ground. None but his wife and child are able to pick the fruit. C. Lyman version. A man named Ulu lives at Wakea, Hawaii, and has a young son named Mokuola, from whom the island of that name in Hilo Bay is afterwards named. Ulu dies of famine, but, following the directions of the priests of the heiau at Pu'ueo, the family bury his body near a spring of running water and remain all night within the house. During the night they hear the sounds of dropping leaves and flowers, then of heavy fruit, and in the morning find a breadfruit tree at their door, with the fruit of which the famine is relieved. In one story the coconut brought by Kane, a man of very long bones, is said to have been formerly low, but when a servant was sent by his master to pick the coconuts, the tree lengthened as he climbed. The idea is the same as that of the tapu upon picking breadfruit, with which the Pukue version concludes. Similar stories tell of the growth of a plant out of a human body after burial. The most famous of these is that told elsewhere of the Lauloa taro that grew from the embryo child of Papa and Wakea. Others explain some family tapu upon a particular plant. In Kaiu, a legend is related to explain why the family of a certain chiefess are careful to do no injury to a gourd of a particular species used for household purposes and to bury it carefully if broken. The story shows how a natural happening may be interpreted as a myth. Legend of the Bitter Gourd. A chiefess of a certain family dies and is buried in a cave. From her navel grows a gourd vine. It finds its way to the garden of a chief of the 7th district, and there produces a fine gourd. The chief thumps it to test its ripeness, and the spirit of the gourd complains to a kahuna in a dream. Kahuna and chief trace the vine to its source, and the gourd is thereafter treated respectfully. Myths tell how a god who has lived on earth takes at death the form of some plant. From the body of Kauhelo, sister of Pele, grew the ohelo bushes so abundant on volcanic mountainsides, the flesh became the creeping vine and the bones became the bush plant. The Iei vine is said to be the form in which the goddess Lakai was worshipped, when the time came for her to lay aside her human body. Kamapua relates of Hina Kanaloa that she found a sweet potato from the moon of a kind called Hualani, fruit of heaven, and he thinks it may be for this reason that she was said to be nourished on the moon, Aikanaka-Kaha. Her husband may thus have had a legitimate reason for cutting off her foot when she escaped to the moon, according to the popular story. In order to preserve a planting of the precious new food which may be conceived as the form her spirit took in its moment of deification. Of Maikoha, banished son of Kanikonia, the myth says that he wandered away and died at Kaupo on Maui, and out of his body grew a wauke plant, Brusinetia papyrifera, of a hairy kind like the hairy Maikoha and useful for beating out bark cloth. Myth of Maikoha. A. Fornander version. The youngest son of Kanikonia and Hina Kanaloa is a hairy man from whom sprang the wauke plant. The 5 girls in the family are Kaichukoa, Kaihuanu, Kaihukoko, Kaichukuna, Kaichuopalai. The 5 boys are Kainokai, Kanehulikoa, Kanemilohai, Kanipua, Maikoha. Maikoha breaks up the sacred things. The father tests the children by tying a beam to the back of the neck and to the chin to see which one is brave enough not to cry. Maikoha is judged guilty and banished. He travels to the place in Kaupo called Maikoha and becomes a wauke plant, which is hairy to this day. His sisters come to seek him and find his navel at the root of the plant. They journey on to Oahu where they marry chiefs and change into fish ponds stocked with special kinds of fish. Kaichuopalai becomes the wife of Kapapa Opuhi at Honouliuli in Ava and stocks the fish ponds of that region with fat mullet. The oldest, Kaichukoa, becomes the wife of the handsome chief of Waianae and changes into the fishing ground just out from Kaina Point where the ulua, amber fish, and dolphin abound. Ihukoko becomes the wife of Kawailoa at Waialua where the aholhol fish abound which followed her home. Kaichukuna becomes the wife of Laniloa at Lae and changes into a famous fishing ground for mullet. Kainokai follows in search of his sisters in the form of a lump of pumice or a log of wood and is worshipped as a fish god by 2 old men at Kealia, Waialua. B. Westervelt version. Maikoha's body is planted by his daughters at his own direction at Puiwa beside the Nuanu stream. He is chief god of tapa makers. His daughter Lauwiki taught the art of pounding the wauke bark, his daughter Laihana that of marking the pattern on the beater. Similar plant origin stories occur in southern groups. In Tahiti, Ruataiata in Raiatea, whose temple is Toapuhi, Eel Rock, and his wife Romauarii, whose temple is a Hunoa, called also Taperi, have 4 children. In time of famine the people eat red clay for food. Ruataiata pities his hungry family and, taking leave of them, he goes outside the cave where they live and becomes a breadfruit tree. 3 children in the form of coconuts become trees which, in one version, save the people from famine. On Tonga the story is told of Favanga and his wife Fefafa on the island of Anaiki who kill their leprous daughter to serve to the chief La'au with his kava. Parts of her body are buried and from the head grows a kava plant, from the intestines the sugar cane which is the accompaniment of a kava drinking ceremony. In Rarotonga, Tangaroa goes to a Waikiki Ivarenga and takes a wife. He does not like the rice food which his wife prepares. Her parent Vaitakara dies and sends them breadfruit, which they prepare as tatapaka, mashed and mixed with coconut. In another Rarotonga story a father dies for his starving son and from his body develops the first pig. In a Maori story Tutakahina tells his son to watch his grave after his death. It is a time of darkness. 2 maggots develop from his body. The sun cooks them and the sun rises. Supernatural birth stories are not uncommon. In Samoa the story is told of Sina who forgets to chew talo for the decoy pigeon. She flees and bears a child in the form of the pellet she forgot to chew. This, buried, produces the pulo taro. In Tonga, Family swallows the yam of Pulotu and later gives birth to it on earth. Among the Maori the story goes that Rongo Maui, younger brother of the star Wanui, Alpha Lyrae of Vega, introduced the Kamara to this world. His own body was the basket. He cohabited with Panitanaku. She goes to the waters of Monariki to give birth and learns a chant. Her offspring are the varieties of the sweet potato. Another story says that Pani gets Kamara by stepping into the water and rubbing her stomach until her baskets are filled with sweet potatoes. The Dusun of North Borneo say that the first man and the first woman were made out of earth. Their first child they cut up and out of its parts grew the different food plants. In Tonga the papaya is thought of as the excretion of a goddess on Eua. See also the Hawaiian name for the coarse grass called excretion of Kamapua, Kukipua. The Japanese story is that the moon god Tsukuyomi is sent by his sister to earth and finds the goddess Yukomachi. When he is hungry and asks for food, out of her mouth come all kinds of fish, animals, vegetables. He will not eat but cuts her in 2 in wrath and goes back to heaven. His sister laments this result and sends a messenger to see if the goddess is really dead. Out of her body come animals and food plants which the messenger takes back to heaven. These things become the food for the chiefs of the human race who until this time have eaten raw food. The sun goddess introduces agriculture into heaven as men on earth have practiced it thereafter. Somewhat similar is the Maori story of Rohua, who feeds his guests with birds that live upon the insects in his hair. Among the Tami of New Guinea the wives of a fisherman who always has good luck in fishing are shocked to discover that he dips his own head into the water and fishes crowd about it. They cry him shame and he sits with his head on his knees and disappears into the earth and from the spot where he sat grows the cocoa palm. The myth of the coconut derived from an eel lover is found commonly throughout the South Seas but has not appeared in Hawaii. Tahiti. Hina, whose gods are sun and moon, is espoused to a chief who has an eel body. She flees to the god Maui for help. He baits his fishhook, the eel swallows it, Maui cuts up the body and gives the head to Hina to take home and plant. In Gill's version the head is a gift from a god. Hina forgets and puts the head down while she bathes at Pani and the head sprouts into a coconut. Her daughter carries the coconut to the Tuamotu group at Takahoro in the atoll of Ana, whence the plant spreads. Taichua bathes in the stream Tiohu in the depths of Vairi. She plays there with an eel. It pursues her and she flees. A trap is built for it and the eel caught. At night it tells her in a dream to bury the head and from this springs the coconut tree. Samoa. Sina has a pet eel for which, as it grows larger, she seeks a larger pool. She climbs a tree on the bank and shakes down the fruit into the water. As she gathers it, the eel strikes at and deflowers her. She flees and it follows. When it is killed, its buried head becomes a cocoa palm. Tonga. Hina weeps when her eel is taken from her bathing pool, cut in pieces and eaten. From its buried head grows the coconut. Mangaya. Inamoetu, with a god lover, is wooed by the eel, tuna. It sends a flood and floats to her home, bids her cut off its head and plant it, whence comes the coconut. Tuamotus. Tuna lives in the Lake Vaihiria at Tahiti. Hina is his wife. Maui abducts her, Tuna follows, is destroyed by Maui, and from his head springs the cocoa palm. The same story is told of Maui and Takina, from whose head grows the cocoa palm. In Whakahina, on the other hand, Tehu, son of Tetahoa and Tihio, 6 generations ago brought the first coconut to that island from Tahiti or one of the western islands in a boat named Kaiao. Puka Puka. The wife longs for a certain strange fish and the husband brings many kinds, none of which is the right one. Finally, by uttering a charm, he hooks Tuna the eel, who tells him to plant its head and give only the body to the wife. From the head grows the coconut tree, which bears 2 coconuts on the top branch, 3 on the next branch, 4 on the next, and so on. The husband tosses the nuts in the air to each of the islands in the eastern and western Pacific but forgets Puka Puka in the middle. So only a hard dry nut is left and it is hard to grow coconuts on Puka Puka 88. Kai of New Guinea. An eel husband seeks his wife. Her new husband cuts him in bits and out of his body spring yams. Before this, agriculture was unknown in the land. San Cristobal. A man marries a snake wife. Her son-in-law finds a snake coiled about his son and chops up her body. The coconut grows from her head. Extremely heterogeneous origin stories are told of other plants important in Hawaiian culture. Some of these center upon the discovery and naming of varieties. Some are fabulous, others rational. The fabulous either are connected with some mythical figure or are riddling tales whose significance is now lost. 8. Sorcery Gods. Hawaiian sorcery has never been studied in relation to its actual functioning in different localities or its influence upon mythology and the priesthood in particular aspects. A single center alone has been reported in any detail, and this in too fragmentary a form to warrant a conclusive study. Besides this, a few isolated examples are added and a few illustrative stories centering upon such practices. Together with the somewhat extensive bibliography available upon the actual technique employed by such practicers of sorcery as the Kahuna Anaana, praying to death, the Kahuna Ho'onana, sending sickness or trouble, and the Kahuna Kuni, divination by burning. Enough has been reported to show that sorcery, although by no means universally practiced, had become one of the strongest forces in shaping the life and character of the Hawaiian people and in determining the careers of their leaders. Kamehameha was extremely careful to secure for himself all the strong sorcery gods worshipped by the ruling chiefs of the islands over which he ruled and to set up god houses and keepers for their worship. Sorcery was commonly practiced through the use of fetchers made in the shape of an image, kiai, which was believed to be possessed by the spirit of a powerful ancestor, or perhaps by a nature spirit, who was worshipped for the purpose of bringing the mana of the god under control of its keeper. Or the bones of a dead member of the family might be preserved and worshipped in the same manner, called an unihipili. Or the body might be dedicated to some powerful god like that of the shark, ruled by Kamohoaliai. Or of the Moo ruled by the goddess Kalameneu, or of thunder, ruled by Kanahekali, or of the owl, ruled by Kokowaka. The body of the dead would then be changed into that of a shark, Moo, owl, or other form, recognizable to the family by some mark upon its body, or to the kahuna who officiated at the dedication ceremony by some sign of identification. And into this body the spirit of the dead would enter. If it was then worshipped by the family, it would take that family under its protection, punishing their enemies and providing them with good things. Such protectors were called aumakua. Valuable as such a god might be as a family protector, it had its dangers as well. If its worship was neglected and its tapus forgotten or disregarded, the Aumakua visited vengeance with an incredible vindictiveness upon its own keeper and his family. Moreover, because of the strong sense of family descent, every such god became a link in the chain which bound succeeding generations to the tapus imposed by their ancestral guardians, the Aumakua born into the family line. On the other hand, the mana of the family Aumakua from ancestral times became the right of every member of the family as a kumupae should he at any time seek help from such a guardian. If, however, a family god proved ineffective, it might, it would seem, be disregarded for a stronger. Spirits might also possess a living person, a keeper of the god, or a member of his family, and convey messages in this way. Such spirits were called Akua Noho, literally, sitting gods, and a person into whom a god entered was regarded as a god during the time of possession. Kamapua is careful to show that although Kamehameha seemed to treat the keeper of Kaholiai himself as a god, it was because he really believed that the god Kaholiai entered into the body of its keeper and it was this god, not the living man, whom he worshipped. Hawaiian antiquarians insist that the image, animal, or object which the god entered had no power in itself but only the spirit that possessed it. Sorcery began when these possessing spirits were sent abroad to do injury to another. As bits of a keeper's body were valued after the keeper's death in securing the services of a spirit gifted with superior mana, although not themselves gods, so chips, even scrapings of an image, were charged with its mana. Or objects associated with such an image could be also so charged and serve as fetchers, under the same deity. Thus dealings in sorcery were not confined to the chiefs and priests but spread among the people. Not that everyone who kept an Aumakua made use of the god for sorcery. In practice, however, such persons were feared by their neighbors. The chiefs tried to put down sorcery and made laws against it, but the secrecy with which it was thereafter practiced only increased the terror. Counter-practitioners arose who fought sorcery with sorcery and the system thus increased in complexity. There is no reason for thinking that such sorcery practices originated in the Hawaiian group. Tahitian Oromatua are described by Henry as disembodied spirits of famous rulers and warriors of the nation, whose skulls were used as fetchers. Little images called tii are used by Tahitian sorcerers, carved out of stone, coral, or wood, especially pua wood from the meri, and dressed in white tapa bound with sacred senit. These are possessed by demons, veroino, or disembodied spirits of evil, Oromatuaiaru, or long-toothed Aumakua, Oromatuani hororoa. They are kept in houses set up on stilts in a special meri under which sleep the magicians, who are their adopted parents. Ti, the malicious first man, is connected with sorcery. He has a white heron as fetcher, which he sends out to destroy men. The god invoked to cure those afflicted by sorcery is Ro'o, Lono, Tiiroroo. History has concerned itself with political struggles in Hawaii which finally ended in the consolidation of the group under the rule of the Kamehameha line. And has neglected the obscure and deadly warfare carried on between rival orders of sorcery on the different islands or in neighboring villages on the same island. The source of one of the oldest schools of sorcery in Hawaii is said to have come from the goddess Pahulu and was thus described by a Hawaiian informant descended from the Molokai Lo family of Kahuna chiefs who claim Pahulu as their ancestress and Molokai as the center of the strongest sorcery in the whole group of islands. Legend of Pahulu. About the time of Liloa and Umi, perhaps long before, chiefs flocked to Molokai. That island became a center for sorcery of all kinds. Molokai sorcery had more mana, power, than any other. Sorcery was taught in dreams. All these Molokai Aumakua were descendants of the goddess Pahulu. Pahulu was a goddess who came in very old times to these islands and ruled Lanai, Molokai, and a part of Maui. That was before Pele, in the days when Kane and Kanaloa came to Hawaii. Through her that old highway, to Kahiki, starts from Lanai. As Koloeva was the leading spirit on Maui who possessed people and talked through them, so Pahulu was the leading spirit on Lanai. Lani Kaula, a prophet, Kaula, of Molokai, went and killed off all the Akua on Lanai. Those were the Pahulu family. Some say there were about 40 left who came over to Molokai. The fish pond of Kaiawanui was the first pond they built on Molokai. Some came to Oahu and landed on the beach opposite Makuilaiai. The heiau of Pahulu is on the Kaneohe side of the Judd Place, about 600 feet away from the old sugar mill at Hakipuyu and out in the water toward Makuilaiai. That is where they landed on Oahu. Near the old Judd Place was a heiau for Kane Ho'olani. 3 of the descendants of Pahulu entered trees on Molokai. These were Kane Kalanaula, Kane in the Red Sunset, Kane Kawilo-Kalani, Kane in the Lightning, and Kapo. About 400 trees sprang up in a place where no trees had been before, but only 3 of these trees were entered by the gods. The Lo family of Molokai, a family of chiefs and kahunas, are descended from Pahulu. Many of them are well-known persons today. So far as can be discovered, with the exception of a few scattering references to Pahulu as the leading spirit, Akua, of Lanai, nothing further is to be found in print about this goddess. As for the Lo family, Andrews calls them an order of priests who lived on the mountain Halemano, on Oahu, and consecrated the bodies of the dead. The practice of dedicating the dead to become guardian spirits of a family Aumakua was not known in the earliest period of the settling of these islands and did not come in, Kamapua thinks, until after the time of Wakea and the establishing of the tapus of chiefs. But as precise references to gods worshipped by ruling chiefs in the heiau in the form of images are studied, it becomes certain that they were sought because of their power not only to care for the soul of their keeper but to discover and ensnare the souls of those who had prayed him to death. The god of Maui called Lolupe, Olopu, Alolup, is the god invoked in the rite of deification of the dead or restoration of the dead to life. He is represented in the form of a kite, lupe, shaped like a stingray. Some say his is an errand of benevolence and not of crime, and that he is sent into the heavens to ensnare the souls of those alone who have done evil. Malo calls him, the deity who took charge of, the souls of, those who spoke ill of the king, consigning them to death, while the souls of those who were not guilty of such defamation he conducted to a place of safety. Warriors greatly feared this god. At the death of a ruling chief it was under the rule of Lolupe that the divining priesthood, Kahuna Kuni, worked to detect, by means of burning a part of the chief's body used as a bait, Maunu, the secret enemy who had prayed him to death. Another branch of the priest's work was to dedicate the body and convert it into an aumakua. After Kamehameha's conquest of Maui he sent a messenger to Kahekili to ask for the image of Lolupe, but as it was in the care of the Kahuna Kaupuhuluhulu who would not give it up, Kahekili sent instead a chip of the poison god Kalapahoa, and this became the Kane Manae Paia, the mana power of Kane for Paia. Paia being a nickname for Kamehameha, which the chief kept to guard his life until the day of his death and for whom he built a god house and set up keepers. Other gods besides Lolupe who are named as conductors of the souls of dead chiefs are Kaunohi or Kaunohiokala, the eyeball of the sun, and Kuahailo, Ku of the maggot-dripping mouth. Kalakaua places the first in the skies to receive the souls brought to him by Kuahailo, but some say that Kaunohi is the conductor and Kuaha the receiver and devourer of souls. All the images of war gods named under the Ku group are in fact sorcery gods. Kamapua names Kukialoa and Kuhowaninayu as forming with Kaunohi and Lolupe the Papakawi, an order, Papa, of gods kept by Kamehameha to act as guides for the souls of the dead. It is, finally, at least significant that the god Kaholiai with his tapus of the white haupu bird and the eyeballs of men, who was impersonated at religious ceremonies by a naked man with a peculiar marking and was allowed free eating with the chiefesses, and whose keeper had so powerful an influence over Kamehameha, resembles so closely the description of the Tahitian Ti, god of sorcery, with his white heron as a fetcher and his images of wood or stone or coral which were sent out on errands of mischief. One more reference in the story of Pahulu must be explained before taking up the central theme of the Pahulu legend, the entering of the gods into the trees on Molokai. The story says that the Pahulu gods on Lanai were most of them killed and the rest banished from Lanai by the prophet Lanikaula. Popular legend attributes to Kalolo the mischievous son of Kakalanio of Maui, the clearing of that island of the spirits who were its first inhabitants. Lani Kaula's grove of kukui trees and the place of his grave on the eastern point of the island of Molokai facing Maui and Lanai are still pointed out among the famous places on that island, and the rock islet shown where he buried his excrement. Legend of Lani Kaula. Lani Kaula, divine prophet, the famous prophet of Halawa on Molokai, is said to have lived in the time of Kamalalawalu of Maui. For fear of sorcery he used to carry his excrement out secretly to a rock islet off the coast in order that no rival kahuna could get at it and put him to death by burning it, Kaula Maunu. His friend Kawelo came to visit him, spied upon him, and took some of the excrement to his own sacred fire of Kuahialoa and burned it there. Lani Kaula knew that he must die. He called his sons to devise some means of burying his body so that none could find it. Finally it was decided to dig a pit and cover the body over with stones. The fire of Kawelo, Kuahialoa, is said to have been kept constantly burning in order to fulfill a prophecy that as long as this fire on Lanai and the fire of Waha across the channel on Maui were kept up, dogs and hogs would not fail on those islands. Kawelo left his daughter, Waha his son in charge of the fire. One night the young people were busy with love-making and the fires went out. Kawelo threw himself over the cliff of Maunale and killed himself. Legend of Kalapahoa. A. Kamakau version. A man of Molokai named Kane Kanaloa, joins a gambling game at Lono, the gambling place at Kaluakoi, and wins the stakes. On his way home he gambles again at the famous gambling place on Mauna Loa and loses everything he has except his bones, which he is afraid to stake. That night the god Kane Kanaloa, Kane in the red flush of victory, comes to him in dream and bids him stake his life the next day, promising him victory if he will take him as his god. In vision he sees this god lead a procession of gods, 3 of whom enter trees in a grove which springs up where no grove had been before. The next day he stakes and wins and gains back all that he has lost. From the Nioi tree entered by the god he carves an image of his god. This is the Kalepahoa, cut with a pahoa axe. 2 other gods enter trees, Kawilo Kalani, the lightning in the heavens, enters an Ae tree, Kapo enters an Ohe, bamboo. The wood of the Kalapahoa tree is so poisonous that anyone upon whom a chip falls is killed by it. Every waste piece, after the image has been carved with proper prayers and offerings, is sunk in the sea. The Kalapahoa god belongs to the ruling chief of Molokai and Kanaloa is its keeper. It is not used at this time for sorcery. Later, in the time of Peleoholani, son of Kualiai, on Oahu, Kamahamahanui on Maui, and Kalaniopiu on Hawaii, an influential man of Kalai on Molokai named Kaiakea sets up a god house to Pua and Kapo under the name of the Grove of Mauna Loa, Kaulua Mauna Loa. He too has a vision, and in this waking vision there comes to him a procession of beautiful women led by the god Pua and the goddess Kapo, who bid him take them as his gods and tell him to go to a spring, where he will find a flock of mud hens, ali, and a calabash containing manna. He then begins to worship Kalapahoa in the form of these spirits. Not until these gods have passed to his daughter are they used for sorcery. She prophesies that Oahu will pass to Kahekili. When this happens her claim to be inspired by Pua and Kapo is believed, and she and her husband Puhin at Kapulii are sought for purposes of protection and vengeance. Kamehameha has god houses built for both these gods when he becomes ruler over the islands. Such is Kamakau's account of the poison god called Kalapahoa. Other versions say that the tree sprang up in a single night during the time of the chief Kamauaua, father of Kepepi and Kealoa of Molokai. 3 sisters came from an unknown land and one of them entered into the tree and poisoned it. Others say that Kane Kanaloa entered the tree in a flash of light just before it was felled and was unable to escape. The grove is said to have been so poisonous that birds fell dead as they flew over it. The flash of light which marks the entrance into the tree of the god of lightning is a very old conception, preserved in 2 South Sea areas in connection with gods of war and perpetuated in Hawaii in folk beliefs about Kalapahoa sorcery. The first Kalapahoa image is said to have been cut into bits and distributed among the chiefs after Kamehameha's death. Bundles of blocks made out of nioi wood and graded in size, if they had been brought into contact with the Kalapahoa, were supposed to partake of its mana. They might be then used as fetchers and sent out at night in the form of a streak of light, large at the head and tapering into a tail. In Puna district 20 years ago, obscure diseases like tuberculosis were invariably laid to sorcery, and many reported seeing the Kalapahoa poison fly from the house of the sorcerer to that of his victim. The fetcher as a streak of light may have a long history in Hawaii, since Kaili, the snatcher, described by Ellis in 1825 as a god seen at evening, flying about in the form of a comet, is the name of Liloa's war god bequeathed to his favorite son Omi, who eventually seized the rule from his less able and less devout brother. In New Zealand, the god Rangomai came to earth and led the attack of the Ngāti against the Ngāti in form like a shooting star or comet, or flame of fire. In Tahiti, Aveedu, tailed god, is a god with a long tail who guides the hosts of Kane, in time of war. Taylor says, probably in reference to the same figure, the ancient image of Kane in Tahiti was represented as a meteor, cone-shaped with a large head, the body terminating in a point, with a long tail. The idea of fetchers in the form of a streak of light may derive from a primitive idea like that reported from Dobu, where people believe that fire from the pubes of flying witches is seen at night. This would explain such incidents in Hawaiian story as the display of her person by a supernatural woman to frighten off a malicious ghost, or the use of her skirt to raise a thunderstorm. Kapo with her flying vagina is worshipped as an akua noho. She is one of the daughters of the sorceress Haumea, who entered a growing tree to save her human husband, thereby so infecting it with deity as to be poisonous to all who cut it. From Haumea also came the mysterious tree out of which were cut the sorcery gods Kuhawaninayu, worshipped by Oahu chiefs as god of war, and Kukialoa, god of war for Maui and Molokai. All the Pele family are linked with sorcery. Another sorcery figure in the story is that of Pua, whom Malo names with Kapo as an akua noho feared, the one on Molokai, the other on Maui, because believed to take possession of people and cause swelling of the abdomen. In Tahiti, Pua wood is said to be a favorite for the carving of fetchers. Puarai names, a famous Tahitian warrior of old, worshipped as one of 3 Oromatua set up in the image house of the national Mary of Tane at Meva in Huahine. The Pua, Bua, tree is found in many South Sea stories at the entrance to the land of the dead. Here then is another link with Tahitian sorcery. Some confusion in sex is perhaps to be explained by the dual character of these sorcery gods. Male sorcerers seem to work through a female companion as akua noho. A wooden image of the Kalapahoa poison god in the Bishop Museum is realistically carved in the form of a female human figure with knees slightly flexed, arms hanging away from the body, fingers apart, and mouth open. A female figure of Kealoha in the same stylized position carries a small human figure on its back. Kealoha holds the same position in ancient tradition as the leading spirit of Maui that Pahulu is said to have held on Molokai. Ellis describes a Kealoha image as of wood dressed in native tapa with head and neck of wickerwork covered with red feathers to look like a bird skin, and wearing a native helmet hung with human hair, the mouth large and distended. It was placed in the inner room of the temple at the left of the door, with an altar before it. Kealoha is said to have been worshipped as an akua noho up to the time of Kamehameha. Among other names connected with sorcery in Hawaii, that of Uli is the one most commonly invoked. Rice calls her the sister of Manua, god of the underworld whose place Milu has usurped in popular tradition, and of Wakea, god of the upper world and an equivalent on the genealogical line to the god Kane as spiritual procreator. The name Uli may hence possibly be derived from that of Milu, goddess of the underworld in many South Sea mythologies. In Rice's account she is to be found grouped with 2 brothers, like Kapo in the Kalapahoa story. On Molokai, Ulilai, Lau, is the god of medicine, a god of invincible laws. Kamapua cites 2 Uli goddesses, sisters to the chief Kuhilani son of Wanui Kalaila, Uli of the uplands, sorceress grandmother of Kana and Nihu, and Uli of the seashore who marries a fisherman at Kualakoi, teaches the art of praying to death. And becomes the Aumakua of the Kahuna Anaana who pray people to death. Streaks of light, trees informed with deity. To these two phenomena as part of the machinery of the poison god legend is joined a third element, that of the bird form as a transformation body of the flying god. A white hen and a flock of white chickens Kamapua describes as part of the Kalapahoa keeper's outfit, reminiscent of the white haupu bird of Kahoaliai, the white albatross of Kane, and in Tahiti the white heron of Ti. The feathered head of the image of Kealoa and the feathers from the mythical seabirds which wave from the heads of sorcery gods of war may be emblems of the same shape-shifting power. Uli is named with Makakukoi and Aliahina as gods invoked by sorcerers for the purpose of bringing death to an enemy. Makakukoi is the god who brings madness, pupil, or raving insanity, Hina, or imbecility, Lolo. Aliahina, mud hen of Hina, is the sorceress from whom Maui wrested the secret of fire. Mud hen, tropic bird, plover are all birds implicated in the sorcery pattern, perhaps because they are thought of as strangers, birds from Kahiki, as also because of a certain eeriness in their cry. Uli may be the ulili, the wandering tattler which migrates with the plover from Alaska for nesting. A fourth element which these stories of the origin of orders of sorcery have in common is the likeness to be observed in the makeup of the group who initiate poison or healing. Uli is associated with two brothers in one version of her story. Haumea comes with Kane and Kanaloa moving across the sea. Two brothers accompany Pele, one of them called the chief Aumakua of those to whom bodies are dedicated to become sharks. The sorceress Kamaunu, grandmother of the hogman Kamapua, comes to Maui with two men both of whom at different times claim her as wife. Stories of the introduction of medicine to cure disease caused by sorcery show a similar grouping. Two men and a woman are named among the strangers who scatter disease over the islands, and two brothers land with a sister on the eastern point of Hawaii and become Aumakua respectively of plover and fowl. A formal element of this kind repeated in so many similar instances must derive from some common idea about which each school of sorcery practice has built up its legend. The two men perhaps represent the two keepers, Kahu, whose business it is to care for the god and order its activities. The woman is the Akua Noho, the goddess who acts as their servant and goes forth on errands of sorcery. The bird body or the flash of light is the form she takes in her flight. The object of Kamehameha in setting up god houses for the gods of the various island districts under his rule was to ensure to his own service not only his own war god, and probably also god of sorcery, Kukulamoku, but also the gods of the chiefs subject to him. The Kalapahoa sorcery on Molokai is only a single instance of the way in which rival schools of sorcery arose to terrorize the land. And their method was to draw into their own service such names as had already gained prestige as gods of possession, Akua Noho. One school borrowed its pattern from another. Closely related to these schools of sorcery was the art of the healer. The herb doctor, Kahunalapolao, studied the properties of healing herbs to combat sickness. Tradition preserves the names of a number of these herb doctors who combined practical knowledge of the medicinal effect of herbs with the priestly office. Many of these doctors worked under the supposition that disease, especially when accompanied by swelling of the abdomen, was caused by the arts of sorcery. Lono Puha, Lono of the ulcer, is said to be the first to practice the art of healing through medicinal herbs in Hawaii, and to found a school upon this system. The Lono Puha order of kahunas diagnose by means of pebbles arranged to outline the body of a man and to show the parts of the body known to be attacked by a disease whose symptoms they understand. By feeling the body with the tips of the fingers and referring to the chart of pebbles to verify the part afflicted, they are able to name the disease and apply the proper remedies. Every step of the treatment must be accompanied by prayer to the Aumakua of healing. The old order was revived in the time of Kamehameha under the famous Kahuna Palaka, son of the herb Dr. Puhik and direct descendant from Lenape. He is said to have cut open his father when he died to see the course the disease had taken and to have thought out the enema to relieve pain, trying it first on a dog with the use of a polished bamboo as tube. Legend of Lenape. A. Emerson version. Lono takes human form and becomes a farmer. One day he strikes his foot with his digging stick and a wound results which bleeds profusely. Kane comes to him and teaches him how to lay on a poultice of popolo leaves, still used effectively by Hawaiians for any open wound, and teaches him the properties of medicinal herbs. He is thus worshipped after his death as Lono Puha, Lono of the swelling, patron of the Kahuna Lapeu Lao, herb doctor. At this same time too the stones of Kane were set up as altars for families to repair to for protection against trouble and sickness. B. Westervelt and Thrum version. Lono is a handsome chief with red skin who lives on the western side of Hawaii and engages in farming. Kamaka, Nuyei Lono, passes by and predicts illness. Lono repudiates the idea, but at that moment strikes his foot with his digging stick and faints from loss of blood. A messenger follows the stranger with a pig and Kamaka returns and binds up the wound with a poultice of salt, leaves, and fruit. Lono, finding himself healed, follows the stranger and begs to become his disciple. Kamaka spits into his mouth, thus imparting his mana to Lono, then teaches him the use of healing herbs. He sends Lono to practice in Waimanu while he goes to live at Kukui Haile. Myth of Lenape and Milu. Thrum and Westervelt version. While Milu is chief in Waipio, some strangers arrive from Kahiki, landing first at Niihau, then traveling through all the islands and settling at Kukui Haile above Waipio. Their names are Koilinuia Hina, woman, Kawilo Kalani, and Kane Kanaloa. Disease follows them wherever they go and many would have died had not Kamakanuia Hilono followed and healed those whom the strangers had made ill. This company seek the death of Milu, chief of Waipio. Milu appeals to Lono Puha and he assures him of immunity if he will remain within his house during a certain period, whatever the provocation. When a great bird flies over the village, Milu cannot resist coming out to see what the shouting is all about and the bird snatches away his liver, leaving him lying lifeless. Lono pursues the bird, sees where it disappears into a rock, and heals Milu by laying upon the wound a cloth soaked in the blood the bird has left scattered and by then applying healing medicines. A second tapu is laid not to go surfing. Milu one day disobeys and is swept under and his body never recovered. Lenape here seems to stand apart from the sorcery gods in the story as a practical practitioner. Other characters bear names directly connected with sorcery. Kawilo Kalani and Kane Kanaloa are the gods who enter trees in the Kalapahoa story. Here they are represented as strangers who settle in the upland above Waipio Valley, accompanied, as in the Kalapahoa story, by a woman sorceress of the Pele family, and seek the life of the chief Milu. Tradition gives the name of Milu to a chief of Waipio who is swept down into the underworld because of disobedience to Kane and becomes ruler of the land of the dead in place of the old god Manua. Sorcery practitioners who work by sending out spirits of evil to possess people are called priests of Milu, Kahuna o Milu. Obviously we have here to do with a contest of sorcerers. Kamakanui Ha, Ilono, Kamaka, who imparts his healing knowledge to Lono is manifestly a sorcery kahuna who first possesses Lono and causes his foot to swell, then teaches him how to cure such wounds. He heals a number of persons who have fallen ill through the sorcery of the strangers from Kahiki, and would have cured Milu had he obeyed the imposed tapu. Kalakaua makes both these practitioners pupils of a third whom he calls Koleamoku, land plover. He was a man of ancient days who was taught the medicinal arts by the gods and was himself deified after death and worshipped in the heiau at Kailua. His two disciples practiced his arts after his death and were often able to drive away the evil spirits that caused sickness. They too were deified after death. According to Malo, the heiau erected after recovery from illness was called either a Lono Puha or a Koleamoku. Koleamoku, Muku, is probably another name for the aumakua of the kolea birds elsewhere called kumukahi, who comes with Moika's company but stops off at the eastern end of the island of Hawaii and settles at the point of land that bears his name, where he is represented by a red stone at the extreme end of the point. Two of his wives, also in the form of stones, manipulate the seasons by pushing the sun back and forth between them at the two solstices. The place is called Ladder of the Sun and Source of the Sun, and here at the extreme eastern point of land of the whole group, where the sun rises up out of the sea, sun worshippers bring their sick to be healed. The legend says that Kumukahi can take the form of a plover, enter a medium, and cause him to do marvelous things. Legend of Kumukahi. Kumukahi came from Kahiki at the time of Pele, whose relative he was, together with a brother Palamoa born in the shape of a cock, Moa, and a sister named Sunrise, Kahikina-Kala. He was able to take the form of a man or of a kolea bird at will. Today his spirit is able to possess a medium, haka, so that the person can hold out his hand and an awa plant will grow right out of it, or, if a pig is brought in, the medium can speak and the pig will drop dead at his feet. A medium possessed by Palamoa has similar powers but not so strong. Palamoa is god of fowls. His grandchild Lepiamoa, whose legend is told in detail on Oahu, was born in the shape of an egg. A native of North Kona relates how he witnessed with his own eyes similar powers exhibited by a kahuna who had the mana of a god. One of the deputy sheriffs of North Kona named Joseph K. Nahale was being done to death by sorcery. An eel of the kaula, red, variety was caught, salted, and put in the sun to dry. The kahuna called the people to build up a fire and heat hard stones, ala. When the stones were heated he prayed and threw the eel into the fire. The eel closed up and ran outside the fire. Had the eel died in the fire, Nahale would have died, but in this way the kahuna cured Nahale. At another time the same kahuna made a sign to cure a man who was ill. He sent the family to get a small banana plant. He prayed over the plant and it grew and a leaf appeared and a bunch of bananas. Everybody in the house ate from it. In half an hour it sprang up and ripened. This kahuna had power, but he never used it to kill people. In all the stories here quoted, sorcery is represented as brought in from abroad by parties of immigrants and as containing all the elements described in Tahiti in the Kane Worship in connection with the figure of Ti, first man and magician. As practiced in the heiaus to protect the lives of ruling chiefs and detect and punish their enemies. The connection of the name of Lono with this system will thus become clear if the Lono of the medical kahunas is thought of as the god Ro'otiororo who was worshipped in Tahiti by the prayer-healing kahunas in special Mary temples. In Hawaii the ku ritual was practiced in heiaus of a special class, belonged to the stricter order of priesthood, and could be employed by the ruling chief alone. It included human sacrifice and was set up by a war chief to protect him from enemy sorcery and ensure his own success. The milder Lono ritual was practiced in a heiau of an inferior class and without human sacrifice. It might be used, but not solely, by a ruling chief. Although no precise account has been given of the form which the worship took, it is likely that one of its objects was to invoke Lono as the god of healing to ward off evil influences. Long journeys of Polynesian mythical heroes to the sun, to the underworld after fire, or to the upper heavens are, I venture to assert, more often than has been heretofore recognized built upon the idea of a sorcerer's quest after just such a system of control over the spirits who determine sickness and health, life and death. Folk versions have obscured this interpretation. The figure of Maui the Katiki, son of Kalana and Hina, is generally conceded to represent the arch-mischief maker of Polynesian mythology. Mischief-making is sorcery, euphemistically phrased. In this art of sorcery all the Maui stories show him an adept. In Hawaii, where the kite-shaped god of the wind, Lolupe, is sent out to entangle the souls of enemies to the chief, we have a story of Maui as a kite flyer in control of the winds. The Polynesian story of Maui's visit to the underworld to obtain fire is a euphemistic folk version of the way in which he wrested from his sorceress grandmother her control of sorcery and threw it, as poison or healing, into the trees. The Hawaiian version in which he wins the secret from the little mud hen, the bird form taken by Pele sorceresses, is even more suggestive of a similar theme. When Kana goes to the underworld to restore the sun and moon to his people, when Aukele goes down into the pit of the sun in the east after the water of life, each of these heroes is defying the Lord over death by sorcery. The water which restores to life is a literal rendering of the practice by which the healing kahuna brings back a patient to life at eastern points of the islands. Maui's journey through the body of his ancestress to secure everlasting life for man, an episode absent in Hawaii from the Maui cycle, is a story founded upon the common belief in a sorcerer's power to journey in the spirit to the land of the dead to pluck souls back into life. 9. Guardian Gods. Thrum shows Kane and Kanaloa dwelling at Alakahi in Waipio with some of the lesser gods such as Maliu, Kiki, Oli, Huli, and a number of others, but, unfortunately, does not give his source for the tale. The mischief maker Maui meets his death while trying to steal bananas from the gods. An incident which suggests the story of the old woman roasting bananas on the road to the other world, so common to quest stories not only of Hawaii but of the southern groups. Uli is the principal deity worshipped by sorcerers. She takes precedence of Haumea in this capacity. A sorcerer's prayer quoted by Emerson reads, Iuli Iuli nana pono. Iuli nana hua. Iuli iuka. Iuli ikai. Ia mai la o, puhi, hikanaka. Hi ia Wahieloa-Loa. Ku aichoa ku la. Kukukua ku la. Nana I, puhi. Hi ia Wahieloa-Loa mai ka po I kahiu. O Uli. O Uli, look upon the right. O Uli, look upon the wrong. O Uli, toward the mountains. O Uli, toward the sea. Here is, the person cursed, a man, a fish with long legs. He is descending, he is being let down. Look upon the person cursed. He is a fish with long legs from head to tail. Maliu, accepted, is the name given to a deified deceased chief, says Andrews. At the opening of the Kumuuli genealogy recited by chiefs alone, Maliu is associated as a god with Kane, Kanaloa, and Kwakahi, First War. Kukwakahi is the owl god to whom bodies are offered to become owls. It seems fairly evident that sorcery, which depended upon the practice of dedicating the dead to become family protectors, and the preserving and setting them up for worship, was recognized if not inaugurated by the Kane Worship. The legend of Haumea tells how the spirit of a dead man whose bones are worshipped may force the chief Kwaliai himself to respect a vow made to a god. Legend of Haumea. When Kwaliai builds the heiau of Kapuae to his god Kanenui-A, K-E-A, he demands the hogs of Haumea, a hog raiser at Pukaula adjoining Waiaheo in Kona District, Oahu, to use for sacrifice. Haumea keeps back one favorite pig, which he has vowed shall die a natural death. Kwaliai sends messengers to demand this last hog, but Haumea kills each messenger until none are left. Finally Kwaliai catches, binds, and kills Haumea and throws his bones into the pit with others. Haumea's spirit advises his wife where to find his bones. She and her daughter hide in a cave at the top of the left-hand peak of the Nuuanu and worship his bones until Haumea as a spirit is stronger than when he was alive. Food and treasure are stolen from Kwaliai's men, and the chief has no peace until he has built 3 houses, one for the wife and daughter, one for their possessions, and a third for the bones of Haumea. The kahuna then prays over the bones and restores them to life. The dedication of a corpse to become an owl, moa, shark, or other animal form or a flame burning in the service of Pele may be an even older practice than that of using the dead as fetchers to work for the prosperity of a family and carry sickness or trouble to their enemies. A native pupil in the schools of early days says rather dryly that the soul after death had 3 abiding places, in the volcano, in the water, on dry plains. Owls, pu'eo, are among the oldest of these family protectors. In a legend from Maui, Pu'eo Nui Wakea is an owl god who brings back to life souls who are wandering on the plains. The owl acts as a special protector in battle or danger. The owl who sings of war, Ka Pu'eo Kani Koa, says the chant. The universal guardianship of the owl is expressed in the saying attached to it, E no lani, a no honua, belonging to heaven and earth. The flight of an owl through the air was carefully watched by the leader of a defeated army, and to the spot where it alighted he would lead his men, protected by the wings of the owl. Many stories are told of escapes from imminent danger due to an owl. A warrior under Kamehameha in the thick of the battle was about to plunge over a precipice when an owl flew up in his face and he was able to thrust his spear into the earth and save himself from the leap. Napipi of Lahaina, capsized in the Pailolo Channel, swam all night and would have gone under had not an owl flapped its wings in his face and attracted his attention to land. A man escaping from the enemy in battle was saved from pursuit by an owl alighting at his hiding place. All these natural occurrences were interpreted as direct interventions of the owl as protector in danger. Emerson thinks that owls were worshipped as a class and not as individual protectors. This may be generally true, but individual owl protectors are reported. Those who worshipped owls worshipped them under special names. At Pu'upu'eo lived the Owl King of Manoa and drove the Menehune from the valley. A famous Oahu owl story is that of the owl war carried on in behalf of a man named Kapoi who, having robbed an owl's nest, took pity on the lamenting parent and returned the eggs. He then took the owl as his god and built a heiau for its worship. The ruling chief Kakuhihewa, considering this an act of rebellion, ordered his execution, but at the moment of carrying out the order the air was darkened by flying owls which had come to his protection. The places on Oahu where the owls made rendezvous for this battle are known today by the word pueo, owl, in their names, such as Kalapueo east of Diamond Head, Kanoniakapueo in Nuana Valley, Pueo Hulunui near Monolua. The scene of the battle at Waikiki is called Kukanahiokapueo, confused sound of owls rising in masses. Next in importance to the Sharkamakua and possibly of older arrival in Hawaii are the Moo, reptile forms of the lizard kind but of monstrous size, believed to inhabit inland fish ponds. Says Kamapua. The Moo that guarded these ponds were not the common gecko or skink, no, indeed. One can guess at their shape from these little creatures, but this is not their real form. They had a terrifying body such as was often seen in old days. Not commonly, but they were often visible when fires were lighted on altars close to their homes. Once seen, no one could preserve his skepticism. They lay in the water from 2 to 5 fathoms in length, 12 to 30 feet, and as black in color as the blackest Negro. If given a drink of awa they would turn from side to side like the keel of a canoe in the water. The goddess Kalamaniu, Kalani Mainuyu, Kalamaimu, is the many-bodied Moo Aumakua to whom bodies were dedicated to become Moo. Houses called puania were erected to her for deifying the dead. Kihowahini is the most famous of these apotheosized human bodies. She was a chiefess on Maui and at death she was dedicated to become a Moo and became herself a goddess and was worshipped in the heiaus on Maui and Hawaii. Her image there, dressed in deep saffron yellow or light yellow or a patterned tapa cloth, was but a symbol, Kamapua is careful to explain, of the spirit of the goddess herself, which was known through her entering into a living person or through visible revelation in one of her terrible forms. Kamehameha set up her image in the heiau. In her name he carried his conquest over the islands. He gave her the prostrating tapu. Even those passing in canoes were obliged to observe this tapu. Ulimahaihai Ho'opili of Maui, who later became an active friend of the missionaries and a leader in establishing the Christian church, was her keeper, Kahu. Appearances of Kihowahini are reported from various places on Maui. The old fish pond at Hainio in Hana district is still thought of as her home. When there is foam on the pond she is at home and fish caught at this time will be bitter in taste. Modern ideas give her the form of a woman. A fin-like projection of rock near the center of the pond called lauoho, combing, is where she sits to comb her hair. Kihowahini is also reported from the pool of Maulili in Waikomo Stream in Koloa, Kauai. In the story of Punai Kauai she is the Moo woman who has a combat with Pele over the possession of the young chief as husband. Mokuhinia is another Moo Aumakua belonging to Maui whose appearances at various places on West Maui are related by Kamapua, one of these on the occasion of the death of a chief. And the most spectacular in 1838 when she showed herself to hundreds of thousands of people gathered at the pond of Mokuhinia. Lani Wahine is a Moo goddess of Yukoa Pond, Waialua, on Oahu. She often appears in human form to foretell some terrible event. Kane Kwana, once a living person whose body was worshipped to become a Moo, rules the land of Ava between Halawa and Anolialai and brings it prosperity. If fish were scarce, her relatives would erect Waihau altars and light fires, and the waters would be filled with pearl oysters and fine fish. Hawahine is the Moo goddess of the ponds of Kawainui and Kailpule in Ko'olau district on Oahu. She brings abundance of fish, punishes the owners of the pond if they oppress the poor, and wards off sickness. Walanuyu and Walimanoanoa are many-bodied ancestral Moo for whom pillars were set up in the heiau as memorials and who are worshipped as female deities upon whom depends the prosperity of the government. Waka, Waha, is another Moo goddess worshipped by female chiefs. She appears in romance as the guardian of Paliuli, Palaila, on Hawaii and of the young chief Kauakahailei on Kauai. Moo Anania, self-reliant Moo, is also represented in romance as firstborn child of Kanehunamoku in Kwaihalani and head of the Moo family in Kwaihalani before the emigration of the Ku and Hina family to Hawaii and the shutting up of the Hidden Island. She is the man-eating ancestress of Akalenwieku in Kwaihalani. The Moo deities thus far named are all female Aumakua worshipped by chiefesses. Not all Moo are female and not all are friendly. There are many legends of contests with unfriendly Moo. Lani Loa is a Moo who used to kill passers-by below Lae until cut up into the 5 little islands seen today off the coast as Malualai, Koakawapaa, Pilamoku, Makwaniwa, and Kaihuamoku. The Moo is one of the Pele family's terrible forms. Hayaka's journey to Kauai to fetch Pele's lover is delayed by many contests with evil Moo gods. Paiaikalalo is a Moo deity of Kauai who can take the form of a giant, a pygmy, or a Moo and who fights a terrible battle against the chief Kwakahi on behalf of his friend Keliaikoa. The contest between Pele and the Moo goddess for their human lover has already been mentioned. The Moo, in fact, fights for the family of its keeper. A great Moo is guardian of Paliuli and defends the place from intruders in the Laieikawai story. The head and tail of the Moo guardian of Puna district on Hawaii are still shown, petrified into rock, one in the pool at Kalapana, the other in a clear pool called Punaua a half-mile distant. Bathers must dive and touch the rock before attempting to swim there. Respect is felt for the little Moo who sun themselves on dry banks and on the walls of houses. A person should never crush a lizard's egg lest he fall over a precipice. Moo worship has probably been brought to Hawaii. Moo are gods of the royal Oropae family of Tahiti. A legend tells of a chief who is charmed by a Moo who later bears him a son exactly resembling himself. He disowns the boy and has the mother killed. The boy's descendants are living to this day. In Tonga, gods are regarded as formless but might become incarnate in certain forms. For example, the god Tufa might appear as a particular man, his priest, as a shark, or as a gecko. In New Zealand, the lizard is connected with sorcery. It is placed under a boundary stone to cause sickness. There are myths of the killing of monster lizards called Ngarara or Tanua. Such monsters in Samoa are said to inhabit deep chasms or pools in the river. Most popular of all family guardians among a fishing people are shark Aumakua. The manner of offering a corpse to become a shark is described in detail by Kamapua, together with the offerings required to pay the officiating kahuna and to feed the shark god, the ceremony at the offering. The appearance of the Aumakua god or gods for its reception. And the gradual transformation of the body until the kahuna is able to point out to the awestruck family the actual markings on the body of the shark singled out for worship, corresponding to the clothing in which the body of their beloved had been wrapped. Such a shark Aumakua became the family pet. It was fed daily and was believed to drive food into the net, save the fisherman from death if his canoe capsized, and in other ways ward off danger. Like all these protecting guardians, it had its evil uses as a fetcher to kill an enemy. But it must be remembered that this purpose was recognized as evil, and that before Christianity came in and the skepticism of the whites refused to credit such superstition, the ruling chiefs came down with a heavy hand upon the practice of sorcery. On the whole, the relation of a fisherman's family to its shark aumakua was a friendly and intimate one, and the fact of the tangible presence of the pet robbed it of horror. There is scarcely a Hawaiian family of the old type who cannot claim today some such aumakua known by name to the whole community. The ancestral shark gods to whom the bodies of the dead are dedicated are believed to have come from Kahiki and are worshipped as protectors of the whole district. They appear in other than shark form, as owls, halu fish, moo, or human beings, says Malo, and in such form associate with men or speak to them in vision. The most important of these ancestral sharks, Mano Kamapua, named by him are Kuhaimoana, Kane Hunamoku, Kauhohu, Kamohoaliai, and Kaneikokaha. Kuhaimoana, is called the largest and most celebrated of Hawaiian shark gods, 30 fathoms long, with a mouth as big as a grass house. He is king shark of the broad ocean, lives in deep water off Kaula Islet, and is said to be a man-eater and husband of Kahupaho, but in some tales the name is given to a female. Kane Hunamoku is the fish form taken by the ruler of the hidden island. Kauhohu is the fierce king shark of Maui who lives in a cave in Kipahulu and also has a home guarded by Moo deities at the Gil Cave, Anapuhi, between Waikolo and Pelekunu on the windward side of Molokai. Kaneikokaha is a kindly shark aumakua who saves people who are shipwrecked and brings them safe to shore. The kokala fish are sacred to him, and the folk of Kahiki Nui, which is peopled by his family, says Kamapua, fear to eat these fish or to touch any food that has come in contact with them or even to cross the smoke of an oven where they are cooking. Most celebrated of these ancestral shark gods is Kamohoaliai, Pele's many-bodied brother and the shark god to whom all members of the Pele family offer corpses to become sharks. His home upon a cliff on the northern edge overlooking the crater is so sacred that even Pele dare not blow smoke across it, and the Moo goddess Kihawahine, when she had her celebrated tussle with Pele, feared to spew phlegm upon it. When Kamohoaliai takes human form, he appears without his loincloth, a privilege, says Emerson, which marks the god. In the story of Lakai, he and his shark people are living at Kaholawe. Kauhi, the cruel husband of Kahalaopuna, who kills his wife in his shark form, is represented as a member of Kamaholiai's family. It seems fair to equate this shark deity with Elis's Emooriai to whom a heiau formerly stood on almost every point of land projecting any distance into the sea, on the island of Molokai and with Kalakawa's Moaliai. A celebrated sea god of Molokai in shark form, and principal shark god of Molokai and Oahu, who is worshipped by the Molokai chief Kopepi. And fresh wreaths placed on his huge image on Haupu overlooking the ocean when an expedition comes or goes by sea. He may be identical with Kaholiai, the naked god of the Makahiki, to whom the eye of fish or man is dedicated in a cup of awa and whose possible relation with the Tahitian sorcery god Ti has already been pointed out. Mrs. Pukue recalls in corroboration of this identification the lines of a chant in which the cliff summit above the crater of Kilauea, so sacred to Kamaholiai that smoke from the burning pit never touches it, is ascribed to Kaholiai. Ka mahu e I luna o wahinkapu. Ue kapua ku la is Kaholiai. The smoke rises above, the place called, Sacred Woman. The place sacred to Kaholiai. It is on the whole as savior from sorcery that the shark aumakua is so universally worshipped in Hawaii. Similar shark worship of individual family guardians, sometimes those inspired by human spirits, is recorded from Tahiti and illustrated in the story of Taruya. In Tonga, Seketoa turns into a shark because his elder brother is jealous of him and tries to kill him. He is the guardian spirit of a special family. When the priest summons Seketoa with kava, first appear his attendants in the shape of two small fish, then appears Seketoa, first in the body of a dog fish, then as a small shark, and so on, increasing in size until he appears in his full length as Seketoa. Tuetofua, who goes away and turns into a man-eating shark because he is accused of annoying his father's concubines, finally appears in a company of 6 sharks who keep the reef clear for their own people. In Mangaya, a warlike chief is clubbed to death by the priest for wearing the sacred red flowers in the Tapu region of the gods, and his spirit enters into an eel which has drunk his blood. Thence it passes into a huge white shark worshipped by a priestly tribe who make for it an image of rosewood. In Fiji, a shark guardian carries a man ashore. A pet hawk, eel, lizard, or freshwater prawn may also become a guardian of the living. In the Lau Islands, the shark god Mami takes both human and shark form. In Aurora, a man makes an image of a shark out of basketwork, and when he wants to eat men he gets into the image. A bird thereupon flies upon the roof as a sign to an old woman and she breaks a stick, the image then goes into the water. The fullest reports come from San Cristobal. Here are reported the passing of the soul of the dead into the shark as its commonest incarnation, the transformation of a living person into a shark. And the exchange of souls between man and shark, as Fox puts it, in which a shark becomes a man's familiar and acts for the man. A shark man's power passes to his son, who is initiated at birth by the father crooking his arm like a shark's fin and putting the child under his arm. The child and his shark receive the same name. The two are so closely associated that if one dies the other dies. It is said that these are sharks who have exchanged souls with living men. It is a process of adoption, and what injures one injures the other. Of traditional adventures with shark Aumakua, Hawaiians tell many stories. Kamapua tells of a certain family descended from a shark, a member of which might be punished for breaking a tapu of the shark god by being laid beside the shark in the sea for from 2 to 4 days close to the fin of the shark and yet be brought up alive from this unpleasant experience. Unfortunately, the family of whom the story was told were all dead before Kamapua could secure corroboration of this remarkable event. But he saw the place where it happened, and my relatives of my parents' and grandparents' generation say that hundreds of people have seen them lying in the sea and returning to shore in a weakened condition after they had lain for as much as 5 days in the sea. It is further told, and the story compared with that of Jonah, that in the days of Kakalanio, or Elio, of Maui, Kakipahu of Hawaii was swallowed by a shark and lived inside its body many days and came ashore at Hana, Maui, with all his hair worn off, whereupon the daughter of the chief was bestowed upon him as a wife. He is said to have been saved because he was faithful in his offerings to the gods. The following stories are, with a few exceptions, stories recently collected, many of them never before recorded, and told as actual occurrences. They could be indefinitely extended from the lips of intelligent Hawaiians living today. Aumakua Legends. It is related that a girl of 13 years of age, living at Waikapuna, a long sandy beach directly below Naalehu, Kau, dreamed that a lover appeared to her out of the ocean. Every morning when she told her parents this dream, her father thought she had allowed some liberties and wanted to conceal it, so he kept her carefully guarded. The dreams however continued. After a time the girl gave birth to a shark. Her parents recognized this as the offspring of an Akua Mano, shark god, called Kuli'iko'o, a cousin of Pele, and did not hold the girl responsible. The young mother took the baby, wrapped it in green pikaya, a coarse seaweed, and cast it into the sea. The young shark was always recognizable by its green coat, and became the Aumakua of that particular family. From that time they were careful not to partake of either shark flesh or pikaya moss. Swelling of the abdomen would have followed the breaking of the shark tapu, incurable sores attacking the mouth, the breaking of the sea moss tapu. As the shark never ate human flesh, it was a favorite in the neighborhood. One day a stranger, Kahikina by name, went out fishing and was attacked by 2 sharks. When he cried out for help he saw a small green shark coming toward him with great speed, which quickly attacked the man-eaters, slashing them with its tail until they fled. It then slipped under the canoe and carried it safely to the shore. So grateful was Kahikina that he returned next day with a huge awa root as offering, and he also cleaned from the shark's back the barnacles and pebbles which had accumulated there. Ever after that the shark and the man became great friends. The shark would chase schools of fish toward the shore, and all that the man caught he would divide between them. Opuopil, brother of Kahikina, lived at Paula Beach, Kau, and loved to go fishing. One day he had just thrown a stick of giant powder into Kawanui Cove and dived off the cliff to gather the spoils when he found himself confronted by a shark on one side and a turtle on the other. Undismayed, he began to talk to the shark, saying, "There is your share, here is mine," at the same time offering the shark a fish and bagging one for himself. In this way the shark was pacified, and the old man returned to the shore with a gunny sack half filled with fish. When the wife was asked about this strange occurrence, she answered that the shark always appeared when her husband went fishing and that he always shared the catch. She did not claim the shark as an aumakua, but there was probably this deeper significance in the explanation. A policeman in Lahaina was sent to Molokai to deliver some government money. He went in a whaleboat accompanied by his wife. In the middle of the channel between the islands of Molokai and Maui a storm came up which overturned the boat. They tried to cling to its sides, but the rough waves drove the boat from them. The man prayed thus, "If I have any aumakua in this ocean, I pray you to carry me and my wife to the land." The woman saw something red in the water and the next moment saw that her husband was holding on to the tail of a shark which had appeared to rescue them. The fish swam through the rough waves and brought them safe to shore. In one such rescue the shark fanned the waters to keep the swimmer from getting chilled, and gently pushed him along to safety. The idea is that the shark belongs to the volcano deities and hence has control over heat. A man and his wife live near the sea at Keanai, his sister and her husband live in the woodland at Kaupalahalaha. Every day the man goes out fishing, bidding his wife give fish to his sister when she comes from her upland garden with vegetable food for the family. The man's wife is stingy and gives her sister-in-law only the tail end of a fish. This the woman in disgust drops into a calabash. One night both husband and wife have a dream and, rising, they find a live shark in the calabash. For many years they keep it in a pool, which may be seen today at this place, and make food offerings to it. Once, during high water, it is washed down to the sea. It now lives in the hole called Luahayu, hole of the tail, which may be seen near Mrs. Hardy's house and which extends underground half a mile and comes out near the Keanai wharf. At the Bay of Puko'o on Molokai lived the kahuna Kamalo, who had the terrible Kauhuhu as his shark god. Kamalo's 2 sons are killed by order of the chief Kupa for playing upon the sacred temple drum, Pahukik, at the heiau of Iliiliope. Kamalo seeks revenge. With a black pig as a gift he seeks first the famous seer Lani Kaula, then Kaniakama, then Kahiwakapuyu, and finally comes to the cave between Waikalu and Pelakunu where lives Kauhuhu guarded by Waka and Moo. Kauhuhu comes in on the 8th wave and listens to his petition. Some months later the storm called Waiokoloa descends upon Mapulea Valley, its coming heralded by a rainbow spanning the valley, and all the inhabitants are swept into the sea and devoured by sharks. Kamalo's household alone escapes because of the sacred fence he has built and provisions stored at Kauhuhu's direction. Napuo Paula, a pretty girl on Hawaii, arouses the jealousy of a neighboring family. They give offerings to their shark aumakua to destroy her and she is carried away by a wave and devoured by a shark. Her mother goes to a sorcerer. A child is born who resembles the dead girl and is given her name. The other family are afflicted with swellings and die miserably. Women were supposed to be visited in dream by aumakua spirits who wished to have a child by them. The dreams would continue until the birth of the first child, and to this child the father would give a name, in dream. Such children were often born in the shape into which the father could change himself: shark, owl, caterpillar, stone, but they were more human than godlike in nature. Folktales tell how alliances with lovers of double nature were avoided. Some of these resemble the famous South Sea story of Hina and Tuna, the eel from whose head sprung the first coconut. Tales of animal lovers. Kumuhi, or Moo, son of the god Ku, lives in the hill Puyunu at Hialeah in Kau district and is the god, aumakua, of the cutworm. He marries a girl, but comes to her only at night, for by day he is a worm, or Moo. He does not support her. With the advice of her parents she ties a hemp string to his back, and when he leaves her she follows him to the hill and discovers his true nature. He is angry. Cutworms attack the crop. The parents appeal to Kane, who cuts up the god, and hence the small pilua cutworms, or lizards, of today, which Hawaiians fear to injure. Puhinalo is the eel lover of a girl of Waianae on Oahu. Her brothers discover that he is an eel man, fight him, and hurl his body against the cliff, where it is to be seen today. Puhi and Loli, eel and sea cucumber, turn into handsome men and court 2 girls. Their father watches the 2 men turn into fish again, catches them in a net, cooks them, and serves them up to the 2 girls. The girls vomit, one a tiny eel and the other a sea cucumber, which the father burns to ashes. These are the children they would have had by the 2 lovers. Animal forms associated with the many-bodied Pele family are the moo, the brindled dog, the oopu fish. A brown-haired woman, Ehu, belongs to the Pele family and may be Pele herself or one of her spirit followers in human form. Brindled dogs are called Ilio moo to this day. The freshwater oopu fish, Eleotris fusca, looks something like a moo and hence should not be eaten by any family who have a moo amakua. Molokai and West Maui people fear to eat it. The okuheku or owau variety of the goby fish, oopu, is one of the forms of the god Kane Lauapua, according to Emerson. In Tahiti, goby fish are thought to be possessed by the spirits of premature births. The following stories are told of the double nature of the goby fish. Many similar tales teach a wholesome respect for those potential favorites of deity whose gods resent cruelty or greed in their treatment. Stories of offended Aumakua. A man of Molokai catches a dish of oopu of the okuheku or owau variety. He bundles the fish up in ti leaves and lays them on the fire to broil. A voice speaks from the bundle and he flees in fright. Kahinano, pandanus blossom, catches a dish of goby fish, cleans and salts them, then goes after material for mat weaving. A brown-haired woman comes to the house, calls to the fish, and replaces them alive in the creek. Pe is the name of a brindled dog that used to come from the Ko'olau hills on Oahu to the villages at the sea. The chief's servants one day catch the dog and are carrying her away to bake for a feast when a brown-haired, Ehu, woman appears and calls the dog to her. The tying strings drop off, and woman and dog disappear in a pool. A spirit dog of kindly nature named Pe lives on Hawaii. She is once playing about in her dog body when an old couple catch and fatten her for a feast. A brindled dog comes to her aid at the last moment. They kill the old people and make their way to Oahu, where they live in the Nuuanu Valley, and Pe becomes the dog of Ko'olau. A turtle kupua named Kawaimalino is picked up and brought home by an old couple. The children play with it and poke out an eye. The mother has a dream in which a beautiful woman with one eye inflamed begs her to take the turtle back to its home in the Wailuku River in Hilo, Hawaii. Manoanoa, a woman of Molokai, eats squid eagerly. Once when she has cut up a squid and placed the tentacles on a tree to dry, she hears a voice say, "Eat the tentacles but spare the head," and the squid jumps into the spring and disappears. Punihi, squid lover, has an inordinate fondness for squid. A neighbor warns him to beware lest the gods be angry. One day the squid comes to life in the pot and hangs itself over the door, and Punihi flees in terror. Kumuhana, a bird hunter, recklessly slaughters the plover, Kolea, even when he does not need them to eat. His neighbor, who worships the plover god Kumukahi and has been made ill by contact with the smoke from Kumuhana's oven, warns him against this sacrilege. Kumuhana disregards the warning and is overwhelmed by a flock of plover, who enter his house and peck and scratch him to death. The place where he lived is called Aikanaka-Kaha to this day. Kiloname, a cultivator of cow district, lives at a place called Wahieloa-Laka Cycle, mouth, between Naalehu and Waiohinu. Here he and his friend Maunakaleawa plant potatoes. When caterpillars attack the vines, instead of gathering them carefully into baskets and carrying them away as his friend does, he recklessly kills them. In revenge, caterpillars overrun his vines and the man himself and eat him up alive. In Fiji, a man named Kauika, a soso of the fisher class from Bau, ventures to the cave where Ratamaimbolu, lord of Hades, is fed and shoots the god when he appears in snake form. As a result, until he does penance, he is haunted by snakes. Snakes flow from the bamboo where he drinks and his sleeping mat is alive with them. Hawaiians delight to tell tales of the travels, wars, and adventures of famous shark gods, those friendly to man pitted against the man-eaters. Turner, hearing similar tales of shark wars in Samoa, was himself disposed to interpret them symbolically of human contests, but found that the natives took them literally, as they do, no doubt, in Hawaii. The famous shark goddess Kahupaho and her brother, or son, Kahayuka, the smiting tail, who lived in a cave at the entrance to Pearl Harbor and guarded Oahu waters against man-eating sharks, were reputed to have been born of human parentage. She as a girl with light hair, and to have changed into sharks. They were friendly to man and were fed as pets by the Ava people whose district they guarded, and their backs scraped clean of barnacles by their keepers. When the new dry dock collapsed at Pearl Harbor about 1914, the supposition was that the shark guardians of the basin were still active. Miss Green writes, "Today a floating dock is employed. Engineers say that there seem to be tremors of the earth at this point which prevent any structure from resting upon the bottom, but Hawaiians believe that the smiting tail still guards the Blue Lagoon at Pearl Harbor." Kahupahau is called by Kamapua the sister of the sharks Kanahunamoku and Kamohoaliai and wife of Kuhaimoana, father of Kupaiopiao. The story that she is herself killed in the shark war against man-eaters is repudiated by Oahu Hawaiians. As also the accusation made by Kamapua that it was she herself who devoured the chiefess Papio because she was saucy to the keeper who reproached her for going swimming at the lagoon wearing the Ilima wreaths which were sacred to the shark goddess. Kahupaho was no man-eater. Story of Mikalulu's escape. The shark Koaliaikoa Kau, the war chief of Kau, is born at Ninole, Kau, where his last keeper died in 1878. With 4 companions he travels about the islands waging war against man-eaters. The man-eater Mikalulu joins the party, is caught in the net of Kahupaho at Puuloa and dragged up on the beach, and escapes death only by his tongue being swallowed by a dog, which then jumps into the sea and the tongue becomes Mikalulu again. Mikalulu lived by his tongue. I ola o Mikalulu I ka'alelo, is the saying, to imply that there is a way of escape out of every difficulty. Romance of The Little Brown Shark of Puuloa. Kaihuiki Manoo Puuloa, the Little Brown Shark of Pearl Harbor, is born at Pano in Puna, Hawaii, and named after the red hair of the shark goddess Kahupaho. For 10 days his father Kapu feeds him on awa and his mother Holiai on her milk. He is then put into the sea while his parents return to the uplands. He puts out to sea and pays a visit to each of the king sharks of Hawaii in turn, all of whom he wins by his deference. Kupanila of Hilo, Kainilihia of Kau, Kwa of Kona, Manakini of Kohala, Kupulina of Hamakua join him on his projected tour to Kaula and thence to Kahiki in return. The fierce king shark of Maui, who assumes a threatening attitude, is slain by the little shark entering his wide-opened mouth and devouring his inwards. Kamohoaliai, overgrown with sea moss, meets them kindly and consents to adopt the little red-haired shark. An elaborate ceremony takes place which gives Kaihu power to change into 100 forms. The party visit Molokai and Oahu, where the adventure with Mikalulu takes place and Kahupaho gives them a token which will pass them safely by Kuhaimoana, king shark of Kauai in Niihau. After a round of the South Sea Islands, of which the Marquesas, Tahiti, and the Dutch Indies are mentioned, and a bath in the Yellow River of Kahiki, can this be an allusion to the Chinese River of Death? They return home and, as they arrive off Waikiki, encounter the man-eater Pehu on the watch for crabs, and lure him inshore, where the natives put him to death. Arrived at Puna, the young hero is welcomed by his upland parents with appropriate feasting. Many local legends are told of shark men, always to be known by the mark of a shark's mouth upon the back. who can change form from man to shark and who for a long time go undetected until it is noticed that an apparently disinterested warning to swimmers is always followed by a fatal attack by a man-eating shark. Thus Kawelo Mahamahaya, of Kauai, Pauwalu of Wailua, Maui, Ninu of Waipio on Hawaii, Kaipo of Kapahu in Puna, Hawaii, another unnamed at Kauaiuhu in Kalualu, Kaiu District, of Hawaii, Manonihokahi at Lae, Oahu. Kamakawi of Maui. Legends of Shark Men. Kamakawi lives at Mualea in Hina District of Maui. He was born in the form of a rat, then became a bunch of bananas, then a man with a shark's mouth at his back, over which he always wears a cloth to conceal the mark. He is a man on land and a shark in the sea. He farms by the highway, and when people pass, going down to the sea, he warns them against sharks. Then he runs ahead of them by a back way and devours them. At last he is suspected. Seeing people on the shore ready to attack him, he leaves his clothes at a place called Kauhalahala and swims to Waipahu in Waikele on Oahu and becomes ruling chief of Ava District, where he terrorizes the country until slain by Palila. Kawelo is a shark man living on Kauai in the region of Mana. He has a shark mouth on his back, a tail and appendages on the lower part of his body. He can take the form, besides that of a shark, of a worm, a moth, a caterpillar, a butterfly, and thus escape an enemy. Two rocks shaped like grass houses, one under water in the Wailua River, the other a little below the cave of Mamako Lono, represent his two houses as a shark and as a man. As a shark man he lived between Kealia and Wailua and would eat up the children who ventured to swim out between those two places. Finally he was discovered and a long line of men formed who stoned him to death. He is identified with the famous chief Kawelo Mahamahea, Kawelo with fins like a fish, grandfather of Kawelo and descended from Manokalanipa, who was believed to become a shark god, Akua Mano, at death. Pauwalu, 8 dead, lives at Wailua, Maui. He warns men as they go to the sea that 8 will be dead before they return, and a shark always kills 8 of them as predicted. He is therefore suspected as a shark man. Akik the Strong is born beside the stream Haola, and while yet a little boy starts about Maui fighting champions. After overcoming Lohilo, he, with his companion Pecolia, spends the night at a friend's house named Ohia and learns about Pauwalu. The shark man scoffs at so little an antagonist, but Akik easily binds him, exposes the shark's mouth on his back, and casts him into the fire. Ninu lives on Hawaii, beside the large basin at the bottom of the waterfall on the west side of Waipio Valley. As men go to the sea to bathe at Muliwai, he warns them of the shark that may eat them, and, as one man is always lost at such times, the people begin to suspect him. They catch him, pull off the cape which he always wears, and expose the shark's mouth on his back. Nano is the shark man of Waipio in the time of Umi, child of Kamohoalii and Kale. His maternal grandfather feeds him meat, hoping to make a warrior of him, and he develops a taste for human flesh. When detected at Waipio he turns into a shark and swims to Hana, where he marries the sister of a petty chief. At Molokai he lives at Puniuohua. When he is at last discovered, the young demigod Unauna is employed to put him to death, and the marks of the struggle are to be seen on the Kainalu hillslope and on a grooved rock called Puyumano, about which the ropes were wound which held the net with which he was caught. The shark god punishes the desecration of a bamboo grove on this occasion by taking away the cutting qualities of the bamboo from this particular grove of bamboo unto this day. Manonihokahi, shark with one tooth, lives near the water hole in Malaikahana between Lae and Kahuku. When he sees a woman going to the sea to gather fish or limu, he warns her against sharks, then comes himself and kills her. The chief lines up all the men and detects the shark man by the mark of the shark's mouth on his back when the tapa garment which he wears is dragged off. A similar story collected in Puka Puka runs as follows. A man-eater, an Achuapule, lives in a hole. When 2 or more go by to fish he stays inside, when only one, he comes outside and kills him and drags him into his hole to eat. 2 men steal upon him, entice him outside while they hide, and attack him together. He almost drags them in, but, in one version, a woman calls out to them to brace the foot or, in another version, to lift it high, and they are able to save themselves. The Achua slips away to the sea and goes to Samoa, leaving Puka Puka in peace. Among the Rarotongans, a child whose father is Motorori, an ancestor of Iro, bears on his back a birthmark in the form of a centipede which is seen to writhe when the child is angry. 10. The soul after death. Hawaiian stories of going to the underworld after the soul of the dead and restoring it to the body are based on the Hawaiian philosophy of life, whose tendency is to dissociate the spirit or soul, uhane, from the body, kino, and to think of it with a quite independent life of its own apart from the body, which is dead or inert without it. The spirit may wander away from the living body, leaving it asleep or merely listless and drowsy, and visit another in dream or as an apparition, haihio, while the other is awake. Its exits from the living body are made through the inner angle of the eye, called luuhane. Since this habit of wandering is dangerous, lest the spirit be caught and prevented from returning to its body, the kahuna will perform a ceremony and place a special kind of wreath on the head of a person thus addicted. Theoretically, the kahuna alone can see the spirit, uhane, of the dead or dying, but practically everybody is afraid of the lapu or visible form of a dead person. It has human shape and speaks in the same voice as in life, but has the power of enlarging or contracting at will. It cannot change into another shape. The gods alone have this power, called 400-bodied, kinolau. But the dead may enter an object, especially a bone, and hence it is that Hawaiians fear to disturb human bones or to speak of sacred things lest they anger these spirits of the dead, who will then work them mischief. They fear to carry food, especially pork, at night lest they be followed. They will tie to the container a green ti leaf or bamboo or lele banana leaf as a command to the ghost to fly away, lele. This is called placing a law, kanawai, upon the food. But unless the leaves are fresh the law will not work. To test whether a form is that of a spirit or of a living person, large leaves of the ape plant are laid down. A living person will tear the leaves in treading over them, a spirit will leave no trace. Or something is done to startle the supposed person, who will vanish instantly if a spirit. Another method is to look for the reflection of the person in a bowl of water. The reflection is the spirit of a living person, a mere spirit casts no reflection. Fox enumerates a number of ways employed by natives of San Cristobal to test a stranger who looks like a human being but may be a spirit. Most of these tests are such as would betray ignorance of local ways or clumsiness in applying them. Restoration of the dead in Hawaiian story consists in bringing the body back to form if crushed, then in catching the released soul and restoring it to the body. Just as, in cases of fainting, manipulation begins at the feet and progresses upward. So in stories of bringing the dead to life the spirit is represented as pushed back into the body at the foot, instep or toe, and making its way upward with resistance, because fearful of the dark passages within the body. Until a feeble crow announces the final resuscitation. Fragrant plants are wrapped about the body to tempt re-entrance by the reluctant spirit. Chants play a determining part in the process. A purifying bath is the final step, out of which the body emerges transfigured and full of renewed life. This process of resuscitation is called by Hawaiians kapuku or kupaku. The soul is often represented in such operations as fluttering about the body or over land or sea, visible to the eyes of the kahuna, who catches it in a gourd. Or it may already have joined the spirits in the underworld of the dead and must be brought or lured thence for return to the body. Thus we get a story of the Orpheus type of a visit by a mortal, aided by the gods, to the underworld. 3 such legends are traditional in Hawaii, that of Maui who brings his son back from the cleft of the underworld where he is being punished for eating a banana which is tapu to the gods Kane and Kanaloa. Of Mokulea whose god Kanakaniula accompanies him to the realm of Manua after his wife Pueo who has hanged herself, and the famous legend of Hiku who goes on a similar errand to the realm of Milu after his wife Koelu. Only the first and last of these stories is told in detail. Besides these, the Westervelt Hinakalo version contains a long account of how the soul of Kinaini is brought back from the realm of Milu by his grandson. Hi'iaka restores the soul of Lohio in the Pele cycle. The folktale of Kailiohe, the wild dog, tells how the spirit of the young warrior at the doorway to the spirit world is met by his sister, who is an Aumakuaho'ula, guardian spirit who brings back to life. And is taken first to the underworld and shown the spirits at play, but forbidden to join them lest he never be allowed to come back to life. Then taught the passwords enabling him to enter the presence of the chief of the spirits, finally led home and forced back into his lifeless body through the foot. The story resembles folk legends of a person who dies and comes back to life such as are common in every culture. Legend of Maui. Maui raises bananas for his gods in the uplands of Manoa at a place called Kanaloa Ho'okau. For his family he raises other food. His son Kaliai eats one of the tapu bananas and the gods cause the boy to choke to death over it. His spirit goes to the underworld while his body lies lifeless. The father thereupon ceases to feed the gods and refuses all food himself, wishing only to die with his son. The gods miss their daily offering and repent having punished the boy so severely. After 40 days they promise to aid Maui in bringing back his son's soul from Manua. They restore his strength and give him the canoe Makayuko'o which contains food, weapons, fire, and fresh water. He enters the roadway at Lailono in Monolua and breaks through the cleft below the foundations of the earth where his son is being punished for his sin, but not in the place set apart for the worst sinners. And he restores the spirit to its lifeless body. Story of Hiku and Koelu. A. Fornander version. Hiku, or Hikuaikanahele, Hiku of the forest, son of Kihalu and Laniha, lives at Kaumaluma in Kona, Hawaii, on the slope of Hualalai. One day he goes out to amuse himself with his answering arrow puani, made from the stalk of a sugar-cane tassel. The arrow falls near the home of the beautiful Koelu of the seashore and she picks it up and conceals it, in this manner luring Hiku into her house, where he remains 6 days, without being offered food, that is, the favors of her body. At the end of this time he leaves her angrily and when, too late, she follows and chants of her love and begs him to return, he conjures up vines and vegetation to block her way. The disconsolate chiefess strangles herself and her spirit goes down to Milu. Hiku consults the kahunas as to her recovery. Following their directions, he is paddled out to the point where the sky meets the water, his body rubbed with rancid oil to simulate putrefaction, and a convolvulus vine let down into the sea on which he descends into Milu. There he invites the spirits to share in the new sport of swinging. When the spirit of Koelu is thus tempted to grasp the vine, he gives the signal and the two are drawn back to the upper world. The spirit is borne to the house where her body is lying and crowded in from the feet up until she is completely resuscitated. B. Emerson and Westervelt version. Ku is the father of both Hiku and Koelu, who are thus half-brother and sister and their marriage hence predestined. Hina is his mother, with whom he lives alone at her home on the mountainside. A place named Waiohiku marks the spot on the shore where his arrow fell. Ku accompanies his son on his journey to the underworld. The rope used is the Iei vine and it is let down at the traditional entrance to the spirit world in Waipio Valley. In Milu, Hiku takes part in a betting contest, with Koelu as the stake, and completes her name chant. The soul of Koelu is imprisoned in a coconut shell split lengthwise, such as sorcerers use for soul catching, when it tries to escape in the form of a butterfly. The theme of the unrecognized lover, which belongs to the Kaha cycle and is evidently at the basis of the Hiku and Koelu story, occurs in a tale from the Maori of the southern island which almost exactly parallels that of the Hawaiian Hiku and Koelu. Maori. A. Pair and Hutu. Pair is a woman of high rank living with a single female attendant in a fine carved house, her food being passed into her by 3 attendants. A stranger, Hutu, comes to the village and spins tops better and throws darts farther than any competitor. Pair comes out of her house to watch him. His arrow falls at her door and she takes it inside, thus forcing him to go in to recover it. She begs for his love and is refused because of his lower rank and the fact that he has a family at home. When persuaded that he has left her for good, she hangs herself. Her retainer seize Hutu to kill him also. He offers to restore her to life. He chants to heal her injured body, then goes to fetch her spirit from the lower world. Hainui Tiipa, to whom he has brought a token, directs him on his way and gives him a basket of food, because if he eats food in the lower world he will surely die. She shows him how to plunge head first so that as he meets the wind at the bottom he will land on his feet. When he reaches the lower world, Pele refuses to appear. He invents a new sport by bending down a tree and swinging out on its tip. Pele seats herself on his back and they are swung upward by the rebound until his hands grasp the roots of plants growing in the upper world. Creeping through the opening with his prize, he performs the ceremonies for bringing the soul back into the body and marries the revived woman. B. Haikuria. A lover, Haikuria, comes at night to make love to his lady. She pushes him away, mistaking him for someone else, but in the morning she discovers her mistake and, finding him offended, drowns herself. C. Miru. Kua was a prince or ruler of the spirit world. Miru had been educated in all the mysteries, a full knowledge of which constitutes a perfect tohunga. By means of this knowledge, he, on the death of his sister, was enabled to follow her to the spirit world, where he captured her spirit, and, bringing it back, succeeded in making it enter her body, and thereby brought her back to life. Meanwhile Kua was completely foiled and deprived of his victim by this act of Miru. Marquesas. A. Kina of Hivaoa deserts his first wife. She follows him in vain over mountain ridges and finally throws herself over a cliff and is killed. He takes a cousin for his second wife. She is killed by a stratagem and her spirit goes down to the fourth Hawaii. His mother aids him to descend into the lower world to recover the spirit. Great difficulties attend the descent. At the entrance to the fourth Hawaii are clashing rocks between which his companion, who is holding on to the tailpiece of his loincloth, is crushed to death. Kina escapes. The chiefess of the land assists him to bathe and dress his wife and put her into a basket, from which he is forbidden to release her on any pretext whatever for 10 days after their return. The first time he breaks the tapu and has to repeat the journey, but the second time he is more careful. B. Tuesdayado's wife has been strangled for infidelity but is brought back by his sisters because of his grief. He must abstain from her for 13 days, but the first time he breaks the tapu and the sisters are obliged to bring her back a second time. In a variant from Nukuhiva, Hahapoa goes to Hawaii to recover his wife Hanau and breaks the tapu by letting her out of the basket too soon. C. Tenoya Heotana sends to Teo a beach a coconut sheath canoe which moves of itself and the beautiful Hina Taumiha takes it into her cave. He follows and weds her. 2 wild women beguile him away. She follows in pursuit and when he fails to return she hangs herself and her spirit goes to Hawaii. Similar stories of a journey to the other world to recover a soul that has left the body at death occur throughout the South Seas. In Tahiti, Tafai recovers his wife's spirit from the underworld and restores it to her body. In Samoa the spirit of Sina, daughter of the king of Fiji, is recovered from the ninefold heaven and the girl comes back to life. In another Samoan tale 2 lads see the gods handing about the soul of a dying chief and manage to snatch it away in the dark and restore it to the body. In Tonga the handsome husband of the daughter of Hina and Sinaloa is killed and his spirit goes down to Pulotu. Hina's brother brings it back to the body and restores him to life with the life-affecting fan. In Tokelau the wife's jealous sisters steal her husband's soul. The wife goes to seek it and restores her husband to life. In Puka Puka, Malimalai dies and goes down to Pa. His wife weeps. Tangata no Te Moana, man of the ocean, is applied to by the woman's family gods and goes down to the house of Leva. The gods are unwilling to let the soul go but Tangata no Te Moana gets Tulikalo to beat the wooden gong so hard that it shakes the house, the gods rush out, and the rescuer throws the soul of Malimalai to the family gods, who restore it to the body. In San Cristobal, To recover the live spirit of the dead it must be brought back from Rodamana, land of souls, from some sacred place, from the sea, or from the sky, Hachuabuaro's country. The doctor goes into a trance and his soul goes to Rodamana. A friend hides him. A dance is in progress. He goes in and seizes the unwilling soul or pushes it before him. The other souls try to stop him. He flies into the air with the soul. In the Hawaiian legends of Elio, of Kahalapiuna, and of Pamano, restoration to life does not imply a visit to another world. The soul is caught fluttering apart from its dead body, Kino Wailua, and the body restored to life by crowding the soul back into it or by some other device. Elio brings back to life a chiefess who becomes wife of Kakalanio of Maui and mother of the famous sorcerer Kaululaau, who drives the spirits out of the island of Lanai. Kahalapiuna is an innocent wife who dies at the hands of her jealous husband. The story is developed into a romance which provides a second husband for the loyal wife, from 3 to 5 restorations, and episodes of ghost testing and shark transformation. Pamano is a lover also killed out of jealousy, and his resuscitation is effected by 2 Pele sisters. A schoolmistress in Kipahulu, to which district the story belongs, believes it must be true because of a rock resembling a human form and said to be that of Pamano, which used to lie face upward before someone pushed it over on its side. Story of Elio. The Elio family are independent chiefs living at Kawiki at the time when Kakalanio rules over the whole island of Maui. The awa roots of Elio are among the famous things of Maui. Elio is a swift runner who can make the circuit of Maui 3 times in a day. It is his business to provide fish, or awa, from Hana at the east side of the island to the chief at Lahaina on the west side. He makes the run while the feast is preparing and by the time it is ready he is back with the fish, or with awa, prepared by chewing as he runs. 3 times he is pursued on his way by a spirit named Kahuula, the Red Cape, and once he is saved only by the prompt action of his sister Pohakuloa, who lives at Kamelia, in exposing herself and shaming the spirit away. He therefore changes his route from the north to the south side of the island. Here he encounters the spirit of the high chiefess Kanaka-Kaha who has come from Hawaii in disguise and married a low chief of Maui and her body now lies lifeless. He pauses to perform the ceremony of restoration to life, which involves building a bower of sweet-smelling plants, offering the proper prayers and sacrifices, and when the spirit approaches at the offering of awa, catching it and pushing it into the body from the instep up. Kakalanio, impatient at his messenger's delay, has an oven prepared to put him to death as a punishment for his tardiness. Elio appears with the rare feather cape wrapped about his neck and leaps directly into the oven, but is dragged from it to tell his story, and to offer the restored chiefess as wife to Kakalanio. Story of Kahalapiuna. A. The parents of Kahalapiuna are the twin brother and sister Kaukwahini, the rain of the mountain ridge, and Kahaukani, which names the Manoa wind, children of Akaaka and Nalihua-Akaaka. Names of a projecting spur of the ridge back of Manoa and the red lehua bushes that grow upon it. Rainbows still play about her former home and Manoa girls are said to inherit her beauty. She lives under tapu in a house called Kahamano on the way to the spring of the water of the gods, and is early affianced to Kauhi of a powerful family of Ko'olau, or Waikiki, belonging some say to the Moholii. Mischievous persons pretend that they have enjoyed her favor. Kauhi believes them and determines that she must die. He leads her through the wild forest to the uplands of Pohakea close to Kaala mountain, where he beats her to death and buries her body beneath a lehua tree under leaves. Her spirit flies to the top of the tree and chants her story. Passers-by hear her and tell her parents, who search out her body and, finding it still warm, restore it to life. B. Naquina version. The girl's family owl god follows and she is restored to life only to return loyally to her husband, who again beats her to death and finally buries her where the owl cannot recover her. An Elepaio bird, or her own spirit, bewails her fate and a youth named Mehana finds and restores her by the water cure called Keikokil at the water cave of Mooki in Kamoilialai, since called Waio-Kahalapiuna. Knowing that she will go back to her husband if he is allowed to live, Mehana learns the chants with which the girl pleads for life with her husband and renders them on a public occasion, declaring that he learned them from the girl herself. Now living. Kauhi stakes his life that the girl's supposed form is that of a ghost. Tests are imposed. He loses and he and the two false accusers are put to death. His spirit, however, enters a man-eating shark, which lurks along the coast until it catches the girl out sea-bathing and finally consumes her body so that resuscitation is impossible. Story of Pamano. Pamano is born in Kahikinui on the island of Maui in the days of Kaiuli, the chief belonging to a famous Kaupo family. Pamano is son of Lono and Kanaio. He studies the art of the hula, becomes a proficient chanter, and is adopted by Kaiuli, at whose court his mother's brother Wepu is also residing. Kaiuli's pretty daughter Keaka is kept under strict tapu. Both Pamano and his intimate friend Ko'olau are in love with her, but they agree to have nothing to do with her without the other's consent. She, however, prefers Pamano and entices him into the house. When Ko'olau chants a song of reproach from without, Pamano answers from within. The chief, seconded by Pamano's treacherous uncle and his jealous friend, decides that he must die by poison. Although warned by his Unihipili sisters Nakinawelua and Hokialil, he allows himself to be enticed in from surf riding, made drowsy with awa, poisoned, and chopped to pieces. The sisters find and restore him to life. A kaula, seer, tests him with ape leaves to see if he has a human or a ghost body. At a kilu dance given by Keaka and Ko'olau, he reveals himself by chanting songs known only to himself and Keaka. He refuses to have anything to do with her while his enemies live, and Kaiuli, Wepu, and Ko'olau are ordered slain. In Ana of the Tuamotus. Mihara, ruling chiefess of Areaiadia, is courted by Pofatu of Emoaria. She gives a formal dance. Fago, a young chief of the Upper Valley, dances so well that Mihara falls in love with him. Pofatu is angry and has Fago cut into bits and sunk in the sea in a basket. Fago's sister Pua recovers the body through her guardian gods and by magic brings him to life. After avenging himself on Pofatu, he becomes Mihara's husband and rules her people. The Hawaiian teaching illustrated in these stories is that death to the body, kino, does not entail death to the spirit, uhane, but follows separation between the two. The experiences of the soul after it leaves the body at death, according to the teachings of the kahunas, follow a traditional pattern based on very early traditional ideas but probably influenced by later development of the Aumakua belief. There is a place of the dead, reached at some leaping place, with which is connected a branching tree as roadway of the soul. Elaborations enter into these basic ideas as a result of the part conceived to be played by the Aumakua in protecting and sheltering the soul and leading it to its Aumakua world. The worst fate that can befall a soul is to be abandoned by its Aumakua and left to stray, a wandering spirit, kewa, in some barren and desolate place, feeding upon spiders and night moths. Such spirits are believed to be malicious and to take delight in leading travelers astray. Hence the wild places which they haunt on each island are feared and avoided. Such are the plains of Kama'omo on the island of Maui, the rough country of Kaupia at Puuloa on Oahu, Ohana on Lanai, Meohilia on Molokai, Mana on Kauai, Halaliai on Niihau. In these desolate places lost spirits wander until some friendly Aumakua takes pity upon them. Gods like Kaunohiokala and Kuahailo bore to the heavens the souls of chiefs, where it was supposed the spirits of kings and chiefs sometimes dwelt, and afterwards returned them to earth. Where they accompanied the movements and watched over the destinies of their survivors, writes Ellis. In every case, the reception the soul met after separation from the body depended upon his relations with his Aumakua. A person who has committed a sin against his Aumakua, says Malo, is exhorted to obtain pardon while he still lingers at Puyukuakahi, first stopping place, before being conducted to Kuakihu, heaping up place, where he must make the final leap into the underworld called Kapaihio, the final parting. At the first point his Aumakua may succeed in bringing him back to life. Milu is said to have been a chief on earth who, on account of disobedience to the gods, was swept down into the underworld at death and became its ruler. Both Kahakaloa on Maui and Waipio on Hawaii claim him as chief. Kapahi says that the Kahakaloa story is the older and the Waipio Milu story is patterned after it. According to the Waipio story, Wakea in his old age retired to Hawaii and lived at Waipio, and at his death he descended to the island-bearing land, Papahanamoku, beneath the earth and founded a kingdom there. Milu succeeded him as chief in Waipio, and after Milu's death, due to disregard of the tapu set upon him by the god, Milu became associated with Wakea in the rule of the underworld. In the Kumuhonua legend, Milu sets himself up against Kane and is thrust down with his followers, to the uttermost depths of night, Ilalo Lilo Loa I Kapa. The name of Kanaloa is sometimes associated with this opposition to Kane, and the quarrel said to be because Awa was refused to Kanaloa and his followers. Others call Manua the original lord of the underworld of the dead. Manua is said to be brother to Wakea and Uli and is spoken of in the chant of Nuyu as the mischief maker. Entrance into the pit of Milu, Luo Milu, is at a cleft on some high bluff overlooking the sea or in the edge of a valley wall, and a tree serves as the roadway by which the soul takes its departure. One such entrance is at Kahakaloa on the island of Maui, another in Waipio Valley on Hawaii, a third in Monolua on Oahu. Other leaping places of the soul, Laina Kauhane, are named at different points about the island coasts. Miss Green reports a leaping place for every district of Hawaii. Pogue and Fornander name leaping places for each island. Dibble speaks of one at the northern extremity of Hawaii, one at the western termination of Maui, and the third at the northern point of Oahu. Thus Kapapakiikiai is named on Niihau, Moloku on the islet of Lehua, Hanapepe on Kauai. Kaimalolo and Kaina on Oahu, in Wainine between Ko'olau and Kona on Molokai, Hokunui on Lanai, Keikae and Kamaomo on Maui. And on Hawaii, at Makahanaloa for Hilo District, Kukuiope for Kohala, Kumukahi for Puna, Laina Akua, God Leap, for Kau. The tree myth is given in considerable detail by both Kepalino and Kamakau. Malo makes no allusion to it. A. Kepalino version. The soul when it comes to the leaping place encounters a tree called Ululaiawalu which forms the roadway into the other world. Little children are gathered about it and direct the soul. One side of the tree looks green and fresh, the other dry and brittle, but this is an illusion, for the dry branch is the one which the soul should grasp to save itself from being cast down into the world of the dead. It must climb on to the top, being careful to lay hold of a dry twig which will grow under its hand, and then descend the main trunk to the third level, where little children will again direct it how to escape being cast down to B. Kamakau version. When the spirit comes to Lono, perhaps Leno Lono, leaping place of Lono, where grows the tree Uluolaiwalo, if no Aumakua is there to help it will catch at a decayed branch and fall down to endless night. But if an Aumakua is at hand the soul may be brought back to revive the body or it may be led into the Aumakua world. At the leaping place at Kaina Point on Oahu is a circular clearing about 2 feet in circumference which is the doorway to the Aumakua world. Nearby is the tree with the misleading branches. A huge caterpillar guards the eastern boundary of this roadway, Moo the western, and if the soul is afraid of these guardians and strays away from the entrance, he will again need his Aumakua to help him. The place is at the right side of the bluff toward Waialua and near the road to Keikuakuyu. See, Pukue version. In Kaiu district on Hawaii the casting off place of the soul is marked by an old kukui tree to which the soul must cling, laying hold of a green branch, which has the attributes of the dry. In order to be hurled more quickly with its companions into the labyrinth that leads to the underworld, lest it lose its way and be left to wander as a stray soul over wastelands of earth. D. Emerson note. Kane, Lau, Apua in pursuit of Kane Leliaka, a spirit whose real body is in the heavens while its shadow flits upon the water, is advised to start from the breadfruit tree of Liwalo, and take a flying leap in order to reach his objective. Except for this myth of the leaping place with its arboreal roadway, Hawaiian poets have not done much toward elaborating the story of the fate of the soul after its separation from the body. There is no voyage of the soul overseas as in Mangaia, no drama of a pathway of the soul where it is tested and purged of earthly associations, as in Fiji. No vivid experience of adventures in the underworld, as in the South Sea stories, or of the literal oven of Milu, into which the soul is cast for devouring by the goddess who presides over the dead. Open as the tree myth is to suspicion as influenced by our own myth of the tree of life and death, which may have become known in early days through stories of the Alexander cycle or the Arabian Nights tales. Hawaiians claim it as a true native belief, and its wide distribution in the South Seas must argue for its genuine character in some form or other in Hawaii. Kepalino says, "This is not a variant of sacred story, this is a genuine Hawaiian legend. It is not a version taken from the stories of the Holy Bible. It is a strange thing taught by the Spirit. Perhaps the Hawaiians were mistaken. Perhaps a tree is not the roadway down to Pa. Perhaps these were words handed down from our first ancestors, but, the meaning, lost because of the length of time gone by." Kepalino's contention is sustained by comparison with South Sea stories. In Rarotonga, Tiki climbs the pua tree at the leaping place, Puaitiiriinga, but, ignoring his mother's warning to climb the green side, he is precipitated for his folly into the underworld of Muru, Milu, and hence men die. In another story a girl is told to step on the green branches as she climbs, as the dry will take her to spirit land. In Mangaia a great bua tree with fragrant blossoms rises to conduct the soul to the underworld, the domain of Miru, bearing a branch for each principal god. Each soul climbs out on the branch of his own family god and either falls thence into a great net from which he goes into the presence of Miru, or leaps into the expanse of the sky. In Rarotonga the souls climb to an ancient bua tree and fall into the net of Muru. Gill describes Tane at Ukupulu climbing the bua tree and arriving at Enwakura, spirit land of red feathers. In Anna of the Tuamotus, when Kihinui is stolen and taken down to Pa, the parents follow the taproot of a pua tree down to the dark world of Korurupa where the dead repair. The Moriori dead travel to a point of land at Parau westward, where they leap into the sea and cling to the root of an ancient akik tree, or vine, chiefs climbing over the branches, commoners crawling under. In the Fijian story of the pathway of the soul across the island of Viti Levu, the way leads past a tree where cling the souls of children, who ask after their parents in the world of living men. So far as I know this is the only other association in this area of children with the soul's pathway to the world of the dead. The division of the world of the dead into compartments of greater or less desirability seems to have developed rather under the teaching of the priesthood as a means of political power than under that of the missionary doctrine. There is no evidence that American missionaries dwelt upon the horrors of hell to convert their hearers to seek after the joys of heaven. They were very young and very convinced, and they preached to a people accustomed to tapus as the mark of acceptance by the gods. The sufferings therefore pictured in that part of the underworld ruled over by Milu, as in the chant. You die in the oven of Milu. Established in the fire of Milu. An unending death. Must be referred to threats of sorcery. We recall that sorcerers who kill by sending an evil spirit to entangle the soul, kahuna ho'onana, are called priests of Milu. The spirits of Milu are called lapu, ghost, or haihio, apparition. Those of Kane are the spirits of the high places of the wind, who belong to the Aumakua world. It is Milu who sends the soul that is unforgiven by its Aumakua to an unsubstantial land of twilight and shade, a barren and waterless waste, unblessed by flower, or tree, or growing herb. A sorcerer's prayer to destroy an enemy concludes. Bind, bind fast. And cast down into the voiceless deep. Down, down, down to the bottom of the abyss. It is possible that such imprecations have, as has been suggested by Gill for the South Seas, a literal implication. A distinction was made in burial customs between chiefs and commoners. The bones of the highest chiefs were carefully preserved and deposited in heiau or distributed among their families for veneration. The bodies of the lower chiefs were laid out straight and wrapped in many folds of tapa before depositing in caves for burial. Priests were disposed in the same fashion, but generally in the heiau where they had been keepers. The common people were bound into a sitting posture with their heads bent over their knees, and thrown down the mouths of inaccessible caves or pits. Kamapua describes 2 such pits on the island of Maui, one at Waialae, several miles in depth and with a wide mouth so that it could be approached from various directions, the other at a cone in the crater of Haleakala called Ka'awa. A name applied to an insect that destroys vegetation and also to an embryo hilu fish. Kamapua tells us Hawaiians were taught that there was a place of darkness called Milu and a place of light called Wakea. The Aumakua were the intermediaries between the living and the dead. Na Aumakua mai ka pamai. Nana ai na pua, ho'okomo aloko o kia po o ka malamalama. Aumakua of the night. Watch over your offspring, enfold them in the belt of light. Pray the religious. Of the place of darkness he says, the endless darkness is the darkness of Milu, the deep darkness, the strata with a deep cleft, the strata of bitterness. Fire, darkness, and dreadful cruelty were in the keeping of the chief of that world. In Rice's legend of Mekua Kaumana, as in Kepalino, 3 worlds of the dead are taught. The 3rd world is the world where Kane lives and where he takes people good enough to become gods. Bad people go first to a land where men have done neither good nor evil and where they wait to be rescued, next to a world where they see joy and sorrow, finally to the world where they shall weep because of the heat which lasts day and night. According to Kepalino, to the Pa of Kumuhonua go the spirits of those who have kept the law. To the cold Pa go those who descend by the tree of life and death. It is a place without pain or happiness where the soul lives much as in this world. To the Pa of Milu go the law-breakers, where there is unending fire. Dibble describes a place of houses, comforts, and pleasures, enjoyed by the religious and a place of misery below, called Milu, where the irreligious are thrust. The Pa of Kumuhonua, the world where the offspring of Kane live, is the Aumakua world, the Papolaka, evidently taught by the kahunas as an urge to pious exertion, the imagery of which, as translated from Kamapua after Mrs. P. Taylor, is not without a ring of apocalyptic vision. The Aumakua world is a wide level world containing many dwelling places. Many were the dwelling places but the world was one, many overseers ruled over by one great lord. In the Aumakua world were a rolling heaven, a multiple heaven, a multitudinous heaven, a floating cloudland, a lower cloudland, the immovable standing walls of Kane, the horizon line enclosing the flat surface of the earth, the depths of ocean. The beauty of the sun, the brightness of the moon, the glories of the stars, and other places too numerous to mention which were called the Aumakua world. Many were the gates by which to enter the Aumakua world. If a man or one of his descendants was related to the heavenly beings and was not a stranger to those who had rights in the heavens, then it was understood that he had a right to go to the heavens. If the Aumakua of a man and his family belonged to the floating cloudland, just below the heavens, then he was prepared for the floating cloudland. If the Aumakua of a man and his family belonged to the ocean depths, then it was understood that there he had a right to go, and if the man and his family had an Aumakua in the volcanic fire, there he had an irrevocable right to go. Or if at Ulukai and the upright walls of Kane, then it was understood that he would be taken there. And it was said that those who were taken to the floating cloudland and to the multiple heaven and to the other heavens had wings and had rainbows at their feet. These were not wandering spirits, these were the beloved of the heavens. Those of heaven are seen on the wings of the wind and their bounds are above the regions of earth, and those of the ocean are gathered in the deep purplish blue sea of Kane, and so are all those of the whole earth belonging to the Aumakua world. All are united in harmony. The world of endless darkness, the darkness of Milu, the deep darkness, the strata with a deep cleft, the strata of bitterness, the strata of misery, the strata of harshness, has many names given it in Hawaiian stories. That world was said to be an evil world, a friendless world, without family, a fearful world, a world of dread, a world of pain, a world to be patiently endured, a world of trouble, a cruel world. Certainly this Papolaka, this Aumakua world of Kane, must be considered a very considerable achievement by the priests of the Kane worship in thus spiritualizing the Aumakua conception. It must never be forgotten that these Aumakua changes of body had in them nothing symbolic. The transmutations were looked upon as absolutely literal. When Kamehameha went down to appease Pele and save his fish ponds from an approaching lava flow, a certain chiefess accompanied the party whose child, lately dead, had been dedicated to the fire goddess. And the kahuna was able to point out to her the particular flame in the advancing flow which was her child's transformed body as a minister of Pele. Whereupon the mother poured out a chant of love and greeting. Descent to Milu is, on the other hand, merely a popular expression for death. A victor boasts. The youth kills with a single blow. Lest he, the victim, go down to Milu. And say he was struck twice. Paragraph continues, it is not thought of as a place of torture. One informant thinks of the dead as dancing the hula olapa, drama dance, feasting on shadowy food, and leading a drowsy existence. In the stories the spirits are found dancing with the Ipa people and pleased with new sports, songs, and dances. There is competition. The gods may effect a way of escape, but there is always reluctance on the part of the spirit, an idea easily derived from observation of the actual process of resuscitation. Ellis calls it, a land of darkness, where the dead lie beside streams under spreading trees surrounded by the emblems of chiefs. The idea is of a shadowy world where people live much as in this world, but an unsubstantial world, or return to the Pa, a spirit world. One Hawaiian informant explains Pa as a vast sea where forms live in the lower stages of life. It is out of this sea that land is born and the higher forms of life and man, who make up the world of light, Ao. So each human being is formed in the spring of water within the uterus of the mother and emerges from it into human life. At death he returns to the Pa again. Upon this general sense of the continuity of life is superimposed the idea of a kingdom of the dead where life appears much as in this world, an idea derived from experiences in trance or dream and found particularly useful in storytelling. The thought that man might have lived forever had not someone disobeyed the prohibition imposed is so widespread throughout the South Seas, and the stories told about this disobedience so various, as to preclude Christian teaching as its origin. The idea is of a cycle of life, the human rising out of the spirit world and at old age returning into the safe waters of that world again, to be guarded and reborn into the world of form. Either as a human being or as some one of the many bodies which we see in nature, whose God has revealed itself as Aumakua to the man during life and whose tapus he has punctually observed. The period of a man's life from birth to old age, withered and dried like a mat of pandanus, may never be broken save by some sin against the Aumakua which has aroused its anger. Even the dark arts of sorcery seem to depend upon an enemy's skill in catching the man at some point of vulnerability, some carelessness in observing the tapus of his god. Contests between Aumakua are certainly pictured in story, one seeking the man's life, the other protecting it, but the broken law is the fundamental idea in all Hawaiian thought about accident or early death. In the Maori account it is said that the offspring of Tain by Haintii Tama would not obey Rengi and were swept down to Pa, by them mankind are drawn into a lower world. Family ties in the afterworld remain unbroken, and all Hawaiians believe in the power of spirits to return to the scenes they knew on earth in the form in which they appeared while they were alive. Especially is this true of the processions of gods and spirits who come on certain sacred nights to visit the sacred places, or to welcome a dying relative and conduct him to the Aumakua world. Marchers of the night, Huakaipa, or spirit ranks, Oio, they are called. Many Hawaiians and even some persons of foreign blood have seen this spirit march or heard the chanting voices, the high notes of the flute, and drumming so loud as to seem beaten upon the side of the house. Always, if seen, the marchers are dressed according to ancient usage in the costume of chiefs or of gods. If the procession is one of gods, the marchers move 5 abreast with 5 torches burning red between the ranks, and without music save that of the voice raised in chant. Processions of chiefs are accompanied by Aumakua and march in silence, or to the accompaniment of drum, nose flute, and chanting. They are seen on the sacred nights of Ku, Lono, Kane, or Kanaloa, or they may be seen by day if it is a procession to welcome the soul of a dying relative. To meet such a procession is very dangerous. Oh aye, let him be pierced, is the cry of the leader, and if no relative among the dead or none of his aumakua is present to protect him, a ghostly spearsman will strike him dead. The wise thing to do is to remove all clothing and turn face up and feign sleep. Part 2. Children of the Gods. 11. The Pele Myth. Hawaiians believe that the volcano at Kilauea is inhabited by a family of fire gods presided over by the goddess Pele, who governs the activities of lava flows. A kahuna brother Moho, Kamohoaliai, 2 sisters, Pele and Haiaka-Kapalio Pele, and a humpbacked brother named Kamakaua, Koahi Kamakaua, are said to compose the original Pele family, all further additions being purely mythical. Traditional lists of volcano deities compiled by Ellis, Kalakaua, and Westervelt name at least 5 brothers and 8 sisters, the brothers associated with the phenomena of thunderstorms and volcanic activities, the sisters with cloud forms. As translated by Ellis, who also uses the old T sound which later informants replace with a K. Ellis. Kalakaua. Westervelt. Kamohoariai. Kamaholiai, God of Steam. Kamaholiai. Tapohai Tahiora, explosion in the place of life. Kapohoi Kahaila, God of explosions. Kapohai Kahiola. Teuea Teipa, the rain of night. Kwakipo, rain of fire. Kuyue Kupa. Kane Hitairai, Kane of the thunder. Kane Kahili. Kane Hekili. Kane Pohakukae. Kane Hoolani. Kane Huli Honua. Kane Kawalanui. Kane Hulikoa. Teoahi Tamatawa, fire-thrusting child of war. Kiohi Kamakaua. Kohi Kamakoa. Lono Mekua. Ellis. Kalakaua. Westervelt. Pele. 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 Makorwa Wahiwa, fiery-eyed canoe breaker. Makolna Wahiwa. Hiakamakolwa Wahiwa. Hiatawa Wahilani, heaven-rending cloud holder. Hiakawa Wahilani. Hiakawa Wahilani. Hiata no Holani, heaven-dwelling cloud holder. Hiaka no Holani. Hiaka no Holani. Hiata Taravamata, quick-glancing-eyed cloud holder. Hiaka Kalawamaka. Hiaka Kalawamaka. Hiata Hoitii Poria Pele, cloud holder embracing the bosom of Pele. Hiaka Hoi Kapalia Pele. Hiakai Kapalio Pele or Hiaka Opio. Hiata Tabiuanina, red-hot mountain-holding cloud. Hiaka Kapuanina. Hiaka Kapuanina. Hiata Taria, wreath-garlanded cloud holder. Hiaka Kalia. Hiaka Kalia. Hiaka Opio. The Pele myth is believed to have developed in Hawaii, where it is closely associated with aumakua worship of the deities of the volcano, with the development of the hula dance, and with innumerable stories in which odd rock or cone formations are ascribed to contests between Pele and her rivals, human or divine. The myth narrates the migration or expulsion of Pele from her distant homeland and her effort to dig for herself a pit deep enough to house her whole family in cool comfort or to exhibit them in their spirit forms of flame and cloud and other volcanic phenomena. She approaches the group from the northwest, tries island after island without success, and finally settles on Hawaii at the crater Mokuawio, land of burning. Her brother Kamohoaliai and other male relatives assist in or accompany the journey. The only female companion noted in the story is her pet little sister Haiaka. The myth continues at great length with an account of Pele's affair in spirit form with a handsome young chief of Kauai of whom she is enamored and whom she determines to have for a husband. Of sending her sister to fetch him to share her home on Hawaii, of jealousy of her faithful messenger, and of the sister's consequent defiance. The Pele myth therefore falls into 2 parts, 1, the establishment of Pele's home at the volcano on Hawaii, 2, the sending for her lover Lohio to share this home. In the first myth Pele is the dominant character, in the second her sister Haiaka has assumed that position. Pele Legends. A. Migration Legend. Pele is one of a family of 7 sons and 6 daughters born to Haumea and her husband Momo Ali, all distinguished figures in old legend. Pele is very beautiful with a back straight as a cliff and breasts rounded like the moon. She longs to travel and, tucking her little sister born in the shape of an egg under her armpit, hence called Hiakai Pele, in the armpit of Pele, she seeks her brother Kamohoaliai. He gives her the canoe of their brother Whirlwind, Puahiuhiu, with tide, Ko'ola or Ko'omiki, and current, Ko'oka, as paddlers, and promises to follow with other members of the family. She goes by way of Palapala, Kwaihalani, where Kane hides the islands, and other islands inhabited by gods, Makumanamana, to Niihau, island of the chiefess fire thrower, Kauahi, where she is handsomely entertained. Thence she visits Kauai and appears in the midst of a hula festival in the form of a beautiful woman. Falling desperately in love with the young Kauai chief Lohio, she determines to take him for a husband. Passing southeast from island to island, on each of which she attempts to dig a home in which she can receive her lover, she comes finally to Hawaii and there is successful in digging deep without striking water. An element inimical to her fiery nature. B. Expulsion version. Pele is born to Kaneho'olani and Haumea in Kwaihalani. She sticks so close to Lono Mekua, the fire god, as to cause a conflagration, or, as in the Akalenwieka story, makes love to her sister's husband, and her older sister Namako-Kaha, called a sea goddess, drives her away. She takes passage in the canoe Honua Aikea with her little sister carried in her armpit and accompanied by her brothers Kamohoaliai, Kane Milohai, Kamapua, and others, and arrives at the Hawaiian group by way of the northwestern shoals. Their Kane Milohai is left on one islet as an outguard and Kamapua on another, but Pele pities this last younger brother and picks him up again. A group of songs relate the relentless pursuit of the party by the older sister until the two sisters encounter each other in Kahiki Nui on the island of Maui and Pele's body is torn apart and the fragments heaped up to form the hill called Kaiwio Pele, the bones of Pele, near Kauiki. While her spirit takes flight to the island of Hawaii and finds a permanent home on Hawaii. C. Flood version. Pele is born in Kapakwela, a land to the southwest, close to the clouds, and her parents are Kaneho'olani and Kahina, her brothers Kamohoaliai and Kawilo-Kalani. By her husband Wahieloa, she has a daughter Laka and a son named Menehune. Pele Kumuhonua entices her husband from her and Pele travels in search of him. With her comes the sea, which pours from her head over the land of Kanaloa, Kaholawe, never before so inundated, and her brothers chant. A sea! A sea! Forth bursts the sea. Bursts forth over Kanaloa, Kaholawe. The sea rises to the hills. Thrice, according to the chant, the sea floods the land, then recedes. These floodings are called the Sea of Kahina. D. Unnatural birth version. Pele's father is the man-eater Kuahailo who dwells in the far-off heavens. Haumea, her mother, belongs to the Pali, cliff, family. 2 daughters are born, Namako-Kaha from the breasts of Haumea, Pele from the thighs. Brothers are born. Kamohoaliai from the top of the head of Haumea, Kanehekili, thunder, from the mouth, Kaulanui, lightning, from the eyes, and other children, from 4 to 40 sisters, from various parts of Haumea. Hayaka is born in the shape of an egg and cherished as Pele's favorite. D. Papa and Wakea are the parents of Pele, Kamohoaliai, and Kapo. Kapo is born from Papa's eyes, Kamaholiai from her head as a mist-crowned precipice. Local elaboration of the migration story describes in detail the localities on each island where Pele pursued her digging activities. A famous dance song records the successive steps of Pele's advance from island to island, beginning. The blaze trembles. Bursts out above, below. The spade rattles in the cleft below. What god is this digging? It is I, Pele. Digging a pit on Niihau. As the oral recitation proceeds, recounting Pele's migration, old Hawaiian storytellers insert a song chanted in the oil, singing, style, such as the famous Coming of Pele describing the building of the canoe, the journey from the homeland. The family group who accompany Pele, their arrival on Hawaii, and their apotheosis at the volcano. Kahiki, and Palapala, as they occur in the song, are today referred to the society group, from which lands the party of gods is represented as migrating. No kahiki mai ka wahini o Pele. Mai ka aina mai o Palapala. Mai ka punohu a Kane mai kue o lapa I ka lani. Mai ka o pua lapa I kahiki. Lapa ku I Hawaii ka wahini o Pele. Kale I ka wae o honua Ikea. Ko wae, I kamaholi I, hoa mai ka moku. Ua pae. Ua oki, ka wae o ku, kwa. Ka wae o kale honua mea o halo. Mai ku o hele ae, ui ae ka lani. I puni mai ka moku, ae kini o ku, kwa. Iawai ka hope, kauli o ka wae. I na hoali I a Pele ae hu, e. Mila hune ka la, kila hoanaho kau ho. O luna o ka wae, o ku malawa o lono halo I honua aina, kaua ku. I holoa ka moku. Ae hayaka na I o ku, kwa. Hele ae a komo I ka hail o Pele. Huahua I kahiki lapa uila. Uila Pele I huai I. Huaina hoi I. The woman Pele comes from Kahiki. From the land of Palapala. From the ascending mist of Kane, from the clouds that move in the sky. From the pointed clouds born at Kahiki. The woman Pele was restless for Hawaii. Fashioned the canoe Honua Ikea. As a canoe, O Kamaholiai, for venturing to the island. Completed, equipped, is the canoe of the gods. The canoe for, Pele, of the sacred earth to sail in. From the straight course the heavenly one turned. And went around the island, and the multitude of the gods stepped ashore. Who were behind at the stern of the canoe? The household of Pele and her company. Those who bail, those who work the paddles. On the canoe were Ku and Lono. It came to land, rested there. The island rose before them, Hayaka stepped ashore seeking for increase of divinity. Went and came to the house of Pele. The gods of Kahiki burst into lightning flame with roar and tumult. Lightning flames gushed forth. Burst forth with a roar. Hika myth. Emerson version. Pele has made her home with her brothers and sisters at the crater of Mokuio. She falls into a deep sleep during which her spirit leaves her body and, following the sound of the nose flute, Kanikawai, and the whistle, Kanikawa, arrives at the island of Kauai while a hula dance is in progress. She takes the form of a beautiful woman and wins the young chief Lohio as her husband. Upon leaving him on the third, or ninth, night, she bids him await her messenger to bring him to the house she is making ready for him. In Rice's version this meeting precedes her digging experiments from island to island. In the meantime, her faithful sister has watched over her inert body and is relieved to see it return to consciousness. Pele calls for a messenger and Hayakai-Kapalio Pele is the only one of her household brave enough to face the dangers of the way. The girl demands and is given the powers of a god in order to pass through the ordeal in safety. Entrusting her beloved Lehua Groves and her friend Hopoe to the care of her sister and receiving her sister's last commands not to indulge in embraces on the way and to return within 40 days, she sets forth on her perilous journey. On the way she provides herself with women companions. Her old nurse Pauopalai, skirt of paulai fern, accompanies her as far as Kohala, where she remains with her husband Pakiai until the girls return. A half-goddess named Wahiniomau, thrush woman, daughter of Kaipalaua and Punahoa, is the only one who makes the entire journey with her. Another girl, Papilho, joins her on the way but has not the spiritual qualifications to survive even the first of the dangers encountered. Choosing the upland path across Hawaii, the party must first exterminate the evil Mo who make the way dangerous. With the help of the war gods Kaliliakaua and Kakakoai and the shell conch blowers Kamaio, Kahinahini, and Mapu, Haiyaka fights and overcomes a number of these monsters. The Moo woman Panaiwa, who impedes her way in the form first of fog, Kinoohu, then of sharp rain, Kinooawa, then of a candlenut, Kukui, tree, she entangles the Moo and her followers. The Namu and Nawa in a growth of vine, or engulfs them in the sea. 2 Moo, Kiha and Puaeloa, long hog, are caught in a flood of lava, where their forms may be seen to this day. The shark at the mouth of Waipio Valley who seizes swimmers crossing the bay is met and slain. Mo'olau, chief of the jumping Moo, Mahiki, in the land of Mahikiwaina, is defied, his followers put to rout, and the wounds bound up of 2 men the Moo have mangled. 2 Moo, Pailai and Noho, who make travelers pay toll at the bridge across the Wailuku River, are rent from jaw to jaw and the way open for free traffic. The prudish ghost god Hina Kuai-Kapali, who objects to the girls swimming naked across the stream Anolii while holding their clothing above their heads, is reproved and put to silence. Crossing to Maui, the girls avoid the attentions of the paddlers Paiaikianui and Paiaikiaiki and proceed along the coast. A maimed spirit named Manamana Aiakaeluia is seen dancing the hula muamayu, maimed, and her spirit nature is tested by throwing a hala fruit and seeing her figure instantly vanish. Omau catches the spirit and the girls restore it to its lifeless body. Refused hospitality at the home of the chief Opau, or Kalahia, in Iao Valley, Haiyaka avenges the insult by catching his second soul, as it goes fluttering about while he lies sleeping, and dashing it against the rock Pahalele near Waihi. At the advice of the Kahuna Kuakahimahiku, the chief's friends attempt to overtake and conciliate Haiyaka but are tricked by concealing transformations. At the hill Pulehu the two take the shapes of an old woman and child with a dog. At Kalalaolo, of girls stringing blossoms, at Kapua and Kanapali they appear as women braiding mats for a new house. In Rice's version other incidents occur and the chief is restored to life. Crossing next to Molokai, the girls choose the route along the dangerous windy side of the island and make the passage to Oahu from Kaunakake. The single adventure described is the banishing of the lawless Moo tribe who have robbed women of their husbands, and the slaying of the Moo woman Kikipua who has stolen Alakuai from his wife Papoiua, deserted her own husband Hakano, and made a false bridge of her tongue to destroy travelers. Haiyaka makes use of her skirt, pau, as a bridge, over which the girls pass safely. The mourning women whose husbands have been destroyed by the Moo band she however reproves for indulging in useless hysteria. Again choosing the rocky side of the island on Oahu, Haiyaka addresses chants to the rocks Makapiuyu and Male, whom she recognizes as her own supernatural relatives, greets Pohakuloa at Kaalapueo, the Owl Road, and crushes the evil Moo Mokaliai at Kualoa. Kauhi, with eye sockets moist with the dripping dew from heaven, wishes to go with her and, when she refuses his company, struggles up to a crouching position. So his form may be seen today along the rock wall of Kahana. At Kahipa she reproves Punahilapa and Pahipahialua for slipping away without a greeting. At Kewahapuyu she listens to the sound of the sea, notices the yukai plant, and admires the beauty of Waialua. At the plain near Lahilu she chants the praises of the mountain Kaala. At Kaina Point she apostrophizes its huge boulders and begs the rock of Kauai, left at sea when Maui's fish line broke, to send her a canoe to cross to Kauai. It was from this point that her sister had listened to the music which lured her across the channel to Lohaio's feast. The restoration of Lohaio takes place on Kauai. Arrived on that island, the girls are entertained at the house of the chief Malaihaikoa, whose lameness they have cured, and learn of the death of Lohaio out of grief over the disappearance of the beautiful woman who came to him at the hula dance. 2 women of Honopu, Kilioaikapua and Kalanamainuyu, relatives of Kilio, have stolen his body from the place where his sister Kahuanui had laid it, and hidden it in an inaccessible cave high up on the cliff Kalalau, but in some versions Kilio is Lohaio's sister and the hider herself of the body. Haiyaka catches the fluttering spirit and destroys the 2 Honopu women by means of an incantation. She and Omau scale the cliff and for 10 days, while the people below dance the hula, she recites the chants useful to restore a spirit to its body. At the end of this time Lohaio lives and all three descend on a rainbow and purify themselves in the ocean. The return voyage is now to be undertaken. Meanwhile the 40 days limit set by Pele for the journey has been already covered and more delays are still before them. Between Kauai and Oahu the shark gods Kwa and Kaholia Kane and the sea goddess Moananui Kalehua raise a storm to prevent the match between their divine relative Pele and a mere mortal like Lohaio. Ha'iaka chooses the overland route across the island of Oahu while the other two round the island by canoe. At Pohakea she climbs the ridge, looks across to her home on Hawaii, and voices a bitter lament when she sees her beloved forests in flames and her friend Hopoe wrapped in burning lava. Still true to her mission in spite of her sister's betrayal, she chants a warning to the two alone in the canoe to indulge in no love-making. At Ko, Honolulu, the party is entertained by the famous prophetess Peleula, a former ladylove of Lohaio, and Ha'iaka contends with her hostess in a kilu game for his possession, but refuses to take advantage at that time of her success. Some accounts state that at this point the three fashion visible bodies for themselves out of spittle and, leaving these behind, go in their spirit bodies to Hanauma Bay, where they pass over to Maui. The death of Lohaio takes place as a climax to Pele's jealousy. Without waiting for an explanation from the two women who go ahead to acquaint Pele with the story of their adventures, the angry goddess, furious at the long delay, overwhelms them with fire. At this, Ha'iaka, for the first time and on the very edge of the crater in full view of her sister, accepts Lohaio's embraces. Pele calls upon her sisters to consume Lohaio, but they pity his beauty. She invokes her gods but they call her unjust and blow away the flame, for which disloyalty she banishes them to the barren lands of Hulinuyu. And that is how Kupalupulu, Kumokuhaliai, Kualanaweo, Kupaiaikui, and Kumauna came to sail away and become canoe makers in other lands. Finally Pele herself encircles the lovers with flame. Ha'iaka has been given a divine body and cannot be hurt, but Lohaio's body is consumed. The second restoration of Lohaio to life follows. Ha'iaka digs down after him through the earth, passing at the first stratum of earth the god of suicide, at the fourth the bodies of her two women friends, whom she restores to life. She is about to rend the 10th layer when Wahieloa warns her against letting in the water upon her sister. Lohaio's spirit, fluttering overseas, first to Kauai, where he bids his friend Paua seek Pele, then to Lae in Kahiki, is caught by Kane Milohai who has been left to guard the outposts of the group, and restored to life. At first he is listless, but Lae's bird messengers, Plover and Turnstone, rouse him to interest in human affairs. At Peleula's home he is reunited to Ha'iaka. In Rice's version he is sent back to Kauai by canoe. In one legend Omau becomes the wife of Lono Mekua. The trance motive in the story of Pele's meeting with her lover depends upon the idea that a spirit can wander away from a living body, Uhanehele, and take the form of a second body, Kinoho'opahauhau. In which form it can carry on a life of its own apart from the body. The theme is rationalized in the Laieikawai romance where Iwohikupua dreams of meetings with Laieikawai before he has ever seen her. In Tahiti it is recorded that the young chiefess of Huaheine remained in such a condition for a month, during which time she met a lover who cherished and protected her. In a Marquesan story two gods who desire the woman Tipo stop her breath and take her ghost to Hawaii where she hears songs sung which she can repeat after she is restored to life. Few references to the Pele figure are to be found in other groups. Gifford reports a Tongan female deity called Puekamapili with pig head and woman's body who rules all the gods of Hapai and whose sacred animal is the gecko. Allusions to Pele in Tahiti as deity of fire under the earth are said to be due to late contact with the Hawaiian group. The heat of the earth produced Per, conceiving heat, goddess of the fire in the earth, Achua Vahini no Te Vera o Te Fenua. A blonde woman, Vahini, Ahu, then came Tamaehu, blonde child, or Tamati. Fire was those gods' agent of power, it obeyed them in the bowels of the earth and in the skies. They were the chief fire gods. The great goddess Per, consuming heat, must be goddess of spontaneous burning of the earth. Tamaehu, blonde child, the brother of Per, must be the god of heat in the Netherlands. Per has light down in the earth, without heat. Above is the fire ever burning. Awe-inspiring is the residence of Per down in the earth, great are her attendants that follow her below and above the surface of the world. In Tahiti, the uninhabited islet of Tubai, most northern of the group, is Per's home during her visits to the south. Tierreo Per, standing place of Pele, is the name of the assembly ground of the district of Tatira on Tairapu. Pele as goddess of volcanic fire is addressed in Hawaiian chants by a number of names descriptive of volcanic activity. Pele Ai Honua, eater of land, she is called because she destroys the land with her flames. Ai Laau, wood eater, in the Pele myths is an old volcano god who retreats before Pele or surrenders to her the pit he has dug. According to Kamapua, he is still an aumakua of volcanic fire to whom dead bodies are offered to become flame. Among the Maori, the descendant of Maui Mua who came to New Zealand in the Taratahau canoe is literally, Toi the wood eater, because he used raw fern wood, the edible palm, and young fern sprouts for food and knew nothing of fire and of cultivated food. Pele's most common chant name is Pele Honuamea, Pele of the sacred earth, reminiscent of the Maori Parafenuamea, a name which Percy Smith interprets as effacement of nature due to the flood, Parafenuamea being, in Maori myth, the wife of Kiwa and mother of the great ocean of Kiwa, or the Pacific Ocean. Pele is the name by which the goddess is worshipped in her fire body. Kaulo Koahi, the redness of the fire, is her sacred name as a spirit. Kilanahi Kaleo, whom I here quote, gave a start when I pronounced the name, and lowered his voice in answering my question. Pele's name as a woman on earth, he told me, was Hina Myths. Clearly the Maui mythologists of Hana have taken this means to work into the Pele cycle their own famous Hina goddess of the moon, to whose connection with the flood story and with the Wahieloa-Laka cycle is now added a place in the pantheon of the hula dance and the romances woven about its festivals. 12. The Pele Sisters. In the Haiyaka myth, Pele's messenger is represented as an expert in sorcery and the hula, arts of which the Pele family as gods of generation are special patrons. The whole Pele and Haiyaka cycle of stories is rehearsed episodically in the hula dance. Even the smallest incident may furnish a theme for the dance. The hula songs are not composed by mortals but taught by the Pele spirits to worshippers of Pele. Those who learn the dances are supposed to be possessed by the spirit of the Pele goddess of the dance. An error in the step shows that the patroness has rejected the dancer. Since Haiyaka is the supreme patroness of the hula, all prayer chants for the hula ceremonies are named under Haiyaka, even those dedicated to Ku and Hina. A chant that is named to a person becomes that person's property, no matter if it was composed in honor of another person, just as any other piece of property may be passed on to another. All prayer chants, mele pule, dedicated to Haiyaka are prayers of the ancients. Training in the hula does not include the whole art of sorcery, but every hula master must know the prayers to ward off sorcery, pule pale, and each pupil learns such a prayer for his protection. Even as late as Kalakawa's time kahunas were educated as priests of Pele. Some who wished to study sorcery would stay for a year or more at the volcano, make sacrifice, and dream a chant. This chant they would dedicate to Pele or Haiyaka. In offering sacrifice, the kahuna must get all four gods to work with him by invoking each in prayer. He must include also the ancestral gods, Kumuakua, the guardian gods, Aumakua, the deified gods, Unihai. He would call upon all the original ancestors of chiefs, Na Kumualiai a Pau Loa o Kapa, the descendants of chiefs, Na Lalaliai, the chiefs who were last of their line, Na Wilaualiai. Dance motives are directly incorporated into the Pele and Haiyaka story. One such is drawn about the figure of Hopoe, the beloved girlfriend of Haiyaka. Hopoe is first seen by Haiyaka dancing a hula beside the sea Nanahuki in Puna district. Haiyaka takes her for a favorite. For her Ha'iaka plants the forests of red and white blossoming lehua to be found in that region. A flowering lehua tree is hence her emblem. When she is overwhelmed by Pele's impatient wrath, she becomes changed into a rock, which used to stand balanced like a dancing figure just as the girl was caught by the lava, but is now fallen and lies near Kea'au in Puna. Another dance incident is that of the maimed spirit who inspired the affection of Wahine, a scene represented in the Hula Muumuiu, cut off. A third is the reference to Kilinoe, the famous hula teacher of Kauai whose "yunaik," or sign of an expert, is essential to one who would dance the hula in public on Kauai. Rice makes her the sister of Lohiau. Emerson connects her with the sirens who steal away Lohiau's body. A Malo note gives the name to a male god of cliffs. The most complete of these dance motives is to be found in the episode at Peleula's home in Nuuana Valley, where the two women compete in dance and chanted improvisation for the possession of a lover. The land of Peleula on Oahu has been placed by McAllister where Vineyard Street crosses the Nuuana stream. The soft rain that comes down the valley only as far as the present Judd Street is still called the Rain of Wahila of Nuuanu, Ka-ue Wahilo-Nuuanu, after a chiefess whose name is commemorated in a hula in which she excelled and which was a favorite of Peleula. The competition is represented as taking place during a kilu game, a popular pastime of chiefs comparable to our own kissing games but a step more erotic, and including exhibitions of dance and song which called for the highest development of skill in these arts. The scene is placed on Oahu during Ha'iaka's return trip after the restoration of Lohiau in Kauai, but there is reason to suppose that it belongs actually after Pele's outburst of anger and the second restoration of Lohiau, and represents Pele's final effort to win back her lover from her younger sister. This supposition is supported by the fact that in Rice's version Ha'iaka and Lohiau meet at Peleula's home on Oahu after Lohiau's second restoration to life. Originally perhaps the incident belonged to Kauai, where Pele in her spirit body competes with his sister Kilinoe for the embraces of her lover while her human body lies in trance. It may be that a shift of interest in the characters of the story has brought about the change of scene and actors. As for the scene itself, there is no doubt that it was drawn from life. Malo gives a detailed description of the games of Ume and Kilu as practiced in upper-class circles, Ume a frankly sexual game in which two lovers are sent out by the master of ceremonies to satisfy their desire. Kilu a sort of quoits in which a gourd is spun to hit a stake in the form of a wooden cone placed in front of the desired lover among the players of the opposite sex, as they sit ranged, one on one side, the other on the other side of the space cleared for the game. A score of 10 hits entitles the player to the favors of the lover for the night unless bought off with a gift of land or other coveted commodity. This form of courting was, we are told, a great favorite in the circles to which the chiefs belonged, but from which all not members of the chief class were carefully excluded. The theme of the Kilu game seems to have been a favorite with composers of romance and is frankly realistic in treatment. The Pukue version of the Hinakalo romance represents the sister of the abandoned Hinakalo winning back Konini to her sister in a Kilu contest in which she competes successfully in dance with the girl who has charmed him away and in song recalls his mind to the scenes of natural beauty which he has shared with his former wife. Phrased no doubt to include the erotic allusions so dear to Hawaiian ears but which escape the foreign interpreter. It is at a Kilu game at the court of Kakuhihewa that Lono Aikamaka-Hiki wins the companionship of the visiting chiefess from Kauai and turns the occasion to account by learning from her the chant called Mirage of Mana, which he later asserts was composed as his name song from childhood. Both Kawelo and Haumea, after finding the arts of fishing and farming, which their elders prescribe, insufficient to win the love of ladies, become experts in the hula, and at a Kilu game Haumea turns once more the heart of the much-wooed beauty of Puna to her former husband. An episode in the romance of Laeai Kauai shows the beauty of Hina Myths, competing with a rival for her lover's favors. A similar theme occurs in other groups. Stimson tells the story from Anna in the Tuamotus of Ghana, Huriti Papa, and the Princess Haumea, where Ghana is the suitor of Haumea in Tahiti Nui, but Huriti Papa wins her by his dancing. So in the story of Mihara the beauty is won by the best dancer. In Gray's story from the Maori, Kahirimoa comes as a stranger to the dance hall and awakens love by her dancing. Te Ponga wins an ally whose heart he has stirred by his graceful dancing. Such descriptions prove the popularity of the theme, in which both individual dancing and organized games with competitive dancing between experts are employed with the romantic object of arousing the passion of love or of winning back an estranged lover or one tempted to infidelity. The scene is drawn from life and gives an excellent idea of social life in upper-class circles in the old days. It must be observed that in every instance decorum was strictly preserved and a punctilious etiquette guarded the whole affair. No such scenes of general license occurred as are described as taking place at the morning ceremonies of a chief. The second element brought out in the episodes of the story, that of sorcery, is softened in the rationalized romance. Hawaiiaka has obtained from her sister all her powers and is able to compete with her opponents in magic, prophetic vision, and healing power. Palula is a famous makaula or seer, but Hawaiiaka prevails over her. Wahieloa-Laka, the pert sorceress who defies her on Maui, has been brought up by Kapo and Pua, but Hawaiiaka catches and crushes to death the soul of the Maui chief for which they both contend. The kahuna who sends after her to conciliate her she deceives by transformations. She sees through the sorcery of her opponents, like that of the false bridge. She has, besides, power to heal and to restore the spirit to the body. She works through the application of fragrant herbs and through chanting. Here the theme of communal religious dancing is brought out in the 9 days during which the whole community take part in a hula ceremonial while Hawaiiaka is engaged in chanting prayers to restore the spirit to Lohaio's body. A character whose part in the hula cycle is not very clear is that of Lohaio's friend Kaleapeoa. Emerson makes him throughout a faithful friend and one to whom Lohaio's spirit flutters after death to acquaint him with the spot where his body lies and bid him go to Pele, presumably to induce her to restore his body to life. Paua vows vengeance upon Pele and seeks her at Kilauea, where he finds an old woman surrounded by beautiful girls and pleases her by picking her out from among them by the heat of her hand. He avoids the poisoned food she offers. Pele becomes young and beautiful and the two become lovers. Rice's version, though briefer, tells a similar story but differs in conclusion. Pele gives Hawaiiaka to Paua as his wife and he returns with her to Kauai, but during the marriage feast Lohaio, restored to life, reveals himself at the Kilu game and claims Hawaiiaka, and Paua casts himself into the sea for shame. The heiau with stepped platform whose ruins are to be seen at Ki, Hina, on Kauai, and which Emery calls, the famous court of Lohaio, is given by Thrum the name Kilio and by Dickey that of Kauluopaua. Paua is the name of Pele's digging stick with which she makes so many fruitless, Paua, attempts to dig a pit for her island home. Emerson calls the Paua, Pele's divining rod. The name is singularly like that of the Kalaipahoa, cut with a stone axe, the famous poison god fashioned from the supernatural trees on Molokai which were entered by the 3 Pele sorcerers Kane And Kanaloa, Kawilao-Kalani, and Kapo. It is probable that Paua once occupied a more important place than he holds today in the Pele legend. The prayers used in the hula dance are seldom addressed to Pele, but to Laka as patron of the hula and to Kapo in her character as Red Eel Woman, Kapo'ulakinayu, and Red Kapo of the myriad gods, Kiniakua, and Hai, Nineai, Kamapua. Kapo is said to be the child of Haumea and the god of the sorcery Kahuna, Kwahailo, to breed maggots in the back, equivalent to Kuahailo, and Laka is the child of Kapo, not in the ordinary sense but rather as a breath or emanation. The two are one in spirit though their names are two. Laka and Kapo therefore must be thought of as different forms of the reproductive energy, possibly Kapo in its passive, Laka in its active form, and their mother Haumea as the great source of female fertility. In Laka all the goddesses of vegetation reappear. She is invoked at the altar in the dance house as follows. Thou art Laka, god of the Aeolii plant, deep-rooted. Laka from the uplands. Laka from the lowlands. Bring the ie vine that grows in the wildwood. The male that wreathes the forest. Red-beaked Kiele flower of the god. The joyous rhythm of the dance. In honor of Hina Myths. The Eel Woman. Red Kapo the Eel Woman. Laka art thou. God of the altar here. Come back, dwell here at thine altar. Bring it good luck. According to Daniel Ho'olapa, the prayer to the goddess Alalealahi is addressed to Laka, goddess of fruitfulness, represented, lines 12 to 19, as the woman suspended in air, face upward, tossing this way and that, her limbs outspread. Her voice choked. She is the fondled sacred one, the earth left over in the making. Her womb holds multitudes upon multitudes in the uplands and the sea. It is a single family that springs from her womb. She is the impregnated one, the fertilized, from whom descend generations of offspring, the family of Laka, fruitful as the stalk. In other words, Laka or Alale, many branching one, is the goddess of love, the shining one, Alohi, the beloved, Aloha. Kapo is said to have been born of Papa, or Haumea, while she was living up Kalihi Valley on Oahu with Wakea her husband. Some say that she was born from the eyes of Papa. She is of high rank and able to assume many shapes at will. Poe version. Kapoula Kinayu, Kamohualiai, Pelehonuamea are the three wonderful ones who came from Wakea and Papa. A very sacred tapu of the gods rests upon her. Birds never sing about her tapu home up Kalihi Valley. There at noon when the sun is shining brightly she may be seen on the hillside beyond the upland of Kilohana where stands her tapu stone into which she entered, shaped like a house in front, like a fish's tail behind. Kapo's power to separate her female sexual organ from her body gives her the name of Kapo Kolele, Kapo with the traveling vagina, called also Kapo Mayeli. When Kamapua attacked Pele near Kalapana, Kapo sent this ko as a lure and he left Pele and followed the ko lele as far as Koko Head on Oahu, where it rested upon the hill, leaving an impression to this day on the Makapu'u side. Then she withdrew it and hid it in Kalihi. When the Hawaiians dream of a woman without a vagina it is Kapo. Since Kapo does not like this part of the body, unless a medium possessed by Kapo wears a ti leaf protection she is in danger of having this part of her body torn at. As goddess of sorcery Kapo is worshipped principally on Maui where she acts as an akua noho or god who possesses the deified dead and gives commands or foretells events through their worshippers. Pua has a similar position on Molokai. These gods have power to bring diseases that can be cured only by placating the god or by appealing to a more powerful sorcery. In the legend of the Kalapahoa, Kapo is one of the three gods who enter the trees out of which the poison god is carved. In the Ha'iaka romance, she is living at Wailuku on Maui, and she is associated with Puanui in rearing Wahinano, the sorceress who is unable to defend her patron against Ha'iaka, whom she has flouted. Possibly to be identified with Waialani, daughter of Kauhelo, whom Pele has offended by giving her berries to eat which are the body of her dead mother. The myth of the deification of Pele's sister Kauhelo tells how the ohelo berries which grow in profusion about the volcano became sacred to Pele and why no one plucks and eats them without first making an offering to her. The story starts with a version of the migration legend. Legend of Kauhelo. The four sisters Pele, Ha'iaka, Malulani, and Kauhelo are born in Nuumialani but migrate to Hawaii after the arrival of Akalenwieku. Malulani settles on Lanai, the other three go on to Hawaii. Kauhelo instructs her son Kiha to bury her when she dies, on the navel of your grandmother at Kilauea, and out of her flesh springs the creeping ohelo, out of her bones the ohelo bush. Other parts of her body are thrown to Maui, Oahu, Kauai, and become ohelo bushes on those islands. The head Pele retains as the smoldering fire in the volcano and Kauhelo becomes one of Pele's gods. Kauhelo's spirit forms a marriage with the spirit of the handsome He'ea on Oahu, who abandons her later for another woman. The little hills about the district of He'ea, the land division adjoining Kaneohe in Ko'olau, are formed by her from the body of Malulani, who has hanged herself out of grief for her sister. Kauhelo's spirit daughter Waialani comes to visit her relatives on Hawaii and is given some of the berries to eat which are the body of her mother. Blood flows from them as she eats, and she vows never to see Pele again on earth. Myth of Puyuhele. A Puyuhele, traveling hill, is a child born in the form of a bloody fetus to Ka Hina Liai, mother of Pele and Hayaka. The sisters throw it away. The child crosses the channel of Alanwihaha between Hawaii and Maui and lands at Niue in Kaupo in the form of a beautiful woman. She passes on without speaking to Niue and makes friends with the beautiful Puyomaii. Mana Wainui recognizes her and calls her by name. Kanahaha sees her and falls dead, and a spring gushes to this day from the hill of that name. Lehoula follows her as she continues her route along the coast. At Wananalua, Puyuhele vows to remain. When Kaihualele reproves her for trespass, she dies, and through her power as a god her spirit body lives on in the form of the hill Kawiki at the seashore. The spirit body of her opposer lives in the form of the hill Kaihuakala in the uplands above Kawiki. From the fact that it is generally covered with clouds, this hill is used as a sign of fair weather in the often quoted lines of the chant. Fair weather on Maui. When Kaihuakala is clear. Kaihuakala in the uplands. Kawiki beside the sea. B. The child Puyuhele is brought from Koloa, Kauai, by Lalawalu. She is peevish and bites at her nurse's breasts when a halt comes in the journey, until they reach Hana, where the child is satisfied to be left. Other stories occur which account for cone-shaped hills or rock islands of Maui as the bodies of members of the Pele family, often such as are transformed through the jealous wrath of the goddess. Myths of sacred hills. The two hills beyond Maalaea Bay on Maui are named Puyuhele and Puyuokali. They are Moo beings, and their first child is a daughter born of Puyuokali and named Puyuoanaina. She is placed on the sacred island of Kaholawe, called at that time Komalamalama. She becomes the wife of the two sons of the kahuna of Hua, Kakakai and Kanawa, who take the form of birds and retreat to Hanaula when the great drought comes and there alone rain falls. Puyuoanaina takes Lohio for her husband while he is living at Maalaea. Pele is angry and cuts her in two in the middle. The tail becomes the hill Puyuolai at Makena, the head becomes the rock islet of Malakini. Northwest of Lahainaluna is the hill Puyulaina, 647 feet in height. Puyulaina is the son of Eek and Lihau, names of the summit crater of West Maui and the high peak back of Olowalu. These two are husband and wife. Eek falls in love with Lihau's younger sister Puyuwaiohina from Kawaula, and Lihau is about to kill Puyulaina, but he is saved by the father. The god Hina places a tapu on the two lovers, but they break the tapu and are changed into two mountain ridges. Lihau gives Puyulaina to Malakini for a husband. One of Pele's younger sisters desires him, and when Malakini refuses to give him up, she changes Malakini into an islet. Pele in anger transforms both mother and son into hills. 13. Pele Legends. Local legends abound of the swift retribution visited by Pele upon those who dare to offend her. Presumption and boasting bring immediate punishment. Rivals and love serve as explanatory theme for lava rock formations. The popular chiefly sport of sled, holua, racing is worked into a number of legends in which a mere mortal dares competition with Pele. Kapapala, after competing successfully with Pele's pretty sisters, ventures to challenge Pele herself upon the waves of the volcano and is consumed. Papalawahi is about to win a race to which Pele has challenged him when, looking back over his shoulder, he sees the goddess in her fire form at his back and is overwhelmed in a flood of lava. The most famous of these competition legends is that of Kahawali, localized along a comparatively fresh lava stream running down to the sea from above Kapoho in the district of Puna. Lava rocks are said to mark the fate of members of Kahawali's family and of his favorite pig. The famous tree molds, Papalawahi, above Kapoho are introduced as a group of hula pupils caught in the trail of Pele's wrath. For stories of destructive lava flows within historic times in which Pele is believed to have shown her wrath or her favor, see the historic account of the destruction of Kiua's army and of Kamehameha's fish ponds. Legend of the Boaster. A man with an eel body named Kanilalu, who lived upon this group of islands before Pele's arrival, visits Kahikilani Nui Wakea and boasts of the superior beauty of his own land. On his return he finds Kauai, Maui, and Hawaii overwhelmed with lava from mountain to sea. It is after this man that eels are called Puhi Kanilalu. B. A man from Puna visits Kauai and boasts of the superior beauty of his own land. The prophet Kanakalo foresees its ruin, and upon the man's return to Puna he finds it overwhelmed with lava. Legend of Paula. Paula is a beautiful girl who lives in Kaiu district on Hawaii between Naalehu and Hanoapu. Pele's lover once finds her with 2 companions engaged in her favorite sport of kimo, jackstones, and lingers to play with her. Pele came along looking for her lover, and there at the point called Kalau Kimo the 2 may be seen turned to stone just as Pele found them. The other 2 were also buried in lava, but only the pebbles they tossed are now visible. Legend of Kahawali. The handsome young chief Kahawali lives near Kapoho in Puna district on Hawaii in the days of Kahukapu the chief. He has a wife and 2 children named Papulu and Kaohe, a mother living at Kukiai, and a sister Kauai at Kula. His father and another sister named Kane Wahine live on Oahu. Kahawali is an expert in the hula dance and in riding the holua. At the time of the Lono festival, when the hula pupils have gathered for a public appearance, a sled race is arranged with his friend Ahua. Pele in the guise of an old woman offers to compete with him. Angry at the chief's rebuff, she pursues him down the hill in fire form. He flees first to the hill Puyukia, then hastens to bid goodbye to his wife and children, pauses to say farewell to his favorite pig Aloipuae, and has just time to greet his sister at Kula before escaping to the sea in a canoe which his brother has opportunely brought to land. Story of the Stingy Girl. Pele appears to 2 girls of Kaiu roasting breadfruit and asks for food and drink. One gives kindly, the other excuses herself on the ground that the food is dedicated to Laka. A flood of fire comes and destroys the home of the stingy girl, but the generous one has been warned and has set up the necessary protection. Many heiaus to the goddess Pele were erected in old days, especially beside lava streams and at the edge of the crater. And the bodies of the dead are still offered to the goddess in the belief that their spirits will live again with Pele in a beautiful home beneath the burning pit which is the goddess's material body, and go forth as her messengers in bodies of flame to avenge any infringement of her tapus and to work her will in the land. Only those connected with the Pele family by being born with a human body from one of the Pele spirits, or a direct descendant of one of these, or one outside the family who has been adopted and given a name, in dream, by Pele herself, have a right to such a burial. Ancestral gods of the Pele family, called Kumupae, descended from the source, such as Haumea, Kane Hekili, Kahoaliai, Kane Mawahilani, Kaulanui Makihai Kalani, Nokoloalani, Kamahoaliai, Polo, Heiaka, Namako Kahai, may bring their direct descendants into the Pele family. These are Kumupae who may be worshipped as Aumakua. They do not belong among the supreme gods and their kahunas are not in the line of the old priesthood of Haikapaloa. The worship of Pele was not taught in the schools of the priesthood nor was her body deified. Pele's descendants alone worship her. Only actual relatives invoke her and become her keepers. Pele names are given to children born into her family, but such names belong to that individual alone and cannot be passed on to another, even to an own child. One such Pele name, given to an older sister of Mrs. Pukue, is Kukinai Koahihomo Honua, Kukina in the fire which fertilizes the earth. Here, Kukina, is the name of a sister of Pele who acts as guide to travelers and the word Hoomo means literally to dampen or render moist. In allusion to the cool home beneath the volcano to which Pele admits those of her family on earth whose bodies are offered to her at death. An old Kona resident tells the following story. In old days a man's mother said she was to go to Pele in the volcano. The son took her by the old road around through Kau called Kaala Pele, the Pele road, not by the new road, and left her at a distance along the way and said, "If your God is a true God she will come and take you." As he left he looked back and the fire had flowed out and taken the body. He went back and there was no body to be seen. Napila was the son's name and he lived in Pahala, Kau, in 1881. The struggle between rival schools of sorcery set up by the Pele worshippers is perhaps worked into the legends which show Hi'iaka fighting the evil Moo, who are primarily spirits of the damp woodlands and ponds of water. Or the legend of Pele's sister Namako-Kaha'i, who may have been originally a water spirit in spite of the fiery nature of her various transformation forms as the story is told today. Or in the strife between Pele and the woman of the mountain top, Poliahu, for the fertile land of Hawaii, or in her fight with the amorous hogman, Kamapua, whose gods are the storm signs inimical to fire. The legend of Punaeaikoai and the demon wife carries the same implication. Of the three recorded versions, the Kamakaua version is told to explain the origin of certain fishing customs and leaves the denouement incomplete. The Thrum and Westervelt versions, evidently from an identical source, stress the rivalry between the fire goddess and the water Moo, whose images are set up in the heiau, one representing Haumea in her human form as Wahieloa-Laka, the other the goddess Kalamaniu. Story of Punekoi. A. Kamakaua version. The Moo woman Kalamaniu lives in a cave at Makaleha in Lae, Waialua district, on Oahu. Going forth one day in search of a husband she finds the young Kauai chief Punaeaikoai, Puna tropic bird eater, surfing on the waves of Kalahuaweha, lures him to her own board and carries him away to Kaina Point, where they land and, ascending the Waianae Mountains to Puyukapele, descend to the stream of Wailea on the west side of which her cave is still to be seen today. After several months of love-making and feasting, Puna longs again for surf riding and his wife fetches a board from the corner of the cave but warns him against speaking to anyone while he is away. On his way to the sea, two relatives of the Moo woman, Hinalea and Aikilolo, hail him and warn him of his wife's true nature. They tell him that the board he carries is in reality her Moo tongue and that unless he can escape he must ultimately perish. He returns secretly to the cave and spies upon his wife in her Moo form. Because of her nature as a spirit she knows what has happened and prepares to eat him, but since he shows no fear when she shows him her terrible forms, she forgives him and goes forth to slay his informants. They evade her for a time by creeping into a crack of the sea floor. Quayo and Ahilia tell her how to set a trap to catch them. Thus the basket trap for catching Hinalea fish came to be invented, and Kalamaniu is still an aumakua for catching Hinalea fish in that vicinity. B. Emerson and Westervelt versions. Puna is surfing at Waimanalo, Waikiki, when he encounters the Moo woman and is lured by her to Molokai and hidden away in her cave home. Her brother Hinali warns him as he is going to join the surfers, and he peeps in and sees his wife feeding on spiders and their webs. He pacifies her wrath and watches his chance to escape to the pit of Pele and put himself under the protection of his former wife's, while in the U.S., family. He pretends to thirst after the ice-cold waters of Poliahu and gives his wife a gourd to fill which he has secretly punched with holes. During her absence he makes his escape. Kihawahini summons the Moo gods and fills the pit of Pele with their phlegm. But the place sacred to Kamohualiai is unharmed and the Moo gods are many of them consumed with fire and Kihawahini is obliged to escape to the pond called Lokoekea, Shadow Pond. Banana is the fellow who shows her how to make the fish basket to trap Hinali. The story of the escape from a cannibal wife is widespread throughout Polynesia, often connected with the trick of sending the monster on a fruitless errand, generally after water, in order to gain time for escape. The widespread motives of death by feeding with hot stones or by drawing up to a height on a rope and then cutting the rope, common in southern Polynesia, and throughout Africa, are not found in Hawaii, nor are the tricks, also well known, of substituting a dummy for the body or providing a speaking substitute. These are no doubt later embellishments. On the other hand, there is little doubt that the characteristically Polynesian motive of the woman who has a back which opens and devours all the fish while her family sleep was once a part of Hawaiian stories of a demon wife. Maori. A. Rurutaina is on his way home with his wife when he goes to fetch fire and is seized by a reptile woman named Ngararahua. The rat people tell him that she is not a woman. Then, to escape her revenge, they run, one into a stone, the other into the gable of the house. While the demon tries to get at them, Ruru runs away and with the help of his brother succeeds in burning the reptile woman in a house prepared for the purpose and returns home to his wife. B. Teruahine Mauri is a witch who recites incantations for the yam crop. Paua goes to her house, presumably to learn the incantations. To escape her he sends her for water and by incantations dries up the streams. He burns her house and flees, she pursues swimming and he kills her by pretending to feed her and pouring hot stones down her throat. From her armpits he recovers sacred red garments. C. Kurangaituku catches Hatapedu while he is out after birds. To escape her he sends her for food, at the 6th range of hills and, when she pursues, takes refuge in a rock and she finally falls into a boiling hot spring and dies. D. Haumea is the wife of Yuta, whom she leaves to starve while she swallows his whole catch and pretends that fairies have taken it. She swallows her children, but they carry, one a carved staff, the other a barbed spear, and at their father's incantation come out alive. To escape her Yuta sends her for water, dries up the springs by incantation so that she may have far to go, and escapes with the boys in the canoe, after directing the various parts of the establishment to answer for him when she calls. She pursues, is fed with fish, and finally with a hot stone which causes her death. The name Haumea is today applied to evil women, adulteresses, and thieves who dwell among men. Tutawake is her child, with whom come evil and daring. E. Tu who dwells in Riapanga is taken for a husband by a monster woman who comes swimming up to his canoe and is taken on board. He tries to escape but is brought back. Finally his sons come to find him and they succeed in burning her in the house. F. Titipa by a trick makes off with Tatini's canoe. Tautaini goes to Titipa's settlement and sends Titipa's wives after water, then dries up the springs and makes off with his canoe. G. Rate sends Puahakai for water. By means of incantations he causes the water to recede, then kills Pua by feeding him red-hot stones. Tahiti. A. Ro'onui, husband of Haumea, leaves her to return to the lower world, Pa. Haumea is angry and turns cannibal. When their son Tuchuraiti Utama, Tuchur the child swum 4, eats cooked food, she eats her food raw. To escape her, Tuchur sends her to fill water gourds in which he has bored holes, and himself sails away in the ship which he has built at the base of the mountain Viraviriitirai on the northeast coast of Tahiti. Haumea follows swimming. He kills her by pouring red-hot stones down her throat under pretense of food. Her body comes ashore at Hawaii and she lives again as Nonanai Hanehoaroe, Nona of the long teeth. B. Hanoyura in jest sends his brother for a drink and pierces the water gourd. 3 girls laugh at him and he is angry. Marquesas. A. Hoodie boasts that he will send his arrow into the ear of the Moo woman at Ochua named Teamoonive. She conceals the arrow and when he comes to fell a tree for a canoe claims him for her husband. He objects to her food and, pretending to go away to prepare some for himself, returns to his companions and makes fun of her. She discovers his treachery and, throwing his companions into a sleep, brings him back to her cave. When he awakes he is terrified. As a beautiful woman she accompanies him home and bears him 3 boys and a girl before he dies. B. Tuapu is a demon wife who opens up her back and devours the whole catch of fish. The children discover this and give her eels to eat which kill her. They flee but she comes to life and pursues. They climb a rock, the daughter lets down her hair for the mother to climb up, and when she is almost up they cut the girl's hair and the mother is killed. Rotuma. A man has a demon wife. He flees from her. She follows, overhears his talk with his first wife arranging a fishing expedition, and carries him away herself in place of the first wife, having roused him at midnight by crowing like a cock. Malay. A baboon carries a girl away to his home in the tree and she has a child. She sends the baboon to fill a bamboo with water and pierces a hole in the bottom, then runs away. 3 other folktales of demon wife or husband have been collected in Hawaii, most of them from the island of Maui, where an excellent story of a pursuing head was early set down by a student at the Lahainaluna school. Story of the Demon Head. Mehikoa and his brother-in-law Pele Kana go up to a place in the woods above Kaanapali on Maui called Wahikuli to cut battens for a house. The wood catches from the fire they have kindled for warmth in the cave where they sleep. Pele Kana awakes and tries to waken his brother-in-law, but Mehikoa is burned up to his head before he awakes. Pele Kana flees, the head, pursues, calling out to him to wait and they will go home together. He runs toward the sea, where a prophet stands ready to help him, and as he falls exhausted the prophet spears the blazing head with splits of bamboo. The spirit of the husband seeks his wife Kekiwaiuli, but she, warned by the kahuna, refuses to go out to him or to send the children out. When the spirit enters the house, she slips out with the children and the house is burned to the ground with the demon spirit shut inside. Story of the Demon Wife. A. Wahiako version. Waialoa lives with his wife Kukuiula at the place where the auto road to Kipahulu now ends. When his wife dies, he buries her by the front door and builds a small structure above her grave, where he goes to mourn for her. One night of the full moon a figure like his wife rises and asks that one of the children be sent to her. He sends the youngest and she devours the child and asks for another. He sends her the oldest and, taking the only remaining child in his arms, he flees, calling upon his sister Manini in chant as he goes. If he can reach the kahuna at the heiau called House of Lono, which stands today a heap of ruins seaward of the road that turns down to Haumea Bay, he will be safe. His sister goes out and fights the spirit and he falls upon the threshold of the heiau with the child and is protected by the priest. The Kaupo end of Kipahulu is named Kukuiula after this demon wife. B. Kekala version. A man of Kipahulu loses his wife after she has borne him 5 children. Instead of putting her body into a cave, luapau, he places her in front of the house. Some years later at night a voice calls to him from without to send out one of the children. He does so and she devours it. This happens each night until he has but one child left. A kahuna from Kauai gives him a couple of dogs to set upon the demon after persuading it into the house. The demon flees, he burns his wife's body, and the spirit never troubles him again. Story of Fishing with Eyes. A. Maui version. Kokole the husband and Kokole the wife live at the beach near Kipahulu, Maui. The wife sends her husband to the uplands after kukui nuts to string for torch fishing. Each time that she goes after fish she returns unsuccessful and complains that she is robbed of her fish by the owner of the sea. A seer warns Kokole that his wife is not what she seems. He spies upon her and sees her throw out her eyes as bait. He catches the eyes and threatens to destroy them. She devours one of the children, he flees to the kahuna with the other, and the woman and her eyes are thrown into the fire. B. Oahu version. At Namakalele, Flying Eyes, live Kiwi and his wife Kianahaki. He plants in the hills and fishes at the sea. After the 6th child is born the woman's nature changes and she undertakes the business of fishing. Sending out her eyes as bait she makes a big catch, all of which she devours except a single fish with which she returns complaining of ill luck. Warned by a kahuna, Kiwi follows and detects her. He catches her eyes and wraps them up in a small bundle and takes them home with the load of fish. The 6th child sees where he puts the eyes, answers the mother's inquiries, and she can see again. Samoa. Lottie, jealous of Sina, steals her soul, places it in a basket, and gives it to her elders to keep for her. In the morning Sina is found dead. Her brother overhears Lottie's chant to her elders when she asks for the basket, imitates it and, having thus secured the basket, restores Sina to life. He finds Lottie fishing with her eyes, catches the eyes and puts to death the demon. Maori. Hatapedu finds an ogress using her lips as a spear to cast at birds. He throws his dart at the same bird she has thus speared, and when he goes to recover it, finds it stuck in her lips. He is handsome and she forgives him and takes him as her husband. The Hawaiian Kalameneu legend has a close variant in the Tahitian story of the cannibal woman Nona, grandmother by her daughter Hina of Haumea, father of Kaha'ai, and of Pue, Puna, who is the Maori Punga, ancestor of the eel family and their kin in the sea. As such, it is associated with the Aikanaka-Kaha cycle localized in the same district on the island of Maui from which most of the demon wife folktale versions have been drawn. On the other hand, it is connected with the Oahu story of how Haumea in the person of Walaniu, Papa, lived with Makea, Wakea, up Kalihi Valley on Oahu and saved him from death by entering into a tree. Puna is identified with Walinuu's lover, and the two Kupua women, Kalameneu and Haumea, are shown as rivals in love. They fight with their Kupua bodies, fire and water, but their human bodies also enter into the scrap, as, according to Thrum, their images are represented in the heiau, Walaniu with a broken nose and Kalameneu with blinded eyes. The wrappings of yellow tapa seem to indicate that they belong to the Kane Worship. 14. Kamapua. One of the most popular figures in Hawaiian mythical narrative is the being, half man and half hog, who goes by the name of Kamapua, hog child. Tradition relates the immigration to the group of the Kamapua family during the colonizing period. An extended and racy account of his adventures as a kupua on these islands or in Kahiki appears in one of the fictitious narratives, Kau, collected from Fornander informants. Local legends and nursery tales further embellish his story. As wooer of Pele, he is drawn into the Pele cycle and, according to Kamapua, the child of Pele by Kamapua becomes an ancestor of chiefs and commoners on these islands. In the genealogical chant of the Kumalipo there occurs, during the fifth period of the Pa, the birth of a being half hog, half god, of whom the chant says. His snout was of great size and with it, he dug the earth. He dug until he raised a great mound. He raised a hill for his gods. A hill, a precipice in front. For the offspring of a pig that was born. The mound raised by the pig god may perhaps be understood to refer to a powerful family of descendants. The colonizing tradition represents Kamapua as the grandson of the sorceress Kamaunuaniho, Kamaunui, and connects the family first with the island of Maui, then with Oahu and Kauai. And finally extends the adventures of the Hogman to Hawaii and Kahiki, from which land the family originally migrated. Legend of the Kamapua family. The chiefess Kamaunuaniho comes from Kahiki with her husband Humu, Amu, and the chief Kalaninuinuikwamamau. They land at Kalahawai in Waihi on Maui and live in the uplands of Waihi, where Kamaunu takes Kalana for her husband and Humu retires to Kahiki. Her daughter Hina becomes the wife of Alapana, chief of the northern district of Oahu, and has a son who is named Kahiki Honuakele, Kahiki the land that moved off, because of the family affiliation with Kahiki. Hina then takes Alapana's younger brother Kahikiula, chief of Kauai, as her husband and has two sons, named Kelikaliaku, Aiku, and Kamapua. As a kupua, Kamapua is under the special protection of ancestral gods and himself godlike. As a man he is tall and handsome, the big foreigner with sparkling eyes, Kahaole Nui, Maka Alohilahai, he is called in chant. Some say that he has bristles down his back which he conceals under a cape. He is able to change himself not only into a hog but also into fishes and plants of various kinds. He is said to have escaped Pele's fire by changing himself into the tough-skinned little fish known as the Humuhumunukunukuapua, and when a pig is not available at a time of sacrifice this fish or some other of the hogman's forms may be substituted. Such as the coarse grass, Panicum pruriens, called Kukipua, pig excrement, patches of which mark his wanderings over the islands. His plant bodies are enumerated in one of his name chants. And the story is that he overcomes Lono of the 8 foreheads of stone by tangling each forehead, in wild growth, and the dogman Kuilioloa by stuffing himself in his weed bodies down the dog's throat and then cutting his way out. In these transformation fictions it is worth noting that the shape-shifting power to change into any given form also implies a duplication of such forms. He may himself take the form of a hog, but at his prayer the place is filled with hogs sent to his succor. He was occasionally worshipped as a god, if the report is correct that at Wainiha, Kauai, was a small paved heiau which had Kamapua for its deity. The fictitious narrative of Kamapua, Puapua, is said to have taken 16 hours in the recital. Most Hawaiians declare that he was born in Kahiki, but Westervelt tells of his birth on Oahu. Kamapua is born as a fetus at Kaluanui on the northern coast of Oahu. His older brother Kahiki Kele tries to throw him away, but when his mother comes out of her bath of purification she finds him lying on her skirt in the form of a baby pig. The brother therefore takes the pig to his grandmother and Kamaunu recognizes her Kupua grandson and rears him until he is grown. The adventures of the hogman thus born to Hina include, first, his strife with his stepfather Alapana on Oahu. Second, strifes on Kauai, first with its chief Makalii and his own father who is ruling under Makalii, next with a rival chief in behalf of his father-in-law who has bestowed wives upon himself and his friend. Third, strife in Kahiki with Lono of the 8 foreheads of stone and his dog Kualioloa. Fourth, strife as the wooer of Pele on Hawaii and Maui. Legend of Kamapua. Kamapua and Alapana. Kamapua grows up strong and rough and is unpopular with his stepfather Alapana, ruling chief of Ko'olau at Kailua. Kamapua lives in Kaliuae Valley, Leaky Canoe, and is led on by the supernatural fowl Kawahili to rob Alapana's hen roost and commit other depredations. For times the guards, 800 strong and each time increasing in number, capture him in his hog shape and tie him to a pole, for times his grandmother releases him with a chant. Finally all his captors are slain except Makalii, who escapes to bring the report. The whole district is aroused. Kamapua stretches his body as a bridge up which his household escape out of the valley and he retreats to Wahiewa and engages in farming. Alapana consults a new prophet from Kauai and learns how Kamapua may be rendered weak. Lanoeahi, the old prophet whom Alapana has disgraced for failure to capture Kamapua, takes up the cause of the hogman and when he is brought bound to the heiau for sacrifice, instructs his sons Black Hog and Spotted Hog to make a mere pretense of tying him. In the morning when Alapana and his men come for the sacrifice, Kamapua springs up and kills the chief and all the men except Makalii. Kamapua on Kauai. Kamapua repairs to Kauai where Makalii the ruling chief over the greater part of the island is fighting Kaniki. With Limaloa he courts Kaniki's pretty daughters and takes up his father-in-law's cause against his uncle. With his war club Kahiki Kolo he kills the champions and wards off the spears thrown against him. Makalii hides between the knees of Kamanoaniho and pacifies his nephew by reciting all the land's name chants, which the love god Lono Wahieloa-Laka teaches him out of compassion. Kamapua allows him his choice of a place of banishment and he chooses to retreat to the mountains. Then come his father Kahikiula and his brother Kahiki to do battle. Questioned by Kamapua, the father asserts that he has no other son, and the brother replies that both his brothers are dead, one Pele slew and the other hung himself. At Hina's approach Kamapua withdraws lest he slay his mother. Later he pays a visit to his parents at Kalalau and is so angry when they do not recognize him that only by chanting all his name songs and, as a last resort, by exposing herself naked can his mother pacify him. He finally goes away to Kahiki with Kauia. Kamapua swims in fish form to Kipikai on the southeast coast of Kauai. Changing into a huge hog he roots up the growing crops. The bristles down his back which reveal, when in human form, his hog nature, he hides with a cape. While he is sleeping in hog form in the spring called today Waikapua, Limaloa rolls a stone down to crush him, but he reaches out and throws a stone which wedges the rock on the hillside. He and Limaloa become friends and he helps Limaloa to court the two lovely sisters of the ruling chief of the Puna side of Kauai from Kipikai to Anahola, whom the friends find combing their hair at the two rock basins called Kawaiokapakalokilo, the water of the reflected image, which they are using as looking glasses. After taking the girls as his wives, he fights for their brother against the Kona side of the island from Koloa to Mana. In hog form, with the hands of a man to wield the club, He kills the Kona chiefs in battle and takes their feather capes and helmets, which he hides under his bed. Only through a spear wound which he has received in his hand is he discovered to the Puna chief as the one who has kept for himself the chief's own share of the booty. For this act Kamapua is banished. Kamapua and Lono Kaiicho. Kamapua flees from Kauai and goes away to Kahiki, where rival chiefs, Lanakiho and Kauia, are at war. Kauia gives Kamapua his daughters as wives in order to win his championship. Kamapua calls upon his plant bodies to entangle the 8 stone foreheads of Lanakiho as they strike down upon him, and when he has killed his foe he calls upon his hog bodies to eat up Lono and all his men. He then meets the dogman Kualioloa and, stuffing his weed bodies into the warrior's open jaws, kills him from within. Kamapua and Pele. Kamapua comes to the crater of Halimaumayu, Fern House, and, appearing upon the point sacred to Pele, woos the goddess in the form of a handsome man. Her sisters attract her attention to him. She refuses him with insult, calling him a pig and the son of a pig. His love songs change to taunts and the two engage in a contest of insulting words. He attempts to approach her, but she sends her flames over him. Each summons his gods. Pele's brothers encompass him, above and below, and would have smothered him had not his love-making god lured them away at sight of a woman. Kamapua threatens to put out the fires of the pit with deluges of water, but Pele's uncles, brothers, and the fire-tender Lonomekua keep them burning and again the hogman's life is in danger. His sister, chiefess of Makahonaloa, comes to his aid with fog and rain. Hogs run all over the place. The pit fills with water. The love-making god sees that if Pele is destroyed Kamapua will be the loser. The fires are all out, only the fire sticks remain. These the god saves, Pele yields, and Kamapua has his way with her. They divide the districts between them, Pele taking Puna, Kaiu, and Kona, districts periodically overrun with lava flows, and Kamapua ruling Kohala, Hamakua, Hilo, the windward districts, always moist with rain. The two have a child named Opelunui Kahalilo who becomes ancestor of chiefs and commoners on Hawaii, Kamakau. Kamapua leaves Hawaii and draws up a new home from the ocean depths where he establishes a family. Pele, who now loves him, tries in vain to draw him back with a love chant, Westervelt. According to Kalakaua, the Pele myth is built up out of an actual occurrence, in which a family of immigrants take refuge in a mountain cavern from the unwelcome advances of the hogman and are overwhelmed by a stream of fiery lava which pursues the attacking party down the mountain. The supposition is that the flames from the burning lava are the transformed bodies of the submerged family, who live today in the volcano and manifest themselves in its activities. It is, however, more than probable that the story is a rationalized invention influenced by the popular Aumakua conceptions of Kalakaua's period. Kalakaua version. About 1175, while the usurper Ioli is ruling the island of Hawaii, a family of chiefs and priests from a southern group, led by a kahuna named Moho, land at Hanoapu on the Kaiu coast and, proceeding along the coast to Puna, settle in the foothills back of Keauhou. With Moho come his sisters Pele and Yololu and his humpbacked brother Kamakaua. Kamapua has fled to Hawaii from Oahu and, hearing of Pele's beauty, he comes to court her. She refuses him with insult, calling him a pig and the son of a pig. He and his followers raid the settlement and kill all but the immediate family, who take refuge in an underground cavern in a cleft of the mountain. Kamapua's band push on, when there suddenly bursts forth a stream of lava, submerging the cavern and driving the besieging party to take refuge in the sea. Other Pele connections occur in the Kamapua legend. The same land from which Kamaunu and her brothers migrate is that which Aukele visits to seek Namakaokahai, older sister of Pele. And it is at least plausible to conclude that Aukalenrieku is to be identified with the brother Kelakalayaku and possibly Kamapua with Namaka's brother Kainapua of that romance. The names of 3 sisters said to have been born to Hina, the mother of Kamapua, are listed in chant among the plant gods of the Hogman and 2 of them, Haunuyu and Haulani. are names of wives of Haumea's grandsons for whom she made herself young again to take them as husbands. The Kamanu and Pele families are represented in myth as hostile, although in some way related. Malihakoa, or Hoa, called the Kahu of Haiaka, who recites to her the hymn chanting the deeds and mysteries of Pele since the beginning of her rule, a hymn which also names Nihu the mischievous and Wakea wife of Kealoa of Molokai, is the same who tells Alapana how to get control of Kamapua by offering as a sacrifice objects in which the letters Lau occur. If Kamapua is equivalent to Kanepua, Kanipua, who is worshipped as a god of agriculture to bring rain and abundance to the crops, he would be, like her older sister Namako-Kahai, naturally pitted against Pele the fire goddess and consumer of vegetation. The device of using springing plants to entangle a contestant or effect an escape is common in Kupua stories. Haiaka uses it to overcome an evil Moo, Kawana-Pokiai, when she avenges the murder of her brothers, Makani Keoe, to protect his protege, Kwakahi's sister, to obstruct the path of her brother's sweetheart, or, as in the green version, to hide him away in a tree. Most famous of all such tree concealments is that of Haumea when she enters a tree with her husband in order to save him from his captors. In the Marquesas, Ono the Resurrected enters a temanu tree as a god and lives on air. In New Zealand, Tuti Koropango conjures up plants to obstruct the path to his home. The Alapana at Kailua on Oahu, who is Kamapua's uncle, is not to be confused with Moika's brother Alapana. Although it is impossible not to suspect a confusion between Hina's desertion of her older husband for his younger brother and Luyukia's of Alapana for Moika. Nor is the Lanakiho with the four heads of stone generally identified with the chief of the same name at Kahiki whom Peo calls upon to come and rule Hawaii. The coupling with his name of the great dog Kuilioloa justifies a connection with the Lono Kaehu, Lono the Blonde, who comes to the group from Kahiki with his great dog of that name in search of his brother. Hawaiians called Ehu, with lighter skin, brown eyes, and curly brown hair in contrast to the darker-skinned Hawaiians with straight black hair, are associated in native belief with the Pele family. Outlying villages show a number of such brown-haired persons, said to be of pure native stock. Fiction, however, plays with these names for its own purposes, and it would be unsafe to draw any historical conclusions from the use made by storytellers of such local associations. In Thrum's Kano legend, Lanakiho is the fourth man of fame to whom Hakalanilio of Hawaii appeals in vain for help to regain his wife. He is represented as the wooer of Maui's mother Hina in her cave on the Wailuku River in Hilo, Hawaii, while Maui is away snaring the sun. The rock, Iho, into which he was changed still stands to attest the truth of the story. The attack upon Lanakiho in Kahiki is transferred in the Kaulu legend to Kailua, and that upon his companion to Kualoa on Oahu, the district from which comes Lanakiho's daughter, who marries Laemai Kahiki in the Moika tradition and becomes mother of Lae's son Lalialae. The foreheads of stone of Lanakiho are alluded to in chant. He mau lani pohaku na Lanakiho. No lani ka la iponia I ka wainyo. I hawa I ka puae haiwa a Kane. I ka puae haiwa. Puawa Haiwa Alono. Lono ka Eho had foreheads of stone. Lono's was a forehead anointed with coconut milk, i.e., Lono belonged to the highest class of chiefs. He was worshipped, with the black pig of Kane. The black pig, the bundle of black awa of Lono. The foreheads perhaps refer to 8 lines of chiefs from whom the heavenly one, Lani, counts descent. Piokoanuenue, curve of the rainbow, he is elsewhere called an allusion to the Pio rank to which he is born. The 8 foreheads of stone have interesting connections with the south. For central Polynesia and westward the number 8 has special significance in sacred matters. In the Tahitian group, Araiadia has 8 stones set up at the national meri to represent 8 kings who have ruled in the past, and the names of these kings are given to the 8 sacred symbols of investiture of royal chiefs at Taputapuadia. Bora Bora, called Vavo, and firstborn after Araiadia is divided into 8 districts. Emoaria, called Imoo, is so divided into 8 arms by the natural ridges of the mountains as to carry the name of the octopus, Fi. The god Maui is called Maui of the 8 heads. 8 directions of the cardinal points are known to mariners. In the Tuamotu group 8 islands west of Fakarava, Hawaii, represent independent chieftainships. In Samoa the heavens where the gods dwell are 8-fold. An 8-spiked club is described by Buck. Mozo'olualofi slays the Tagaloa of the 8 livers. 8 is a sacred number in Fiji. A Fijian giant, Thungawalu, came into the world 2 months after conception and rapidly grew to a height of 60 feet with a forehead 8 spans high. Another giant deity has 8 eyes, another 8 arms. In Tonga, Olaialu, 8 foreheads, is a god frequently consulted for the cure of the sick. The number 8 is a favorite to associate with mounds. Lolomatokalao's compound has a fence of 8 crosspieces. On Easter Island immigrants from Mangariva have made 8 enclosures. On San Cristobal the number 8 seems to be connected with magical powers. In the story of the snake spirit named 8 Fathoms, when the snake is killed she comes to life again after 8 days of rain. She makes her house of 8 leaves. She is cut into 8 pieces and comes to life after 8 showers of rain. She submerges a village with 8 waves, a feat also performed by the hero Rapuananti. To work magic a woman takes 8 each of Dracaena leaves, coconuts, and dog's teeth. There is a story of 8 dwarves. In Japan the princess bestows 8 treasures, called 8 deities of Itsushi. In Hawaii a sorcerer's prayer addressed to Kane and other gods begins, "To you who are the breath of the 8th night." A famous Maui chief is named Child of 8 Branches, Kamalalawalu. Some connect Kamapua with the god Lono, and Lono names certainly occur in his story. He wars with Kauia, Koia, against Lono Kaihecho in Kahiki. His foster father's priest Lono Aohi, whose sons are named Black Hog and Spotted Hog, becomes his ally. Lono Ikiawewi is his love-making god. Signs and prophecies in the clouds are alluded to in his chants. A name chant runs. He Miki. I Hanaumai o Hina. Ka Maka o Ka Pua. Lele ana I Kulani. Lele ana I Kukuahiwi. Walu Maka o Kukeki Pua Ahina. Na Hina oi. Na Kahikila. Na Kahikiliai. O Lonoiki oi. O Lonomwi oi. O Kuumaka. O Ku Aloha, Lono Hina Moai Kwahua Alapana. Akeo Kaku Ali. Ko Inoa, O Mai. Take care, take care. When you give birth, Hina. The eyes of the hog. They glance to the heavens. And glance to the mountain. The son of Hina is a hog with 8 eyes. By Hina art thou. By Kahikila. By Kahikiliai. Thou art little Lono. Thou art great Lono. My eye, my love, O Lono. Follow until thou least on the altar of Alapana. The altar of our chief. This is your name, make answer. Although tradition sometimes lays the scene of Kamapua's birth in Kahiki, to which place his father's name Kahikiula is said to belong, and legends of his exploits in the Hawaiian group are told also of Kahiki. And he is said not to have died in Hawaii but to have retired to Kahiki and married a chiefess there. Nevertheless local legends abound all over Hawaii which connect his name with various places now held sacred because of their connection with the hog child. The valley of Kaliuae, the Leaky Canoe, which cuts into the Ko'olau range of Oahu must be approached with reverence. Leaf offerings are made at the entrance to the valley. Women at their monthly periods must wear a protection of ti leaves about their necks. Near the head of the valley a smooth furrow worn by water falling over the cliff is explained as the groove cut when he made a ladder of his virile member for his followers to escape their pursuers. A small hollow in a rock near the entrance to the valley is the place where he hid, and an upright slab on the cliff above is the transformed body of the man who pointed out his hiding place to his enemies. Most local stories, however, concern themselves with his amorous adventures. At Kamauilialai he sees two pretty women and pursues them. They are goddesses and disappear in the earth. When he digs for them, two springs of water burst forth known as the springs of Kamapua. Other women whom he pursues turn into springs, their male defenders into stone, and gashes in the earth are made by his snout. At a place near the coast in Puna called Luo-Pele, where the earth is torn up as if there had been a struggle, he is said to have overtaken the reluctant Pele and forced the fire goddess to submit to his embraces. They say that this is why today the sacred lehua trees grow right down to the shore at this place alone. Pele's sister Kapo, aware of Pele's peril, sends her own wandering vagina, Kolele, to light upon a tree and attract Kamapua from her sister. He follows it to Oahu, where its impression may be seen today on the Makapu'u side of Koko Head where it rested before Kapo withdrew it and hid it in Kalihi Valley. A Maui legend tells how, when Kapo is living at Wailuaiki with her husband Koiu, Kamapua comes to that island in his fish form and sees a rainbow resting over Kapo's house. Her husband is out fishing and she is beating tapa when the handsome stranger enters. Two men on the cliff signal to her husband and he comes running and gives Kamapua a whack with his paddle. The kupua sends the husband flying over the cliff, called today Koiu, and he falls in the shape of a huge stone pointed out today by the roadside. The gap between Wailua and Wailuaiki through which today runs a steep trail, still traveled by the mailman to the valley, was torn out at the time of this struggle. Kapo's house may also be seen and the mark of her vagina against the cliff. Similar stories of Kamapua's attack upon Pele are among the popular stories told in this vicinity. In the pursuit Kamapua loses his hair at a point called Huluhulu Nui, many bristles, runs against the cliff at Puaho'okuai, and finally overcomes Pele at the hill called Kewio Pele, the bones of Pele. Such episodes are related with a keen relish for particular detail and rhythmical repetition, punning on place names and etiological references playing a determining part in the story. 15. Hina Myths. Hina Hanai-Ike Malama, the woman who worked in the moon, said by Kilanahi Kaleo to be Pele's name as a woman on earth, identifies the Hawaiian goddess with the Tahitian who beats out tapa in the moon. Hina Papaikwa she is called in Hawaiian nomenclature. The home of Pele in this incarnation is at Kawiki on Maui where, as wife of Aikanaka on the Ulu line, she becomes weary of tapu restrictions and escapes to the moon. In a second even more mythical legend, she is lured up by a chief of Hawaii from a land under cease and from her calabash of food the moon and stars reach the skies. Myth of Hina Hanai-Kamalama. A. Fornander version. Hina Malama, Hina feeding on the moon, is the grandchild of Kaiuli and Kaikia, dark and light sea, and child of Hinaluaikoa, vomiting coral, and her younger brother Kukiapua. The parents live under the sea in Kahikihonua Kele and can take the form of Pauo fishes. They have 10 children, Hina Koahi, Hina Pelhoana, Hinauuemoa, Ihe, in the form of a cock, Moahalaku, Kiamaluhaku, Kanakawa, in the form of a hen, Luaehu, a boy in the form of an ona fish, and 2 children who have human form. Hina Malama and her younger brother Kipapalaulu. To Kipapa is entrusted the care of his beautiful sister. He neglects his charge and is banished, but his grandfather makes a crack in the ocean through which he crawls to the place above, Kawaluna. Leaving to his sister the calabash Kipapalaulu containing the moon and stars for her vegetable and fish food, and takes service with the chief Kanikonia. So kindly is he treated that he returns after his sister and she becomes the chief's wife. The two have 10 children, 5 girls and 5 boys, one of whom is banished for sacrilege and travels to Kaupo on Maui where he dies, and from his dead body springs the wauke plant for making bark cloth. His 5 sisters, coming in search of him, travel to Oahu where they wed chiefs and turn into the noted fish ponds of that island stocked each with its special kind of fish. Kainokai, another brother, comes floating after his sisters over the sea in the form of a rock, pumice, and is taken for a god by 2 fishermen on the Waialua coast of Oahu. B. Malo and Fornander version. The woman of Lalohana, or Wahine, is the daughter of Kahina Liai and Hina Kaʻaiolamoana, Hina who followed on the ocean. She lives in a country underseas outside of Waiakea, Hilo, Hawaii, where Kanekonia is ruling chief, or outside Keauho, Kona, where Lono is chief. The chief is bothered by always losing the bait and hook from his line when he goes fishing, and Kuula, the brother of the underseas woman, who is in the service of the chief, tells him that it is his sister who has broken the chief's hooks. Kanekonia orders him to fetch his sister to him. Kuula explains that he must set up images, kiai, of her absent husband Kiamaluahaku, tying them a fathom apart to a line beginning inside the chief's house and extending from boat to boat in the sea. And finally letting the end of the line drop down in front of the girl's house. She will believe that her husband has returned from Kahiki and will follow the images into the chief's house. The trick is successful, the girl lies down to sleep in the chief's house and is taken by the chief. After 4 days she sends for her food calabash, or coconut gourd, but its contents fly up to heaven in the form of the crescent moon, the bright part called Kina, the dim part Ana. Her brothers come in search of her, borne by their parents upon a wave of the sea, which mounts to the mountaintops and drowns all but the chief, his wife, and his family, Ohana, who have escaped to the highest peak. This is the flood of Kahina Liai. When the waters subside the chief returns to his own land. The two famous chants of the Kualiai and the Kumalipo contain allusions to this fishing story. In the Kualiai chant, Maui is represented as fishing with the hook manai kalani, baited with the red feathers of the mud hen, ailey bird, to draw together the table of Laka, the vast unbroken bottom of the sea. The scene is laid at Kawiki on East Maui, home of the chiefs Kaiuli and Kaikea. The chief of the island of Hawaii is supposed to be the fish for whom the hook is baited. See, Kualiai version. Kawiki bound to the mainland and towering high. Hina Kanaloa lived there. The ailey, mud hen, of Hina was the bait of the fishhook, let down to Hawaii. Tangled with the bait into a bitter death. Lifting up the very base of the island. Drawing it up to the surface of the sea. Hidden by Hina were the wings of the ailey. But broken was the table of Laka. And the hook carried far down to Kia. The fish seized the bait, the fat large Ulua. Luaihu, offspring of Pimo. Hina lived in the sea and spoilt the bait the ailey so that the islands were not drawn together as Maui wished, explains Lyons. The god of the land to be drawn up, called Kia in the chant, is, Lyons thinks, Lono Nui Akea, and the Ulua fish is the chief Luaihu. A second reference to the same misadventure occurs in a Kauai Maui story. D. If Maui can hook the fish Luaihu on the night of Lono, he can draw the islands together. The 9 ailey birds who have the secret of fire warn the fish Luaihu when the brothers are approaching. Hina teaches Maui how to trick the birds with an image and himself hide and catch the youngest mud hen. The place is shown near Halahalaku where the trick was carried out. Maui now hooks the Luaihu fish and the islands would have been drawn together had he not, contrary to his mother's warning. Taken into his canoe a harmless-looking gourd bailer out of which emerges a beautiful woman who seats herself behind the paddlers. The crowd on shore shout their admiration of her beauty, the brothers turn to look, and the islands drop away. The Kumalipo reference occurs in the latter part of the 14th era, just before the enumeration of Maui's adventures and after the birth of Paupani Akea, who is no other than Wakea, and the hanging of the stars in the heavens. E. Kumalipo version. Strewn are the seeds, the very small seeds in the heavens. Strewn are the seeds of the gods, the sun is a god. Strewn the seeds of Hina, who is the same as Lonomuku. The food of Hina Kanaloa, of Waka. Found by Wakea in the deep ocean. Among the sea coral, in the rough sea. Hina Kanaloa floated as a bailer. Was taken into the canoe, hence called Hina the bailer, Hina Kuka. Carried to the shore and put by the fire. Coral insects were born, the eel was born. The sea urchin was born, the sea egg was born. The black stone was born, the volcanic stone was born. Hence she was called Hina, from whose womb came various forms, Hina Apihalikoa. The chant as it proceeds to the story of the images is variously rendered by Hawaiian translators. A. Liliuokalani translation. Hina wanted food and Wakea provided. Set his gods up and well bolstered. Set them nicely in a row. Then went after Hinakawea to be his wife. A fowl was born and clung to Wakea's back. 'Twas a stain, this fowl, that grew on the back of Wakea. Wakea grew angry and tried to brush it off. Wakea, provoked and annoyed, shook it off and it lit on the roof. That fowl on the roof. That fowl was a chief. That came from the seed of Kioio. That climbs in space. The heavens did swing. The earth does swing. In the starry space. A Ho'olapa translation, unpublished. Hina wanted food. Wakea went to fetch it. Set up images, propped them up. Set them up proudly in a row. Wakea in the form of Kiai slept with Hina the reddened one, Hinakawea. A moa bird was born, perched on Wakea's back. The moa scratched the back of Wakea. Wakea was angry, tried to drive it away. Wakea was angry, wrathful and troubled. Tried to keep it off and it flew to the ridgepole. The moa was a chief. This was the seed of Kioio, Kawea, which spread over the sky. All over the heavens. All over the earth. Yes, over the earth. A Robinson translation, unpublished. Built up an image and set it on a foundation. Built up images in a line. Wakea seized and slept with Hinakawea. The cock rested on the back of Wakea. The cock scratched the back of Wakea. Wakea was jealous, began to shrug his back. Wakea was jealous, vexed and angry. Banished the cock and it flew to the housetop. The cock was on the housetop. The cock was Lord. This was the seed of Kioio. Begotten in the heavens. The heavens shook. The earth shook. Even to the sacred places. The various Hinas in this story are not very clearly differentiated. Thrum says that Hinaka-Kaha is the mother of the Maui family and hence the same as Hinanui-Ka Lana, Hinanu, who is named as the mother of the priestly island Molokai, whom Wakea took to wife after Papa, Haumea, had left him in anger. And from whom the island is called Molokai of Hina. Elsewhere she is called Hinalauei, whose sacred cave on Molokai dividing Mapuleu from Kaluaha is called the root, Kumu, of the island and is to be approached with reverence. Hina Apihalikoa is goddess of the corals and spiny creatures of the sea and appears sometimes as a woman, sometimes as a coral reef. According to Pukue, it is from a shell from her reef that Maui makes his famous fishhook to draw together the islands. In the Hilo folktale of Hina Kauahi she comes out of the sea with Hina after the purification by bathing of the goddess of fire. Hina Kuka, Hina the baler, who floats up in the form of a gourd and is taken into Wakea's canoe, is here equated with Waka. In the Westervelt version of the Hinakalo romance, Waka is sent by the sorceress daughter of Hinake Kai, in the form of a great eel to prevent Lono Kai's approach to Kwaihalani. When the eel is drawn into the canoe and the head cut open there steps out a beautiful woman who attempts his seduction. In the Kauai Maui legend the girl in the baler is a sister of Maui's mother Hina. As for the food calabash of Hina Kamalama out of which moon and stars escape to the heavens. Although the myth may possibly refer to the determination of the planting calendar by the moon and the times of fishing by the rising and setting of the stars. It probably has reference to the spread of families of chiefs who sprung from the womb of the underseas woman taken to wife by the chief of Hawaii, or, more remotely, to the mythical relation believed to exist between the conception by the mother and the phases of the moon. On Oahu the name Kapapua, Ulu is given to the ruling chief of Honolulu living at Kapuyukalo by the sea, who steals the magic fishhook of Kula, god of fishing. Kula wins it again through the marriage to the chief's daughter of a child fished up out of the water, who turns out to be the child, or grandchild, of Kula, and who sends his wife to ask the hook from his father-in-law for a fishing expedition and thus returns it to his own parent. The obscure symbolism of these undersea stories links Hina Kanaloa, Hina nourished on the moon, with the matings described in the story of Wakea and Papa, ancestors of the race, from which are descended the lines of chiefs on the various islands of the group. This undersea Hina further becomes the Hina Kanaloa, Hina who worked in the moon, or Hina Kanaloa, Hina in the moon. Stories about whom are localized about Kawiki at the eastern point of the district of Hana on the island of Maui and connect her with both the Aikanaka and the Maui legendary cycles. The work she does is tapa making, hence in Hawaii she takes the name of Hina Aikapa, Hina the tapa beater. As such she is often equated with Hina, wife of Akalana and mother of the Maui brothers. As wife of Aikanaka and ancestress of the famous Polynesian heroes Kaha and Laka, she is represented as retreating to the moon out of weariness with her husband's tapus. Above was Hana Kanaloa, says the chant, which tells how her grandson Kaha goes to seek his father by the path of the rainbow. Westervelt has collected the following Kawiki story. Hina lived on Kawiki, and the board on which she beat out tapa cloth may still be seen in the shape of a long black rock above the surf line below Kawiki. She tired of the labor and, packing her calabash, started by the rainbow path to the sun, but, finding it too warm, she climbed instead to the moon, although her husband resisted her departure. There in the moon she may be seen with her calabash by her side. The stories told of Hina in Hawaii point to an early connection with the Tahitian moon goddess Hina, wife of Lu, ancestor in Tahiti of the Maui brothers. Among the many names given this goddess are those of Hina who stepped into the moon and Hina the tapa beater. As Hina Nui Tiara, great Hina of scented herbs, she is invoked by fire walkers and in the ceremony of the ki, oven, and is therefore always dressed in garments of scented leaves. As Hina Tai Fenua and Hina Feoravaa, she accompanies Ru as canoe pilot in his voyagings to and from Tahiti. As Hina Nui Tiarara, great Hina the watcher, she watches in the moon over travelers on earth at night, and as Hina Tutuhae, Hina the cloth beater, over cloth beaters for the gods. On earth her home is at the peninsula called Motutapu in Raiatea. Not far inland she spreads out her tapa at a place called Tuturehaya Hina, Hina's place for beating cloth, where a long stone represents the fallen breadfruit tree whose bark she uses. One night she stepped into the moon and is hence called Hina Iaait Marama, Hina who stepped into the moon. From the banyan tree in the moon she stepped upon and broke off a branch, which floated to Opoa and grew into a tree there, a myth which strangely resembles the Hawaiian legend of Haumea and the tree gods. Perhaps it is the popularity of this moon goddess in Hawaii which has brought her into the Pele cycle as one of the forms taken by the fire goddess in her life on earth. In romance, Hina Kanaloa is a beautiful chiefess of Hana district on Maui who contends with her rival, the snow goddess Poliahu, for the embraces of their mutual lover. A Pele myth recounted by Westervelt from Hawaii represents Pele from the volcano on Mauna Loa on the south side of the island as pouring fiery lava over the land, while Poliahu from lofty Mauna Kea at the other end of the island spreads her cooling mantle of snow. Laieikawai version. The young chief of Kauai, when he goes to seek the beauty of Puna, makes a vow to enjoy no other woman until he has won Laie. At Hana on Maui he is attracted by the lovely Hina Kanaloa as she rides the famous surf at Puhil, and he turns in at Haineu. The chiefess falls in love with the handsome stranger and wins him at a game of konane, Hawaiian checkers. He excuses himself until his return and goes on to Hawaii, where he courts an even more beautiful chiefess in the person of Poliahu, who also promises him her hand. When he finally loses hope of winning Laieikawai, he claps his hands before his god to free himself from his rash vow and proceeds to a marriage with Poliahu, whom he fetches home with a great cortege to Kauai. While the festivities are proceeding at Mana, the disappointed Hina, apprised of her lover's duplicity, appears and claims the forfeited stake. Iwohikupua is obliged to relinquish himself to her embraces, but the angry Poliahu envelopes the lovers in alternate waves of unendurable heat and cold until they are obliged to separate. When the mountain goddess retires to her home attended by her 3 maidens, Lilinoe, Wee, and Kahupakane, and Iwohikupua finds himself bereft of both ladies. The episode gives opportunity for a realistic scene at a Kilu game where the Keek dance is being presented. Hawaiian, a friend of Iwohikupua, plays much the same secondary role as a lover of Hina Kanaloa as Paua of Pele in the Ha'iaka legend. Clearly the composer here has in mind Pele in her human form as Hina Kanaloa, and the whole episode must be regarded as inspired not only by the Kilu contest between Peleula and Ha'iaka for Lohiau's affection, but by the traditional rivalry between the 2 mountain goddesses. Among the 10 children who are named as offspring of the sea goddess Hinaluaikoa through marriage with a brother of the same parents, as recounted in the myth of the undersea woman with which this chapter opens. The oldest born is the daughter called Hina Koahi, Hina of the fire, a name corresponding to Pele's in her character as a god. Hina Malama, Hina who eats the moon, the youngest sister and the only one with a human body, has the name attributed to Pele as a woman on earth. In the Lalohana version the girl who feeds upon the moon is daughter of Ka Hinaliai, parent in some versions of the migrating Pele family. The flood sent by her parents which sweeps over the island is called, as in the Pele migration version, the Sea of Ka Hinaliai. It must be clear by this time that sisters and daughters are often to be understood as manifestations of the same deity in several forms, each of which has its distinct place in myth and ceremonial. On the other hand, deities drawn from different sources may become identified with a single dominating figure. Associated with the Tahitian Hina of the moon as the presiding genius of the Ti oven is the chieftainess of this world, called Vahininui Tahuarai, woman who set fire to the sky, who commands the lightning. The relation of this figure to the Kalapahoa sorcery in the form of a streak of light and its close connection with the Pele family are doubly significant. Life through fertility of the female here on earth is the dominant conception of both fire and moon worship. And that of the unity of the race through descent from a divine ancestress is the social incentive for merging the two as different aspects of a single divinity, who is Haumea or Papa in Hawaii, Hotu, fruitfulness, in Tahiti. The following abstracts from other Polynesian groups offer some interesting comparisons with the theme of the underseas, or underworld, woman drawn up to become a chief's wife and the mother of chiefs. The terms translated upper and under in some cases may mean windward, east, and leeward, west. Samoa. One of 5 sons of ocean named Papausuio has for wife Gaugaulutai. Their children are Sinalisii and Pailai. Sina goes above to Manue and becomes the wife of Tangaloa. Her brother follows and takes the chiefess of Manue for his wife and their son becomes chief. There comes upward from the land below a woman named Saumanilalama to fish with torches. She is snared and becomes wife to the chief, Tue, of Manue, and it is from Pailai and his issue that divisions of labor and island settlements are named. To light and darkness is born Tagaloa Ui. He takes to wife Sinasoomani and Teo Tagaloa is born and becomes the first Tue Manue. Tahiti. Taaroa has produced the gods of the 4 classes, and now wishes to produce mankind. He bids Hina go to Tiamaraatai, a man and her brother. He follows her and himself taking the form of this Ti they become man and wife. Their son is Ti. Hina's daughter Hina Iriamanoi becomes the wife of Ti and Tata, Kanaka, man, is born. Transformed into a beautiful young woman, Hina becomes his wife and Oru and Fana, Ulu and Nana, are born, from whom come the human race. The oldest daughter of Ti and Hina, she who ate before and behind, is Hina Aramanua. In order to lure Hina from her tapu enclosure where she is kept by her parents, Tuareaipa or Tiitiaipa gets Matamatarahu, printer in charcoal, to display patterns of tattooing in charcoal. Thus the art is taught in Tahiti. Mangaya. Wakea breaks out of the darkness of the underworld into the light of the upper world. He brings Papa upward, in one version luring her by sprinkling coconut meat in the cave leading out from the underworld. From these two spring the people of Mangaya. Marquesas. A. After Hina and her brothers Fifa the Greedy and Peo escape from their demon mother, Hina descends to Hawaii and the brothers are taken into service by two chiefs, Fifa by the greater chief of Hanaiapa and Peo by his younger brother, the lesser chief. Hina has directed her brothers to keep her supplied with food and Peo obeys her. The chief becomes curious and asks about his sister's beauty. Peo looks up at the full moon and compares his sister to it in loveliness. The chief asks for her as his wife and she consents. The greater chief however desires Hina and she consents. He puts his brother to death, and she becomes the wife of the greater chief. B. The woman living in Uvau, a land under the sea, is drawn up in a net to become Pohu's wife. 16. Maui the Trickster. The deeds of Maui, the well-known trickster hero of Polynesia, are reported sporadically in Hawaii, always minutely localized for each island, and centering especially about a point above Kahakuloa for West Maui. Kauiki for East Maui, a cave on the Wailuku River above Hilo for Hawaii, Waianae on Oahu, Wailua on Kauai. Most of the principal episodes of the Maui cycle found in other groups occur, but sometimes with considerable or complete variation from forms familiar in the South. The search for eternal life and the transformation of the sister-wife's lover into a dog are absent and there is no report of culture traits invented by Maui except perhaps that of the kite. Only in the Kumalipo chant is there any indication of a complete legendary cycle. That such a cycle existed in connection with the Kane Kanaloa legend is evident from such fragments as we have. Maui is made a direct ancestor from Wakea on the Ulu line. A list of his adventures or strifes, Ka-Ua, occurs in the 15th era of the Kumalipo. Except for a series of encounters with Kane and Kanaloa for possession of the awa drink, these correspond closely with the well-known series from the south. It is unfortunate that early collectors neglected these stories, which today have probably been much toned down from forms more nearly approaching the primitive versions obtained by Stimson from the Tuamotus, and whose connection with the mythology has been lost. That in spite of the fragmentary and modernized form in which it survives the story is very old is evident from its wide localization. Besides the Kauiki references, the particular place is pointed out on East Maui near Kailua on the windward side of Kamakanai above the beach of Pokehale where the oven of the ailey bird kupua was not long ago still visible. Not far off, the print of Maui's knee is still to be seen where he stooped to drink at a stream. The reference to Hina's cave home connects the story with an early period, as do the allusions to Kane and Kanaloa as banana eaters and kava drinkers. Maui's connection as a trickster and sorcerer with the Kane group is clearly demonstrated. Setting aside for the moment the Kumalipo series, the following motives occur in Hawaiian versions. A. Mysterious birth, Poe Poe Ms BPBM Colonel, 4. Colonel. 5, 536 to 539, HHS 25, 16 to 17. In every case the supernatural father is a stranger, variously named as Hinalaue, Makalii from the heavens, a man named Malo. The reputed father is Akalana. B. Pushing up the heavens, Westervelt, Maui, 31 to 32. C. Getting fire, Thrum, Tales, 33 to 35, Westervelt, Maui, 64 to 66, Kamakau, Kuo'okoa, February 3, 1870, Mo'olelo, Hawaii, 1838, 41. D. Fishing up islands, Thrum, More Tales, 248 to 252, HHS 25, 17 to 18, Mo'olelo, Hawaii, 41. E. Snaring the Sun, Thrum, by Forbes, Tales, 31 to 33, 4. Colossians 5 verses 538 to 539, Mo'olelo, Hawaii, 41. F. Rescue of, F1, Mother from Water Monster, Westervelt, Maui, 7 to 8, Local Legends, F2, Wife from Bat, Thrum, More Tales, 252 to 259. F3, Maui's Own Rescue by an Owl Child, 4. Colossians 5 verses 538 to 541. G. Death, from More Tales, 259 to 260. 1. Komalipo version, after Holapa. Walina was the husband, Maui was the wife. Akalana was the husband, Hina was the wife. Maui the firstborn was born, Maui the middle child was born. Maui the littlest, Kiikiai, was born, Maui of the loincloth was born. Girded with the loincloth of Akalana. Hina of the fire was pregnant and bore a cock. Hina delivered her child in the form of an egg. She had not lived with a cock. But a cock was born to her. The cock crowed alala. Hina was puzzled. She had not lived with a man but a child was born. A mysterious child for Hina of the fire. Kealoa and Keakapoko were both angry. The brothers of Hina. 2 of the 4 Kia. Maui fought, those Kia fell. Red blood flowed from the forehead of Maui. That was Maui's first strife. He fetched the bunch of black-stemmed awa from Kane and Kanaloa. That was Maui's second strife. The third strife was the quarrel over the strainer. The fourth was that over the bamboo of Kane and Kanaloa. The fifth strife was that at the gathering for the wrist-turning contest. The sixth had to do with his descent. Maui asked who was his father. Hina denied that he had a father. The loincloth, Malo, of Kalana was his father. Hina of the fire wanted fish. He learned fishing. Hina commanded. Go fetch your father. There is the line, the hook. Come here from the heavens, Maniakalani, that is the hook. For grappling the islands together, out of the ocean. He seized the great Ailey bird of Hina. The bird sister of Pimo. This was the seventh strife of Maui. The mischievous Kupua it was whom he hooked. The jaw, the mouth as it opened, of Pimo. The fish that was lord of the island that shakes the ocean. Pimo was pulled ashore dead by Maui. He had pity for Mahanalahu. The child of Pimo. Maui brought him ashore and devoured all but the tail. Pimo lived through his tail. Mahanalahu was the tail he lived through. Kane and Kanaloa were shaken from their foundation. With the ninth strife of Maui. Piepe carried away Hinakuka. The bat god was this Piepe. This was the last strife of Maui. He scratched out the eyes of the eight-eyed bat. The strife ended with Momo. Everyone knows of the strife of Maui with the sun. With the loop of the snaring cord of Maui. Summer became the sun's. Winter became Maui's. He drank the muddy waters of the plain. Of Kane and Kanaloa. Strove by trickery. Around Hawaii, around Maui. Around Kauai, around Oahu. At Kahalayu is the afterbirth buried, at Waikane the navel string. He died at Hakipuyu at Kualoa, Maui of the loincloth. The famous Kupua of the island, a chief indeed. 2. East Maui versions, A. Birth, C. Finding fire, D. Fishing up islands, E. Snaring the sun. Maui is not the child of Hina by Akalana in the natural way but is begotten one day when she has a longing for seaweed, goes out to the beach at Kanamalo to gather some, and, finding a man's loincloth on the beach, puts it on and goes to sleep. The child born from this adventure is named Maui Akalana and her husband says, "We have found our lord." Maui's first feat is getting fire from the mud hens while they are roasting bananas. Hina teaches him to catch the littlest one. He finds them at Waianae on Oahu. Each time he approaches they scratch out the fire. When he finally succeeds in seizing the littlest mud hen she tries to put him off by naming first the taro stalk, then the ti leaf as the secret of fire. That is why these leaves have hollows today, because Maui rubbed them to try to get fire. At last the mud hen tells him that fire is in the water, why, meaning the tree called sacred water, Waimea, and shows him how to obtain it. So Maui gets fire, but he first rubs a red streak on the mud hen's head out of revenge for her trickery before letting the bird escape. Maui's next feat is stopping the sun from moving so fast. Hina sends him to a big wheelie tree where he finds his old blind grandmother cooking bananas and steals them one by one until she recognizes him and agrees to help him. He sits by the trunk of the tree and lassos the sun's rays as the sun comes up. The sun pleads for life and agrees that the days shall be long in summer and short during the 6 winter months. While Maui is still a child, he goes fishing with his brothers and gets them to go far out to the fishing ground called Po directly seaward from Kipahulu and in a line with the hill called Kaiwiopele. Here with his hook called Maniakalani, come from heaven, he catches the big ulua of Pimo. For 2 days they pull at it before it comes to the surface and is drawn close to the canoe. The brothers are warned not to look back. They do so. The cord breaks, and the fish vanishes. That is why the islands are not united into one. B. Pushing up the heavens. The sky presses down over the earth. A man, supposed to be Maui, says to a woman that if she will give him a drink from her gourd, a euphemistic expression, he will push up the sky for her. She complies and the man, standing on Kawiki, thrusts the sky upward. Today, although the clouds may hang low over the mountain of Haleakala, they refrain from touching Kawiki. 3. West Maui versions. A. Birth. Maui is the son of Hinalauei and Hina. The family lives at Makalia above Kahakuloa. While Maui is still unborn, some men out fishing see a handsome child diving from a high cliff into the sea, and they pursue. The child makes for home and returns to his mother's womb. Thus they know that a magician is to be born. Lanai variant. Puyupi is the supernatural son of Kapakaholua the father, Kapuliili the mother, who live on the island of Lanai, which goes at this time by the name of Kaululao. For 13 months Puyupi lives unborn and frightens his mother by speaking to her from her womb and playing the ghost as a spirit abroad. In which form he sends fish to his father's line through his god Puaiki and learns the arts of warfare by overhearing an expert teaching others how to kill Puyupi's father. He demands awa to chew and tobacco, both of which seem to be new customs to his parents. When he leaves his mother's body it becomes flat, when he returns it is again swollen. Maori variant. Wakata, son of Apakura, is formed by the god Rongo out of Apakura's apron when she leaves it one day on the sand. Kites are seen flying in the air but no one is visible because Wakata is under the sea. One day he comes out on shore and is pursued, but no one can catch him but his mother Apakura. E. Snaring the sun. The sun goes so fast that Hina has trouble in drying her strips of bark cloth. Maui observes the sun from Wailohi and sees where it rises. He fashions strong cord of coconut fiber from Peloko, at Waihehe. The sun is rendered tractable and Maui then turns to punish Momo, who has derided his effort. Momo flees until overtaken north of Lahaina, where he is transformed into the long rock beside the road today. F3. Maui's rescue. While Maui is away snaring the sun, his mother bears an owl child. Maui is kind to the owl. Once he is taken prisoner and is to be offered in sacrifice at Moali'i. Hina and the owl, hearing of his danger, follow him. The owl releases him and Hina sits down, covers him with her clothing and pretends to pick fleas. Thus he is saved. 4. Kauai versions. A. Birth. Hina, the mother of Maui, dreams in Kahiki of surf riding at Wailua on Kauai with a handsome man. Her brother Nulohiki turns himself into a canoe in which Hina sails to Wailua and takes for her husband the man of her dreams. This man is Makaliai who has come from the skies, to which he returns after the birth of Maui and his 8 brothers. The canoe is left at Malokwa and becomes the first coconut tree on the island. Up this tree Maui climbs to visit his father. D. Fishing. If Maui can hook the fish Luehu on the night of Lono, he can draw the islands together. The 9 ailey birds, mud hens, give warning to Luehu of his approach. His mother teaches him to make an image in his place and himself hide and seize the youngest ailey. The place where he catches the bird is shown in a taro patch near the navel stone of Halahalaku. He now catches the big fish, and the islands would have drawn together had he not, contrary to his mother's warning, taken into his canoe a baler that comes floating on the water and which turns into a beautiful woman. The crowds cheer the wonder, the brothers turn to look, and the big fish escapes the hook and the islands slide apart again. 5. Hilo, Hawaii, versions, F1, Rescue of Mother. Hina, mother of Maui, lives in a cave by the Wailuku River in Hilo on Hawaii where she beats bark cloth. While Maui is away at Aikanaka-Kaha, now called Wahieloa-Laka, snaring the sun, Lanakiho, some say Kuna the eel, comes to woo her, and when she refuses him he almost drowns her. She calls to Maui for help and he throws about Lono Keho the snares with which he has overcome the sun and turns him into a rock which stands there today. The stone image of Hina could in old days be seen with water dripping from its breasts, but a landslide has covered it. 6. Waianae, Oahu, versions, A, birth. Akalana is the father, Hinakawea the mother of Maui Akalana and his two brothers, Maui Mua, Maui Akiki. Maui and his mother live in a cave on the south side of Waianae on Oahu where Hina makes her tapa. The fishhook Manaya Kalani, the snare with which Maui snared the sun, the places where he made his adzes, are to be seen there to this day. The father of Maui goes to Kahiki and his descendants people all the lands of the Southern Ocean as far as New Zealand. D. Fishing. Maui Kupua, his mother and brothers live at Ulehawa, Maui and his mother in a cave called Kane in Waianae district. Maui wishes to unite the islands. His mother sends him to Kaelinui Hina, who tells him he must hook Unihokahi at the fishing station of Ponahakuan off Ulehawa. Maui and his brothers paddle out to the fishing ground with the hook Manaya Kalani. He tells his brothers to catch the baler, Kaliu, they will see floating by, and himself takes it into the canoe. When they reach the fishing station the baler has become transformed into a beautiful woman. She accompanies Maui's hook into the sea and bids Unihokahi open his mouth, as she and Maui have been disputing about the number of his teeth. When he obeys she hooks him fast. The brothers paddle. Maui bids them not look back. But they disobey, the hook comes loose, and the islands separate again. F2, Rescue of Wife from Bat. On another occasion the brothers go fishing. All catch sharks except Maui, who hooks a moa fish and an ulua. He has taken these to the Heiauluaeha and has swallowed half of a fish, beginning at the head, when he looks up and sees Piepemakawalu, eight-eyed bat, making off with his wife Kumulama. He drops the fish but is unable to overtake the abductor. His mother Hina sends him to his grandfather Kuolokele in the land of Kuahumoa, where he sees a humpbacked man coming, hurls a stone at him, and straightens out his back. The stone may be seen today at Waipahu where Kuolokele hurled it. The grateful grandfather shows Maui how to fashion a bird-shaped ship, a kite, out of feathers, ti leaves, and iei vine, in which he flies through the air to Moanaliha and sees the houses of Limaloa, and the people gathered on the shore. The chief Peepe orders the strange bird brought into the house. When the chief sleeps, Maui waits until all 8 eyes are closed and then cuts off the chief's head and flies away with his wife to Oahu, where he drains all 8 of the bat's eyes in a cup of awa. G. Death. Maui goes to live in Hilo on Hawaii and makes himself unpopular with his tricks. He one day visits the home of Kane and Kanaloa and their party at Alakahi in Waipio Valley and attempts to spear with a sharp stick the bananas they are roasting by the fire. He is detected and his brains dashed out. They color the side of Alakahi Peak and tinge red the shrimps in the stream. A rainbow is formed of his blood. No comprehensive study of Maui variants can here be attempted. An interesting comparison with Stimson's findings from the Tuamotus will be useful as containing some fresh and striking similarities with Hawaiian myth, either in the Maui cycle itself or in other connections which link with it. Tuamotus. A. Composite version. Maui the Katiki Ataraga is the child of Ataraga by Wahega whom Ataraga seeks at her bathing place. He snares the sun, gains his real father's recognition, slays Mahuika, fishes up Tahiti and Little Tahiti. rescues Hina from Tuna the eel and, when Tuna follows with a flood, stays the water by exposing his phallus, then kills Tuna, from whose head springs the first coconut. When Pika steals Hina, he gets into the body of a golden pheasant and, flying to Pika's home, gets taken in as a pet in spite of the mother's warning, cuts off Pika's head, and flies away with Hina. Transforms Hina's lover Ri, and his friend who comes to seek vengeance, into dogs. When he sees Wahega's hair turning grey, goes to exchange stomachs with Rory the sea slug in order that men may not die, but his brothers raise a shout and he vomits it up again and hence men die. B. An aversion. Maui the Katiki, Wonder Worker the Vigorous, is fifth son of Ataraga and the chiefess Wahega, daughter of the magician Mahuik who controls fire, to whose home Wahega retires after the birth of her fifth son. He gains recognition by his father, seeks his mother and gains recognition by her family, but, refused by Mahuik a house like his older brothers, he kills Mahuik in a tossing contest. He snares the son with a rope made from the hairs of his mother's head. With the help of his brothers he fishes up the land of Hawaii from the ocean bottom. He takes to wife the daughter of Tiki, who is Tuna's wife, and kills Tuna, from whose head springs the coconut tree named Nyoroi Hawaii. Pikanui, Great Bat, carries off Hina and Maui changes into a snipe, follows the road of the bird, slays Pika as in the other version, and recovers his wife. He falls ill and is told to crawl into the shell of Tupa the crab so that he may change his skin and go on living like the crab. In order to do so he must swallow Roritau's entrails, but as he is doing this his brothers come along and cause him to vomit them up. He turns Hina's lover Ri and Ri's friend Tojio into dogs. Maui's brothers go to the sun. One is killed in the sun's heat, the other returns and Maui goes to get his brother's body, or pretends to go, to bury it in the heavens. He makes his merry tapu while pretending absence on an errand to the sun, so that he may enjoy, without his mother's knowledge, the two girls, from the heavens, the Dawn Maid and the Maid of the Moon. He sends home the Dawn Maid but keeps the Maid of the Moon as his wife. All the familiar incidents of the Polynesian Maui cycle except that of pushing up the sky are contained in these Tuamotu versions. The parallel to the Hawaiian story of Maui and the eight-eyed bat is very close. The incident in the Tuamotu story of the religious tapu imposed in order to conceal an amorous affair is to be compared with the Hawaiian Wakea and Papa infidelity episode in which Wakea imposes tapu nights in order to embrace his daughter. Ho'ohokukalani. A close parallel also occurs at the conclusion of the Laieikawai romance, where the sun god husband pretends an errand to earth in order to gratify his passion for his wife's sister. Hina Ka Lana is named in the chant of the birth of islands as mother of the priestly island Molokai, called Molokai Hina, whom Kuluwaiea, Wakea, husband of Haumea, Papa, takes during his wife's absence. This is the Hina called Hinakawea, says Thrum, who is named as the mother of the Maui brothers and wife of Akalana on the Ulu genealogy. The Kipahulu story of the Malo, through wearing which Hina conceives the wonder child, is an obvious version of the Tuamotu story of Tiki hiding his phallus in a heap of sand in order to beget a child by Hina. The final curious scene in the Maui Tuamotu story with its allusion to the life of the crab as symbol of rebirth has also a parallel form in the Hawaiian. Kepalino writes. According to the Hawaiian story, man lived like the crab, he came out of the first shell and lived in that soft condition until he grew hard again. Thus man lived, became old, creeping, yellow like the yellowed hollow leaf, eyelashes few like a rat's, then he returned again to youth, became beautiful once more, the body grew as it had before, became old, and so on. Maui stories from other groups lack any reference to the strifes of Maui over the kava, and the killing of the Kia, post, brothers of Hina, with which the Kumalipo series opens. A close parallel occurs in the opening scenes of the legend of Iro, Hilo, from Rarotonga, not only of the assertion of rights in the kava feast but also to the mysterious birth of Maui. Iro Maoda is son of Moteriuri of Vavo and his cousin, the beautiful Akamano, wife of Poariki of Kyupuru. Motorori seeks her out during the absence of her husband and leaves her before the child is born. In their games the child shows magical powers above those of his older brothers. When they go to learn the sacred chants, he follows and gets them so readily that his teachers marvel. Hearing his teachers sigh for the good food, kava, and pig which are denied them, he takes up the spear of his real father, of whose identity he is as yet unaware, and attacks with it and kills the keepers of these foods. When his supposed father Ariki is angry and uses words of insult, he obtains from his mother the secret of his birth and goes forth to make himself known to Moteriuri. Although Maui is not here named and Airo's further adventures have little to do with the strifes of Maui, it is to be noted that Tongan Maui stories are much concerned, like this Airo story, with encounters with monsters, such as the dragging up of a great eel and the killing of a biting tree. The Maui fishing tale from Kawiki tells of fishing up Pimo, a legend which is handed down today in the story of Kola, god of fishing stations, and which is evidently closely connected with the tale of Tuna the eel, husband of Hina, and with the Tuamotu Turi story. The biting tree, uprooted by Maui, or by some other hero of the South Seas, may be the Kava strife noted in the Kumalipo series. 17. Aikanaka-Kaha Cycle. The Ulu genealogy used by the chiefs of Maui and Hawaii includes, as the 28th to the 32nd in descent from Wakea, the names of 5 chiefs famous also in the genealogies and tradition of the South Seas. These 5 are Aikanaka, Kaitangata, Haumea, Kahai, Tawaki, Wahieloa-Laka. A comparison with southern groups shows a close likeness in the series, although the names of their wives differ widely. The district of Hana in East Maui is the center of localization in Hawaii for the lives of the Aikanaka-Laka family, and traditional chants are preserved which tell precisely where each of the 5 was born, where the afterbirth, umbilical cord, and navel string of each were buried, the place where each was reared, the site of his house, the place of his death and burial, and sometimes other data. Together with lists of place names of which it is doubtful whether they name places where the body rested on the way to burial or have some other significance, factual or spiritual. The circumstantial nature of these chants might argue for the actual existence of such chiefs on Hawaiian soil, but Kamapua, who records the chants in his Mo'olelo Hawaii, 1869, tells how. In the time of Kualiai of Oahu and later in that of Kamehameha Nui of Maui, the genealogists got together and established the genealogical lines back to Puna and Haumea, sons of Aikanaka, from whom Hawaiian chief families count their ancestry. Oahu and Kauai families from Puna, Maui and Hawaii from Haumea, traditional settler in New Zealand with the Menehune. At that time the genealogical chant for each chief was probably harmonized with local tradition and crystallized into its present form. The legends have passed into nursery tales and lost the grim character preserved to them in less sophisticated groups, but as a whole they follow closely the pattern common to the whole area where these names appear. The cycle tells of a woman from a cannibal group who weds a chief in another land and, becoming dissatisfied, returns home, leaving 2 children, Puna, Punga, and Haumea. Haumea wins a goddess as a wife, and when his child is to be born he goes away to seek a birth gift and is taken prisoner. His eyes are plucked out and he himself is thrust into the filth pit. His son Kahai, Tawaki, goes to rescue him and to avenge his wrongs, accompanied by his brother Alihai, Karihi, who does not share his godlike nature and is hence unable to endure the difficulties of the journey. He is guided by an old blind ancestress who is discovered roasting food and whose eyesight is restored in return for the information sought. Kahai's son Wahieloa is also taken captive, and his son Laka goes to seek his bones, carried across seas in a double canoe fashioned for him by the canoe-building gods and the little spirits of the forest who are his family deities. Aikanaka Legend. From version. Aikanaka, man-eater, is a Maui chief, son of Halaipua, son of Kapua. He is born at Kawalimo'olea, at a place called Ho'olono Kiu in Hana district and reared at Makaliai Hanau, and his home is on Kawiki Hill. He is a good industrious man and a kind ruler. Hina Hana-I, Kamalama, Hina who worked in the moon, or Hina Mai Kalani, Hina from the heavens, comes from Olopapo in Kahiki to be his wife and to them are born, first, imbecile children, then Punaimua, Puna the firstborn. And last Haumea. Hina's servants are Kaniamoko and Kahapuli. After the birth of Puna, Hina begins to enlarge her landholdings. The children's excrement has to be carried to the north side of the water hole at Aleno, and Hina wearies of their constant messing and the tapu involved in the disposition of the excrement. Hence on the night of Hoku, full moon, she leaps to the moon from a place called Wanaikulani. Her husband leaps to catch her, the leg breaks off in his hand, hence she is called Lonomuku, and there she hangs in the moon to this day. B. Kamapua version. Aikanaka, son of Kailo, son of Halaipua, is born in Kipahulu, Hana District, on East Maui. The place of his birth and the site of his house on the hill Keikahi can still be seen. Strange stories are told of his wife Hina or Hina Hina fed on the moon. She is said to have found food from the moon in the shape of the sweet potato called hualani. Her husband cut off her foot and threw it to the moon where she lived. According to Malo, Aikanaka died at Anuli, Puolai, in Haniula, Maui, and was buried in Iao Valley. An early school record makes Haniuelani the place of Hina's ascent and adds, if her husband had not cut off her legs she would have reached the locality of the sun. The Mo'olelo Hawaii, 1838, reads, because the children made so much excrement she fled away and lived in the moon. As she flew up, her husband cut off her foot, hence she was called Lonomuku. What a grand lie! Nursery tales today center upon the weariness caused by the constant running to and fro from Kawiki to Aleno, a distance of a mile or so, to deposit the children's messes, a situation made amusing by the dramatic way in which the story is told. The theme occurs in traditional Polynesian variants. In Maori it connects with the use of a latrine. A local version collected in Hana in 1932 makes the husband the one who wearies of cleaning the children or does not like being given the child to clean. He takes large gourds, for which the neighboring district of Haumea is famous, one under each arm, and leaping from the hill Kaiwiopele, where the site of the house can be seen today, floats away to the moon. A similar story is told in Mangaya of the god Tane. Tane comes from a Vaiki and marries a sister of Ina of the moon. She becomes jealous and he weaves himself baskets out of coconut fronds and, using them for wings, flies away to his own land. In Rarotonga, Nada wins Ngero Ariki Te Tera, the beautiful daughter of Kiono. And after recovering her from a Vaiki and again from the land Kauputira, of sunset, he abandons her forever because she has left their child with him to tend while she pays a visit to Vairi and the child is fretful. In New Zealand, Hapainuiamaunga, great lifter of mountains, comes from heaven to wed Tawaki. A child is born. He complains of its filth. She takes the child, steps off the roof gable and goes back to heaven. Maori. Waitari, or Awanuirengi, of the heavens is a man-eater. She hears of Kaitangata on earth and, taking literally a name perhaps signifying victory over enemies, comes to earth and makes him her husband. When she finds he is not really a man-eater she is disappointed. She bears him children, Punga and Haumea, and others. He complains of their filth or discusses her with others, and she returns to the heavens, having first made a filth pit for the children. Her husband tries to catch her by her garment in some versions. Tahiti. Nona, or Haumea, a cannibal woman of high rank, lives at Mahina, Moon, in North Tahiti. Her husband, a chief of high rank of the house Tahiti Tuarau, abandons her. Her daughter Hina hides her lover in a cave which is opened by a spell. The mother listens to the spell, finds and devours him. The girl flees and is protected by a hairy chief named Noa Hiroru, who kills the cannibal mother-in-law, Nona, and marries the girl. Puariaitahi and Haumea are their children. Tuamotu, Anna. Nona is the daughter of Tearehemanu and the girl Heitiirera who is daughter of the ogress Ragititi. She desires Noa Makaitegada and they sleep together. Noa insults Nona by complaining about her bad odor and she leaves him for another lover. Noa follows her, kills the new lover, and brings back Nona to his own land. Rarotonga. Temerurengi is the father, Inamangurunguru the mother of Emma, father of Taki and Karii. Temeru is also known as Kaitangata and Tuekaivaeviroroa. The Tuamotu version is related to the story told, at Areaiadia, in the Tahitian group of Hiro and his beautiful wife Vaitumari, parents of Marama, moonlight. Hiro overhears his wife laughing with a neighbor about her husband's strong odor, and puts her to death. Her son Marama discovers and grieves over her death, but nothing comes of the incident. Haumea legend. Puna is brought up on Oahu, Haumea on Maui at Kauiki, called Hawaii Kwauli, Hawaii of the greenback. Haumea grows to be a handsome man and takes Lua, Ulu, Ula, Mahahoa from the upper Iao Valley in Wailuku as his wife. In the 5th month of her pregnancy he sails after the birth gift called Apaula, red feather band, to the land of the child's maternal grandparents. They are deep-sea divers and, it is a custom in that country to take men's eyes for fish bait. Haumea's eyes are gouged out and he loses his wits, caught by the Aaia bird of Kane. The last part of his chant reads, in Emerson's translation. Haumea sailed for Kahiki. Seeking the birth gift, Apula. Caught was Haumea seized by the Aaia. He fell at Kahiki, at Kapakapaa. Remaining at Ulupopo. There are the eyes of Haumea. Maori. Haumea is the son of Kaitangata and Waitari. He weds Arawaititiirangi, Arahuta, who becomes mother of Tawaki and Karihi, or weds Kernuku, who becomes mother of Pupumainono, Karihi, Tawaki, or weds Yorutonga and has Karihi and Tawaki or Haumea, daughter of the same. Weds Huerotu and has Karihi, Pupumainono, Tawaki. Forbid then to follow her mother when Waitari leaves for her own country, she attempts the journey and is taken captive by Teitinio Waiwai, the little spirits of the water. Haumea is slain by the Panaturi, underwater people, or killed and his wife taken captive at the settlement of the whale people Paikea, Kua, and Ihupuku, or slain by the Patapeirihi. In some versions Karihi is called the child of Waitari. Tahiti. Hina weds Noehurohuru, Harry, who has saved her from her cannibal mother Rona, or Haumea, and has 2 sons, Puariaitahi and Haumea. The mother favors Haumea because he does not refuse to louse her hair and to swallow a red, and a white, louse which he finds in so doing. She accordingly promises him a goddess for a wife. He is to find Huayuri, or Hinatahutahu, at her bathing pool called Vaiti Marama, at the Vaipupu River at Hanapepe, and catch her by the hair and carry her past 4, or 20, houses without letting her feet touch the ground. Then she will lose her power and follow him. The first time he cannot resist her pleadings, lets her down, and she runs away from him. The second time he succeeds. Tafa Iayura, is their child, Arihinuia Pue is the child of Pue. When her child is abused by the other children, Haumea's wife curses her husband and he tries to commit suicide by leaping head down from the Aayura and is caught by spirits and carried to the Tumoai Hawaii, where his body becomes a deposit for the spirit's dung, and his eyes are used as morning lights at the mat-weaving place of Taaroa's daughter. Hence in Tahiti a man with a skin disease is compared with Haumea as a place for the excrement of the spirits. Compare the Marquesan story of Kina who goes to the underworld after his wife and must carry her out in a basket and by no means let her out or she will escape. The first time he fails, the next time he succeeds. See also the Hawaiian story of Hiku and Koelu. Tuamotu. A. North Islands. Haumea is son of Noahurohuru and Hina, daughter of the cannibal woman Rona. Hina sends her son to seize Huayuri, queen of Niu, and through the powerful incantations of Noah he brings her back, naked and wailing. When their son Tafai is abused by the other boys, Haumea commits suicide and the fairies of Machuyuaryu catch him and confine him in a latrine. B. Fagatau. Haumea is the husband of Huayuri, younger sister of Arimata, and there is jealousy between the sisters over their sons Nyokara and Tahaki. Haumea and Huayuri go to the sea after a special kind of sea urchin as food for their son. The goblin band of the Machuioryu seize and carry off Haumea while Waiuri escapes. They pluck out his eyes and fasten them to the belt band of the woman Roimatagotego and use his body as a filth pit. C. Anna. Haumea lives in the upper valleys and seizes Waiuri, who lives by the sea, daughter of Titamanu and Kuhi, while she is digging arum root in the uplands. Kuhi sends a magic bunch of feathers to find Waiuri, and the wife, fearing lest her parents kill Haumea, returns to her parents and wins their consent to the marriage, although they warn her that the man is not her equal. When her child is to be born, she goes to her parents' home and is bidden by her mother pick and eat a louse from the mother's head. She picks first a black and then a red louse, and the mother predicts that her second child will be famous. When this second child is to be born, Haumea encroaches upon the beach where the goblins of Machuioryu catch crabs and is pursued and seized. Rarotonga. Emma is descended from Te Memeru, High Chief of Kupuru. His wife is Ueyurirakamoana, who dwells by the deep sea. Karii, Taki, and the girls Puapuamaaneno and Inanamata-Kapikopi are her children. The older son Karii refuses to bite the ulcer on her head. Taki complies and power enters into him so that light shines from his whole body. Karii is jealous because his father favors Taki and offers his father Haumea in sacrifice at the marriage to many gods. Hema's eyes are taken possession of by Tangaroa Kapurera, his body by the little gods. Emma, heap of filth, the gods call him. Samoa, Vitapu. The brothers Punga, Pue, and Sima seek wives. Punga has many wives, Sima only a woman all soars named Madnatiniungakoa. He is derided, but his wife dives 3 times and becomes beautiful, with a red skirt and lightning flashes. Her children are Tafaki, Tafai, and Kalasilisai, Elise. The Kahai, or Tawaki, legend follows a more or less regular pattern, although with local variations. Haumea is always the father, in one instance, mother, his wife is generally a goddess. A brother Alihai constantly fails in undertakings in which Kahai succeeds because of his godlike endowments or of the chance of which he has command. His cousins by his father's brother Puna, Punga, Pue, or his own older brothers often seek Kahai's life. Khi Legend. Hawaii. Kahainui, Kahai the Strong, is son of Haumea, a chief of East Maui living on the hill Kawiki in Hana District, and of Lua, Ula, Ulu, Mahahoa from Iao Valley in Wailuku District. He is born in Iao Valley at a place called Kahauialukahai above Loilo at Haunaka. His chant tells how he goes, by the path of the rainbow, and guided by cloud signs to seek his father, who has had his eyes gouged out on an expedition to foreign lands. His brother Alihai accompanies him but is unable to keep the pace. The chant, as translated by Emerson, runs. Alihai's eyes were blinded. The horizon blinded his eyes. The foundations of heaven were shaken. The kinsfolk of the gods inquired. Kane and Kanaloa asked him. O Kahai! Where are you going? I am seeking the eyes of Haumea. They are in Kahiki, at Alupapayu. Therewith the Aaia bird sought after by Kane. You will find them on the borders of Kahiki. On his return Kahai lands on the Kaiu coast of Hawaii and weds Hinoluohia at Kahuku, and their child Wahieloa is born at Wailau, or Punalayu. Kahai dies at Kailakiai in Kaiu, hence some say he never lived on Kawiki, and is buried in Iao Valley, or, as the chant says, on the plains of Kahului. At Kihuku. Maori. Tawaki's relatives are jealous because all women love him and they set upon him and leave him for dead. He restores himself by his own power, or is restored by wife, mother, or sister, and leaves the country, calling down a flood upon those who have attempted his life. He and Karihi his brother go to search for their father's bones, and to release their mother from captivity in some versions. The bones are in the possession of an underwater people called Ponaturi or Patapeirihi, or, of people like small birds, who cannot bear the sunlight but come to land and sleep at night in a house called Manawatane. Approaching, he hears his father's bones rattle, and finds his mother acting as watchman. He stops up the chinks until it is broad day, and the spirit people are killed by the sunlight, or killed as they attempt to escape from the house. Or Tawaki follows to the settlement where the father was killed, hears the bones rattle, and avenges the father's death. He ascends to the heavens guided by an old blind ancestress whom the brothers encounter roasting food and whose eyes he restores. She directs him on his way, but Karihi is unable to make the ascent. She also helps him secure a bird woman as wife, Maikukumakaha by name, when she comes to her bathing pool, or a goddess, Tango Tango or Hapai, comes down from heaven to be his wife. Or he takes the wife of his enemy at the settlement he visits, Hainui-Kawa. Sometimes he loses her through a broken tapu or because he hurts her feelings, and ascends to the heavens in search of her. In the Maori, Tawaki is represented as man or god at discretion. He is god of thunder and lightning. He causes a flood by stamping on the floor of the heavens. At the top of the mountain he takes off his human form and clothes himself with lightning. He learns from his sister Pupumainono incantations for walking on water without sinking. From Tamaiwaho, Temaiwaho, he learns incantations to cure diseases. From Maru he learns war chants, such as the Maori still use when cutting off hair to prepare for war, by means of which he climbs to the heavens of Rawa, keeper of the elements of life. The same incident may serve to embellish the legend of different members of the family cycle. A. Tawaki disguises himself as an old man and is taken as a slave when he enters the settlement. Left to carry home the axes when the men quit work, he completes with a few strokes the canoe which the men are shaping, and brings in a huge load of wood besides. He goes to sit in a tapu place, unrecognized by his wife. The next day he appears in splendid person with lightning flashing from his armpits, claims his wife, and performs the proper ceremonies for his little daughter. B. Tawaki's descendant, Rada's son Tuwakararo, has been killed by the Paporokua people and his wife Apakura summons her son Wakato to avenge her. He mingles with the wood gatherers, hears his father's bones rattle, and when recognized by those in the house, escapes through the smoke hole and sets fire to the house Tihiomanono. He asks a slave by which road Paporokua comes, makes a slave summon him for the sweet potato planting, lays a noose and catches him, as in the Rada story. The legend of Tafa'ai in Tahiti belongs to the chief, Aria, culture. Tahiti. Tafa'ai's mother is a goddess from another world named Hina Tahutahu or Huayuri, Buri. His older cousin is Arihi, Ariai, Nuiapue. Anue Nue, rainbow, is the canoe in which he sails. He is blond and handsome. He lives in the Tapahi Hills of Mahina district, North Tahiti. His footsteps are to be seen in the hard rock. The children of Pue kill, or beat, him because he excels them in sports, but he is brought back to life, by his mother, and later avenges himself upon the boys by turning them into porpoises of the sea. He descends to Po with Karihi, Arihi Nuiapue, after his father and, helped by his old blind ancestress and guided by the Dawn Star Maiden. Finds him kept in the spirit's filth pit, the Machuyuaru, and his eyes being used for morning lights at the net plating place of Taaroa's daughters. He burns down the house with all inside, after netting the place to prevent escape, and secures the eyes from the girls. Pue's children go on a courting expedition to Niu Tafarada, some say to Hawaii, to woo a dangerous chiefess named Teurai, redness in the heavens, or Tyr, and refuse to let him go with them. He makes a canoe out of a coconut sheath, reaches land first, and after his brothers have been killed in the tests proposed, namely, to pull and prepare awa from the living awa plant, Tumatahi, and to slay for the feast the boar Moari, who swallows men whole, he succeeds, eats the whole feast lest the creature come to life, restores his brothers to life. Then deserts the chiefess. On the way home he turns his brothers into porpoises. Tafa'ai weds Hina of North Tahiti, famous for her long black hair. She dies and he pursues her spirit to Temehani, the last place on the island whence spirits take their departure to paradise or down to Pa, and restores her spirit to her body. They live at Yupuru in Mahina district of North Tahiti, and Wahieloa is their son. For the episode of the awa root and boar killing test, see the Tahitian story of Hiro, who digs up the tree called Ava Tuputahi, Ava standing alone, and kills the boar Mri and the keepers of the two. Teruihau and Terimaern compare the Mongolian version of Onokara, who fells the ironwood tree which has formerly restored itself and slain the feller, and kills the demon Vaetir at its taproot. Other episodes of the Tawhai story are drawn from familiar Polynesian themes. In one version, Tawhai's ancestral shark Tirmahia Mahiva, Nutaravevaria, carries him over the ocean but swallows his brother. Tawhai redeems his brother with a big load of coconuts, but later cracks a coconut on the shark's head and the shark deposits both brothers in the sea, an episode also found in the Siouan Indian twin story and hence probably borrowed. Tuamotu. Tahaki is son of Haumea and Huayuri, Nyokara is son of Huayuri's older sister Arimata. Both mothers vaunt the deeds of their sons. Nyokara is jealous and sends Tahaki to dive, kills him with a spear, and cuts his body to pieces. His foster brother Karihi saves the phallus and testicles, and the mother restores him to life. When Nyokara and the other brothers go voyaging, or swimming, the mother, or Tahaki, invokes her gods and they are changed into porpoises, or whales, and live in the sea. Tahaki and Karihi, Ariki, go to the land of Machuyuaryu, Ohuru, directed by old blind Kuhi, Buhi, who gives them a net to trap the spirits and offers to each of them one of her star maidens who come to her house at night. Karihi fails to catch one, but Tahaki catches the star called Takuru of the dawn. They struggle, way up to the floor of the upper heaven and down again to earth, but he holds on to her and she follows and lives with him. He goes to a relative named Titimanu and is sent to the house Maru of the region of the gods, toward the flaming rays of the dawn, to woo Aurora, and they have a daughter Miho. They find Haumea in the filth pit, clean him up with coconut oil, restore his eyeballs, fasten to the belt of the woman Roimatagotego, and kill the spirits, but save the woman. Tahaki climbs the high coconut to Haitai, Nyoarai Haitai, goes to Niu, says Levered, and is blown off naked into Hina's bathing pool. Since the long girdle of Hiva fits him exactly, he is recognized as the grandchild of Ituraji and Twarakiaitiipa and sent to woo the high chiefess Hapai. She at first rejects him, but finally recognizes his red body, perfumes herself, and gives herself to him, or recognizes him too late and he abandons her. Tane has not been consulted. He sets tests, to pass before his face, sit upon his three-legged stool, and pull up his sacred tree by the roots. From the hole thus made Tahaki can look down to Hawaiki. For a long time the two are happy together, then he makes love to her sister Teheru. Hapai is jealous. He leaves her and she follows and laments his death at Fagitau. Rarotonga. Taki is the son of Emma and Ue Yurirakamoana. Ariki is his elder brother. Ariki is jealous of Taki's superior accomplishments. The mother predicts excellence for Taki and Ariki has his father offered in sacrifice and tries to kill his brother. Taki destroys 3 companies of 50 men sent to bring him to the bathing pool where Ariki plans to kill him, but follows his sister Ianea Matakapakopi and is cut to bits. His sister Puapumaaneno brings the pieces together and restores him to life. Taki sets out to seek his father by the road between heaven and earth called Nuarekiiti. He passes 2 women beating tapa, climbs to the breast of his mother's sister Vainui Taurangi, altar of Tane, and goes to Tangaroa Ka Putera after Emma's eyes and to the house of many gods, after Emma's body, which is just about to be burned in sacrifice, and kills the many gods. At Rengituna he finds Tutavaki who gives him culture gifts, among them Maikuku. Moriori. Tawaki is the son of Haumea and father of Wahieroi by his wife Hapai. She is the daughter of Tu and Hapai Maumau. Since he will not allow her to give birth in the house, Hapai leaves him and goes back to heaven. He goes thither on the path of the spider web to seek her. He gives sight to the old blind woman Taruahin Matamoai. He uses chance to ensure calm winds. Samoa. Tawhai belongs to a race of giants. He can hurl a coconut tree in once, plucked up by the roots a great malili tree, 80 feet high, and carried it off on his shoulder, branches and all. He can leave his footprint in the solid rock as if it were sand. Tawhai's parents Pua and Sigano, have names of sweet-smelling trees. Sinatioalangi, a woman of the heavens, daughter of Tangaloalagi, is sought in marriage by Tawhai. His messenger goes on the road to heaven and carries a present of musty food. This is rejected but Tawhai's suit is accepted. The two brothers disguise themselves as if they were ugly lest they be slain by the people of the heavens, and she refuses to have anything to do with them. In the morning they make their bodies handsome and too late she sees the light flashing from them. They leave her and she follows. They abandon her trapped in a chasm, but Pua and Sigano come and release her and take her to live with them in the uplands of earth. She goes to the sea after sea water for cooking in the hope of meeting Tawhai. He sees and desires her, but she returns to the uplands and, mounting upon the housetop, takes her way toward heaven, bidding him follow. On the way she meets her father and his tribe bringing her marriage gifts and they persuade her to return to Tawhai, where his sister turns herself into an Ifiafai tree and shakes down abundance of food for the feast. From this union is born La, son, the heat of whose body is like a whirlwind. La goes to live with his mother in the skies and the story of his adventures in far lands follows. Tawhai takes Sinaparipari and has Fafieloa, Wahieloa. Fafieloa takes Tula and has Laka. The Kaha cycle may be analyzed as follows. A. Ill usage by relatives, A1, avenged by their destruction. B. Expedition to a far land to rescue father, B1, from a filth pit into which he has been thrown, B2, to restore his eyes, B3, and avenge his wrongs. C. Ascent to heaven, C1, guided by an old blind relative cooking food, C2, whose eyesight he restores, C3, and who gives him directions, C4, to find a wife. D. Winning of a wife, D1, whom he deserts, D2, or she deserts him, D3, and he goes to bring her back. The two adventures therefore most commonly told of Kaha in Polynesian legend are the quest in search of his father Haumea and a courting expedition, which may take the form of a search for a lost wife. The restoration to sight of an old blind ancestress roasting food, who directs his search and helps him to a wife from among her daughters, is a common episode in the story. In Maori versions she is the blind ancestress Waiteri, Matakirpa, blind eyes, Te Ariuahini Matamori, or Te Piu Otoi, and she is found roasting 10 taro, sweet potatoes, bananas, or other vegetables. He takes away one at a time until she is aware of his presence, then makes his relationship known, cures her blindness with a touch or a slap, with clay and spittle, incantations. Or his brother's eyes and she shows him the spirit path to the heaven of his ancestors, in the shape of an aratiatia, notched ladder, hanging roots, a wall, spider's web, kite line, or rope fastened to her neck. In several variants the capture of Maikakumakaha, her daughter, follows and the ascent to the heavens is made in pursuit of this wife. Among the Moriori, the old blind woman to whom Tawaki gives sight is Taruahi Matamoai and he ascends to the heavens by the path of the spider web. In Tahiti, Ariai and Tawhai on their way to seek Emma find Kuei, Buhi, the blind in Hawaii, steal her taro, avoid her fishhook called Puruaiti Maumau and her line, Shark of the Firmament, and kill her. In Tumuai Hawaii they meet blind Ui, from whose 4-star daughters, named after the red feathers of the kula bird, Tawhai selects a wife, the morning star Uri Tiehotu, to direct him on the way. In the Tuamotus, Tahaki and Kurihi find Kuhi, or Ui, and Tahaki restores her sight by throwing coconuts at her eyes, from a tree named Tinyoarai Haitai, and wins the dawn star for wife. In Rarotonga the place of the blind ancestress is taken by Vainui Taurangi. Taki climbs up to her breasts and gains recognition from her as descendant. In a Tane story, Tane, on the way to Itiaikau, goes first to Itiamarama, where he cures old blind Kuei with a coconut plucked from a tree guarded by insects. So in Mangaya, Tane swings over to Enuakara, land of red parrot feathers, on a stretching tree and restores the sight of old blind Kue and marries one of her daughters named Aina, whom he later deserts because she becomes jealous. In Manihiki, Maui follows his parents to the underworld, restores the sight of Aina the blind, and obtains from her knowledge of coconuts and taro. In a Samoan story told in Tokelau, Kalakalo'okola makes himself known to his old blind grandmother counting 8 taro buds, restores her sight. And climbs a tree guarded by insects at whose summit he finds a spinning house and is given a shell to use as a lucky fish lure. In Niu a divine child is cast out at birth, but survives and goes to seek his father. He finds an old woman cooking 8 yams, whose sight he restores, and she tells him how to recognize his father. In the Marquesas, the story of Kumahu and his sister by the blind Tapa tells how Kumahu climbs to heaven on Piva's beard after his sister, who has been caught on Tapa's hook. He finds old Tapa cooking bananas, restores her sight, and secures one of her star daughters as guide on the way to find his sister. He finally climbs down from heaven with his sister on the tree which he has planted below on the earth. Although this adventure with the old blind ancestress is not mentioned in the Hawaiian chant of Kaha'ai, the episode occurs in several other quest stories from this group. According to Westervelt, Maui, on his way to snare the sun, is directed by his mother Hina to his old blind grandmother who is roasting bananas for the sun at a place up Kaupo Valley where there is a large wili tree. The old woman gives him another snaring rope and an axe, and hides him by the tree until the sun appears. In the Kana legend, Uli sends her grandson Kana to bring back the sun. That she is conceived as blind is shown by the statement that she has a rope stretched from her door to the sea to guide her steps. Nihu is killed in the ascent but restored by his brother on Kana's return victorious. In the legend of Kila, Moika's son on his way to Kahiki visits the rat woman Kane Pohihai, Kapanihi, whom he finds blind and counting her cooked bananas. Akalenuiaiku, on his way in search of the water of life, finds at the bottom of the pit old woman Kaikapu roasting bananas, steals them one by one, and restores her sight with 2 sprouts of coconut. In return for which and her recognition of him as a grandchild, she directs him how to win the water of life. The episode, in Kahaia's quest after his father. Of the destruction of the spirits who fear daylight by trapping them inside a house is referred by von den Steinen to stories of expeditions from the Marquesas Islands undertaken after the red, kula, kara, ula, parrot feathers. So highly prized for ornament, upon one of which trips Haumea is supposed to have lost his life. The Marquesan journey to Aiatona after bird feathers is to the Cook Group 1300 miles to the southwest from the Marquesas. The story is here connected with Aka or Akaui-Laka, grandson of Tafai, who goes after the feathers to adorn his son and daughter when they arrive at puberty. Kara legend. Aka's party get directions from Mahativi who lives at Poitopa in the neighborhood of Atuana on Hivaoa and has visited Aiatona and become a friend of the Kula bird, and his sons Utunui and Pipu conduct the party. They set out from the north coast of Hivaoa with a double canoe named Waa Hiva carrying 140 rowers, 80 to 100 of whom die of hunger before they reach Aiatona. Each of the islands at which they touch is famous for certain scented plants, fruits, or bird feathers whose names are mentioned, and the travelers are given free way when their own names are spoken. At Aiatona they build a house or rebuild Mahativis, sprinkle roasted coconut as a lure, and hide until the kula have filled the house, thinking that their friend has returned. When all are inside they close the doors and fill 140 bags with feathers, that the families of the dead may also receive their portion. The theme appears in Maori's story unconnected with the Kaha'ai cycle. Tangaroa steals the child of Ruapupuk and sets him up as a figure at the end of the ridgepole of a house at the bottom of the sea where live the underwater people who fear daylight. The father follows and, advised by an old woman, stops up the chinks of the house until it is broad day and then lets the sunlight kill those within. 18. Wahieloa-Laka Cycle. The story of Wahieloa, son of Kaha'ai, Tawaki, duplicates that of Haumea. And the story of his famous son Laka, Rada, corresponds with the journey made by Kaha'ai to restore his father or his father's bones to his native land. In the Pele legend Wahieloa, Wahieloa, is named as one of the husbands of Pele while she is living with her parents at Hapaquela, a place unknown. Laka and Menehune are their children. The husband is snatched away by Pele Kumulani and Pele migrates to Hawaii in search of him. Wahieloa's wife Hina Hawea may be the Hina Kauea drawn out of the sea by Wakea. Her other name, Ko'olau, North Kahiki, corresponds with South Sea versions, where she is a chiefess of North Tahiti. Legend of Wahieloa. Wahieloa is son of Kahai and Hinoluohia, born at Wailau, Ninole, in Kaiu district on the island of Hawaii. He lives as chief in Kipahulu at Kalaikoi and has by his wife Hina Hawea, daughter of Hina Hawana, a son Laka. Wahieloa sails to the home of the child's grandmother on Hawaii after the birth gift, Alakoiula Kane, lands at Punaluu, Kaiu, and is seized and sacrificed. His bones are guarded in the cave of Kawalu, at Koloa, by old woman Kaikapu. His son brings back his bones to Maui and deposits them in Papuluana at Aili, Kamakani, Kipahulu. Maori. Wahiaroe, long piece of firewood, is so named from a great log of wood which his father Tawaki has brought into camp where his wife is living with her people. His mother is called Hainuia Takawa or Maikukumakaha or Hapainuia Maunga. His wife is Matokaraurawiri, Kara, Hawea, or Haintuahaka. He is killed by alien people across the sea led by Matuku. The story varies. Matokaraurawiri has a pregnancy craving for parson birds, tue, and Wahieroa traps them in the preserves of Matuku and is caught and killed. Or he goes to war with Poahaukai and Matuku and is killed. Or he is attacked and murdered by Matuku and Whitey, and his wife taken prisoner. Or a party of travelers led by Wakaro arrive at Waidianana, home of Wahieroa, wearing bird plumes which they say come from Pararoa on the seacoast belonging to Pohakai, Matukatangatango, and Hina Komahi, daughter of Turanganui. These people go naked and are wild and roving in habit. The chief Manu Korihi leads an expedition of 1,000 men to Periaroa after feathers, a 4 months' journey from Waitikau in Waitiaroa. The expedition is successful, but Wahieroa is slain. Tahiti. Wahieroa is son of Tawhai and his wife Hina and is born at his father's home in the Tapahi Hills of Mahina in North Tahiti. He weds Maimairohi, sister of the ruling chief Tumanui. King Tuai Haitai of Haitaiarevariva, said to be Pitcairn Island, takes to wife Hauvanae, daughter of Tumanui, the ruling chief of North Tahiti. She at first has rejected him, but when he prepares to leave her, love awakens and she insists upon accompanying him. They sail in the boat Armadaroa. He invokes monsters who guard the way to let him pass but to attack Tumanui should he attempt to follow. When therefore that chief sails in the boat Matiaroa and the canoe Matipato in an attempt to recover his daughter, the entire party are swallowed up by the great clam. His younger brother Iaroa, Big Rat, and his brother-in-law Wahieroa go to seek him and are swallowed in their turn. The younger rat brothers are also lost. Wahieroa's wife Maimairohi, sister to Tumanui, who has been left as regent, rears her son Rada and herself sails with Tumanui's wife, leaving her son as regent in her place. And on her return is drawn in by the clam just as her son arrives to rescue her and restore the bones of the other voyagers. Tuamotus. A. Wahieroa weds Matamatataua or Tahiti Tuarau, North Tahiti, and on the night of their son Rada's birth the parents go fishing and are snatched away by the demon bird of Puna king of Haitaimarama. An island north of Pitcairn and Elizabeth but long since swallowed in the sea. The bird Matatato Tao bites off the chief's head and swallows it whole. The wife is placed head downward as a food holder in the house of Puna's wife Tevahini Huare. B. Vahivero is the son of Kue, a demigod of Hawaii, and a goblin woman named Rimaaroe. Kue plants food trees and vegetables and is also a great fisherman. The goblin woman Rimaaroe robs his garden. He lies in wait and seizes her and she bears him the son Vahivero. Vahivero visits a pool from which the beautiful Tahiti Tokarau daily emerges. Kue teaches him how to lie in wait and seize her and never let her go until she pronounces his name. Having mastered her, he finds that Puna, king of Vavo, is his rival. He goes by way of the pool to the place where Puna guards the girl in a house with round ends, and brings her back with him, leaving her sister Warhu in her place. Tahiti Tokurau bears to him the boy Rata. Puna comes in shark form to avenge himself. Kills Vahivero and takes his wife back and makes of her eyes lights for her sister to do some knit work by and of her feet supports for the sister's work basket. Compare the legend of Mamo and Rigarigo from the same locality, where eyes are plucked out and used as lamps and the body as a post to support the house. Rarotonga. Vairoa is the son of Taki and Inioryorunga and they live in Avaiki. Vairoa's wife Tairairai Tokurau has a pregnancy longing for eels and the eels Pupu and Kvi are, in spite of their sister's warning, caught, cooked, and eaten. Hence a rash comes on the child and as the parents seek a kind of seaweed to cure it they are swept out to sea and Vairoa is swallowed by the sons of Puna, octopus, clam, etc. And the mother's eyes are scooped out and given to Tevainwerii on Motutaotieo. Atutaki. Vairoa and Tairi Tokurau, parents of Nganeoa, are lost in the land of moonlight, Itiati Marama, and Nganeoa joins Rata's sailing expedition to that land under promise to slay all the monsters that endanger them on the way. The parents are found braiding Sinit inside a monster whale that has swallowed them whole. Marquesas. Vihioa has by his first wife 4 sons and 2 daughters. He lives with Tahiaitoko, North Tahiti. His plants are stolen and he is spirited away by Tuevimona. Tahiaitoko goes down to Hawaii to live with Taikiotiipa whose wife is Vihioa's sister. At the advice of the 2 old wives, each day of her journey to Hawaii she gives a pig, until on the 10th day she reaches the place. She has left tokens along the way, a broken leaf, spittle, and tears, and her husband follows her with birds, a cock, and a drum with which to summon the day to the realm of night. He sends the birds ahead, the cock crows 5 times, the drum sounds, and it is day. Samoa. Fafialoa is the son of Tafai and his second wife Hineperiperi. Tula is his wife and Lata their son. The story of Laka, son of Wahieloa, is told today in Hana district and the sites are pointed out of his canoe shed, Kuohalo, his tree cutting in the forest. With the rock table where he greased the mouths of the forest deities who helped him build the canoe, and the place where he launched his canoe, together with the rocks into which his 2 sisters were transformed who swam after him. Legend of Laka. Laka is the son of Wahieloa and Hina Hawea, Ko'olaukahili or Kahiki, and is brought up by his grandmother Hina Hawana in Kipahulu district on the island of Maui. As the time of his birth approaches, his father sails after a birth gift for his son and, landing at Punaleu in Kaiu district on Hawaii, is killed and his bones are thrown into the cave of Kawalu guarded by old woman Kaikapu, or at the cave Makili and Macula at the cliff of Kapinai. When the boys jeer at Laka because he is fatherless he determines to seek his father's bones. The tree cut down one day for the canoe, he finds restored to its place the next morning. Instructed by his grandmother, he first hides and seizes the leaders of the little gods of the forest who are doing the mischief, Mokuhalii and Kapekiki who are his relatives, then, greases the mouths of the gods, with offerings. And the gods complete the 2 canoes for him in a single night. In the morning after the night of Kane he finds them standing outside his door ready to be lashed together and launched. For skillful men accompany him, Father Prop, Mekua Pupu, to hold open the mouth of the cave, Father Stretch, Mekua Kikoo, to reach inside, Father Torch, Mekua Kalama, to light the cave, and Father Seeker, Mekua Iami, to hunt for the bones. Arrived at Punaleu they bribe the old woman to open the door by offering her a dish of soup. She tastes it and slams shut the cave door, declaring it is not salt enough. Father Reach now puts out his hand and tries the salt of various seas until the old woman is suited with that of Puna. No sooner is the door opened to take in the bowl of soup than Father Prop holds it open, Father Torch lights it up, Father Seeker finds where the bones are lying, and Father Reach stretches in an arm and brings them outside. They kill old Kaikapu and return to Maui, landing at Kamakani. The bones, together with the canoes and the bodies of his companions, Laka deposits in the cave at Papaluana, whose entrance no man has found to this day. Laka was born in Hilo, at Haile, on Hawaii. His mother was Ko'olaukahili, Kahiki. He rules over Kulapoko on Oahu, dies at Kualoa, and his body is brought back to Maui by his son Luanaiu, child of Haikawelana from Waimea, the shark Amakua Haiwahine, and laid in Iao Valley. Kamapua quotes his chant, elaborating upon the searching party. Searched for by Father Searcher. Lighted by Father Torch. Dug for by Father Digger. Uprooted by Father Striker. Propped up by Father Post. Reached after by Father Reach. Danced for by Father Dancer. Laka found them. Old woman Kaikapu, Tapu Si, appears in several other Hawaiian stories. In the story of Kamaiolila her role is similar to that in this story. She lives in the land of Alapana and burns Kamaiolila and his brothers with fire because they arrive during a tapu period of whose rules they are ignorant. In the story of Akalenrieku she is the old blind relative whose sight is restored by Aukele and who guides him to the water of life, and is represented as sister of his Moo ancestress Kaimoinania and of his god Lono Ikwaliai. Her local legend resembles the Tahitian story of the cannibal grandmother of Pue, Puna, and Haumea. Old woman Kaikapu lives in a cave in Ninole, Kau District, on Hawaii. She is a cannibal and uses her pretty granddaughter Ninole to decoy travelers to her cave, whereupon she will take them out one by one and kill and devour them raw. She eats her own grandson, Ninole's brother, before she discovers who he is. The Laka legend is widespread in the South Pacific. Maori. Rata is the son, or grandson, of Wahieroa by Kara, or Matokarautawiri or some other. He teaches the art of cutting and polishing greenstone with the whetstone. His wife is Tongarautawiri and their son is Tuwakararo. Rata asks after his father and learns that he has been killed by Natukutakatako and his bones, or eyeballs, carried away, where the sun comes up. His mother sends him out to find a tree suitable for a canoe and gives him stone axes which he must sharpen on the back of his ancestress, who is the daughter of whetstone. The tree he fells returns to its place. He hides and catches the little people of Rorotini, Poniue, and Hakuturi, who take the forms of the birds and insects of the forest. These spirits teach him to place an asplenium fern over the cut stump. The next day a canoe appears outside his door. Ceremonies are performed for its successful launching. It is named Punyo, or Nui, Aniwara, Ni, or Ri, Waru, Tairangi, Aniwaniwa, or Pakaway. Rata first slays some monster like the leader of the rat people, Kioraroa, or the swallowing monster Pwahakai, or he first slays Matuku, then Whitey. Rata goes overseas to Matuku's, or Whitey's, land, persuades a friendly guard to give a false call, and when Matuku comes up out of his cave before the season to bless the crops he nooses or snares him, as Maui snares the sun. Best version. Rata is son of Wahieroa and Haintuahoanga. He learns from his mother that his father died at Pararoa south of Tavidiaroa, slain by Pohaukai and Matukatangatango while accompanying a party after bird plumes. The tree he cuts down for his canoe is found erect in the morning and he is told to cover the stump with a special kind of fern and then convey the fern so used to the priest Wakehorengi, his ancestor, who utters building incantations. It is his elders, the supernatural folk of whom the forest is full, who have done the mischief. The same priest teaches charms to ensure the canoe ani waru against sharks, points out his route, and predicts success from the signs given him by the gods. He is accompanied by Apakura as controlling expert of the various supernatural beings dispatched by him as a protection. The party first slay the people of Pohakai while they are scattered about looking for food. Baskets full of the slain are brought to Matuku as food, Apakura impersonating Pohakai. The house is then set on fire, and when Matuka tries to escape, his neck is caught in snares. His bones are made into spear points for spearing birds. Tahiti. Rata is son of Wahieroa and Maimairohi, sister of the ruling chief of North Tahiti, Tumanui. He is born after Tumanui and his 4 rat brothers Aiararoa, Airpato, Airmumu, Airvava, and his brother-in-law Wahieroa, father of Rata, have all been swallowed by a giant clam while voyaging to Tuai Haitai, whose chief had made Tumanui's daughter his wife. Rata grows into a giant and at a boar hunt loses self-control and knocks men about fatally. His mother upbraids him, and when she sets forth to seek her lost husband, refuses to let Rata accompany her. Rata must have a canoe in order to follow her. He fells a sacred tree in the grove of Ihuata. The little people of Tuoi replace it until Rata hides and seizes Tuoi and the artisan Fefra, releasing them only when they promise him the canoe. He brings them a great offering of food, and the next day it is completed and brought down to the beach, where a baptism ceremony has to be performed before the canoe is successfully floated. It is named Vama, Ia, or Ayura. Strong warriors, Machua Fau, Machua Ero, Te Iaripato, Te Iararoa, accompany him, and slay all the monsters enumerated in the voyages of Tumanui and the others lost in seeking him. First they slay the great clam, recover the bones of the dead, and also Rata's living mother, just fallen into the monster's mouth on her return voyage from Haitaiarevariva, the home of Tumanui's son-in-law. Afterward they slay the demon bird Matutatautau and extract the skull of a relative from its maw, who speaks, in an audible voice, calling upon them to rescue his wife from King Puna in Haitaimarama. Rata escapes a fire trap at King Puna's place and slays Puna, as in the Tuamachuan version, and recovers the woman. The 4 Tuamachuan versions of the Laka story are so similar that they must have come from a single source and probably by way of Tahiti, since the locale of Laka's home is laid in North Tahiti. The land of Haitaimarama, sometimes spoken of as a land swallowed up in the sea, is in one version called Ahi and identified with Makatea or Saunders Island, 70 miles east of Tahiti. The story of the competition for Puna's wife is in the Tuamotus worked into the Matuta story with a consequent inconsistency in the causation. In Sara's version the canoe builders are crabs and insects, and a crab is the guardian on the way. From each of the monsters Rata recovers a part of his father's body and eventually restores him to life. His mother is in the power of an eel, as in the Tuna story. Tuamotus. Rata is the son of Wahieroa, Vahivaro in Sara, and his wife Tahiti Tuarau, or Matamatatawa, or Tairiri Tokarau, in North Tahiti. He is brought up by his maternal grandmother Uayura, Kuhi, K, Ui, Ianior Yorunga, Taiauterai Ti. When the boys taunt him because his clay boat is left behind in the race, or because he outdistances them with his toy boat, he learns from her that his parents have been seized by Matutu, demon bird of Puna, and his father's head bitten off and swallowed, and his mother used as a food holder for Puna's wife, or daughter, Tevahiniwariai, or father killed and mother taken to sacrifice on the altar. He sharpens an axe on the back of his grandmother, and fells a tree for a canoe. The tree returns to its place. He hides and surprises Tuahaitai, Tuhaitaimatoroa, and Taviaa, the leading artisans among the canoe-building spirits of the forest, makes them a handsome present of food, and the next morning a complete war canoe stands at his door. Puna has a number of sea gods whom he sends to keep back the voyagers. Guided by Taviaa, Rata spears them one by one, with his spear Taipuarii, a giant bivalve, a shoal of monsters, a great billfish, a kavala fish, and a ghost-possessed rock, or branching coral which forms Fakarava today. He slays the demon bird Matutatautiao, Matuyu. At Puna's home he is received with pretended friendship, escapes an attempt to kill him in his sleep, and plays tricks on Puna's men by betting his empty crab baskets for their full ones, then filling his own from theirs. He slays Puna by first slaying the warriors of Matutu who guard Puna, hooking the rooster who wakens him in the morning, and tying Puna in his sleep to the rock Papariari. He frees his mother, in Kororopa, and secures the daughter of Puna, Taimauf or Tevahiniwariai. Rarotonga. Rada lives in the island of Avaiki. Wairoa is his father, son of Taki, son of Emma. Tairiri Tokarau is his mother. He is brought up by his grandmother Ianioryorunga, or Taiautera Iti, until the gods reveal to him that soon after his birth his parents were swept out to sea and destroyed by the sons of Puna, octopus, clam, etc. He sharpens his axe by burying it overnight in the sand, and when the little gods replace the tree felled for a canoe, he makes an offering to the gods Atona and Tonga Itiamatarau, and they complete for him the canoe Otutai and tell him of his parents' fate. A crew of 10 men is selected for the voyage. Each an expert in some art essential to managing the canoe. When Ganeoa the kite flyer asks to join the party, he is refused. Twice taken in as a floating gourd and thrown out again, he is finally accepted upon the promise to kill all the monsters on the way. This he achieves by entering their bodies in gourd form and stabbing their vitals, but for him all in the canoe would have been lost. At Great Fiji, where Tukaitamanu is chief and Inaeramaunga his wife, he outriddles the riddling priest, and hence the saying. It was said by the young priest Kairumoanok, "Do not tempt voyagers lest you be outwitted." He voyages to Motutaotiao and kills Tevainwerii, who has his mother's eyeballs. Thence he voyages to many lands, remaining for a time at Vaiakara in the west of Tumati-Ivaravaro. Returning to Avaiki, he attacks Kuparo, and there his canoe is lifted and lodged in the treetops, and he himself is slain by a great warrior named Via, but some say he escaped. Marquesas. Ada is the son of Vihioe and Tahiaidoko. He is brought up by Tuahuana and her sister, who find him sleeping in the cave where his parents left him when they went after crabs in VT and were carried away in the boat of Punaʻaino, which had come seeking victims for sacrifice. Ada plays with the Hanaiui children, and although they give him green fire sticks to use and green breadfruit, his sticks alone strike fire and his breadfruit has the best meat. Although he fishes in the sand with a thorn and the other children have fine hooks to cast into the sea, yet he catches all the fish and they catch none. The boys abuse him, but the old women teach him how to wield a stick and throw stones. The boys taunt him about his parents, and he learns the truth from his grandmothers. The temenu tree he fells for a canoe is erect the next morning. He thinks it may be a god and hides to sea. Hopoyutoi and Motuheki are discovered. He brings food offerings and they make the boat for him. He goes to the land of Punaʻaino, takes 7 men as a sacrifice, and bakes them in the oven in a feast of vengeance at Hanaiui. Kautia, daughter of Puna, he takes for a wife. Kumahu carries her away. He returns weeping to Hanaiui, and his companions go to the home of Kumahu and bring back the wife while Kumahu is away seeking his sister. When Kumahu returns he finds all gone. Aitutaki. Rada lives in a far land called Kupulu, Ukupulu. In search of adventure he finds a heron attacked by a serpent. The tree he is cutting for a canoe for a voyage to the land of moonlight returns to its place until he rescues the bird by killing the snake, a foreign interpolation, then grateful seabirds deposit the completed canoe at his door. Nganeoa, refused passage, follows in an empty gourd and is taken into the canoe on condition that he kill all the monsters they meet on the way. These are a giant clam, an octopus, and a whale. Inside this last, Nganeoa finds his lost parents Tairi Tokarau and Wairoa sitting plaiting sinnit. He builds a fire inside the whale, foreign interpolation, and leaves it to die. Mangaya. Una the moon is invoked in a canoe-making song to use the wonderful axe with which Lada felled forests. Slash away, Una. With the wonderful axe from another land. That which enabled Lada to fell the forest. Vaitupu, Ellis Islands. Rada is the child of Mafialoa and Tavini Tokalau, born when she eats an eel to satisfy a pregnancy craving. A tidal wave carries everyone away, but the child is saved. He finds a house, clothing, and adds, and adapts each to his use. A Sonoda monster repeatedly erects the puka tree Rada has cut down for a canoe, until he has defeated it in wrestling. The monster Ulu Pokofatu begs to come aboard, and accompanies and protects him from danger. Puka Puka. Lada of Samoa goes to pick out a log for a canoe and selects the favorite tree of a rival magician named Hinata. The two wrestle but find they are of equal strength. Hinata's chant restores his tree as before, but Lada has put another trunk into its body and has the log he wants. He selects for a crew, head of stone, flat head, hole digger, etc., and voyages to see the world. As dangers approach, each man uses his special power and gets rid of the danger. Finally Lada dives into a giant clam, digs at the roots, the shell opens, and out he swims and divides the flesh among the islands, but forgets Puka Puka, which gets the undible root. The voyagers come to the witty people and win in competition with them, due to the special powers of Lada's companions. One of the tricks is that of a crab-digging competition, which Lada's man wins by putting the witty man to sleep with stories and taking the crabs from the other's full basket into his own. Then making holes in the other's basket and pretending that the crabs have escaped. Samoa. Lada is a canoe builder who comes from Fiji, visited Upolu and built 2 large canoes at Whangaroa, but dies before the deckhouse is completed. He builds a double canoe at Tafagafaga on the island of Tau off Manue and sails to Savai'i, where a southwestern district is called Lada after his name. 2 hills on this island are called the Double Canoe of Lada. From Savai'i he sails to Tonga and dies there, and from him the Tongans learn to make the one-sided deckhouse after the Manue pattern, called Fail Famanue. Steersman in the Canoe of Lada, Seu I Luvaa o Lada, is a title still heard in Samoa in Turner's day. Tonga. Laka, prepares to make a trip to Fiji. Hailfeek replaces the tree he has felled for a canoe, until on the 4th day Lhasa hides and catches Haile, who then helps to build the canoe and advises his taking on board anyone whom he sees beckoning to him. 3 helpful beings are taken on board in this way, a great eater, a thief, and finally Hailfeek himself. With their help the tests set by the demon of Fiji are successfully met, namely, an eating test, a catching test when fruit is shaken from a tree, a test as to which will first fill a basket of crabs. The thief waits until the contestant of Fiji has filled his basket, then puts him to sleep with a charm and empties it into his own. Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz people say that Lada made men and animals. They equate him with cat. The Laka story follows a fairly uniform type pattern, most consistently developed in the Tuamotu versions. Maori versions are without the trickster elements of the eastern islands. A. Discovery of his father's fate, A1, through taunts of jealous companions, A2, through discovery of superior strength which has disastrous consequences upon his companions. B. Canoe building halted by spirits who replace the tree he has felled. C. Dangers encountered on the voyage overcome through, C1, a companion voyager, C2, companions with special skills. D. Swallowing monster slain, D1, parent rescued from the monster or, D2, from a cave. E. Competitive tasks 1, E1, filling baskets, E2, riddling, E3, escaping a fire trap. F. Monster in a distant land tricked and slain, F1, by noosing, F2, after a false call, F3, after setting fire to the house, F4, by freezing. G. Woman sought, G1, stolen mother rescued, G2, wife or daughter of enemy taken, G3, both woman and mother recovered, G4, woman slain. The motive of the tree that resists felling occurs regularly in the Laka story. In the form of the re-erected tree it appears in the Kana story in Hawaii. In New Zealand, in a folktale of the Rata type in which 2 children who seek to build a canoe to rescue their father from an ogress find the tree restored at the command of Tane. In the Marquesas, in the story of Tahita and his son Vakuuhi, who, neglected by his father because of the death of his mother in childbirth, attempts to build a canoe in which to leave the land, and finds it each morning reset by the grandmothers. Because they fear the death of their grandchild on the expedition, but upon his making offerings they build the canoe in a single night. In Samoa, in a fable of Toa in the form of a handsome tree replaced by his friend Pele, who has concealed himself from woodcutters in the shape of a bent stick, and in the story of two chiefs of Upolu who cut down a tree in Raka's forest, which Raka restores with an incantation. In Dobu, of a mango tree which, when felled, returns to its place each night, in Moda of the Banks Islands, in a trickster tale of Cat, who fells a tree for a canoe, which Marawa the spider resets until Cat hides a chip. Among the Dayak in the story of Pulangana, in which a clearing is restored as before until the proper offerings are made and incantations repeated. In other instances the tree resists felling except with a special instrument. In Hawaii, the legend of the Kalapahoa tree which can be cut with a stone adze alone belongs to this type, and the story of Maui told on Kauai, where a spear of lehua wood and a special ritual are required. In the Onokara legend of Mangaya, a demon living at the taproot of an ironwood tree destroys those who cut it down and restores the tree to position. Onokara kills the demon with his ironwood spade Ruai Para, removes the roots, and forms weapons out of the hard wood. In the Marquesas, the great tree Anianadiani cannot be felled by the avenger of Apakura's son until a special axe is secured. In Tahiti, Tafa'ai can cut the sinews of the great fish with a special axe alone. In a Maori story, Teperi's brother is buried at the foot of a tree which resists felling until cut with the axe tia. Among Hawaiians, the felling of a hardwood tree for a canoe is an occasion of great spiritual excitement as the feller feels himself drawn into close relationship with spirits of the forest whose anger he fears and whom he placates with propitiatory offerings and prayers. Special rituals attend the cutting and shaping of a canoe and its bringing down from the forest, or the cutting of the tree for the building of a new heiau. In Tahiti, when canoes were hewed out in the mountain, Tefai, Mender, was invoked and there would come a wind, the men would lie inside the canoe with the ropes hanging outside, and the canoe would go down the mountainside of its own accord. When they came to low ground, the men got out of the canoes, picked up the ropes and sang, and the canoe was light to draw and was taken to the builder's merry to be completed. Even today in Hawaii the canoe makers assure us that the difficult course of the canoe to the sea is achieved with such ease as could not be possible by human hands alone. The Aikanaka-Kaha legend emphasizes throughout this dependence of man upon the cooperation of spirit forces which control the material world whose resources he would utilize for his own needs. The cycle revolves about two major themes in Polynesian story, the winning or losing of a supernatural wife, and the voyage of adventure or revenge. These are developed by means of a multitude of details in which the supernatural forces of the mother's family are assembled in behalf of her child, either through direct endowment, instruction in magic incantations, or cooperation in the quest. The gods of a family, its aumakua, are thought of as restricted within a limited locality. A wife from a foreign land may control, through family descent, supernatural forces superior in power to her husband's but unable to exercise control within his territory. Competition against alien and inimical forces is necessarily set up by contestants who venture outside the area protected by their own gods. Death on an expedition to a foreign land or on a fishing trip into unknown waters is no natural occurrence but due to the malignity of evil powers. It must be avenged upon these powers in order to uphold the family honor. Even the preservation of an ancestor's bones from ignoble uses becomes a sacred obligation. Who is able to carry out such a revenge but one whom the ancestral gods have endowed beyond his fellows? Specifically, one descended from divine parentage beyond the limits of the household into which he is born. The superiority of divine aid over brute force, the necessity therefore of propitiating the gods is hence emphasized throughout the cycle. The characteristic Polynesian turn to this worldwide theme is that of the necessity imposed upon the gods to acknowledge the family claim and to succor and support their offspring. It is through the idea of the kumupae, the fixed foundation, that such an obligation becomes inherent. In the course of popular development and in groups where the idea of family inheritance has been perhaps less firmly established than in Hawaii, the religious background gives way to interest in trickery and native wit over dullard achievement or to a realistic scene of human revenge, and the devices for achieving a supernatural wife multiply down the line. But on the whole the legend throughout the whole area unfolds a family history of divine parentage through marriage with a goddess, and the rise of an avenger equipped against the mysterious forces of a supernatural world. 19. Haumea. The mysterious figure of Haumea in Hawaiian myth is identified, now with Papa, the wife of Wakea, who lived as a woman on earth and became mother of island chiefs and ancestress of the Hawaiian people. Now with La'ilai, the woman born with the gods Kane and Kanaloa and the man Kiai, again with the fire goddess Pele who sprang from the sacred thighs of Haumea. Myths connected with her name tell of her as a goddess from Nuumialani who has power to change her form and to alter her appearance from youth to age or from age to youth through the possession of a marvelous fish-drawing branch called makale. And these, like the stories of Papa, are localized upon Oahu. Of La'ilai, Malo writes, in the genealogy called Kumalipo it is said that the first human being was a woman named La'ilai and that her ancestors and parents were of the night, Hipa that she was the progenitor of the Hawaiian race. The husband of this La'ilai was named Kueliai Wahilani, the king who opens heaven. He was from the heavens. He looked down and beheld a beautiful woman La'ilai, dwelling in Lalawea. He came down and took her to wife, and from the union of these two was begotten one of the ancestors of this race. The Kumalipo places the advent of La'ilai, Kane, Kiai, and Kanaloa in the 8th era, and there follow the names of vast expanse of damp forest, and the long-lived man of the 2 branches of chiefs. Called first chief of the dim past dwelling in the cold upland, whose genealogy extends to the 11th era and ends with the death of Ko'akaha Apiko Kahonua, navel of the earth, who is perhaps Kwakahi. The passage runs, as interpreted by Ho'olapa. Many men were born. It was the time when the gods were born. Men stood up. Men lay prostrate, the prostrating tapu prescribed for high chiefs. They lay prostrate in that far past time. Very shadowy the men who march hither, marchers of the night. Very red the faces of the gods. Dark those of the men. Very white their chins, because living to old age. A tranquil time when men multiplied. Living in peace in the time when men came from afar. It was hence called calmness, La'ilai. La'ilai was born, a woman. Kiai was born, a man. Kane was born, a god. Kanaloa was born a god, the rank-smelling squid. It was day. The womb gave birth. The vast expanse of the damp forest, was her next born. The first chiefs of the dim past dwelling in the cold uplands, Kupololiiliaialiamuoloipa, her last born. The long-lived man of the 2 branches of chiefs. The prolific one, La'ilai is here called, and woman from a distant land. From her union with the gods and with the man Kiai arise strife and bickering. Haumea is also equated with her daughter Pele, from whose familiar epithet Honuamea, of the sacred earth, some derive the name, but it may more naturally come from Hanamia, sacred birth. Haumea's children are born in the mythical land of Kauihalani, Kwaihalani, or Hapaquela, or Holani Ku. They are not born naturally but from different parts of her body. Children today who drool at the mouth are said to be born from the brain, Lolo, of Haumea, that is, to have come out from her fontanelle instead of by the regular passage, according to the lines of the Kumalipo describing the goddess's later births. Born from the brain were the generations of that woman. Drivellers were the generation from the brain. It is in her deified form as a spirit that Papa is identified with Haumea. The priests of Kane and Kanaloa of Maui told Ellis that the first man was made by Haumea. The Kumalipo prayer chant, quoting the genealogy from Paliku, follows the names of the god Kanaloa and his wife Haumea with those of Kukoakahi, first strife, and his wife Kwaimehana. The Mo'olelo Hawaii of 1838 says of Kwakahi that he was born from the head of Papa and became a god, and Haumea is called in Andrew's dictionary mother of the war god Kakauakahi and of Pele and one of several names of Papa, wife of Wakea. In her human body as Papa, Haumea lives on Oahu as wife of Wakea, in her spirit body as Haumea she returns to the divine land of the gods in Nuumialani and changes her form from age to youth and returns to marry with her children and grandchildren. Some place these transformations on Oahu at the heiau of Kaiii, the pandanus vine, built for her worship in Kalihi Valley. Haumea is named by Kamapua among those who came with Kane and Kanaloa to the Hawaiian group, at the time that the waters of Kane were brought forth from hills, cliffs, and rocks. During this same period came Kamanuaneho, grandmother of Kamapua. The event is placed by Kamapua between the times of Paumakua and Lae, on the Ulupuna line. Kamapua version. Haumea comes from overseas from Kahiki with her brothers Kane and Kanaloa. The party land at Kea, South Kona, Hawaii, and are first seen by two fishermen named Kuheleaipa and Kuheleaimoana, who hasten to worship them. By Kuheleaipa, Haumea has a daughter called Mapunea'ala, springing forth with fragrance, or Kaulawena, rosy light in the sky. Haumea is said to have given birth to strange noisy creatures. Myths told of Haumea center about themes concerned with food supply for the life of man and marriage and birth for the increase of the family stock. By rebirth she changes herself from age to youth and returns to marry her children and grandchildren. She lives as a woman in Kalihi Valley and transforms herself into a growing tree in which she conceals her husband from those who are leading him away to sacrifice. She secures for a chiefess a painless delivery in childbirth and receives in reward the tree of changing leaves out of which gods are made. She is possessor of the stick makale which attracts fish. With the stick or tree, makale is associated a tree of never-failing food supply. Kamapua, summarizing the matter in his offhand way, includes in the rebirths of Haumea the supernatural births by which the Pele Sisters are said to have been born from different parts of Haumea's body. Back of the Haumea myth as we have it there is evidently a more primitive form, rejected, or perhaps forgotten, by Hawaiians of Kamapua's day. Kamapua summary. Haumea has 6 renewals or rebirths, some say in other lands. For example, as Namakaokahai, as Pele, and so forth. She is said to have changed herself into a young woman at the heiau of Halepapa, House of Burning Land, in Nuumialani, a land in Paliku, and returned to marry her children and grandchildren. Her divine forms in her different bodies are worshipped by later generations as Papa Hanamoku, Papa giving birth to islands, Haumea Kahana Wawa, Haumea giving birth noisily, Kahakue Koko, the place of blood. Haiuli, because of her visits to the Blue Sea of Kahiki, on Oahu, Laumihi, from her gathering crabs, Kumihi, and seaweed, Lau, there. Kamahaikana, from her entering a growing tree the last 3 names referring to the time when she lived as a woman in Kalihi Valley. Myth of Haumea as Papa. A. Makale version. Haumea as Papa takes Wakea for her husband and has by him a daughter, Ho'ohokakalani. Wakea takes the daughter to wife and she has the son Haloa. Papa is angry and returns to Kahiki. There she enters into the temple and by means of the mysterious stick makale she becomes a budding girl again. Haloa has grown old enough to build an oven and take a wife. She addresses herself to him under the name of Hina Myths, becomes his wife, and bears to him the evil son Wea. Thereafter she continually reshapes her form by means of the stick and bears children to her sons and grandsons until the Kahuna Uaia discovers her true nature and her power collapses. Keo therefore is the first of the line whom Haumea does not take as her husband, and from Keo spring the chiefs. The chant runs. Great Haumea, mysterious one. She returned and lived with her descendants. She came back again and slept with her children. Slept with grandchildren to the 5th generation, to the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. 10 tapus were brushed aside by the woman Haikuopua. By that woman Haumea. One body she had, many were her names. The petted royal one. B. Komalipo version. Many bodies had this woman Haumea. Great Haumea was wonderful. Wonderful was Haumea in the way she lived. She lived with her grandchildren. She slept with her children. Slept with her child Kwakahi, Kwaimahani was his wife. Slept with her grandchild Kauhulahonua, Hulahonua was his wife. Slept with her grandchild Haloa, Hinamano was his wife. Slept with her grandchild Wea, Huhun was his wife. Slept with her grandchild Hinanalo, Haunu was his wife. Slept with her grandchild Nakakahili, Halani was his wife. Slept with her grandchild Wailoa, Haikopuania was the wife. Keo was born, Haumea was recognized as withered up. She was old, she was not desired. She was shown by Uaia to be worn out. Dried up back and front. She stamped on the ground, left Nuumea. The earth shook, the woman ceased living with many husbands. From Keo came forth the chiefs. The myth of Haumea's transformation into a breadfruit tree, in which form she is worshipped as Kamahaikana, or Ua, is also laid in Kalihi Valley on Oahu, and its events are today minutely localized by old Hawaiians who know the legend and are familiar with the valley. Myth of Haumea as Kamahaikana. A. Poe version. Haumea takes human form and as Walanayu becomes the wife of Wakea and comes to live on the hill Kilohana in the uplands of Kalihi Valley on Oahu. There they eat wild bananas, taro, and yam, with goby fish and shrimps from the stream. One day Haumea longs for seafood and goes across to Heiea after crabs and seaweed. As she fills her container she has a premonition that all is not well and hurries home to find that the men of the chief Kumohonua, who owns the land, have caught Wakea asleep and tied his hands. And are hurrying him away to have him burned for poaching. Just at the breadfruit tree which used to stand at Pueweu on the stream Waikahauilu where the bridge crosses Nuana stream she overtakes the party and begs to give him a farewell embrace. At her touch his bonds fall away, the tree opens, like the door of a house, and the two disappear into the tree. It is decided to cut down the tree, but the attempt only results in death to the choppers. B. Westervelt version, 1. Papa and Wakea sail from Kahiki to Oahu and make their home up Kalihi Valley near the cliff Kilohana. Leleho'omau is the ruling chief of that section. He finds trespassing going on and his men snatch and bind Wakea while his wife is away at the sea, and carry him down to sacrifice him at the heiau of Pakaka. Papa rescues him by entering the tree with him, and as they flee up Kalihi she leaves behind fragments of her skirt, from which spring the wild blue morning glory vines of that region. All attempts to cut down the tree fail until the men have rubbed their bodies with coconut oil. They then carve from it the goddess Kamahaikana and it is worshipped on Oahu until taken to Maui, where it becomes a god of Kamehameha. It is known as a god to win land and power and to preserve the government. C. Westervelt version, 2. Puna'iaiko'ai, after escaping from his Moo wife, goes to live above Kalihiuka. He is found asleep in the chief Ko's banana patch and is killed and his body hung in the branches of a breadfruit tree. His wife Haumea comes to seek him. The two pass through the body of the tree and escape. From the fragments of Haumea's skirt as she flees up the valley grow the wild akala, Hawaiian raspberry, vines. D. Makale version. Haumea as the husband of Wakea is a beautiful woman dressed in a skirt of yellow banana leaves with a wreath of ti leaves about her head and neck. Kumuhonua is the chief who catches Wakea. The tree stands at Nini, a short distance above Waikahauilu. Dark woman of Nuyamaha. The lonely one, Kamahaikana. Kamahaikana, goddess of Kwakahi. Goddess of Kwihua the shadowy. In the high dwelling place of the heavenly one of Haialai. Goddess wife of Wakea. Haumea was a woman in the uplands of Kalihi. Lived in Kalihi and went to the sea. Entered the breadfruit called Uyu. Gained another body for herself, the breadfruit. The body of the breadfruit, the trunk of the breadfruit was she. The breadfruit branch was Kamahaikana. Kamahaikana was she. Many her names. In them all was embodied Haumea. E. Kumalipo version, after Holapa. Haumea, woman of Nuumea in Kukihae. Mehani Nuyu the impenetrable, Kwaihalani at Paliuli, beautiful, dark, darkening the heavens. Kamahanolani, Kamahaika. Kamahaika, god of Kwakahi. At the parting between earth and heaven. In the high heaven. Left the land, jealous of her husband's second mate. Came to the island of Lua, of Ahu of Lua, lived at Wawau. The goddess became the wife of Makea. Haumea became a woman of Kalihi in Ko'olau. Lived in Kalihi on the edge of the cliff of Laumiha. Entered a growing tree, she became a breadfruit tree. A breadfruit tree body, a trunk and leaves, she had. The myth of the gods formed out of the tree of changing leaves, which Haumea secures from Mulaila, daughter of Alapana, perhaps Olomana, in return for acting as her midwife and causing painless delivery. Tells of the bringing of these gods to Oahu. Myth of Haumea as patroness of childbirth. A. Hawaiian Book of Medicine. Mulaila, daughter of Alapana, is about to give birth. Preparations are made for a caesarean operation. Haumea appears and hears the lamentations. She says, "In our land babies are born naturally without cutting open the mother." The name of the remedy is Kalau'ukukahuli and its blossom is Kanikawai. It is a tree to be fondled and its blossom is beautiful. The girl ate of it according to instructions. When the child was coming, Mulaila felt it being forced out by the plant. Haumea pressed herself against the thigh. After the baby was born, through Haumea's power the tree rose and flew and landed at Pu'ukumu, Waihee, on Maui, and there it grew. B. Westervelt version. The divine ancestress Haumea comes to preside over the delayed childbirth of Alapana's daughter Muleula in Kahiki. Muleula owns a tree called the Tree of Changing Leaves, of which she is exceedingly fond. It has two blossoms called Kanikawai, a blossom which sings with a sharp note, and Kanikawa, whose notes come at intervals. Haumea agrees to deliver the child painlessly in return for the gift of the tree. She uses incantations and delivery follows. Haumea travels to Hawaii with the tree but finds no suitable place for its planting. She crosses to Maui and lays down the tree at Puyukium beside the Waihee stream while she mixes kava to quench her thirst. When she looks for the tree, it has taken root. She builds a wall about it, and when the tree, blossomed, returns to the land of the gods in Niumealani. A man cuts down the tree with a stone axe and leaves it for the night. For 20 days and nights a storm rages and the tree is washed out to sea. A branch is washed up on the beach at Kailua and the fish leap about it. Of this branch is formed the god Makale which draws fish. This was for generations a god of Hawaii. Another branch is made into the god Kukuoloeva worshipped by Maui chiefs and used to hang bundles on. The trunk of the tree is found floating by the beach by an old couple who are in search of a god and they build for it the Hea Waihau. It is named Kuhowaninuyu and becomes a noted god throughout the islands. The ruling chief brings it to Oahu and builds for it the heiau of Pakaka near the foot of the present Fort Street in Honolulu, and the chiefs of Oahu take it for their god. The myth is to be interpreted with reference to actual conditions as they existed in old Hawaii. The goddess Haumea was worshipped as patron of childbirth. She prescribed the technique for aiding delivery. The tree described as one of changing leaves, which has blossoms that sing, is probably the bamboo, ohe, used today for sorcery and out of whose joints the nose flute was cut. Driftwood on the shore undoubtedly brought strange gods to Hawaii, even before the lumber industry of the northwest coast strewed Hawaiian beaches with logs from American forests. The Japanese current is known to bring drift today to Hawaiian beaches from the Asiatic coast. The post on which to hang bundles is a common furnishing for a Hawaiian house. Even the idea of the stick to attract fish, which furnishes the theme for the myth following, may be referred to the old method of using a charred stick rubbed with odorous oils, lau malamalo, to attract fish. The romance of the stick makale, that attracted the fish of Mo'ulanuia in the land where the sun goes down, ka lau pai I ona a ka I a o Mo'ulanuia kalana, is laid in the districts of Kailua and Waimanalo on the north side of the island of Oahu in the days of Olomana. It ran at length as a serial story in the Hawaiian newspaper Kokoa from January 6, 1922, to January 10, 1924, when the writer, Samuel Kaiakia Kikuwe, died, leaving the tale incomplete. The story is developed at great length with a wealth of descriptive detail, scraps of chant and story, domestic scenes, altogether a mine of folk material, through which runs the vein of the supernatural in strict accord with native traditional belief today in its compromise between the official religion accepted from foreign teachers and the family gods inherited through the irrevocable tie of blood and still to be held sacred and venerated by their descendants. Romance of the Stick Makale. A. Makale Romance Version. An orphan boy whose brown head of hair shows him to be a child of the goddess Pele is brought up by his grandmother Ninyola, at Makawao in the foothills below the cliff back of Waimanalo, where the waters of a little spring mingle with those of the Maunawili Pond and flow thence into the great fish pond of Kawainui. The people of the district are summoned to clean the fish pond, but at night when the fish taken from the pond are distributed to the helpers, the little orphan is off at play and gets no fish to carry home to his grandmother. Twice this happens, and the unfortunate omission not only arouses the old lady's wrath but also shakes the foundation pillars of Nuumialani, and the goddess Haumea, Haumeanuiakoiwewoa, the wonderful one of many forms from Palapala, comes in the shape of a beautiful woman to direct the revenge in such a way that her small descendants shall rise to distinction in the land by attracting the attention of its chiefs. By means of the stick Makale, which has been entrusted to the keeping of his grandmother, the boy leads the fish out of the great pond and conducts them into his own small spring. There is great consternation among the chief's caretakers when this loss is discovered. A kahuna consults a water gourd and is able to discern the source of the trouble, but not to discover what has become of the fish or of the brown-haired boy, the neglect of whom has caused the damage. The rest of the story is occupied in telling of the search for the child and the way in which he is concealed by his supernatural ancestors until the time is ripe for him to wed the chief's daughter and become great in the land. The chief and his land agent win wives, and the mysterious Haumea withdraws to Nuumialani with her mission fulfilled. In Westervelt's story of Kiamelamil, Golden Cloud, the fish-attracting tree Makale is brought from Nuumialani and planted by the gods in the earthly paradise of Paliuli, on Hawaii. Accompanying it is a tree of never-failing vegetable food supply. In this garden of Paliula the young virgin is reared until her marriage. Later the trees are transferred to Oahu at the time of the marriage of a younger couple. Kiamelamil Tree Myth. The bird Iwa brings the tree Makale from Nuumialani and gives it to Waka to plant in the garden of Paliula in the uplands of Olae on Hawaii. There Paliula lives under the care of Waka. With the tree Makale comes the tree Kalalaikawai, the branch in the water, or Makayu cow, supplying endless abundance. The first tree attracts fish, Ia, the second provides vegetable food, Ai, call this tree and food would appear. After Paliula has left the garden, the trees are brought thence for the marriage of a younger brother and sister on Oahu. The food tree is successfully conveyed up Nuuana Valley, but when the fish tree starts to ascend, the little people of the valley are frightened and raise a shout. The tree falls at Kawainui, near Waimanalo, thence fish are scattered through the waters all about the island. It is here evident that the fruitful trees are symbolic of the potential power of producing offspring in the maturing youth or maiden, thus furnishing a fresh branch of never-failing posterity upon the family stock. The southern parallel is contained in the story of Longapoa, sometimes connected with that of Kay who visits the island of virgins, which is discussed under the romance of Kaeanailike. Story of Longapoa and the Tree of Plenty. Tongan version. Lo, king of Haumea in Tongatabu, sails to the horizon, passing on the way the known islands of the Tongan group, then a Red Sea, a Sea of Pumice, a White Sea. At the horizon he steers for the whirlpool that leads to the underworld. Longapoa jumps out and eventually reaches an island where grows a tree, the puko tree, a branch of which, roasted, supplies an oven of food of every imaginable kind. The gods of the island give him a branch to take home with him, but warn him that it must be planted before a certain time. He forgets the warning, hence the puko tree does not produce food today. The idea is further developed in an enigmatical saying applied to spots originally planted or occupied by the gods, that if one has not visited this spot one does not know the place itself. Such spots are called the rootstock or beginning, kumu. The saying perhaps refers to the recitation of a genealogy that misses the final step needed to connect it with the ancestral stock. Mrs. Pokini Robinson knew of a little water hole on Oahu up somewhere in Wahieoa of which the natives say, if you bathe in that pool you have seen Oahu. On Molokai it is said that, no one knows Molokai, who has not visited the cave of Hina, Koano Hina, which divides Mapuleu and Kaluaha. It is customary to place a gift of a lei at this sacred place and for women to wear a ti leaf protection in approaching it. In the district of Anahulu, according to an old Hawaiian of that district named Kawila, there is to be seen the foundation of an old-style house where Puyu Anahulu is said to have lived, from whom the district is named. And the saying is, if you have not seen Puyu Anahulu, the foundation spot, you have not seen Puyu Anahulu, the district. Kilanahi Kaleo used the same phrase for the two rocks on the sea side of Kawiki called Nyo'o Kane And Kanaloa, coconuts of Kane and Kanaloa. These are the Kumuo Kawiki, the source from which the hill sprang, and if you have not seen these, you have not seen Kawiki. On the island of Maui near the sea road to the wharf as it enters Keanai village from the western side one is shown the Kumuo Keanai, a small patch of ground planted with taro of which the saying is, if you have not seen Keanai, you have not seen Keanai. This is the original source of all the taro cultivated in Keanai. The first earth was placed here when the taro patches were first formed. It is therefore sacred and belongs to the gods. 3 or 4 taro tops planted here will supply enough taro for a whole family. If a load is pulled, the next day there will be as much left as ever. A similar idea is reported from Puka Puka where a particular patch among the taro beds is called the navel of the land, te pito o te wenua. In San Cristobal the legend is that the first yam planting came from a single yam brought by the serpent deity Argunua, which when sliced provided an unfailing supply of yam planting. Haumea is regarded as goddess of fertility in the wild plants of the forest, and she is worshipped as presiding over childbirth. She is also feared as an ogress. The term Haumea as applied to ceremonial defilement for women during the period of menstruation seems to be associated with these attributes. Haumea is known to the Maori as an ogress who devours her own children. As goddess of the fern root she is invoked to ward off witchcraft. The name may be preserved in a Marquesan deity cited by Garcia as Haumai, a god who devours, especially the eyes. In Tahiti, Haumea is the ogress Nona, ancestress of the Tawhai group. In Vahitahi of the Tuamotus, Haumea is an eel woman. Tuamotus. Tagaroa sails to the land of Haumea. Haumea is a woman who has eels in her vagina which kill men, but she teaches Tagaroa how to entice them outside. He sleeps with her and she bears Tunui Karir, or Ratunui, and Turi of Haumea. Turi makes Hina Oriki his wife. They go surfing. The demon octopus Rogotumuhir seizes Hina and carries her away to the bottom of the ocean. Turi weeps for her. Tagaroa, Tunui, and Turi build a boat and Tagaroa recites a canoe-launching chant. Haumea withdraws the wind into the sweat of her armpit and Tagaroa utters a chant for its release. He bids Haumea catch the girdle of Tunui Karir, who slips away into the sky and is lost to her. Turi and Tagaroa sail out to Rogotumuhir's abode. Tagaroa baits his hook with sacred red feathers and Rogo is drawn up into the canoe. One tentacle after another Tagaroa cuts off until the head comes up. Tagaroa cuts that off and Hina is drawn out from it covered with slime. In Hawaii, Haumea is generally represented as living on Oahu, either up Kalihi Valley, like Kapo, or, as in the Pupuhuina story, on the north side of the island with her attendants, to whom, when she causes a famine to fall on the land, she leaves a supply of wild food plants to preserve them from famine. In the story of Kaulu she lives at Nuahil in Kalapana, and Kaulu kills her by throwing nets about her as she sleeps, the last of which, Meolaha, which she is unable to break. Is the same as that used in the divination ceremony of shaking out food over the land in the Makahiki festival, the object of which is to ensure food for the coming year. Kaulu, whose name means, growth in plants, is the famous voyager who robs the garden of the gods of cultivated plants, thus breaking the power of the goddess to vent her anger by withdrawing the wild plants of the forest, which must nevertheless be resorted to for vegetable food at certain seasons of the year when crops are maturing. Thus it is in her character as destroyer or guardian of wild growth and patroness of childbirth that Haumea becomes, like Lailai, the producer, or, like Pele, the destroyer of living things. Goddess of the sacred earth, she is venerated as the spiritual essence of that ageless womb out of which life is produced in changing forms and which finally, in the body of a woman, bears to Papa, through union with Wakea, the human race, or, more specifically, the Hawaiian people in direct descent from the ancestral gods. Part 3. The Chiefs. 20. Papa and Wakea. Genealogies are of great importance in Hawaiian social life since no one can claim admittance to the Papa Ali'i or ranking body of high chiefs with all its privileges and prerogatives who cannot trace his ancestry back to Ulu or Nanalu. Sons of Kiai and Hinakula. Chiefs of Maui and Hawaii generally trace from the Ulu genealogy, those of Kauai and Oahu from the Nanalu. Both lines are respected alike. Both stem from Wakea and Papa and follow approximately the same succession down to the name of Kiai as 12th in line from Wakea. It is to be observed that on the Ulu line 3 Nana names follow those of Ulu and his wife Uluko, and others occur down the line. This association of names is also found in the Moriori genealogy, where the names Tiki, Uru, and Gangana follow those of the gods Tu, Rongo, Tain, Tangaroa, Rongomai, Kahukura as given in Tregear's Maori Dictionary, page 669, quoted by Stokes. In Maori, Urut'in Gangana, Uluananana, heads the list of the family of gods from Rengi and Papa taught in the Werwananga or House of Learning, and presides over the Werkara temple situated at the place where man was first taught the doctrines of Tain and where occurred the creation, naming, of land and sea plants and animals. In Tahitian chants Uru is called the canoe bailer of Tu and Taaroa. Nana is one of the artisans who shapes the man-child Tain of Taaroa. Uruotia is the son of Ti, the first man, and Hina Tiutiamahaitwamia, the two-faced first woman. 3 others are born of the same pair and from these descend chiefs and commoners, Menehune, of Tahiti. From these comparisons it may be inferred that the names of Wakea and Papa as ancestors of the Hawaiian people derive from old tribal tradition. In the South Seas, Wakea, or his equivalent is god of light and of the heavens who opens the door of the sun. Papa is a goddess of earth and the underworld and mother of gods. The name of Wakea appears in the Hawaiian word for midday, Awakea. Papa, in Hawaii, is a word applied to any flat surface, especially to those foundation layers underseas from which new lands are said to rise, perhaps related in a figure to the successive generations of mankind born out of the vast waters of the spirit world and identified through their family leaders with the lands which they inhabit. Papa Hana Moku, Papa from whom lands are born, is her epithet. Stories and genealogies connect the Wakea Papa line with the myth already noticed of a marriage between a high chief from a distant land and a native-born chiefess. A struggle is implied between an older line and a new order which imposes the separation of chiefs from commoners and of both from a degraded slave class, and establishes religious taboos, especially as related to women, by which so powerful a weapon is placed in the hands of the new theocracy, chiefs working in harmony with the priesthood, as to control conduct and effectually to subordinate the people to their ruling chiefs. Wakea, from whom all Hawaiian genealogies stem as the ancestor of the Hawaiian people, both chiefs and commoners, is regarded as a man in Hawaiian tradition, not as a god as in southern groups. Stokes thinks him a duplicate of Kiai, 12th in descent from Wakea, husband of Hinakola, and father of Ulu and Nanulu. The southern equivalent of Kiai is Ti or Tiki, the first man, generally coupled with the story of the birth of the first woman out of a pile of sand impregnated by Tiki. A tradition which Stokes sees reflected in the Hawaiian euphemistic version of Wakea's infidelity to his wife Papa and marriage with the young daughter Ho'ohokukalani, the heavenly one who made the stars. The name indeed suggests that from this marriage descended the chiefs, since stars are ascribed to chiefs in Hawaiian lore. Wakea is called the son of Kahikoluamea, very ancient and sacred, and his wife Kupulanakaha. To them are born Lihaula, Lihuula, Lehuula, from whom are descended the priests, Kahuna, and Wakea from whom come the chiefs, Alii. From a third son, Makayu, some say by another wife, come the commoners, Makaina. In the 14th era of the Kumalipo chant occur the names of Wakea, Lehuula, Lihaula, and Makilukulukiolani, Makuu, in connection with the name Popanie, Kia. A name applied either to Wakea alone or to the whole family group named above. Popaniakea is said to have been born to Kupulanakaha when she lived with Kahiko, the very ancient sacred one. The name may mean end of the closing up of light, or opening up of light, possibly through the extending of the priestly line to include the chiefs. Malo, who does not name the third son, says that in the genealogy called Alalo, Kahiko, ancient, is the first Kanaka, man. Kepalino makes Kahiko an immigrant from Kahiki or a descendant of Lailai, who is the mother of the race on the Kumalipo genealogy. In the chant of Kamawalil about the birth of the islands, Kahiko is spoken of as O Kahiko ko Kumuena. Nana I Mahele ka Whale na Moku. Kahiko the root of the land. Who divided and separated the islands. The parceling out of the land among families of chiefs seems to be pointed to in this reference. Kamapua says that Kahikoluamea was descended from Kane Hulihonua, Kane made out of earth, and Koikee Hulilani, the shadow made of the sky, through their child Kapapaislaka, that he was a devout chief under whom the land was blessed. To his son Lihala belonged the priesthood of Milipomea, and to his son Wakea the temporal rule. During the early years of settlement, reasons Kamapua, there were few people and each family governed itself. The kahuna class was first separated from the rest of the family line, and it was not until some 100 years later that chiefs came to be set up over the land. Human sacrifices he thinks were unknown. According to Kepalino, the chiefs eventually found their power restricted by that of the priests, and they sought means of uniting the two offices under one line. Just how this was achieved is not made clear. Two Wakea legends are given which may or may not have reference to a struggle to unite the priestly office with that of ruling chief and to establish a closed class of chiefs who might claim the right to the sacred office through descent from the gods. Wakea's fight for the controlling power is one of these legends. His infidelity to his wife Papa and marriage with their daughter Ho'ohokukalani is the other, out of which grow the stories of the birth of Haloa and of Wea who succeed Wakea on the genealogies. Legend of Wakea's fight for power. Malo version. Kahiko at his death bequeaths the land to his elder son Lihaula, leaving Wakea destitute. Lihaula gives battle to Wakea the blonde, Ehu, against the advice of his counselor, who would not have him fight during the summer lest his men melt away. Lihaula is slain and Wakea takes over the rule. He fights with Kanai Kumuhonua and is defeated and obliged to take to sea. But as they are swimming about, his kahuna bids him form a symbolic heiau and its sacrifice with his hand, described much like our own hand game of the church and the steeple, gather his people together, and offer prayer to his god. Which done he renews the battle, is victorious, and wins the government, Alpuni. Those who place the fight in Hawaii say that he was driven to the extreme western islet of Kaula and thence oversea, others say that he fought in Kahikiku. Legend of Wakea and Ho'ohokukalani. Papa is the wife of Wakea. She, or some say the wife of his kahuna, bears a daughter Ho'ohokukalani who grows to be a beautiful girl. Wakea desires her but finds no way to gratify his desire without arousing Papa's jealousy. His kahuna Kamoa suggests that he arrange tapu nights when husband and wife shall separate, and tell Papa that this is done at the command of the god. Papa is unsuspicious and consents to the tapus. On the second of the tapu nights when he takes Ho'ohoku, He unluckily oversleeps, although the kahuna chants the awakening song, and Papa discovers the trick. Wakea and Papa separate, one spitting in the other's face as sign of repudiation. B. Kumalipo version, 12th era, translation after Daniel Ho'olapa. Great Papa bearer of islands. Papa lived with Wakea. Halolo the woman was born. Was born jealousy, anger. Papa was deceived by Wakea. He ordered the days in the month. The night to Kane for the last. The night to Hilo for the first. The house platform was tapu, to women, the place where they sat. The house where Wakea lived. And there follow a number of food tapus which further restrict women except of the highest rank. Legend of the Lauloa Taro. A. Na Society version. Ho'ohokuokalani's first child by her father Wakea is born in the form not of a human being but of a root, and is thrown away, Kiola, at the east corner of the house. Not long after a taro plant grows from the spot and afterwards, when a real child is born to them, Wakea names it from the stalk, Ha, and the length, Loa. B. Lyman version. The child of Papa is born deformed without arms or legs and is buried at night at the end of the long house. In the morning appear the stalk and leaves of a taro plant which Wakea names Haloa, long rootstock, and Papa's next child is named after this plant. According to Kepolino, it is with this second Haloa that the union between chief and priest takes place, Haloa having assumed the three natures of God, kahuna, and chief. His nature as God may perhaps be represented by the spirit of the unformed child which enters into him with the taking of the name of the plant which grows out of its body. It was an assertion of his power as a god that gave a chief the right to perform the sacred offices in the heiau which seems previously to have belonged to the kahuna alone. Of Wea, child of Haloa according to the Nanalu line and of Ho'ohokukalani according to the Ulu, tradition has nothing good to say. He is called a corrupt and evil ruler. Legend of Wa. In his time appeared a portent in the heavens in the shape of a head which spoke, commending Kahiko as a just ruler and reproving Wea because he had failed to keep up religious observances, to be courageous, to care for his people's welfare, but took thought for his own pleasure alone and for the acquiring of possessions. What king on the earth below lives an honest life, asks the head, and the people answer, Kahiko. What good has Kahiko done? Kahiko is well skilled in all the departments of government, he is priest, kahuna, and diviner, kilo. He looks after the people in his government, Kahiko is patient and forbearing. Then it is Kahiko who is the righteous, the benevolent man, says the head, and again it asks, what king on earth lives corruptly? And the people answer with a shout, Wea. What sin has he committed? He utters no prayers, he employs no priests, he has no diviner, he knows not how to govern, answer the people. To the cruel chief Hakau, who is said to have been so eager over shark fishing that he would chop a hand or a foot from one of his followers for bait, was given the sobriquet of Wea, and the chant runs. Harsh was Wea in cutting off hands of his companions at Mokahinia. He burnt the noses of the old men, cut off the hands of lovers, of women also who were weak, the heels of those who served. His sport was fishing. He consented to the lusts of his favorites, to the evil counsels of his friends. A pestilence is said to have come in his day, called Ikipuahola, leaving only 26 persons alive. When the sickness called Okuyu came in the time of Kamehameha, the medical Kahuna Kama told his chief that this was the same disease that visited the land in the days of Wea. The Wakea and Ho'ohoku legend is important on the one hand because of its connection with the establishment of the social order. It dates the regulation of the calendar with reference to tapu nights and the setting aside of certain foods as tapu to women. Kamapua even goes so far as to assert that until the time of Wakea plurality of wives was unknown. Certain it is that the keeping of tapu nights and food tapus would necessitate the building of separate houses and the cooking in separate ovens of food for men and women. As the tapu upon intercourse during the period of menstruation led to the women's occupying at such times a separate house called the Pa. The dedication of the tapu nights to the gods necessitated a strict calendar system based upon the phases of the moon, and as the priests alone kept these calculations, their influence was greatly increased at this time. The relation of the story to the introduction of social classes is left obscure. A legend ascribes to this period the introduction of the slave, Kawa, class through one of Papa's liaisons in revenge for Wakea's infidelity. Legend of the origin of the slave class. After Wakea deserts Papa for Ho'ohokukalani, Papa lives with Wakea's Kawa Hakualana and their son is Kiku. From his wife Lumalani comes Noah. Noah lives with a second Papa and has Pueonui Weluwelu, who lives with Noni and has Makanoni and another child. From this line spring the true Kawa, and if any member of another class has a child by a Kawa, that child belongs to the Kawa class. Today, with the breaking down of class barriers, members of the slave class are indistinguishable from the ruling classes, but formerly the Kawa were carefully segregated on lands of their own, forbidden to mix with others. Especially by intermarriage, and, when no criminal or captive was at hand for sacrifice to the gods, were drawn upon for such offerings. The term Kawa might, however, be used to show respect to a superior, as we say, your obedient servant, or to show affection, as of an older relative to a younger. It is likely that the Wakea Papa marriage is meant to represent, either in these two themselves or in their parents, the highest marriage relationship of a marriage pair, that of brother and sister in a high chief family. Called Mo Pio, sleeping in an arch, whose offspring took rank above either parent, that of a god, Akua. So in archaic Japan, brother and sister marriage was the common practice until broken up by Chinese influence. Kahanayaku-Akua, the boy brought up in Waolani on Oahu by the gods Kane and Kanaloa, is represented in Westervelt's romance of Kueomelemele, perhaps patterned upon the Wakea Papa episode, as married to his younger sister, whom he deserts for Pele's rival, Poliahu. As in that romance and in the legends of Papa's prototype Haumea, the scene of the Wakea Papa adventures is laid on Oahu. Wakea is born at Waolani on Oahu and he finds Papa in Ava district on Oahu, and there on Oahu the daughter Ho'ohoku is born. Kamapua states that, the children of Wakea, up to the time of the disappearance of Haumea, lived between Halawa and Waikiki and for the most part in the uplands and valleys. The land called Lalowea, and hence the name of Wakea's son Wea, was a fertile land. Wakea, or perhaps his descendants, returned and lived there up to the time of Kamehameha. Some of his descendants emigrated to Kahiki and some peopled the other islands of the group. The story then resolves itself into that of a chief of godlike rank, attached to the Kane and Kanaloa family of gods in Waolani, who weds a daughter of a closely related Ava family living in the land, and unites the priestly office with that of ruling chief. The chief later neglects his wife's family, who eventually disappear from the land, and unites his interests with some other ruling line. The pattern occurs too commonly in Hawaiian romance to give it special significance in this connection. Two chants in which the island births of Papa are made the theme for an enumeration of the islands of the group are so similar as to be certainly drawn from a common source. Both date from the time of Kamehameha and are hence not very early. Of the composers, Paki is called the kahuna of the Heiau of Manawai on Molokai, and Kalaikwahulu is described as a native of Kainalu on Molokai, son of the ruling chief Kumukoa and grandson of Kiwi, whom Kamehameha appointed to teach to some of the chiefs his knowledge of genealogies. Myth of Papahanamoku. A. Paki version. Wakea son of Kahikoluamea. Papa, called Papa giving birth to islands, was his wife. Eastern Kahiki, Western Kahiki were born. The regions below were born. The regions above were born. Hawaii was born. The firstborn child was the island Hawaii. Of Wakea together with Kane. And Papa in the person of Walaniu as wife. Papa became pregnant with the island. Sick with the fetus she bore. Great Maui was born, an island. Papa was in heavy travail with the island Kanaloa, Kaholawe. A child born to Papa. Papa left and returned to Tahiti. Went back to Tahiti at Kapakapakua. Wakea stayed, lived with Kaula as wife. Lanai Kaula was born. The firstborn of that wife. Wakea sought a new wife and found Hina. Hina lived as wife to Wakea. Hina became pregnant with the island of Molokai. The island of Molokai was a child of Hina. The messenger of Kaula, Lakala, told of Wakea's living with another woman. Papa was raging with jealousy. Papa returned from Tahiti. Bitter against her husband Wakea. Lived with Lua, a new husband. Oahu son of Lua was born. Oahu of Lua, an island child. A child of Lua's youth. She lived again with Wakea. Conceived by him. Became pregnant with the island Kauai. The island Kamawelulani was born. Niihau was an afterbirth. Lehua a boundary. Kaula the last. Of the low reef islands of Lono. Another chanter called Kahakuai Kamoana, the Lord of the Ocean, tells the story in a way to show that it is the ruling chiefs of each island upon whom his attention is directed. B. Kahakuai Kamoana version. Behold great broad Hawaii. Behold it emerge out of the underworld, Pa. The island comes forth, the land. The string of islands from Niumealani. The group of islands at the borders of Kahiki. Maui is born, an island, a land. For the children of Kamalalawalu, child of 8 branches, to dwell in. For Kolawea, the husband of Haumea. For Hinanui as wife. Was found Molokai, a god, a priest. A yellow flower from Nuumea. The chief, the heavenly one, stands forth. Anointed. With the living water of Kahiki. Lanai was found, an adopted child. For Kokanai when he slept. With Walanayu of Holani, Oahu. A sacred seed of Olahina. Kaholawe was born, a foundling. Olahina was summoned. Cut the navel cord of the little one. The afterbirth of the child was thrown. Into the bosom of the wave. In the froth of the billows. Was found a loincloth for the child. The island Molokini. Was an afterbirth was the island. Ahukini son of Lae stands forth. A chief from a foreign land. From the gill of the fish. From the whelming wave of Hail-Hail-Kalani. Oahu was found, the Wohi chief. A Wohi chiefship for Ahukini son of Lae. From Laikapu as husband. Laimealaikona as wife. At the Tapu temple of Nani. In the lightning on the sacred night of Makaliai. Kauai was born, a chief, an offspring of chiefs. Of the families of chiefs of Hawaii. Head of the islands. Spread out by the heavenly one. One Alia was the husband, Hanalae the wife. Niihau was born, a land, an island. A land like the navel string at the navel of the land. There were 3 children. Born on the same day. Niihau, Kaula, Nihoa, then. The mother became barren. No more lands appeared. The conception of Papahana Moku both as a human being wife of Wakea and progenitress of the long line of descendants who formed the common stock which peopled the Grupan as a foundation land out of which islands were formed agrees with the Hawaiian belief that land forms arise as the material body of the spirit which informs them and which is in effect a god with power. In some cases, to take human form at will. It is this belief in the animate nature of land forms which gives poetic integrity to the conception and raises it above a mere poetic conceit. It is certainly with this double meaning that the chanters of Kamehameha's day composed their hymns of the birth of the islands upon the pattern set in the story which tells of Wakea and Papa and their loves and angers. The attempt to give it literal meaning is as foreign to the Hawaiian composer's thought as that to rationalize it as a mere metaphor. Kamapua would have us compare a current birth story, as follows. Papa gives birth to a gourd, which forms a calabash and its cover. Wakea throws up the cover and it becomes the sky. He throws up the pulp and it becomes the sun. The seeds, and they become the stars, the white lining of the gourd, and it becomes the moon, the ripe white meat, and it becomes the clouds, the juice he pours over the clouds and it becomes rain. Of the calabash itself Wakea makes the land and the ocean. This charming conceit is exactly in the mood of Hawaiian riddling speech, and it would be absurd, says Kamapua, to take it literally. He thinks that the myth is a poetic way of telling the story of beloved ancestors, who presumably belonged to different branches tracing back to a common stock, who lived as chiefs and whose names were after their death given to the islands where their descendants settled and ruled. The names in Kahaku's chant are not those by which the islands were known to the earliest colonizers of the group. Wakea and Papa were not the first settlers on the islands, says Kamapua. They belonged rather to the middle period of colonization, and it was after their day that the islands were renamed. Hawaii, the firstborn, Maui, and Kauai were children of Wakea and Papa. Hawaii was called Lono Nui Akea in old days, Maui was Aikanaka-Kaha, Kauai was Kamawelu-Alani, the middle of the circle of the sky. Oahu was named after the good chief Ahu, son of Papa and Lua. Of old it was called Laloloamehani, Laloamehani, Lalowea, Lalohoaniani. The old name for Kahoolawe is said to be Kanaloa, although Emerson gives this name to Lanai. A chant name for Kahoolawe was Ko Malamalama, glowing vagina. Lanai was called Nanai or Lanai Kaula, Lanai the prophet, and a place on the island still bears this name. Both these islands were anciently inhabited by spirits alone, and neither chiefs nor commoners ventured upon them. Such is the story of Wakea and Papa, ancestors through Ki-ai of the Ulu and Nanalu lines from whom all high chiefs of the Hawaiian group stem. What the actual history was of the settlement of this ruling class upon the island still awaits analysis. It was a period of colonization and of organization under control of the priests and later under that of chiefs, a control united, according to the Wakea myth, in the person of Wea, compare Lalowea, or the still more mythical Haloa, son or grandson of Wakea, and follows a confusion of myths which tell of the creation of man out of black and red earth, of a flood which inundated the land, of a famous kahuna who at the command of his god led his son up to the hills for a religious sacrifice. Of genealogies tracing back of Wakea and Papa, the first ancestors of the Hawaiian people, both chiefs and commoners, to mythical progenitors and to the gods. Of stone and woodworkers who live in the forest uplands and are called the Mu, the Wa, and the Menehune people, of the overwhelming of the first two by the last group and their final migration to a mythical land of the gods. Of rival families of the gods, Akua, and their struggle for supremacy, the demigods, Kupua, who champion the cause of one or another overlord. The ancestral guardians, Aumakua, venerated in the bodies of plants and animals or of physical nature, about whom and their worshippers the story cycles revolve. Out of all these elements the first period of Hawaiian history is compounded. To the question of the meaning of the Papa and Wakea legend as it took shape in Hawaii no single answer can be given. Back of it is the Polynesian mythical conception of a dark formless spirit world presided over by the female element, and a world of form born out of the spirit world and to which it again returns. Made visible and active in this human life through light as the impregnating male element. Back of it is also the actual picture of society in Hawaii, revealing a struggle for ascendancy among incoming settlers both in the Hawaiian group itself and in earlier lands, an ascendancy dominated by the idea of ancestry from a divine parent stock and hence of grades of rank as revealed in family genealogies. 21. Genealogies. The genealogists of each island are said to favor a particular account of the beginnings of mankind and the ancestry of the Hawaiian people. The Kumuhonua tradition, according to which Ho'okumukahonua, founding of the race, as his name implies, is the original ancestor, is recited on Molokai. Hawaii and Maui genealogists favor the Opu Kahonua, or budding of the race. Oahu and Kauai follow the Kane Honua, overturner of the race, ancestral line. On the Kumuhonua genealogy, a line of chiefs leads down from Kumuhonua, the first man descended from the gods, through Laka, or Koloaikoeo, creeping toward the light, brother of Koloaikapa, creeping toward the night. To Nuyu, Kahinaliai, in whose time came the great flood known as the Sea of Kahinaliai, and thence to Luanuyu, Lu son of Nuyu, called also Kane Hoalani, ancestor of the Mu and Menehune people. To Hawaiiloa, called Kukauai Hawaii, the channel to Hawaii, and from him to Eliluolani, and from him to Kukalaniahu and his wife Kahakiue Koko, parents of Papahana Moku, the wife of Wakea. Malo calls Kumuhonua the father, through his wife Kamailai, the digger, of the root of the land, Mol o Kahonua, which may be interpreted as the rootstock of the race. An invocation for curing the sick begins. O Kumuhonua of Mehani. A spirit out of earth, a spirit out of heaven. Te Mehani is the name in Tahiti of the famous mountain crater on the island of Araiadia, called in old days Hawaii, where souls of the dead congregate for their journey to the other world. The Kumuhonua legend includes the story of the creation, by Kane and his associates, of Kumuhonua and his wife Lalahonua. Of their placing in a fertile garden from which they were driven because of disobedience to the laws of Kane, which some say had to do with a tree, of the change made in his name to Kane Laiuli as a fallen chief. And of his retreat to Puyukahonua after his trouble with Kane. It is impossible to say just what the legend originally implied. Kamapua speaks of Kane Laiuli as a noted chief who respected the laws and proposed excellent reforms which he was unable to carry through because of the greed of chiefs and so died. Kepalino and Fornander papers make him responsible for the coming of death into the world. Kepalino is writing for the Catholic Fathers and interested in interpreting genuine old tradition in the light of Christian teaching. Kamapua is a journalist, setting things down as he interprets them and unrestrained by foreign criticism and, it would seem, without access to either the Kepalino or Fornander papers. The Opukahonua genealogy opens with the coming to Hawaii, after the islands are already peopled, of the chief Opukahonua and his younger brothers Lolomu and Mihi and the woman Lana. And leads down to Papa and thence to the Kamehameha line. According to the Opukahonua legend, the islands were fished up out of the ocean by the great fisherman Kapuhianwi, the large-headed octopus. Fornander version. Kapuhianwi lets down his fish line into the sea from Kapahu and fishes up a piece of coral, which the kahuna Lalialamakwa advises him to throw back into the sea with prayer and the sacrifice of a pig. At the same time pronouncing a name over the coral, and for each piece he throws there rises an island, first Hawaii, then Maui, then Oahu, and so on. The incident is referred to in the lines of the famous chant of Makwakamana when Peo's canoe appears off Mo'ulenuiakea to invite a chief to come and live on Hawaii of the Greenback. A land found in the ocean. Thrown up out of the sea. From the very depths of Kanaloa. The white coral in the watery caves. That caught on the hook of the fisherman. The great fisherman of Kapahu. The great fisherman, Kapuhianiu. The Kumuuli genealogy, employed instead of the Kumuhonua on Kauai and Maui, is sacred to chiefs, to teach it to commoners is forbidden. The name is explained to mean, fallen chief, Kualiaikahuli, from Kumu meaning, chief, in poetic diction and, Ka-huli, fallen. It resembles the Kumuhonua up to a certain point, but differs in that it opens with the gods Kane, Kanaloa, Kwakahi, and their sister Maliu and wife Yukino-Opio as ancestors of Huli Honua. And leads down through Laka instead of Pili to Wakea through Kahiko and his wife Kapulanekau, instead of to Papa through her parents Kalaniehu and Kahakwakoko. In the legend of Kualiai it is quoted as the genealogical tree which leads down to Kamehameha. It names Kane Huli Honua and his wife Kuekea Hulilani as the first parents after the group of gods named above. A variant on the 12th branch of the Kumalipo says that at the close of the Alalo line were born Kumuhonua, Kane, Kanaloa, and Ahukai, the last three represented as triplets. Kahiko names follow among others, and the line closes with Wela Ahilani Nui, fiery hot heavenly one, the husband, O the wife. Kahiko Luamea the husband, Kupulanakaha the wife. Wakea the husband of Haumea, Papa, and Ho'ohokukalani, Haloa. The Kualiai genealogy, as it follows the Kumuuli down to Wakea, is incorporated into a chant of 618 lines in praise of the famous Oahu chief of the northern district who is said to have ruled the whole island during the 16th and 17th centuries and descent from whom is claimed on the line of Piniai Kalani, wife of Liloa of Hawaii. The story of its composition illustrates the high position given to professional poets among a people depending wholly upon oral memorizing. Two brothers, Kapahulani and Kamakolani, desire to better their position by securing a powerful patron. They are kahunas and skilled composers. They compose a panegyric to Kualiai, then stir up a conflict between him and a weaker rival, join opposite sides, lead the two forces to a concerted spot, and at the moment of joining battle, one brother chants the hymn of praise from the opposing side and Kualiai, pacified, gives up the battle. Whereupon the deluded chief against whom the plan is laid hastens to bestow upon his supposed savior lands and honors, which the chanter loyally shares with his younger brother. The Kumalipo genealogy, Kumu-U, Lipa, beginning in the darkness of night, that is, in the spirit world, is contained in a long chant of 2077 lines divided into two periods, the first that of the Pa or spirit world. The second that of the Ao or world of living men. That is, of ancestors who have lived on earth as human beings. The first part tells of the birth of the lower forms of life up through pairs of sea and land plants, fish and birds, creeping reptiles and creeping plants, to the mammals known to Hawaiians before the discovery by Europeans, the pig, the bat, the rat, and the dog. The second period opens with the breaking of light, the appearance of the woman Lailai and the coming of Kane the god, Kiai the man, Kanaloa the octopus, together with two others, Moanalihai Kawaokele, vast expanse of wet forest, whose name occurs in romance as a chief dwelling in the heavens, and Kupololiilialiaimua o Loaipa, dwelling in cold uplands of the first chiefs of the dim past, described as a long-lived man of very high rank. There follow over 1,000 lines of genealogical pairs, husband and wife, broken by passages containing myths familiar to us from other sources, those of Haumea, Papa and Wakea, Hina, and Maui. The chant is said to have been composed about 1700 for the young chief Ka'aiamamau, son of Kiwiaikekahialiaiokamoku, at the time he was dedicated in the heiau and given the burning, wela, honoring, hoano, and prostrating, mo, tapus which elevated him to the rank of a god. The child was born during the Makahiki festival and was hence given at birth the name of Lono Ikamakahiki. It is said that at the time of Captain Cook's arrival at Kealakekua Bay in 1789 during the Lono festival, when sacred honors were paid him in the heiau of Hikia as the returned god Lono, this chant was recitated by two officiating kahunas. It was given to Alapaiwahine, child by his own daughter, according to genealogists, of Ka'aiamamau and from her descended to the former king Kalakaua and his sister Liliuokalani who succeeded him. Kalakaua took an interest in genealogies and had the chant written down. When the German anthropologist, Adolf Bastian, visited the islands he studied the manuscript, recognized its importance, and made a partial translation into German which appears in his studies of sacred chants of Polynesia. In 1889 Kalakaua had his manuscript version printed, and this has become, in spite of many textual errors and alleged tampering with the original, the standard text for the Kumalipo. In 1897 appeared Liliuokalani's translation. There is no doubt that the first division of the chant is a reworking from old material. The conception of the birth from one form of matter to another, and from one form of life to another, corresponds with the text of the Werwananga or School of Learning belonging to the east coast of New Zealand. And to chants of the coming into being of living forms of nature collected in Tahiti, the Marquesas, and the Tuamotus. In Easter Island Metro found a myth in which 3 males and a female called Rrai, identical with Lailai, people the island. The latter half of the chant from the dawn of light, Ao, although phrased in chant language difficult to render with exactness into English. is nevertheless clearly designed to give the genealogical history of the family of Kiwi to which the young chief belonged and from which the family of Kalakaua and his sister claimed descent. The first part must be regarded as originally a simple and literal story of the development of natural forms on the earth. The antithesis between darkness and light which forms the structural basis of the chant means, according to one Hawaiian informant, Kapahi, the division between the spirit world of the gods, which includes all natural forms, and the world of men with which the family history begins. Hanau kupai ka pa, pano. Hanau maya puka I kueo, malamalama. Things born in the dark are of the night. Things born from and sprung up in the day, they are of the light. Are the original opening lines, says Kapahi, which were replaced in transcription by the fine scene of tumult with which, in our present copy of the chant, begins the birth of form in the pa. It was the correspondence of the chant with the evolutionary theory of creation which interested early scholars. A Hawaiian friend, Mrs. Pokini Robinson, who was familiar with Old Chief language and who read the chant for the first time, was convinced that the various stages of the pa are so phrased as to correspond with the development of a child from birth to the time when the light of reason dawns and he begins to act otherwise than from impulse. And she points out expressions belonging to infancy and the ceremonies connected with that period. If this is true, the chant has certainly been a good deal mishandled by later retouchings with a quite different theme in mind. Dar. Handy finds a parallel in a Marquesan chant in which the development of the child within the womb of the mother is somewhat similarly handled. Much interesting speculation is also possible in matching the progress of births into plant and animal forms with the growth and expansion of the race and with particular incidents in its history. This historical point of view has much in its favor. It implies a comparatively late reworking, perhaps several such, of a genuine old original with its simple conception of the birth of prehuman forms in the spirit world, pa, up to the coming of man, the image, ki, tii, tiki, who ushers in the world of human beings, ao, to correspond with the actual genealogical history of the Hawaiian line of chiefs from which the divine child to whom the chant is presented claims direct descent. 22. Era of Overturning. 12 generations from the beginning of the race, on the genealogy of Kumohonua, during the so-called Era of Overturning, Pohulihia, occurs the name of Nuyu, called also Nana Nuyu, Lana Nuyu, Nuyumea, Nuyumehani. He is called a great kahuna, and in his time came the flood known as Kayakahina, which may be translated as sea caused by Kahinalii or as sea that made the chiefs, Alii, fall down, Hina. Nuyu himself is called Kahinalii from this catastrophe, and after the flood he is known as Kukapuna, his wife is Kukikoa, and their 3 sons have names of winds that bring rain, Nalu. The story of Nuyu as told to the missionaries shows a decided tendency to strain after biblical analogy. A. Fornander version. Nuyu builds a large vessel and a house on top of it, called Wahieloa-Laka. In this he is saved from the flood, and after its subsidence Kane, Ku, and Lono enter the house and send him outside, where he finds himself on the summit of Mauna Kea on Hawaii at a place where there is a cave named after his wife Lilino. He worships the moon with offerings of awa, pig, and coconuts, thinking this is the god who has saved him. Kane descends, some say on a rainbow, and explains his mistake and accepts his offerings. In this version, as told on the island of Hawaii, he has 3 sons and his wife is named Lilinoe. Others say her name is Nuumialani. Some think he lands in Kahiki-Honua-Kele, a large and extensive country. B. Kepalino version. Nuyu, called Nuyupule, praying Nuyu, because he makes sacrifice to God, lives in the land Kahiki-Honua-Kele, in the mountains where Kumohonua was made by God. This is after the flood, which came as a punishment for the sin of Kumohonua. He built a Wahieloa-Laka and survived the flood, in which his brother-in-law and those others who jeered at him perished. Although Hawaiian tradition knows of the flood of Kahinalii and the term Wahieloa-Laka is familiar to old Hawaiians and may be translated canoe like a chief's house. The idea of a houseboat such as the legend describes is not a native tradition. Old people on Hawaii told Ellis that they were informed by their fathers that all the land had once been overflowed by the sea, except a small peak on Mauna Kea, where 2 human beings were preserved from the destruction that overtook the rest. But they said they had never heard of a ship or of Noah, having always been accustomed to call it the Kaikahinariai. The story of a flood in which 2 are saved on the summit of Mauna Kea has been told in connection with the myth of the undersea woman drawn up to become wife of a chief of Hawaii. Her father is Kahinaliai and her mother is named after the waves of the ocean. The brothers in the form of oopu fishes make the ocean waters rise to cover all mountaintops except that of Mauna Kea, where the chief, his wife, and his family are saved. The name of Kahinaliai is to be recalled as that of the father, or mother, of Pele in the flood version of her migration myth. When the mother accompanies her in the form of a wave and the brothers shout at the appearance of a sea that covers the flat island of Kahoolawe. It is natural to suppose that such a legend would arise about a volcanic deity whose activities are likely to be accompanied by inundations. Among the Maori, the mythical mother of the Pacific Ocean is a deity known by the name of Parafenuamea, an epithet said to refer to the devastation due to flood and closely resembling Pele's familiar chant name of Pelehonuamea. A biblical version of a flood story recorded by White from the Maori gives the name to a prophet who survives the flood on a raft upon which a house has been built. And elaborate flood stories outside the Polynesian area lay stress upon this house building. White, Maori, version. Parafenuamea and his son Tupunui Yuta build a raft and put a house upon it with food of fern root, sweet potato, and dogs, and they pray for rain and all are drowned except those in the raft. After pitching about on the sea for 8 moons they land on dry earth at Hawaii and pay homage to the god. Cat, Banks Islands, version. Cat takes his departure from the world Ghana. Here he builds a great canoe on the plain. His brothers laugh at him and ask how he will ever get it down to the sea. He takes into the canoe his own family and living creatures of the island, even those so small as ants, and shuts himself inside while he prays for rain. A deluge follows which tears a channel to the sea and he makes off, taking with him the best things of the island and leaving a lake where the plain had been. He is expected to return and foreigners arriving at the island have been taken for Cat and his brethren. Thompson, Fiji, version. The twin grandnephews of Ndengiai, the serpent god of the Kavandra mountain on Viti Levu to whom men are indebted for fire, good crops, rain, and victory in war, have a pet pigeon which is their delight. During their absence Ndengiai secures the pigeon to waken him in the morning with its cooing. The boys are angry and shoot the pigeon dead with the bough called summer lightning. Ndengiai proclaims war but Rokolo, head of the carpenter's clan, builds an impregnable fortress. Ndengiai's seer dreams that if a Vungayabi tree that stands near the wall is cut down the fortress can be taken. A flood follows the cutting of the tree, the fort capitulates, and the carpenters are exiled. They sail away and establish their craft on Reva. For the boys Rokolo builds a wonderful boat called Nawainawanua, the lifeboats, and they sail westward and are never heard of again, although it is prophesied that they will return. Brewster gives a song and dance version of the myth called the Meek of Turukua, Song of the Pigeon. He adds that it is because of the scattering of the carpenters over the islands that Fiji outrigger canoes and Fiji woodwork excel throughout the Pacific. Tongans learned the art from the Fijians. The place is shown where the ark was built by Rokolo. The river Reva gushed from the roots of the sacred myrtle when an arrow was shot into it. In the Lau Islands it is said that the god of carpenters shot Ndengiai's cock with an arrow and Ndengiai sent a flood. In Tonga the story goes that Tangaloa Tufunga, god of carpenters, who fished up the Tonga group, came down with his son from heaven and built on Fiji an impregnable fort. A Fijian god sent rain and floated the fort away with the carpenters inside, and thus the carpenters came to be scattered over the earth. In Dobu a magic mango tree closes up when an attempt is made to fell it, but when finally felled its fall is followed by a flood. A myth of a tree rooted in the waters of the underworld is reported also for Hawaii by Mrs. Pukue, who had it from Kawahinihula of Waipio Valley. Flood Tree Myth. Up Waipio Valley is a Kupua Kawau tree which grows over the waters of Arewaiaulu, the water of growth, life, and holds these waters together with its great roots. Were it not for this tree, the water would fill the valleys of Waipio and Waimanu. In the Marquesas a tree is planted over Tohtaika's head to prevent his ever rising again. He causes it to rain and washes away the tree and drowns all the people. No natural catastrophe of this kind occurs in Polynesia without an explanation in the vengeance of an aggrieved god. Parafenuamea prayed for the flood because men would not listen to the teachings of Tane. The Maori say that in the days of Mataho, Puta caused the land to be turned upside down so that all were destroyed because they would not listen to his teaching. Another Maori story says that a woman lifts a bit of tongue from a tapu oven and eats it, and in consequence the whole 2,000 of her tribe are overwhelmed in a flood to appease the wrath of the sea monster, Tanoa, who is the guardian of the fishing ground. In the Tuamotus, the spirit of the murdered Temahij, called Overturner of Earth, is aided by his grandfather to submerge the island of Tairo, whose people were responsible for his death, and the neighboring islands. Tanoa overturns the island Fatuoku and drowns everybody upon it because he overhears himself criticized by his wife's family. Only he himself and his wife escape. The escape of a single couple or of a family group who have heeded the god's warning is a common ending to South Sea flood stories. A particular turn is given to some Tahitian versions where the husband proposes a more likely place of escape and the wife insists upon following the god's advice. The type is found on the island of Maui, where a low hill on the southwest side of the island which has escaped flooding by an old lava stream is explained as the place where a couple took refuge on the insistence of the wife during a volcanic eruption. Maori Ruatapu, child of Uinuku at Aotea, is angry because his father places the brother born of a royal mother ahead of himself, who is born of a slave mother. He takes a boatload of young chiefs far out to sea and drowns them all. Only Paikea escapes. Ruatapu promises to return, in the great nights of the 8th moon, and bids the people retire to the mountain in order to escape destruction. At the appointed time he comes upon the land in the form of a rushing tidal wave and all are drowned who have remained by the sea. Tahiti. Two friends go to fish and disturb the spot sacred to a sea deity called Ruahatatinirau in whose hair the hook is tangled. He is appeased by their prayers and bids them assemble all the royal family on a little reef as the land is to be submerged in revenge for the breaking of his tapu. Some scoff, but all the royal family are saved. Ruahatu, asleep in the sea bottom, is caught in the hair by a fisherman's hook and in anger sends a flood, but, pacified by the fisherman's offerings, tells him and his wife that they will be safe if they go to Toamarama Islet. The man suggests climbing the mountain but the wife dissuades him and they alone are saved. Long ago Tahiti Nui and Tahiti Iki were submerged and, except for the birds and insects preserved by the gods, only a single couple and the things they saved survived. The man proposes fleeing to the lofty peak of Orahina. The woman foresees that it will be flooded and directs their way to Pitohaitai. This is the only land that emerges between Tahiti and Moorea. After 10 nights the rain ceases. They remain in a cave in the mountain until the heavens are calm and clear. Nothing but bare earth remains on the land and they have nothing to eat but fish and red earth. Twins are born, and the third day a third child. Eventually Tahiti and Moorea are repeopled and plants and trees grow up and bear fruit and cover the ground. Andaman. Minikara once broke some firewood in the evening. A great storm came and killed many people and turned them into birds and fishes. The water rose up over the trees. Minikara and Minikota took the fire in a cooking pot and went up the hill to a cave where the fire was kept alight until the storm was over. The form of the name Kaikahinalii is used by the Maori in speaking of Te Taio Wenaku, or Oruatapu, son of Wenaku. Wenaku was a very celebrated high priest and ancestor of many Maoris, living in Areaiadia, Tahiti, and Rarotonga at the time of the Great Migration to New Zealand in the 14th century. He stopped civil war, bloodshed, and cannibalism, says Skinner. A tidal wave in the Marquesas is called taitoko, possibly from the ancestor Toko, from two of whose 12 sons the Marquesans claim descent. In myth it is difficult to say in individual cases whether terms like Kaikahinaliai refer literally to an inundation or tidal wave sweeping the land, a catastrophe which occurs all too often in the South Seas, or are to be taken figuratively as an invasion of some sort, the downfall of one leading family and its gods and the rise of another. Although tidal waves on the high islands are not so disastrous as the myth would represent. A small inhabited coral island is subject at irregular intervals to a complete inundation from which a small remnant may escape by clinging to the tops of the coconut trees. Churchill records an earthquake which sunk the land where 2,000 lived, and there are records throughout the South Seas of occasions in which whole islands have disappeared utterly. In the Hawaiian group, the sinking of populated coastal areas due to earthquakes or other volcanic phenomena must have left its traces upon old tradition. Such an area on the Hilo coast still shows the tops of submerged coconut trees which once grew on firm land. Another important area pointed out by tradition is the coast about the hill Kawiki in Hana, East Maui, where Kane and Kanaloa are supposed to have made their home. It is possible that the subsidence of this thickly populated area at a time of volcanic eruption resulted in the rise of a rival power on Hawaii under a reorganized priesthood which sought cooperation with the goddess Pele. 23. Mu and Menehune People. Lunuyu, Second Nuyu, or Cycle of Time, called also Kane Ho'olani, Lalokona, Puanaweo, Kumamenehune, Kuho'oya, Kuwaiki, is placed as the 12th name from Nuyu on the Kumuhonua genealogical line. Laka, Kopalupulu, and Pailai are his sons. Maui, Kanaloa and Kanipua, Wahanui, and Makaliai are the mythical names belonging to his period. The names Puanaweo and Kumamenehune refer to him as ancestor of the Naweo and Menehune people. Ho'oia is an epithet applied to one who confirms the truth, Oioio, Ike to one who is keen-witted, Ike. The name of Lalokona and the wives of Honuape-Lalo are said to be derived from his migration to a remote country called Honue-Lalo to the south. The name Kane Ho'olani, Malo equates with Kane Wahilani and calls him a god who rules the heavens. It is the name given to the phallic stones called stones of Kane, set up at the place of family worship, where prayer and sacrifice are offered to an ancestral deity for help in time of need. A legend is told of Luanuyu to explain why the highest peak rising cone-shaped from the ridge back of Kualoa on the north side of Oahu has the name of Kane Ho'olani and the two lower peaks those of Kupalupulu and Pailai Luanuyu. The god Kane orders Luanuyu to perform a sacrifice, and as he finds no suitable place for this offering in the mountains of Kahikiku where he is then living, he is told to travel eastward until he finds a sharp-pointed hill projecting precipitately into the ocean. He sails in his canoe with his son Kupalupulu and his servant Pailai to the ridge back of Kualoa on Oahu and here performs the sacrifice. On the Kumuhonua genealogy, Luanuyu becomes the father by a slave wife of the Naweo, the wild people, a Mu race living on bananas in the forest, Kalahui Mueai Maialao Halil, and described by Fornander as a people of large size, wild, who did not associate with Kanakas, men. Hunting people, Lahui Aulula Halahalona, numerous in former times, but now, disappeared. The Naweo are ancestors of the Mu, silent, and Wa, shouting, people listed as Namu and Nawa among the Aumakua, and all three are invoked as Kuamu, Kuawa. Kuaweo by those who go to the upland forest for tree felling and by the multitude at the Ohiaku procession when bringing down a tree for the god of a newly dedicated heiau. Any man who comes into the path of such a procession may be seized for sacrifice. A sorcerer's invocation to such an Aumakua runs. O Kuamu, go thou to, name of victim. Enter him, head and tail. Let him become your bread and meat. Return not again until he is devoured of worms. By his chiefest wife Mihakulani, Mi Heavenly Lord, or Mihaiwa, Black, Luanuyu becomes the father of the Menehune people, a numerous and powerful race from whom the present race of Hawaiians is descended. The older branch of the Menehune are descended from a Halaholo, a wanderer, the younger branch from a son called Kaimaipukuku or Kinaloa Mano, many descendants of Mano. There are 12 sons, in all of whom Loanaiu becomes ancestor, equated by Fornander with the 12 sons of Toho, Toko, in Marquesan legends, from 2 of whom, Adia and Tane, the Marquesans count descent. From one of these 12 descends Hawaiiloa the Navigator. It is evident that we have here to do, in the legend of Loanaiu and his forest-dwelling, banana-eating progeny, with that period of early settlement noted in the chant of Kumalipo as directly following the dawn of day, Ao, and the appearance of Kane, Ki, and Kanaloa. When the ancestors dwelt in the uplands on the edge of the damp forests favorable to the planting of bananas, which were their principal food, the period expressed in the names, vast expanse of forest, Moanalihai Kawaokele, and, dwelling in cold uplands of the first chiefs of the dim past, Kupololiilialiaimuoloipa. During this period and under Luanuiu, according to Fornander, the use of incision was introduced. And from such a reference to the rite as occurs in the Palila legend, it is at least possible to infer that incision began during this time to distinguish the Kane people from the wild, and was regarded as a necessary step to becoming a marriageable member of the ancestral stock. Kupulupulu, the son of Luanuiu, is Koloaikoeo, or Laka on the Kumuhonua genealogy, and the name itself refers to the wild fern growth of those damp forests of which Laka is patron. The word Pili is a term applied to an indirect relation, a sort of hanger-on. The Kumuhonua genealogy descends from Pili to Papa, the Kumuli from Laka to Wakea, husband of Papa. On the side of mythology, Stokes thinks that Wakea's infidelity to Papa in the affair of Ho'ohoku is a misplaced episode belonging to Tiki in the South Islands and should be related of Ki, who appears 12 generations down the line on the Wakea genealogy as father of Ulu and Nanaulu, from whom descend the high chiefs of the Hawaiian group. It is in fact likely that the whole Kumuhonua line down to Wakea is a mere threefold duplication of the Wakea line down to Ki. Koloaikapa and Koloaikoeo, born to Kumuhonua's wife after the two were driven out of their home by Kane's bird, duplicate Haloa the taro plant, and Haloa the sun, born from the unfortunate affair of Wakea with Ho'ohoku, from which, however, sprung the line of ruling chiefs. If Kumuhonua as the fallen chief who brought death into the world is the equivalent of Wakea, then the death for which he was responsible is not natural death, which to a Hawaiian could occur only in extreme old age when a man, withered up and flattened out like a lauhala mat, as they express it, but to premature death as a punishment for transgression against a law of the Aumakua. Wakea's sin was not one of incest, but of breaking the tapu upon intercourse with women during the tapu of the god. This it was that caused Kane's anger and drove the race down to death. This may be the explanation of the excellent laws made by Kumuhonua, alluded to by Kamapua, which were the cause of his being driven out of the land. They were laws of Kane, and as such any infringement was punishable by death. Stories of the Mu and Menehune forest livers, who are placed by genealogists among the early generations of Kumuhonua's offspring, also include a legend of migration, but generally not pictured as compulsory, away from their home on this group to some mysterious other world of the gods. Besides this tradition of migration, there have gathered a number of traditions about these Mu and Menehune people, most of them from Kauai and Oahu, all of which represent the 2, or 3, groups as former inhabitants of the islands. Sometimes as aborigines, but more often as introduced from abroad and living in upland forests. The Menehune are called human, as distinguished from the wild Naweo people, most of whom they are said to have exterminated. To the Menehune, or sometimes to the Mu, is ascribed the building of old heiaus, fish ponds, and other stonework found about the island. The legend of the Kauai chief Ola is connected with these people, and that of the Oahu chief Kahanaiokauakua, the ward of Kane and Kanaloa at Waolani. It is hazardous to attempt to untangle from these legends the actual interweaving of fancy and fact which has gone to their shaping. The Weo is that part of the mountainside inhabited by spirits alone, and it is tempting to regard the Mu and Wa of the Naweo family as nature spirits represented in the silent and noisy living creatures who dwell there. Like the rat and the gecko, Moo, who play so important a part in Hawaiian Aumakua legends. But these Aumakua creatures had their human offspring as well from whom Hawaiian families count descent, and it is possible that certain short, stocky family types of very primitive culture were referred to such ancestry. Hawaiian families count the Menehune as their ancestral spirits and helpers, and these little people play the part of benevolent godparents to their descendants. On the other hand, Hawaiians speak of Ipa spirits who are tricky rather than helpful to mankind. A family story told in Kau district on Hawaii illustrates the benevolent activities of the Menehune spirits, and many examples occur in old legends like those of Laka, Hinakalo, and Kawelo. Story of Kiahaialoa. Koahialoa, eternal fire, is adopted by an older sister of her mother and taken to Kauai, where she is neglected. Until finally she is taken in by an aged couple who find her nibbling raw potatoes in their garden patch and pity her starving condition. When she arrives at marriageable age, her parents in Kau are made aware of her aunt's neglect, and the father goes to seek his child, encouraged by a propitious dream in the form of his guardian shark who assures him of protection. Meanwhile, the land agent of the district has chanced to see the beautiful girl and fallen in love with her. The night before the marriage, mysterious sounds are heard. The Menehune people, her family gods, are preparing a sumptuous marriage feast. Her father arrives in time to give his blessing, and she decrees that never again shall an older sister be allowed to adopt a niece, but only a younger sister, and this rule is observed in the family to this day. Legend of the Mu People. A. Rice, Kauai, version. After the deluge there were left 3 peoples who made their home on Kauai, the Mu, Rinamu, the Wa, Kunawa, and the Menehune. Kualanui Kiniakua, Kualu of the Little Gods, and his son Kualanui Pakumakamoku, Kualu of the Broken Rope, are chiefs of the Mu people in Kahiki. They travel from Kapaiahai, New Zealand, to Kamawelulani, Kauai, and their Ola is born. The Menehune are then summoned back from Kapaiahai to serve Ola. They live for some time at Lumahai, then at Wainiha, then at Lanihuli, then they migrate in order to preserve the purity of the race, because the people are found to be intermarrying with the Hawaiians. B. Kanahinamoku, Oahu, version. The Mu are banana-eating people of Kwaihalani, one of the divisions of the floating land of Kanehunamoku. They are sent for to Kauai to help Ola with his building. A few of them divide from the Menehune at Peleaiholani on Kauai and travel over the ridges to a rocky gulch called Laau in the mountains of Wainiha, where they live with their wives and find water in abundance and till the soil of the uplands. They are dwarf people, banana planters and hairy, with round stomachs as distinguished from the Menehune, who are smooth people with distended stomachs. After the work is completed for their chief Ola, all return to the floating land of Kwaihalani and never return, but 2 Mu are left asleep under banana leaves. C. Green version. When Peo comes to Hawaii, he first visits Kahiki and brings thence the Menehune Kamueaimaya, bug-mouth Menehune banana eaters, so called because of their small mouths, and they land in Puna. D. Lydgate version. The Mueaimaya, banana-eating people, are aborigines of Kauai, already there when the first people come to the island. They are a short stocky race with bushy hair, beards, and eyebrows, active runners, and with a guttural way of talking different from the Hawaiian. They know nothing of cooking food and live on wild plants. They live at Laau at the headwaters of the Wainiha, where the wild bananas still grow, which were their food. Campers must be on their guard lest these little people steal up and make off with food that is cooking by piercing it with sharp sticks. Hawaiians still fear to camp on the small plateau above the valley where the Mu made their home, believing it to be still haunted by their spirits. Legend of the Menehune People. A. Rice, Kauai, version. Menehune are a pygmy people, about 2 feet in height. Their food is a pudding of the starch plant, Haumea, squash, Pauei, made from a wild plant in the forest, sweet potato pudding, Koelepalau, and cooked taro leaves, luau. They live in caves. Their trails along the Kauai cliffs can still be seen and the hollows where they planted. The sports in which they indulge are top spinning, olohu, quoits, maika, shooting arrows, Kamapua, hide the thimble, puhinahine, foot races, sled races, hand wrestling, buma or kalakalai, and diving off a cliff. Kahunas, soothsayers, astrologers belong to the company of the chief. Storytellers, fun-makers, minstrels, and musicians furnish him amusement. The nose flute and the ti leaf trumpet, the ukique stringed instrument, and the shark-skin drum are their accompaniments. The Menehune migrate under their chief Maoli Kulaiakia with Haumea to New Zealand, hence the name Maori for the New Zealanders, and Raiatea for a place there. They are accompanied by the chief Ailiiki Ola and his wife Lapoa. They return to Kauai to serve Ola as expert builders and craftsmen when he becomes ruling chief in Waimea, and increase in such numbers that the grown men can form 2 rows from Makaweli to Wailua. Papa Nina is the guard who lays out the work required by the chiefs. A bow-legged, deep-voiced Menehune named Whaley is sheriff for the chief and planted the breadfruit trees on the plain of Lumahai. A Menehune named Maliu once lingered in a Hawaiian house and was missed from work, but escaped punishment because he was able to report the discovery of a new spring of fresh water. After living some time in the Lanihuli Valley, the Menehune are commanded to migrate because they are being troubled by thieving and the men are taking wives among the Hawaiians and destroying the purity of the race. Not a single expert craftsman is allowed to remain behind. Along the route they traveled, offerings of leaves are still made to certain rocks which mark the petrified body of one or another of their number who was so changed because of disobedience or folly. And who is still supposed to have control over the weather. B. Fornander, Oahu, version. Miulani, Lewalani, heavenly space, has 2 sons, Lanahunwa, father of Paumakua, and Kahanoanewa, Paumakua's uncle. Kahano introduces the Menehune people from Kahiki and establishes them on Oahu as laborers at Kailua in Ko'olau, and at Pauoa and Puena in Kona as servants for his mistress Kahihikuokalani, identified by Fornander with Kahihiokalani. Wife of Nanakayaka and mother of Kapua, or Heleipua. He stretched out his hands to the farthest bounds of Kahiki and on them came the Menehune people to Oahu, and, when the sun vanished and the earth became dark, Kahano brought the sun back again. Kulionui, Ku loud voice, is their leader, whose voice was heard all over the island, summoning them to work. C. Migration, Oahu, legend. 1. Wahanui, ruling chief of Honue Lalo, oppresses the Menehune, and their god Kane sends Kanaloa and Kanipua to lead them away from Kapakapa'a Kane, the place where Kumuhonua's sons Laka and Pili have taken refuge. To the Ainamomona Kane, fat land of Kane, or Kawanlauina Kane, or Kainai-Kahopa Kane, the original continent which once connected all the island groups before it was overwhelmed and broken up by inundation. The 4 Ku days are to be kept as a memorial of this deliverance. 2. The Menehune have a heiau at Kukeu. The owl god, at Puyupueo, Owl Hill, summons the owls of Kauai and drives the Menehune out of the valley, or Qualiai the great chief of Oahu is their persecutor. Ola legend. A. Rice version. Ola is the son of Kualanui Pakamakamoku, a chief of the Mu people, and the chiefess Kohapuola from Piepe on the Waimea side above Hanapepe, whom the chief meets clandestinely. His name Ola is given when he is recognized by his father and thus saved from death, Ola, for breaking the chief's tapu. He succeeds his father in the rule over the Waimea district. Desiring to bring water to the taro patches of the Waimea flats, he is advised by his kahuna pai to proclaim a tapu and summon the Menehune people to his aid. Each brings a stone and the watercourse, Kikiola, is laid in a single night. These people also build the heiau of Haola named after the famous city of refuge of his father at Keikaha. They camp on the flats above called Kanaloa Huluhulu, plant taro, which is still growing on the cliffs of Kalalau, and build a big oven, Kapuahiola, between Kalalau and Waimea. They also make a road of sticks, Kiki Papa Aola, through the swamps of Alakai to the height above Wainiha. B. Knutson version. The chief priest of Ola's father's time is a powerful and designing man who causes any nominee from the chief's party to be assassinated. Ola is therefore brought up in retirement as if under the displeasure of his father, and only at the age of 24, when he is able to defend himself by warlike skill, is he publicly elected for the succession. The chief priest recognizes the youth as he appears before the people and hurls at him the sacred javelin, but Ola wards it off and the priest takes his own life. It is because of this event that the heiau at Waiawa on Kauai is called Hauola, stricken with a spear. See, from version. Pai is the chief of Waimea who gets the Menehune to construct for him a dam across the Waimea River and a watercourse leading from it to a place above Kikiola. The Menehune are brought from the mountains of Puyukapele, and the sound, hum, of their voices gives rise to the saying, Wawa ka Menehune I Puyukapele ma Kauai, Poho ka Manu o ka Loko o Kawainui ma Kololoa. Oahu, the noise of the Menehune at Puyukapele on Kauai startles the birds on the fish pond of Kawainui at Kololoa, Oahu. It is Ola who builds the three-stepped heiau called Ahulolu at the foot of Puyukapele crater cone on Kauai. D. Kanahinamoku version. Kikiola is the chief of Waimea. Hilokwamauna the priest hears from Kane that only through Kanahinamoku and his people can the dam and watercourse of Waimea be constructed. The chief seems to be the sacrifice to be offered at its completion. The services of the little people are requested. Kanahinamoku receives from Kane a branch of red fruit as a token of the god's consent and grants the request. The Waimea chief also asks for the sacred chiefess Namako Kahai for his wife, but this request is refused. After the completion of the work, Namaka and Kanahinamoku depart with the Menehune in the move from La'au to the floating land of Kwaihilani and never return. A curious resemblance between some of the incidents in these Kauai stories and episodes in the legend of Omi on Hawaii may be merely fortuitous or may point to interchange of legends between the two islands. The story of the birth of Omi, although more fully elaborated, resembles that of Ola. UMI story. On a journey into the country, Leiloa finds a beautiful woman at her bathing pool and makes her his wife. He gives her his loincloth, whale-tooth necklace, and war club as tokens for the child. Omi becomes a nuisance to his supposed father because he gives away food lavishly, and his mother sends him to Leiloa wearing the tokens. The chief makes him a favorite and eventually Omi usurps the place of the legitimate heir. Ola story. Ola's father has an affair with a chiefess from Piepe on the Waimea side above Hanapepe and leaves his malo and whale-tooth necklace for the child who is to be born. The child grows up mischievous and the mother sends him to the father living in Waimea. She follows with the tokens, tossing and catching nuts as she walks, according to the kahuna's instructions, and since none falls she is successful in freeing her child, whom she finds bound and about to be sacrificed for breaking the chief's tapu. And later she secures his succession to the ruling power. An incident in Rice's story of the Birdman of Wainiha, who handles invaders at a narrow pass, resembles the account of how Nau held back Omi when he came to invade Hilo. UMI story. Seeing the water muddied as it flows into the sea, Nau goes up into the hills to investigate. There he hides at the defile and thrusts each man with his spear until Paimaiwae leaps down from above and kills him. Wainiha story. Lahi and his uncle Kanealohi live in the Wainiha Valley and go up to Kilohana to catch uayu birds for food, a kind of bird that seeks its nest in the cliffs by day, blinded by the light. Their first enemy is a giant whom they lure into a hole and kill. Their next is the chief with 400 soldiers who objects to the depredations among the birds. They sit on a rock eating birds and watch the rippling of the water below for men approaching, hence a popular proverb. The boy hides at the pass and throws all 400 men over the cliff. The chief comes last and, recognizing Lahi as his own son, invites him to the village. He prepares a trap, but this the boy discovers and, burning down the house with his treacherous father and followers within, takes over the rule of the land. Legend of the Trapped Wife. A. Lydgate version. A band of banana eaters settle above the Wainiha Valley. A bird catcher from the village below becomes friendly with them and marries a pretty banana eater. Their beautiful daughter is sought as wife by the chief from her father's village, but is too wild to consent to leave her old home. The chief organizes a boar hunt. At Ipu Wainui he bids his followers approach silently as he hears the sound of tapa beating. Her father, who desires the match, conceals the chief in the house, rolled up in a mat. When the girl enters she is caught by both father and lover, bound, and conveyed to the sea in a litter, manele. She becomes the chief's wife and mother of a beautiful daughter. B. Rice version. In a cave below a waterfall at Holuamanu in the mountains above Makaweli lives a Moo. A child of the family is fretful and is told to go to the Moo and live with her. She obeys, the Moo treats her kindly and the girl is happy. The family however wish to recover her and succeed in trapping her in a net. She is carried to Haumea where she becomes gradually reconciled, grows into a beautiful woman, and marries the ruling chief. Oahu Canoe Legends. A. Kahanaio-Kuakua, adopted by the gods, is brought from a foreign land and reared by the gods Kane and Kanaloa who live at Waolani Heiau. Kahanai lives at the heiau of Kahiki built by the Menehune and presided over by the kahuna who founded the priesthood called Moo Kahuna. Kahanai wants canoes to visit his former home. Both Mu and Menehune set to work to furnish them. The Menehune get the work done first, hence the Namunawa leave their canoes in the ditch, where they long remain. On his return, both classes of little people welcome him with shouts, the Ipa in the uplands, the Menehune at the shore to lift the travelers from the canoe and later to prepare them houses. When the fish tree Makale is brought to Oahu the little people shout so loud that the tree falls where it stands and cannot be brought up to Waolani. Hence the Menehune and Ipa people, Namunawa, are banished from Waolani. B. Kakae's wife wants a canoe to go in search of her brother and Kakae sends Kukupua to find a suitable koa tree for the purpose. Since Kakae is a descendant of the Menehune, the little people set to work to make the canoe. But day breaks before they can get it dragged down to the shore and it is left in the ditch at Kalala near Waikahauilu where it goes by the name of Kawaike Kupua, the canoe of the Kupua. The Kahanai story may be compared with a similar situation in a Samoan boat-building legend. Mata-Idiite comes seeking a husband and finally finds one to her liking. She begs to have a boat built and asks Tagaloa to send her boat builders. They work in the woods and are to be fed daily without being seen. One day the women, when they bring them food, slip in upon them secretly and they fly back to heaven. They are naked and have no axes but work with their teeth. Heiau said to be built by the Menehune, are to be found among the oldest temple structures on each island. On Molokai they built a heiau on the cliff at Waikolu Valley near Kalaupapa which no one has been able to reach either from above or below, and the Luakini heiau of Paki between Walapue and Manawai, said to be dedicated to Hina. On Maui the Pihana heiau at Wailuku was built by the Menehune, in a single night, from stones brought from Paukukalo Beach. Halo Kane and Puyukini are other Maui heiaus built by the Menehune. It is said that in constructing a heiau it was the custom for a chief over a large district to line up all the men under him and pass the stones from hand to hand until all was in place, much like our own barn raisings in pioneer life. The time element is important in these Menehune structures, especially as the workers themselves become purely mythical beings and night is the time of their activity. Raffles reports a similar tradition from Java where, he says, the temples themselves were conceived to have been the work of a divinity, and to have been constructed in one night. In Tonga a space between what was once two islands is filled in and trees are planted, in a single night. A Menehune class is known in other groups, especially in Tahiti, where the first migration from Hawaii, Araiadia, which settled Tahiti was composed of commoners alone and hence the island was known as Tahiti Menehune. Those Menehune who remained agriculturists later formed the lowest social class of plebeians and were used for sacrifice. The warriors became chiefs and their families intermarried with the royal family of Opoa in Araiadia. Archaeological remains preserve the records of these changes in population. Two types of Meri exist, the inland belonging to an earlier culture and represented on Necker Island and occasionally on Hawaii by the platform structure. The later, the walled Meri. Common on coastal Tahiti and introduced there from Aikanaka-Kaha, by the Lath or 13th century, and from Tahiti into Hawaii between 1100 and 1400 when the Great Migrations took place which introduced the culture that prevailed in the Hawaiian group at the time of its discovery by Cook. In the western Tuamotus the Menehune are known as ancient people of Tahiti, and former adversaries of the Tuamotuans, say the eastern Tuamotuans. They are sometimes spoken of as giants, as at Tatakoto and Vahitahi, but in Tatakoto as friendly giants. In Rarotonga, among the clans of Tangia's people over whom he makes Iro chief are the Manaan, said to be found also in Mangaia and known traditionally to the Maoris. Stories of spirit races who have relations with human beings are reported from Polynesian groups. In New Zealand the Patapiri, or Pyri, are a wild race of spirits who inhabit the mountains. When Maui fished up the South Island of New Zealand he left Kuei in charge. The Tutumaeo people from the other side of the ocean annihilated his people. The Turhu, a fairy-like people, came over the ocean and annihilated the Tutumaeo people. The descendants of Maui now came to the island and lived among the Turhu and after 10 generations exterminated them and today they are the Patapirihi, wild men, dwelling in the mountains. They have reddish skin, hair with a golden tinge called Yuayukahu, Hawaiian Ahu, eyes black or blue. Pippi, wife of Ira the son of Wenuku, is famed as an Uruku. Albinos are considered the offspring of Maori women with fairy lovers. The Patapiri may be seen in the early morning. They are full-sized, dress in white, are not tattooed, and nurse children in their arms. They are a very numerous people, merry, cheerful, singing like crickets. They work at night and cease working when the sun rises. Their skin is light like that of a European. They do not bend down the reeds when they walk. Their canoe is a stem of flax. From them Kahukura learns to make netting for fish nets. They are a peaceful folk and have guardianship of the sacred places, wahi tapu. They use wooden and bone flutes called puterino and koau. Their path is in the drifting clouds and the low-lying banks of cloud. Of the double rainbow, male and female, the upper, which is male, is called Turhu. Muria in the Tahitian group is the island of fairy folk with golden hair. The little lizard called Moopwapua, which lives on flowers, is the shadow form of these spirits among the flowers. In Mangaia, fairies of the underworld associated with Miru come through special apertures from Avaiki to take part in a dance performed in honor of Miru's son Tatiti. They bathe at sunset in the stream Opera in the northern part of the island or in the stream Vaipa or Vaikot in the southern, and dress their hair on the height above. When they dance upon the fresh-cut banana leaves prepared for them at one end of the dance floor the leaves are not disturbed. When the morning star arises they return to Avaiki. They are associated with the worship of Tane. The Tapairu or Peerless Ones, are the 4 daughters of Miru, sisters of Tatiti. 4 male fairies also appear. In the sky are other fairies of whom Aina is the most famous. Ngeru learned from the fairies of the underworld the art of ball playing which he taught in Mangaia. In Fiji, spirit people, invisible save to worshippers, pygmies with fuzzy mops of hair like themselves of former days in miniature, live in the woods and caves on wild bananas and kava. Akin to them are the Luvenaiwai, who are water spirits. Young people of Fiji formed a sect who were supposed to become votaries of these spirits and learn song and dance from them. At their dance places a votary would sweep the place with fans and hang garlands in hope of a vision. Miscarriages of women of rank were supposed to become such spirits. They were friendly folk skilled in conjuring. Maui was regarded as one of these little people. 2 classes of spirits are described on San Cristobal, distinct but sometimes confused with each other. The Kakamora are said to be from 6 inches to 3 or 4 feet in height, from fair to dark, go naked with long straight hair to their knees, are strong as 3 or 4 men, and fond of dancing and singing. They do not use cooked food. They have a ruler, male or female. They are described as harmless but tricky, or as malicious and dangerous, and are differently named all along the coast. The Masi are strong and stupid, easily tricked, but otherwise like people. Their descendants are skilled craftsmen and canoe makers and carvers in stone. Their work may be left unfinished because the craftsmen are called away by some trivial matter. The stories strongly resemble Hawaiian Menehune traditions.